neo-Sabbatean sound, some Yeshiva boys, psalms, and so on. So, legacy. As I mentioned at the beginning of this lecture, I'm trying to give as much as possible an objective and dispassionate view of the life of an individual who really gave himself over to his business Judaism. It's hard for me to identify with this particular approach to Judaism, but nevertheless, we can understand his passion for an ideologically pure Judaism that promoted, in turn, this perceived heresy. There are many overlapping ideas which we didn't really have that much opportunity to explore here. For example, what is the limit of rabbinic authority, particularly in the modern age, particularly with the possibility of widespread dissemination by Judaism? What does it mean for rabbis to not have uniform standards for Torah? What does it mean for rabbis to not have clarity on the meaning of text and There are a lot of fascinating issues that come from the biographical study of Rabbi Jesus' life. But ultimately, what boils down to for us, as we in our generation are also dealing with some ideas of ideological purity, the dangers of the unbridled use of this kind of authority and attacks on individuals can have disastrous consequences, as we see with the horrible history of the great genius. Thank you very much for your attention. I appreciate your time, and thank you. We'll see you next week.
And clear up the closing doors, please.
The next stop is Avenue J.
Thank you all for coming tonight. Fascinating topic. One that I had no familiarity with before I started researching for tonight's lecture, and really being opened up myself to an entirely different approach to the period of the Enlightenment, the intersection of Judaism with contemporary science, something that I had some inklings of. I really am exploring a lot in greater detail. And I'm fascinated to see how much Lurianic Kabbalah is also involved in it. Today we're going to speak about an important book that has been overlooked by historians for the last 100 years or so. But according to the research of Professor Dave Sherman, it's likely one of the most influential books articulating modern Jewish identity. It's quite fascinating, and I'm sure you'll enjoy it. I will enjoy it. So what we're going to be talking about tonight is Rabbi Pinchas Horowitz and his book Sefer HaBrit, or the Book of the Covenant, which is a rather remarkable and unusual book. Here's an interesting modern edition of it published in Israel, and you can see it has a map of the globe with the land of Israel right in the center of it. This is a book that is essentially a primer in 18th century science. It was published in 1797 and had phenomenal appeal. Incredibly popular, was read widely by all shadings of Jewish opinion in Eastern and Western Europe, and in fact in Asia Minor and in Israel as well. Sephardim, Stagdim, Maskilim, Hasidim, everybody loved this particular book, and it had a seminal influence on the way Jews oriented themselves towards the rapidly expanding scientific discoveries associated with the Enlightenment period. And I think it really crafted a path forward for Jews to follow over the next couple of centuries as well. So we're going to look at what are the basic ideas of this book and try to get a sense of how it affected its readership and in fact how its legacy continues to affect us today. Like most of my lectures, they're highly derivative, very, very little original research. I just read a book or two, and essentially this is like a book club where only one person gets to speak. But so we're going to rely very, very heavily on the recent publication of Professor David Ruderman of the University of Pennsylvania, so here, who has written a rather amazing little book on the subject entitled A Best-Selling Hebrew Book of the Modern Era, the Book of the Covenant of Pinchas Hurwitz and its Remarkable Legacy. So if you're interested in correcting all of the misconceptions that I purvey in the next 55 odd minutes, you can take this book out of the amazing Thoreau College Library and get a lot more detail. Well, with that said, by way of preface, let's look straight at this book and try to understand why it has such a phenomenal appeal. And perhaps we'll understand as well why it has been ignored so much in the modern era. So, this book appeared 1797. It's not right at the very beginning of printing, but it is still in the era where printing is done privately. And Rabbi Hurwitz, like many, especially religious authors today, printed this book on his own and then schlepped it around much of Western Europe, offering it on subscription, an advanced subscription to individuals living as far west as London and as far east as parts of Poland. And we know that he had subscribers who were really throughout Italy and all of Europe, really. And it was, as I mentioned earlier, widely adopted as a household reading implement for so many tens of thousands of Jews. It's a massive manuscript, a printed book, about 800 pages, half of which are dedicated to this exuberant, enthusiastic description of the state of science in the late 18th century. Speaking about all kinds of technologies, some of which I'll go into in the next couple of slides. The second half of the book is a much more conventional sort of discussion of Jewish ethics, although it takes it to a different level by speaking about the ideal of Jewish society interacting with non-Jewish society, something which was not a major feature of most of the Musar literature, most of the internal Jewish ethical literature of the 18th century. It received enthusiastic approbations from many rabbis, endorsements across the religious spectrum. In fact, he originally published it anonymously, and so many people were wondering about this particular author that there were people who wrote that it must be none other than the Vilna Gaon, the great Lithuanian leader of traditional Talmudic community there. And others said it was actually Moses Mendelssohn, most prominent maskil, most prominent proponent of the Haskalah, or the Jewish Enlightenment, active at this time as well, and a great modernizer in many ways. Although the Vilna Gaon, in some recent research by Rabbi Eliyahu Stern, Professor Eliyahu Stern, has shown that in fact he could be viewed as a modernizer in his own right, but that's not for today's lecture. Of course, the author was neither of them. It was Pinchas Hurwitz, an otherwise unknown but enthusiastic fan of modern science, much like David Gans, who we studied a few weeks ago, who compiled all of this research on his own, largely through reading secondary works like David Gans' work, and he published them in what he called an encyclopedia. Not precisely an encyclopedia, it's not organized in an alphabetical fashion, but he just gave people sort of like a Reader's Digest, National Geographic kind of overview of science. And it was written in Rabbinic Hebrew, and it was just fascinating for Jews who had no other approach to this science other than attempt to read it in vernaculars that they most likely were not familiar with. And it also had the seal of approval of religious authority, meaning this was a kosher guide to so many of the technologies that were literally rocking the world of the 18th century. So many confusing technologies that had so much, potential religious implications. Everything from the immunization against the smallpox disease, to hot air balloons, to the astronomy that we looked at a couple of lectures ago. All of these things were potentially challenging to the religious Weltanschauung, and this rabbinically approved document was a safe way for Jews to access the scientific world of the 18th century. As a result, much like the Reader's Digest or National Geographic, it became a staple in so many Jewish homes across Europe, and it informed the eager minds of many Jews for the next 200 years. It went through approximately 40 editions, including several editions that excerpted certain sections that were considered especially important, and one very important pirated edition that we'll speak about later in the lecture. So it was a hugely popular volume. Its popularity dropped off dramatically after World War II for reasons that we will explore, but nevertheless, for the first 150 years since its publication, you could make the argument that this was the most popular Jewish book ever printed since the Torah. It's an incredibly popular, well-published book. Hurwitz himself was a very aggressive and very aggressive and astute book publisher himself. He even succeeded in inveigling the censor to publish an adaptation of the book, which is highly unusual. In the 18th century and for much of the 19th century in most of Europe, every book had to be approved by a censor for its content, and these were typically Jews who often were converts to Christianity. Often they were masculine, who were able to, be culture brokers from the traditional religious society. They could read the text and they could communicate its content to the governing authorities. And it's very rare to see anything except a stamp of approval from the censor. But in the very first edition, he was actually able to inveigle a letter of approbation, like a religious haskama from the censor, talking about how wonderful this book is and really everyone should read it. This, along with 7 rabbinic approbations, made it an extremely popular reading, and it was found in so many Jewish homes. I'd like to say every Jewish home, but that would probably be an exaggeration. So that's really what this book is. Let's look at the kinds of things that were probably its most popular elements in the first couple of hundred years of its existence. This was the first opportunity for Jews to understand the scientific world that was evolving around. And he went into a level of detail that was not quite, at the level of a practitioner, but nevertheless, he was a great early science writer, and this is a very specialized field to be able to, as an author, to be able to bridge the gap between the arcane and difficult and almost kabbalistic sort of scientific information, and then relay it in a way to a popular audience who doesn't have the necessary mathematical and physical background to read it. He was really quite successful at it. And he was obviously personally excited about the technology that he described. Kind of like Ira Flato on Science Friday. Ira Flato just makes science sound so fun. Disease sounds really fun. Ira Flato. So he would talk about things like, for example, he described the first hot air balloon flight, which took place in the late 18th century. And he said, this is like so exciting. I have to tell you exactly how these balloons are created. And then he goes through it. This is every little detail of how these balloons were put together, kept afloat, and navigated, and the adventures that the pilots had. They landed on the field. They got beat up by the peasants who thought that they were angelic beings or something. Fascinating scientific rise through the 18th century that readers found absolutely astounding and enjoyable. We have many examples of people like S.Y. Agnon, Chernyakhovsky, and many other intellectuals of the 19th century who describe how they read Sefer HaBrit when they were younger, and how it completely opened their eyes to the world and exposed them to the possibilities of the scientific revolution. So that's really what made the book most popular. that's what made it unusual. It stood out from the other kinds of books that were circulating at the time as the one and only real primer of science. You can imagine that the Jews of the 18th century, as they are in the 21st century, very excited to give their children kosher reading material that will inspire them to aspire for greater educational goals, scientific goals, and careers, and so on. I imagine this book was kind of like the Encyclopedia Britannica was for my generation. My parents were very enthusiastic about having an Encyclopedia Britannica in the house. 10,000s of copies were sold to families that never cracked them open, although they were really good when you had Hot Wheels sets and you wanted to build ramps and things, pile them up. But nevertheless, it's the same kind of idea. The parents want to have it in the house so the kids can read it. So that's really what the book is mainly famous for. But there are many other really things as well. It has arguably important significance in intellectual history for its theological contributions. And this is something that Professor Ruderman really underlines with a fine pen and is a very convincing point. Although Hurwitz was not an avid reader of philosophy, he did tend to read a lot of second generation philosophy. So, in other words, philosophy that was mediated through some other author, and then he picked it up. He often gained what exactly was in the original work and conveyed it in his book. And the intellectual underpinnings of the Sefer of Wit relied quite heavily on the philosophical discoveries of Immanuel Kant, some very important Prussian thinker, who the image of the Yekta, Jewish culture, very punctilious, very punctual, very demanding, very precise and orderly. It all comes from the image of Immanuel Kant. They say that the housewives of Königsberg used to set their kitchen clocks by the time that you would pass by their windows. So Immanuel Kant, non-Jewish philosopher, came up with a book called The Critique of Pure Reason. He basically wrote nothing until he was in his 70s, and then he came out with Pure Reason, incredibly important, earth-shaking philosophical works that had tremendous impact. The Critique of Pure Reason essentially argued that all prior philosophies could not be relied upon because all we have to measure our experience is ultimately empirical. Meaning, and this is, we've gone past postmodernism, but the idea that, we can think of all kinds of theories about the universe and all kinds of theories about the physical world and the laws of the physical world, but ultimately we can only measure those ideas, those experiences, through the physical sensations, the organs that we possess, our eyes, our ears, and our mind is limited by the actual matter that makes these things up. And as a result, we have no way with logic to penetrate any kind of higher mystery. All we have are the tools to measure the world. It's kind of like saying, I would like to create a loving relationship with my children by using a Lego set. It can't be done. Those are not the right tools for creating the effect that I want to. I may, achieve some level of happiness by giving them the Lego set, or maybe by playing with them, but I can't say, okay, I'm going to stick this red piece on my kid's shoulder and this blue piece on his head, and then he will love you. It's just not the right tool to actually affect that.
Welcome.
So therefore, with Kantian's
what up, too many puppy?
Reason, there's a limit.
How you living, Pam?
There is a reason why I'm explaining this to you.
Hey, how do I get in touch? Take your time, big dog.
Because what Hurwitz essentially said, based on Kant, is that none of the philosophers will ever touch eternity. None of them will ever have a chance to measure God. None of them will ever have a chance to define the soul. None of them will ever be able to explain to the world what is the meaning of existence. that is simply not within the purview of faith. And moreover, any philosopher who goes about saying that such and such is true will eventually be superseded. Just like Aristotelian physics were, the rage for several centuries. Then along came Isaac Newton and blew it all away. And we were very happy with Isaac Newton. And along came some Jewish guy named Albert Einstein, and Isaac Newton no longer is relevant. And it's all a world of change. It's an Olam HaSheker that ultimately will be overturned. So therefore, what do we make of not only our philosophy but our scientific world? What Hurwitz said, and this is, I think, a very sophisticated philosophical point, is that we should enjoy the increasing level of discovery that the scientists can offer us as an expanding way of experiencing the mythos of the wonders of the Creator. Every new discovery, we say, wow, that is amazing. Look how fascinating the creation is. Appreciate it, enjoy it, but never think that now we have discovered the ultimate truth. Because at some point, another philosopher, another scientist will come along and show us how that previous presumption was totally wrong. And so he takes Immanuel Kant and essentially places science within a theoretical perspective that allows us to appreciate it like the unfolding of flower with the dawn without anticipating that that flower will remain forever. We know that that flower will one day wilt and die, and another flower will come up and take its place. Perhaps a more wondrous, beautiful flower. And that's essentially how he says we should orient ourselves to science. Now, this happens to have extremely important implications for religious truths, because if you think about the potential conflict of science with religion, Jews in particular, we do have certain, we're not nearly as rigid about certain things like, a Ptolemaic universe as opposed to a Copernican, as perhaps the medieval Catholic Church was. But nevertheless, we do have certain passages in the Talmud, certain passages in Rishonim that are problematic when it comes to the discoveries of modern science. And we continue to have these problems. And Hurwitz's approach is saying, okay, if this thing that appears there is a contradiction between this one passage in a medieval religiously approved poet and what science is telling us about the shape of the universe or the orbit of the planets, but we don't have to resolve that contradiction. We can say that religious texts are describing eternity on a very profound level, and science is describing our approach to the physical world in a very useful way, but not necessarily anywhere close to the religious implications of the sources that we rely on. This allows us to achieve kind of a Brechtian suspension of disbelief and allow us to proceed along scientific trajectories at the same time we are maintaining steadfast religious. Fascinating, very important fine point in an intellectual posture that allows Jews to find a safe intellectual space to maintain their Yiddishkeit and still proceed with modernity, not simply ignore it. I forgot what we're going to talk about next, so I have to move forward. Oh, yes, right. So, and ironically, what does give us the access to those greater truths? Kabbalah. It is so amazing to see that the Sefer Brit is really written by an extremely enthusiastic Kabbalist, a follower of Rabbi Yitzchak Luria, the incredible Arizal of Bach, and in particular, his disciple, Chaim Vital, who we spoke about here just a few weeks ago, most notably his seminal Kabbalistic, moralistic work, Sharei Kedusha, the Gates of Holiness, which describes a step-by-step path to holiness. Rabbi Hurwitz felt that the Sharei Kedusha was really the route by which Jews could achieve spiritual perfection, and there was no contradiction whatsoever between our appreciation of the world around us with the most advanced tools we have to understand that world and the Kabbalistic path of self-perfection that is outlined in the work of Time. Fascinating. One would think that there are two opposites, Kabbalah with its mysticism and its otherworldliness, and what sounds like, from a scientific point of view, it sounds like gobbledygook when you try to read Kabbalistic works. They don't offer proof using Greek logic or anything like that. And on the other hand, science, with its rigid, show me kind of attitude, with scientific hypothesis, followed by experimentation and so on. There are two different vocabularies for two different systems of appreciating the world. The Shari Kedusha is for appreciating eternity, and science is for appreciating the world. That's an excellent question. The question for those who might not have heard it, does it contradict Immanuel Kant's notion that one cannot grasp the infinite in that regard? So, I'm not a Kantian scholar by any means. I did read a great book of his, the title of which was Religion von Lustvernuft. That's the way that sounds, but it means religion within the boundaries of reason alone. And if I remember correctly, when I read that book, it was all within trying to figure out what would a divine being, what a supreme being's order be for the world, and using only logical skills, trying to determine what our posture should be towards that divine being. So, I think based on my limited understanding of Immanuel Kant, I would say that, yeah, he does contradict that. He would say that through Kabbalah, through things like Shari Kedusha, which describes a way to this concept of Kedusha. I don't think that Kant would have such an idea of Kedusha in the same sense that Rabbi Vital would have. It could be accessed, but it could not be accessed through logic. With logic, with reason, all we can get is commandment. Right? God wants us to be this way, we behave in this way, we march forward, and so on. And Kant is very big into commandment, very big into the concept of duty and what ration demands one do, whereas Kabbalah is not necessarily as locked into that concept. That's a great question. It's a little too hard a question. There were Yiddish translations, there were Ladino translations, there are many other versions of it. It has not been translated into English, largely because it takes a lot of energy to read 400 pages of 18th century science today. You have to be a scholar of the history of technology to really want to read 400 pages about hot air balloons and smallpox vaccinations. In the 19th century, as Jews were still just, this is before electricity, before the telegraph, before all kinds of things, to see these things developing, very excited about it and willing to invest the effort. Ladino and Yiddish translation. Popularity in the Sephardic world, popularity in the Ashkenazi world. Yes, absolutely. It was a book he published. We don't know if he was a Makubal, someone who had mastered Kabbalist wisdom. He was a fan of Shari Kedusha. I'm a fan of Shari Kedusha. It's a great book. It's accessible. It's easy to read in Hebrew, and I don't understand all of it, but I love one section of Shari Kedusha when it says, okay, steps to achieving holiness. Step 1, perfect your character. Step 2. Oh my gosh, one step. I was like, how am I supposed to do that? Put on a blue hat. Sorry, I'm in a good mood. Shall we go on? Yes, we should. And this is a great picture from the Hubble telescope. And I remember when I took this picture in, I was going to talk about everything I talked about while you were looking at that last slide. Now, that's the scientific aspect of it. And I think that would be in itself enough to make Sefer Abrit the kind of book that would create that intellectual pathway that allowed Jews to approach modernity. But it has another dimension entirely that What's also quite fascinating worth discussing. This is something that Professor Rugelman calls his moral cosmopolitanism. And this is highly unusual for 18th century work. The Sefer Abrid, kind of like David Gann's work, Tzemach David and others, argues for a rather expansive Jewish version of human siblinghood that is unusual, to say the least, in 18th century ways. Specifically, if you think of the amazing verse in the Bible, "V'ahavta l'reacha kamocha," you shall love your neighbor as yourself. So, if you look at, I would hazard, you look at 95 out of 100 commentators on that passage, through much of the corpus of rabbinic tradition, you will find that word re'acha, which is often translated as your neighbor or your fellow, translated in a much more limited fashion. Re'acha, using the word rea, means not just your fellow or your neighbor in proximity, but unsura, part of your tribe, another Jew, another observant. Like most of the trajectory of the conflict tends to limit the scope of what does it mean to love your fellow as yourself, to the sense of saying it really is referring to loving your fellow observant Jew as yourself. And I think that would be a fair characterization of most rabbinic interpretations of that word, certainly up until the 20th century. That's not to say that Judaism in any way, God forbid, condones so-called double standard that allows non-Jews to be treated with disrespect. We have other sources for that, like the concept of Selam Elohim, the image of God that is impressed on every human being, the concept of Kiddush Hashem, and many other concepts that say that Jews obviously have to behave with a very high level of moral standard with everyone they interact with, Jews, non-Jews, without men, women, without any distinction. But this particular verse, the "V'ahavta l'reacha kamocha," is usually interpreted to mean you should treat your fellow Jews with a level of love. So he takes a rather bold divergence from that trend of rabbinic commentary and says, no, this is referring to all humanity. He says that really the goal of humanity is to achieve a level of social harmony that can only be the result of this philanthropic activity in the sense of loving fellow men. That people should extend themselves, and women, of course, that people should extend themselves to, love their neighbor literally, the people who live across the street, even though they're from a different nationality, faith, gender, color, you name it. And he argues this quite forcefully. In fact, one of the sections of the second part of the book is called Ahavat Re'im, the love of friends. When there's that word again, Re'im, right? Like Re'ach. And this particular section was frequently excerpted, translated, and published as standalone versions because it is a very, very strong statement of universal human sibling. And he offers many stories to support his thesis, including one that was extremely influential in the late 18th century, the story of Maximilian Jewish Leopold von Braunschweig-Lüneburg, who is shown here in the kind of Napoleon clothing. The story is this is a German nobleman who was in the city of Oder when there was a huge flood, and the Oder River had washed away much of the banks, and people were drowning in the river. And he saw someone hanging on to a plank of wood in the middle of this raging river, and so the nobleman directed people to go out there and rescue him, that person who was drowning in the plank of wood. But the town constables and so on were saying it's impossible, the water is moving too quickly, we all die. So he himself got into a boat. That's what this scene here is showing. He himself got into his boat. You can see that the townspeople are saying, I mean, the weather looks pretty nice in this picture, but it's much more stormy. The people are begging him not to go. You see here when a common servant woman saying, please don't go, it's too dangerous. But he says, no, I will go out there and save this commoner. He's a nobleman, a class issue here, a nobleman going out into the river. And he rows out there in this terrible tempest, and his boat capsizes and he is killed. And it was a tragedy that reverberated throughout Germany and had an impact on none other, for example, Schiller, who wrote his famous Ode to Joy with some inspiration of the story of this young duke, which also spoke about the value of human brotherhood and so on. And many rabbis, including the son of the famous Rabbi Sofer, the Sad Sofer's son, Moshe Sofer, wrote a sermon and published it in German about this individual, a eulogy. Jews and non-Jews were similarly moved by his selfless attempt to rescue a commoner and the tragic way in which he died. And so Rabbi Hurwitz, in his book, points to these kinds of examples of altruistic behavior as an ideal for all human beings, and especially for his brethren. He excoriates the Ashkenazi community for their disdainful attitudes towards Sephardim. It's interesting to note that Ladino translations of this particular section are very popular. And he talks about, the class distinctions among Jews and about the sort of reverse anti-Semitism or the discrimination against non-Jews that he thought was prevalent in his day and age. And he says that all of that has to go. It's fascinating to note how the articulation of that intellectual space with regard to science also in Hurwitz's books can be expressed in terms of his demonstration of the way forward for Jews in a multicultural society. Let us not forget that he wrote this in Germany when Jews wrote it. He published it actually in what would later become the Czech Republic. But he wrote this in an era where Jews were not at all emancipated. Jews were clearly second class and not even citizens. They were considered like travelers, vagrants. In France in 1791, they would be immediately emancipated with tremendous difficulty, and they really didn't work that out until the early 19th century, which we'll talk about, by the way, in 2 weeks, but Jews were clearly considered outsiders, inodemnic, and Jews themselves considered themselves not part of the general society. And he was arguing against that trend, saying that no, we are part of general society. We must take our place proudly in that society, realize our obligations to our fellow citizens, although that term would not be used at that time, and take our responsibility seriously. And this was also something that could be understood as having great implications for the modern era in Europe and, of course, in America. Very prescient understanding of Jewish responsibilities in a multicultural society. Pausing for questions, arguments? So those are the two really big takeaways of his work. Now I'd like to just turn very briefly to a controversy that erupted shortly after he published the work and it began to take off. He published his first edition anonymously in 1797, and it met with tremendous appeal and sold very well right away. This is, by the way, the German text of the censor's approbation. It was also published in Hebrew as well. In 1801, Rabbi Hurwitz was shocked to discover that someone had printed a pirated edition of his book, missing the approbation and the censor's letters, and was selling it on the side. Now we have to remember, this is still the wild west of printing days, and the expense of producing a book was significant. But if you could simply take someone else's book and give it to a typesetter and say, here, follow it page by page, letter by letter, that significantly reduces the labor hours involved in setting up the original typeset. And they can churn out a reproduced edition very quickly. And if it's popular, people will buy it, and you can make a lot of money, like they do, I understand, in China, simply copying more software and reselling videos like that. So what happens is he discovers this second edition is running around. Now he's a little upset on a business level because he put a lot of money into his book, and he's losing all these sales. But he takes a very interesting approach. First, he writes an expanded second edition of his own book with a lot more material. It makes it clear that this expanded version is much highly improved. And second of all, he says, after 5 years, I am releasing copyright entitlement. Anybody who wants to reprint my book may do so with my blessing. However, he's stipulating 12 distinct rules. I have here Mr. Rudiman's book, and this is such an unusual kind of thing that he translates the rules in it, which is quite fascinating. The reason for the translation for the rules are primarily to ensure the fidelity of his thought. He wants to make sure that if people are going to steal his book, they steal it right. So here we go. Thus, beginning in 1809 and subsequently, it is permitted for anyone to publish it. This is my desire in order to increase the Torah and to enhance wisdom, so that intelligence will grow among my people. But this will only be satisfied by the publisher if he will fulfill the following conditions, which I enumerate below. 1. He will publish this later edition, not the first edition, since this is completely unlike the first. 2. The paper will be good and attractive and strong. 3. The letters will be large or mid-sized, but not small. Really upset them. These other editions, it wasn't really nice to read. 4. One should not add or subtract things from the book, etc. Now here's one of my favorites. 5. The end of the first part of the book should be published on the same page with the beginning of the second part. And he goes on with great detail. It's exactly the way he wants it laid out. Reasons for this: why would he want the second part of the book to be published on the same page as the end of the first part? So that's what it means. So you can't separate them. That's right. You can't cheat people. So you have to publish the whole thing because you'll see that there's a second part. And if you buy it without the second part, you say, hey, what's going on? Right? He didn't like indexes. There shall be no index to my book. Why would he not like an index? I just can't. That's right. You figured out people want to know hot air balloons. I'm going to just look up hot air balloons, and I'm not going to. No. I want people to read from the beginning to the end. But it's not really an encyclopedia in that regard. There's a whole section on that. He talks about the size of the book, the kinds of abbreviations. He doesn't want people love abbreviations. There are tons of abbreviations that themselves of acronyms, and they can be very confusing. Roche tables. And in fact, if you, for example, regularly read Lithuanian literature, and then you go and read Hasidic literature, they'll use the same combinations of letters but completely different abbreviations. He doesn't like cutting off the ends of final words. Sometimes words will be abbreviated. He wants to make sure that they only hire strong men to press the pages, right? Because the technology would be you have this big, heavy, sort of like waffle iron, and you have the ink there and the paper underneath and the typeset, and you have a strong man who would like push it down. And if you have a weakling or someone who's lazy, he's just going to touch it down, and the letters won't be strong, and they'll have cracks in them, and they'll be faded. So he was really particular about the actual aesthetics of the work. And he goes on, I'm not going to go into details. There are 12 such rules about these publications. And it's a fascinating entire story just in the history of printing. So, looking at the legacy of Sefer Abud, we don't know a lot about Rabbi Christopher himself, his family, children, anything like that. In fact, we only know about 15 years of his life from his peregrinations and selling this particular book. But as Professor Ruhlman points out, I think with great conviction, this is actually an extremely important book for understanding how Jews were able to pivot towards modernity in a very constructive and stable manner. Although Judaism as a faith would be faced with incredible pressures with modernity, we will be exploring them over the next few weeks. And Jews did not always maintain their attachment to the traditional behaviors of their ancestors. Nevertheless, Rabbi Hurwitz's Sefer Abud offers a theological direction and space for Jews to find a way to be able to engage themselves fully in the modern world and yet retain traditional religious values, even mystical Kabbalistic values. So with that, I should conclude. Thank you very much for your enthusiasm. And at this point, if you applaud, it sounds good on the internet. Thank you.
And clear the closing doors, please.
I'm sorry. I get it. Miss Rachel comes on, my kid goes crazy. I get it. I can't. Is Miss Rachel? I'll be furious. Yeah, it's a big thing. Yeah, would you be able to separate the art from the artist?
The next stop is Avenue J.
I'll be like, I believe I can fly. You think both will be able to separate the art from the artist? Oh man, that would suck. Take a little break.
Tonight's lecture is one that has some personal connection because I'm going to be focusing on someone who was discovered by a close academic friend of mine. We don't know anything about him except for what my colleague, Dr. Yochanan Petrovsky-Sher, discovered, and it is truly amazing what he discovered. I'd like to spend the first part of the lecture showing you a little bit about the discovery, because it itself is fascinating, and then we will delve into what we know about Hillel Baal Shem. We're speaking about someone who lived in the early 18th century and was in the same profession as the famous Baal Shem Tov, the master of the good name, Israel ben Eliezer, who was the founder of the Hasidic. And the contrast between these two figures, because they were both in the same business, sort of popularizing religion in southern Ukraine, and western Ukraine, southern Poland, offers a fantastic sort of background contrast to the rise of the Hasidic movement and some tremendous insights into that period as a whole. So let me start with the discovery of this manuscript. First of all, here's some personal photographs. Here is a photograph of myself on the right here. Kind of amazing. Right? This is 1992. And I know you're thinking, how could he possibly wear a white suit? I mean, I wouldn't wear a white suit on Purim nowadays. Like I wear a loincloth rather anyway. But it's true, back in 1990, I wear a white suit. And I wore a white hat too. I was walking around Kiev. I thought I was in good disguise. There's a lot of Orthodox people in Florida. They walk around, they put on a baseball cap. No one will recognize them because they won't know who they are on the beach. But at any rate, here's me when I was a young graduate student and I was in Kiev. And this is Norman Ross. He was a microfilm publisher. Microfilm, for those of you who were born, it's a tiny, but what they were doing is because the Soviet Union had just collapsed, there was a tremendous new opportunity to access lots of fantastic archives, and so Norman was there, having a look at the archives to determine what would be useful to photograph and then disseminate to the university. So we called him to meet with this man here, Yochanan Petrovsky-Sher, absolutely brilliant graduate student. He earned his first PhD in Spanish literature. It was forbidden for him to study Jewish literature at the time, but he did a brilliant thesis on Borges, on the Jewish influence in Borges. Fascinating material. And Norman Ross, the publisher, had said, you gotta have a look at what this young guy has discovered. Let me know what you think. This is worth my while to publish it. It was an absolutely fantastic story. So this is what he found. It is this is only one section of it. This is a massive trove of 17th and 18th century handwritten documents from the former Polish Lithuanian colony. Absolutely amazing material that had been preserved in the Russian archives and then later actually in the libraries and later in the Soviet archives. There's a whole fascinating story about how these materials survived. Stalin, apparently the librarians were afraid they didn't know which way to jump with the material because between the period of 1918 and 1930, it was sort of hid to be pro-Jewish. There was a kind of a Polonizacja program, which meant it was useful to look into the true origins of the Jewish population of Russia. Then after that, you had the purges, and it was very uncool to be Jewish. And the librarians didn't know which way to jump, so they stuck all this stuff in the basement. Luckily, it survived in atrocious kind of conditions to protect it, but nevertheless absolutely amazing material. Here's a picture of Yochanan, who was the researcher who was working on these materials, taught himself Hebrew, taught himself Aramaic. I actually knew him just at the very beginning of this stage. I'm proud to say I gave him his first siddur, which he continues to cherish. He's, by the way, in town. He's having an exhibition. Saturday night. Anyways, here he is. You can see the state of the books over there, and I'll show you a couple of examples. Most of them are Hasidim, which means they are minute books of local communities, meaning the births, deaths, marriages, important events, and tiny little stadtblocks that go back hundreds and hundreds of years. It's absolutely fascinating social history of individual towns and counties. Very important for genealogical researchers, social researchers, and so on. This is the one page which has the Russian eagle is printed on it, and then in Hebrew there's this very flowery dedication to the Tsar Pavel Petrovich, which is a late 18th century Tsar. Here's another one that has symbols of the zodiac, and then the poem both the content of the book. Really incredible treasures of the Jewish people located in the Vernadsky Library of Kiev. And here is Yochanan holding a book. Now, I didn't actually ask if this actually may be the book that we're talking about today. I can't quite make out the Hebrew on the text, but it's a handwritten book. It's a manuscript, not a book per se, but it is bound in leather. The back binding is missing. It's got a copper front, which does make sense that that's how he describes the book he's talking about in today's discussion. And it's about 760 pages long. It is the autobiography and a Kabbalistic manual of healing written by Hillel Balshem. That's what we're talking about today. A manuscript that my colleague Yochanan Petrovsky discovered in Kiev. What it has to say about the pre-Beshian atmosphere of Eastern Europe. Besh, by the way, is an acronym for Baal Shem Tov, the so-called master of the good name, and that is the term used to describe the founder of the Hasidic movement. Here's just a couple other pictures. He went on, of course, by the way, to a brilliant career, postdocs in Cornell, Oxford, Harvard, Hebrew University. And he ended up doing a second PhD under Anthony Polonsky in Jewish history at Brandeis. And now he's a distinguished professor at Northwestern University in Chicago. He wrote this book, among others. This won the National Jewish Book Award, the Golden Age Shtetl, and Jewish life in Eastern Europe. Absolutely fascinating. He also is an artist. This cover was painted by him, and he has an exhibition that's showing in New York just opened up on Saturday. Here, just to show that I'm not the only age, here he is. This is what he looks like today. Also, the salt and pepper beard. This obviously is he's my contemporary. We're about the same age, and he can carry off a lot. I mean, here he is. He wears an ascot. He wears a beret, right? The best I can do is wear a white suit. That's it. He can like carry off. Anyways, that's Yochanan Petrovsky Stern, and we're going to be discussing his research today. Any questions, arguments, discussions? He was born, yes. Actually, I can tell you one short story about him. You have to realize we're talking about a person who's intelligent. I don't think he can take an IQ test because it would probably break the machine. This guy is so off the top. He had never been out of the Soviet Union, and he had memorized the London subway system. The London subway system makes the New York subway system look like, child's Lego, right? But he memorized it. We used to play this game. I would ask him how to get from, this part of London to that part of London. He would tell me exactly. Brilliant. I once lost a bet with him about how to pronounce a word in the English language. It's crazy. When I was there, they had these very restrictive visa limitations where you weren't allowed to travel 60 kilometers out of where your visa was allowed. So, and people would rat on you. People would actually. So we were doing this thing where normally he and I spoke English because his English is stronger than my other languages. But we left our visa zone where he was allowed to travel. I wasn't. We were speaking only Ukrainian on the platforms of the train and speaking with the clerk and that sort of thing. And then I got into a little bit of trouble at buying my ticket. I said, whatever it was. Anyways, we got in the train car, and I said to him in English, wow, I was really worried about the conversation with that clerk. And he said, you mean Clark? I said, no, I mean clerk. He says, no, it's pronounced Clark. And I said, are you telling me my own language? He insisted it was Clark. And that's me a cake here that it was in fact pronounced Clark. I know, but see, I gotta tell you how I lost the bet. So we went out to Moscow, we did what we were doing there, we came back to the apartment, we went to the apartment, first thing with me, pulled off a 1907 British pronunciation dictionary, we opened it up, and there it was Clark. It turned out he had memorized the scary kind of intelligent guy. Anyways, I'm very proud to know yes, I do. His father was actually a dissident, and his ancestral name was Stern, which was very Jewish. But they had changed it to Trotsky during the period of purges to the very Ukrainian part of the son of Petro as an attempt to sort of disguise his background. That's when he came to America and he kind of rediscovered his Jewish identity and so on. He changed his name to Petrovsky Stern. Back then he was just Ivan Petrovsky. Now he's Yochanan Petrovsky Stern. I don't think that's what his mother was. His mother was I'll have to ask you. Shall we go on? Yes, okay. Maybe sometime we'll have it here for the guest lecture. Okay, so he discovered this book. He discovered this 760-page manuscript, which, he describes in the seminal article he wrote on this, that he was trying to figure out what exactly is this book. It's not doesn't belong to the Circus collection, doesn't belong to the Calvi collection. What exactly is this strange book? It was, kind of this rambling, autobiographical discussion of an individual person's life and his experimentation with the urgent about, meaning his casting of spells, exorcisms, all kinds of spooky stuff like that, with lots and lots of Kabbalistic diagrams and instructions for practitioners of practical development. They're highly unusual documents. There are, as we shall discuss later, some published versions of manuals of this nature that pale by comparison. Throughout the book, the author, who calls himself Hillel, he does not give his father's name, insists that all those other published manuscripts are wrong. Only these Kabbalistic drawings and incantations and spells and so on are correct, and people should stay away from those published versions, for reasons that we will explore in a moment. So the document is dated 1739, and it has a lot of geographic information in it. So we know that he was active exactly in the same region that the much more famous Baal Shem Tov was active, and doing much of the same kind of thing. One of the questions that I'd like to answer today is, how is it that the Baal Shem Tov founded an entire movement, which is, hundreds of thousands of people strong and made tremendous contributions to Jewish culture, whereas Hillel, who seems to have been a very active individual, nevertheless could not get traction and was ultimately forgotten, except for this one man. So he was active primarily in this region here, which would be eastern Galicia, the southern part of Poland. This map here shows contemporary Ukraine. Poland is over here, the Grin, Warsaw up higher. So this is the region where traditionally Hasidism developed. So what exactly is Hasidism? We should probably pause to talk about that. And I don't want to go into too much detail because I'm sure many of you are very familiar with the general contours of 18th century Jewish history. The Hasidic movement is this populist movement that grew in the early 18th century. It is associated primarily with the Baal Shem Tov, whose years are roughly 1700 to 1760. There's some debate as to the birthday. 1760 is considered fairly authentic as his date of death. So we're talking about someone who, in his, let's say, 30s, was beginning to spawn a movement that eventually would create tremendous wealth. The characteristics of the movement emphasized an approach to God that was not rigidly text-oriented. In other words, the northern regions, Lithuania in particular, were associated with status derived from Talmudic learning. Perhaps there's a pause to remind everyone of the three ways that Jews attain status traditionally. What is the first way that Jews traditionally get status? So learning, thank you, learning. Learning is actually number 3. Money is number 1, thank you. Money always works, right? You can get status through money, it's probably the fastest way. And then there's learning is number 3, and number 2, yichus, thank you so much. So yichus or lineage. If your family background has illustrious individuals. So these are 3 basic roots to status in the Jewish world: is money, yichus, or learning. Now, unless you have money or yichus, the only option to gain status is through learning, which is wonderful because it's democratic. Everyone has equal access, theoretically, to the text. At least males. Everyone has the opportunity to, demonstrate their prowess and hopefully advance. And Jewish society will support people who otherwise are impecunious and need some sort of social structure to allow them to study. So there's always a possibility of social advancement through learning, but there's a huge divide between the great yeshivas that are centered in the north, most famously in Lithuania, where the Vilna Gaon, who died in 1797, was really active. And it's really only in the north that you have these massive centers of intellectual activity centered in deciphering the very complex arcane language of the Talmud. In the southern regions here, you have a much more peasant-based culture. a far more illiterate population, even a Jewishly illiterate population. What does that mean, Jewishly illiterate? Jews typically were involved in several linguistic environments. They would typically convert the surrounding population, particularly economically, in Ukrainian, sometimes Russian, sometimes Polish, whatever the dominant vernacular was. Not necessarily the state vernacular, but what people would speak. But they would very rarely have much ability to write in that language. They would converse at home in the Mama Russian, Yiddish, which is a language of basically medieval German, written in Hebrew characters for those who can read it, and with a very high degree of Hebraism and Romance influences, Slavicism, and so on. Billy Crystal called Yiddish basically German with French. But anyways, so they speak Yiddish at home, speak some like Ukrainian, Polish in the street when they were doing business. But the holy language of Hebrew was something that was fairly close to most Jews. Certainly, the vast majority of women were unable to read and understand Hebrew. And if they did have some reading knowledge, it was typically only the ability to pronounce the words, like actually sound them out, without necessarily understanding the meaning of the text. And men were not that better. To give a sense of like what are the numbers in the 1897 census, which is about 200 years after the period we're talking about today, there's a report of about 60% literacy among the Jews of Ukraine. I mean, 6 out of 10 Jews are literate in any language, they can read and write in any language. So if we say that that 60% is overwhelmingly men, and the literacy they have is overwhelmingly going to be in Yiddish, or maybe some in the vernacular, the literacy of Hebrew is remarkable. Even though, and by the way, that towers over the literacy levels of peasants, and even over the literacy of city dwellers. So Jews are still far more literate than the surrounding population, but we should not, misunderstand the level of literacy that's present. And the literacy is going to be lowest in Ukraine as opposed to Lithuania, northern Poland, places like that. This movement was engendered by the Baal Shem Tov to emphasize, on the other hand, many other ways to approach God, through debate or cleaving unto God, a kind of a mystica unio mystica, a mystical approach to God, a way of coming close to God through other means besides, the intellectual experience of Talmudic debate. It includes things like mashka, drinking alcohol, especially with others. It is not to be denied the value of a little bit of communal alcohol consumption with others in a Quadrangle kind of environment. Singing, especially wordless tunes called nigunim, which have especially when combined with alcohol in a community with others, have a kind of transformational kind of impact. The power of story, the power of tale, which is really developed in the Hasidic world, with Menachem and others, basically ignored by the Lithuanians as sort of foolish fiction. And dance, sometimes exuberant, enthusiastic movement in prayer, all kinds of things that emphasize the love of a simple truth for God and the ability to attain some level of spiritual enlightenment that was divorced from the rigorous, analytical, logical approach to text that was the leitmotif of the Lithuanian population. So those are kind of the religious elements of Hasidism that brought them into great conflict with the Lithuanians, particularly at the end of the 18th century. It's a little bit ahead of our story, but to give you some sense of the contrast, there are so many examples. Let me just choose one for now. The Lithuanians, very, very particular about times of prayer. This is one example, right? If I pull up my iPhone and I tell the iPhone exactly where I am, what part of the world I'm in, It will tell me exactly when I may say the first blessing in the morning, when I may don my tefillin, when I must say the Shema prayer before it's too late, all kinds of things that give me a very, very precise windows of opportunity to utter the morning, afternoon, and evening prayers. Um, the Lithuanians pride themselves on this degree of scrupulosity. They say this house will be fine. And in fact, even the controversy between the Magen Avram and the Vilna over literally minutes in calculation are proudly presented on my iPhone, so I can decide whether I'm going to hold like the Vilna Gaon or the Magen Avram, depending on what time I wake up. That was a joke. Anyways, the Hasidim sort of threw that out the window and said, what is this business? You're going to pray. You're going to, pour your soul out to God. You're going to communicate with the supreme being, the master of the universe, and you're focused too much on the time. You can't do that. You have to get yourself moved. You have to become enthused. You have to be able to approach God with respect and awe and with excitement and with trepidation, all of these things. And if you can't do it exactly on the schedule that it says on your iPhone, then it's garnished helping. You can't be like that. So the Hasidim tended to be much more laid back about times of prayer. Whereas Lithuanians would say, hey, listen, if you don't say the Shema prayer by 9:14 in the morning, it's all over. The Hasidim would say, we're going to start prayers at 10:30. Now, to be fair, the Hasidim are not slouches when it comes to halakha. And they would say, you should say the Shema in advance at home before you come to the 10:30 prayer. And hopefully, good Hasidim do, in fact, conform to the halacha. But the atmosphere is much more one of let's come together with sort of the right mood and the right atmosphere, and after having a good shlook and maybe a little snack and things like that. It's a very different kind of approach. And I'm not trying to demean either side. The Lithuanian approach, though, values and finds religious meaning in adherence to detail. The Hasidim tend to find meaning in spontaneity and the gregariousness of a more relaxed approach. One way that I explained it to my son once, my son whose shoes I'm wearing right now, is, because I tend to go to both Hasidic and Agadic shuls. I don't know why. I like to go to more than one shul, typically on the shops. And my son once asked me, why is there such a difference between the shuls? And I said, and I think it was actually right on, the Misnagdim, the so-called opponents of Hasidim, as they were eventually became known, the Misnagdim value adherence to the law. What is the law? What does God want to be able to be really good? And the Hasidim really value Ahavas Yisrael, love of fellow Jews. It's not that they don't love the law or that Misnagdim don't love other Jews, but there is where do you draw the balance? Where do you draw the line? Hasidim definitely draw the line towards Ahavas Yisrael. I'm sorry to go on in too much detail. I've talked about religious and geographic elements. The economic elements is particularly useful when we discuss Hillel's career. One of the most fascinating analyses of the early Hasidic movement was written by a scholar named Ben Sion Dinor, who used, before I was born, the famous Abramson rule of history. You all remember what is the Abramson rule of history? You've been coming to my lectures for so many weeks, you should know this one, right? When you don't know why something happens, the answer probably is money, right? That's it. That's the Abrams School of History. All you out there on the internet, please remember, Abrams School of History is money. It's usually about money. So Ben Sion Dinor wrote a fascinating analysis of the economic origins of the Hasidic conflict with the Misnagdim. We must bear in mind that many of the town rabbis, particularly in the less educated region of Ukraine, actually appointed by the lords of the non-Jewish lords of those individual towns. You could actually buy the rabbinate in a particular shtetl. You could say, hey, this is a business. I'm going to bribe the lord and the Lord will give me the stella, the position of being the town rabbi, and then I can collect the various taxes that are applied to kosher meat and to candles and to all other things. And it was actually a business. There was a lot of discussion talking about whether to inherit a business like this. So, as you might imagine, a lot of the rabbis at the end of the 17th century were not necessarily the most caring, compassionate, pastoral counselors that you would expect from the rabbis of the period. And the reality is that many simple Jews were not motivated to go to their rabbis. They certainly didn't feel that they were going to offer them any spiritual uplift. They were not going to give them any ideas. And so the rabbinate was into a period of very steep decline. Along comes this Hasidic movement, to which both Hillel and the Baal Shem Tov were participants, and in which they were participants. And suddenly, instead of going to the town rabbi to these boring, services that start exactly on time, but there's no schnapps and there's no chevra, there's no friendship, there's no singing, things like that. You can go to a charismatic, non-official rabbi who just has a room in his house typically, or in a house rented by a more wealthy member of the community, and you can sit and have a glass of lamashka with the Rebbe, and you can discuss Torah concepts, and you can sing, and and suddenly feel like you're part of the community. And these all services eventually became so strong that they were supplanting the traditional services. And when certain innovations came in place, like Hasidic slaughter of animals, for example, then people began to say, why should I go buy traditional slaughtered meat, which it has to do with a big controversy over the way a knife is sharpened. Why should I go buy my meat from a traditional Lithuanian rabbi who is a good for nothing that I don't like anyways? I'm going to go to the Hasidic Rebbe, who I happen to like a lot, who I likes me. And you know what? I'm going to buy his shechita, the slaughtering that he does, and the benefit of it economically. All of a sudden, this posed a great economic threat to the status quo, which was, according to Professor Dinor, a major element in the backlash against the Hasidim that came from Lithuania. Enough said for today. The last thing that we have to say about the Balei Shem is, so let's go to Rabbi Israel ben Eliezer, known as the Baal Shem Tov. Can I get a translation of that term, Baal Shem Tov? Master of the good name. What exactly does that mean? Why do we call him the Baal Shem Tov? Master of the good name. Ha! Shem is, of course, the name of God. A Baal Shem is someone who knows how to manipulate the name of God for various Kabbalistic purposes. And the Baal Shem Tov, either does the word Tov good, does that modify Shem, which means God, the master of the good God, or does it modify Baal, master? This is the good Baal Shem, as opposed to the regular Baal Shem. In fact, Dr. Petrovsky Stern and others would argue that the Baal Shem Tov was so named because he stood in direct contrast to all the other Baal Shem who were not nearly so Tov, not nearly so good, who were in fact somewhat unscrupulous. So that's what we're going to explore here. Who were these Baal Shem? What did they do? So Hillel is a great example. This is the best example we have. Again, a 760-page manuscript on some massive document telling us about the life of the Baal Shem from the inside, as he sees it himself. Very much open to lots of fascinating literary criticism, which Dr. Petrovsky Stern does so masterfully. What he describes in this book is, for example, his extensive medical training. He was not a doctor, didn't go to any of the great universities like Padua or elsewhere in Western Europe, but he did apprentice under many Jewish doctors. And he lists his apprenticeship pedigree with great pride, talking about he worked with this doctor who stopped the plague in Rome, he worked with this doctor and that doctor, and he learned all of this, late 17th century medicine from lots of senior doctors, Jewish doctors at the time. His Talmudic training, however, is evidently is evident by its absence. It appears that he did not have significant Talmudic training. He is called by the name rabbi, which is not necessarily a difficult term to acquire or title to in those days. He claims no great facility with the Talmud. He studied at no yeshiva for any length of time. He does not feel that that in any way impugns his status as a Baal Shem or the kinds of skills that he has to offer. And we'll discuss exactly what this is in a moment. What he does discuss at significant length in the manuscript is, alongside his medical training, extensive Kabbalistic training with very well-known Kabbalists of the 16th and early 17th century, early 18th century, 17th and early 18th century in particular, talking about how he was personally apprenticed to this Kabbalist or that Kabbalist and learned all of their secrets, which he then employs in his activities. What are exactly his activities? What does he do for a living? Well, he travels from town to town and he performs various Kabbalistic services. What kind of services? Almost all of them, as you can probably guess from the fact that his background is medical, almost all of them deal with various ailments, health. There's a whole list of everything from hemorrhoids to depression to just about you name it. He is treating it. He is involved in all kinds of medical activities. And he has kind of an unusual balance of Western science and traditional Kabbalah in approaching these various ailments. He also treats all kinds of social maladies too. People who want to get a shidduch, they want to get a marriage partner, or they are having difficulty with parnasa, having difficulty making money. They'll go to people like Hillel, and they will ask him for various treatments that will deal with their social ills as well. The kinds of treatments that he dispenses are typically amulets. And in fact, the term Baal Shem is often synonymous with the term amulet maker. And he will produce handwritten amulets, very often using symbols like the Star of David, which is not especially old at this point, but we discussed in the David Gans lecture, it's become tremendously popular because of its symbolism and its parallelism. Um, Often inscribed with the names of angels, perhaps a little sprinkling of Sabbatean ideology, which we see creeping into a lot of these theurgic Kabbalists. By the way, the term theurgic Kabbalah, or so the next slide. Theurgic means practical in the sense of actually affecting something, as opposed to theoretical Kabbalah, which is like discussing the nature of the soul and the unfolding of creation and things like that. Theurgic Kabbalah is how to make things happen, how to make this person love me, how to make this person give me his business, things like that. And he's around and creating these amulets, which are consumed widely throughout the region of Eastern Europe. And in case you're thinking this sounds so bizarre, it is not at all. I really should have done a little more work with some images. But amulets continue to be very popular even in the 20th century, 21st century Jewish community. Go to any Jewish bookstore and you will easily find, like by the cash register, these little laminated things that have names of angels, maybe a few verses from Psalms that are good for childbirth or for health or for parnasa or for shidduchim. All the goodness, all the same things that we've been looking for centuries, and we will still find people who are producing these things. Sometimes they're kind of like an identifier of Jewish status, like the the Hamsa with the blue colors, are associated with the avoidance of the evil eye. I'm not sure about this, but I believe the widespread phenomenon, which was very popular in my youth, of wearing a mezuzah, wearing a uh, little metal cylinder that has the name of God inside it, which is like just off the wall, totally halachically. So many things you can't do with it. It's difficult to go into a bathroom and things like that. Nevertheless, it was like if you were Jewish, you wear it in the 1970s, right? That's what people did. Um, that's all within the same category of these amulets that Baalei Shem were making. We're talking about something that goes back thousands of years, literally, in Jewish culture. There's a lot of discussion of it, even in the Talmud and in the Mishnah, whether or not amulets work, what kinds of amulets work, and so on. So that's basically what he's doing. But he describes in particular one story that is especially instructive, where he performed an exorcism at the village of Ostro. Um, Exorcism in Judaism, although that's a very Catholic term, nevertheless, exorcism has a hoary past in Jewish thought. There is this idea that other spirits, other consciousnesses may enter a person either in a positive sense, which is called, if I remember correctly, an Iber Neshama or something, an extra soul, another soul that can take over a person, like the spirit of Rabbi Akiva can take over a person and so on. And then the negative one is so-called dibuk, which means something that sticks to a person. And there's lots of interesting Jewish anthropological stories about how dibukim are created. Let's discuss the specific one that's described in this story. So Hillel talks about how there was this one woman in the village of Ostro who was experiencing a whole host of maladies, and she had gone to many doctors, and the communal authorities were very worried about her status as well, and they only with great reluctance called upon Hillel, who was traveling through the region at the time, to please treat this woman. Uh, the fact that the communal authorities were hesitant to employ his services, I think, said the way in which these Baalei Shem may have been approached by the establishment. But nevertheless, with some persuasion, he was eventually brought in to treat the woman. He described how the diagnosis of the woman's situation was that there was a crime that was committed in the community several years prior, and the person was not properly buried as a result. And so that person became kind of a restless spirit who did not want to go on to the next world. He resided in a fruit tree, which is typically where these spirits, so to speak, live. Palm trees are a big favorite. That's why in Florida, it's a lot of crazy people there. And at any rate, this woman, the patient, fell asleep under that tree, and the Dybbuk entered through her right eye and then took over her body and gave her various manifestations of bizarre behavior. Hillel was called in, and Hillel initiates a dialogue with the Dybbuk, with the additional spirit. The Dybbuk not only goes on to, and this is the woman speaking, right? This is like the speaking in tongues kind of thing, that the Dybbuk is speaking through the woman, the patient. The Dybbuk goes on to describe not only the crime that was originated many years earlier that gave the Dybbuk his restless spirit and so on, but also goes on to list a whole pile of dirty laundry about all of the communal elders in town. And says, by the way, you shouldn't believe what this person did, what that person did. And it was like a whole, National Enquirer Lashon Hara fest with the Dybbuk saying all these embarrassing things about the people in town. So what ended up happening is the Dybbuk would not leave, and Hillel was unsuccessful in removing the exorcism. He blamed it, and actually the Dybbuk, he reports, blames it as well on the refusal of the town council to own up to their prior sins. But despite this failure, he was nevertheless evicted from the community, had to continue his wanderings to other communal locations as well. You can imagine he would not be especially popular with this kind of approach to his audiences. Um, what is fascinating is that the Dybbuk, nevertheless, we would so the fascinating kind of story, you get the kind of feel for what's going on in this environment. Now, what is not going on, I'll just show you a couple of slides here. Um, this is the Baal Shem Tov Shul, uh, the Baal Shem Tov, not Hillel. The Baal Shem Tov, at the same time that Hillel is wandering through Eastern Europe without much success, the Baal Shem Tov is significantly establishing himself as a legitimate authority. Again, these are essentially the rebels. These are the figures who are challenging the Lithuanian elite. Hillel is not having success, but the Baal Shem Tov is in fact getting an establishment position. Not only does he get this wonderful building in Medjugorje in central eastern Ukraine, or western Ukraine, we also know from the magnificent research of Moshe Rossman, who, once again, in the collapse of the Soviet Union, could access a lot of archives that were previously closed, and he found the tax records of the Baal Shem Tov, which is an absolutely amazing thing. He actually found the W-2s of the Baal Shem Tov. This is one document here. You can see the whole list of people in town, and here it says Baal Shem, right, which is referring to the Baal Shem Tov. In Polish, he's referred to as a doctor, which is common for rabbis at the time. And what Moshe Rossman has absolutely definitively shown in his work in quest of the Baal Shem Tov, the historical Baal Shem Tov, he was a real person who made a significant. He was a real communal authority. He was maybe in his youth he was kind of like a countercultural figure, but he actually made it to the establishment with respectable salary, with a home in the wealthier part of town, with lots of associates. And by the way, many of the stories that are told about the Baal Shem Tov in the various collections published by his students have characters which Moshe Rossman actually chased down and found them living in the same neighborhood as the Baal Shem Tov. They're actual historical people. So there's a huge contrast between Hillel, who's wandering from place to place, performing these exorcisms and getting kicked out of town, and Baal Shem Tov, who's actually making tremendous, measurable economic success with much of the same message. We'll have to explore why these differences. Okay. Any questions or observations or arguments for this analysis? Clear as the sun, as usual. Okay, so what is going on with the Yoshikawa? We talked a little bit about the fact that it's not so bizarre that Jews have always had a relationship to what, if we were anthropologists, we might call magic. The attempt to change the world through supernatural means is not something foreign to Judaism at all. There are a tremendous number of stories in the Talmud and earlier Midrashic texts that refer to what we would call magic. We also have what some scholars would call shamanism. The term actually makes me sort of bothers me a little bit because it sounds a little too sort of witch doctory. But you know what? Some of this stuff is kind of witch doctory. Some of this stuff is kind of like kind of bizarre. So if we understand it, we step back with the anthropological kind of perspective, we see that Judaism does have in it, or I should say Jewish culture does have a certain place in our societies for these kind of miracles. If you look in contemporary Jewish newspapers about actually women who need oil poured into hot water or even tea leaves and all kinds of things. Look at the back sections of respectable Jewish newspapers who find these references to people who will, for a fee, talk about your soul and your problems and give you some advice and things like that. So, without being a halachic authority, because I'm not even a rabbi, uh, you know, there nevertheless is, from a sociological perspective, a very old uh, tradition of having such people within the Jewish worldview. Um, the Lithuanian response to this, as you might suspect, is one of extreme skepticism, which is not necessarily borne out by the literature. The Vilna Gaon, for example, was a renowned Kabbalist, even though he was at the same time the pinnacle of the Lithuanian system. He nevertheless was very erudite in Kabbalistic literature, and he has quite a bit to say about the efficacy of amulets, and he has a kind of skepticism about any particular amulet maker. But the concept of an amulet is certainly not foreign or strange to him. So this whole enterprise of creating amulets and of treating mental illnesses as spirit possession, things like that, is something that we see much more in the early Hasidic period, and it's possible that this contributes to the conflict between Ismail and the Hasidim. The Hasidim are devalued and seen as superstitious, is seen as being very credulous, whereas Lithuanians are very rational and very well dressed. Joke people usually laugh at that, but I'll probably cut it on this. But this kind of like difference in popular culture may have contributed to the conflict between the two approaches to Judaism. Let's go on. Now, back to Hillel. What was the book about? By the way, the book is called Sefer HaCheshach. That's what he titled his book. Cheshach means desire, and there are several books actually written with this particular title, Sefer HaCheshach. At one point, he claims that he was not the author, at least of the third-party content that he said. Actually, there's a wisdom attributed to Solomon, but in other places he contradicts himself. It's not entirely clear what's going on with the origins of the book. Most likely, it's material that he learned from his Kabbalistic teachings. It has, by the way, a tremendous amount of Slavicism in it as well. It's fascinating that when he describes some of the various spells that are to be used to treat various maladies, there's a lot of Ukrainian language built right into it. Not Hebrew, but Ukrainian, which might mean a tremendous borrowing from shamanistic activity in the surrounding culture. But why did he write this strange book to begin with? I mean, if this is an esoteric knowledge, why is he sharing it? And why is he, also including a tremendous amount of autobiographical information? So, Dr. Petrovsky Stern opines, and I think very convincingly, that essentially this book is Hillel's rather desperate attempt to get a permanent job. But this book is kind of like a CV, a curriculum vitae, in which Hillel demonstrates his bona fides, talks about his past and about his training, and then goes and says, if you don't believe me, look at these great amulets. And I'm going to write down here just for you. Looking at his peregrinations, Dr. Petrovsky Stern opines that Hillel was actually seeking a job in Germany. He wanted to get a permanent position, like the Baal Shem Tov, as a resident Kabbalist. He wanted to be able to minister to the physical and spiritual needs of the community, not in the context of a traditional rabbi, but he was trying to, show that in fact he was quite employable. Look at this amazing exorcism I performed in Austria, for example, where even the dick went on and on about how great a Baal Shemai was, and that this is actually a 760-page job application. And in theory, I think it's quite convincing. What's fascinating about it as well, I'm very interested in the transition from manuscript to printed culture. Now remember, we're talking about 1739. Printing has been around for almost 3 centuries now, publishing since the 15th century. And the manuscript is really moving totally to cheap published materials. We're beginning to show a tremendous devaluing of the kind of information that can only be shared in very small numbers. There's only one copy of this book in the entire world, and it just cannot be replaced. It's like it's a single gem. And he wrote it as a one-time, one-off document that is perhaps self-serving, but nevertheless not intended for large popular consumption. And he decries at great length those cheap imitation Kabbalistic manuals, of which there were about half a dozen that were in circulation at the time, writing essentially the same kind of thing that Hillel was writing about. How to cure, depression with this amulet, or how to get a better prognosis with that amulet. There's quite a few of these circulating at the time. He goes on and on saying they're no good. You can't rely on them. You can only rely on my one copy. This is the true manual of how to write amulets. It's obviously a losing battle. His printing would vastly overtake the manuscript culture that he was trying to preserve. And it says, I think, a lot about what's happening in our own time with the popularization of the internet, the overwhelming popularization of the internet that has completely changed so many of the ways in which we value information. I have a lot of what I think are really interesting things to say about that. If you're curious, look at my lecture on Jews and the Gutenberg Revolution. It's called Who Did the Sun See? Very Jewish. And there's a lot happening today Jewishly that is fascinating because the internet has changed so much. At any rate, here he is. He's just at the losing side of the entire zeitgeist. He is losing religiously because the world is really not that interested in the shamanistic activities that he's involved in. They're just not willing to give him a permanent job. He's losing because science is actually really making huge inroads among Jews. Jews are beginning to see science as a much more reliable way to treat illnesses and so on. So he's being edged out by his medical competitors. And of course, he has no real medical training himself. And the very media that he chooses to represent his script is definitely untimed. But let's look at one last point here. Why did Hillel, and remember, the Baal Shem Tov is also doing a lot of the same kinds of things. Baal Shem Tov is also involved with the spirit world. Why is it that the Baal Shem Tov is a revered hero of the Jewish people, created this massive movement? And Hillel, we just heard about this, my friend Yochanan discovered this manuscript. So Dr. Petrovsky says some fascinating things. First of all, he says, maybe we should call Hillel the master of the evil name, Baal Shem Ra. Why? Because in the 760 pages, you can't say much at all about the value of redemption. You can't say much at all about the love of community and fellowship, the positive message that completely permeates everything the Baal Shem Tov talks about how fellow Jews is so prominent in the Baal Shem Tov's thought, not relevant at all in Hillel's work. Hillel is all about, oh, this person's sick, this is how you cure it. This person is depressed, this is how you cheer them up. This person, there's none of that redemptive message whatsoever. And whereas the Baal Shem Tov spends a lot of time communing with God and helping people commune with God, Hillel's best reference comes from the book, comes from the other side, the Sitra, as it were. So Dr. Petrovsky Stern says maybe we should call him the master of the evil man. But we could not see a sharper contrast between the uplifting and positive message of the Baal Shem Tov, and as a result, the Hasidic movement that respond by his ideas, and Hillel, who was not nearly as expansive in his vision, much more narrowly focused on diagnosing and healing. So with that, I'd like to thank you very much for your attention. Please applaud so it sounds good on the internet. Thank you very much. Someone asked.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
The next stop is Avenue J.
Let's go straight to today's topic. Today's topic is absolutely fascinating. I have to tell you, I spent way too much time reading about this, and I have no idea how this lecture is going to go. I'm pretty sure that there is nobody else on the entire internet who has given a lecture on this person, Sarah, the wife of Shabtai Tzvi. I'm pretty sure this is the first, perhaps the last lecture ever to give it on the internet about this person. But I think it's such a fascinating discussion. There is actually a book, which we'll discuss later, that has been written on women and the messianic movement of Shabtai Tzvi and a later figure, Jacob Frank. And I think there's a lot of really useful scholarship that we can derive from this woman's brief but very eventful life. And well, I'm hoping that you'll agree with me. This is a fascinating topic. Let's go straight to the material, though. So first, we have to give some is about a woman who is known primarily as someone else. She doesn't have any specific claim to fame on her own, although she does have a rather checkered and somewhat racy past. But she's primarily known through her husband, the infamous Shabtai Tzvi. So let's just spend a little bit of time talking about who this man was, and then we'll proceed more to discuss Sarah, his wife. Shabtai Tzvi here, this is actually believed to be a rather accurate reproduction of his physiognomy. An actual witness to, or someone who met Shabtai Tzvi was responsible for creating this piece of art. Not Jewish, as you can see, there's some Hebrew background here, clearly not written by someone who's Hebrew literate. But we have lots of descriptions of his face that meet these requirements. In particular, he's known for having an exceptionally round beard. That every hair of his beard was perfectly, not trimmed, but just naturally grew in that kind of desirous ovoid shape. So that's probably what he looked like. Now, who was this individual? He was born in Smyrna, Izmir, in 1626. By all accounts, a brilliant individual, tremendous Torah scholar, who knew a phenomenal amount of both written and oral Torah. By the age of 12, he had outgrown all of his teachers. He could no longer have a conventional teacher. And at a very young age, he was introduced to Kabbalah. In particular, two sources that we're going to revisit later in today's lecture. He was known to be a very beautiful individual with a lovely singing voice, and he was very charming. Many marriages were proposed to him in his youth. He was actually married 3 times. That's only counting human beings. He was actually once married to a Sefer Torah, which is another incident we'll talk about later. Unfortunately, he probably suffered from what we would call a bipolar disorder. In earlier scholarship, he was referred to as manic depressive. He had these incredibly powerful mood swings that would sometimes leave him incredibly elated and a phenomenal orator and very charismatic and attracting many people as he would speak on Torah topics for hours at a time, and at other times he would be plunged to the depths of despair. So he would alternate between these periods of tremendous elation and very public and very charismatic, very gregarious. We call these periods illuminations, when he felt like he was literally inspired by the Spirit of God. And at some points he claimed that during these illuminations he could, for example, levitate performed various magical acts and so on. Obviously, tremendously unstable. And other times he would sink to the lowest depths of despair, full of self-loathing and really be hard on himself. Through a rather interesting series of events, including a near-death experience, he slowly began to view himself with a rather exaggerated sense of grandeur, a full-fledged delusion that was exacerbated when he ran into this individual, Nathan of Gaza, who became his prophet. Um, who would sort of like in a John the Baptist style form of preaching, travel around Europe discussing Shabbatai Tzvi and his tremendous potential. And ultimately, of course, as I'm sure you're aware, he revealed him as the Messiah, Mashiach, the long-awaited Redeemer of the Jews that would come to collect Jews from all over Europe and the world, in fact, and bring them into the land of Israel, where they would reinstitute a temporal Jewish authority, end world poverty, and really everything would be wonderful after the arrival of Mashiach. The popularity of Shabbatai Tzvi is a matter of some scholarly debate, but there's no question that the announcement that the Mashiach had come in 1665 totally electrified the Jewish world. And there were numerous examples of huge populations of Jews selling all their worldly belongings, their homes, and so on, and packing up and moving to Constantinople to be there when Shabbatai Tzvi presented himself to the Ottoman Turk, the Grand Vizier, who at that time ruled Israel, and then came to claim Jerusalem and then would institute the final apocalypse of the Jews. As you would imagine, the movement ended very badly, and Shabtai Tzvi ended up converting to Islam, and the vast majority of his Jewish followers abandoned him at that point, dejected, and returned to their homes, humiliated, abject, depressed, and it had very important long-term consequences for the development of heterodox movements in Judaism as well. A small number of his followers chose to remain with him, continuing to believe that his conversion to Islam was actually part of the unfolding of the Messianic drama, and they constituted a unique kind of Judeo-Muslim sect called the Dinmeh, who exist up to the present day in parts of Syria. Here's an interesting from a prayer book that is at the height of his illuminations. Shows him seated with the crown of Tzvi above him and various angels, and here he is sitting with the representatives of the 12 tribes, and they're discussing Torah in a manner reminiscent of the Talmudic discussions of the afterlife. So he maintained actually a significant underground following, not only of Dinmeh, but also of Sabbatean Jews, that is, Jews primarily in Europe at this point, who believed that this was somehow part of the plan. Shabtai Tzvi really was Mashiach. We're not exactly sure what it means, but we've got to stick close to him. And although they were shunned and really hunted down by the Jewish establishment, they nevertheless did not go completely underground. And right up into the 20th century, there are examples of Sabbatean parts of Europe, right up until the Holocaust. So it's a fascinating story in itself. I have given a full lecture on Shabbatai Tzvi that is available on the web, and I encourage you to review it if you'd like to see it. We will come back to the last part of this chapter shortly, towards the end of this lecture, but I wanted to give the overview of it before we squeeze in Sarah. So any arguments, questions, debate? That's a great question. What gave Natan that authority? I think it's a whole confluence of factors. One is the fact that Shabtai Tzvi was really a brilliant individual. We're not talking, most of the modern scholarship does not portray Shabtai Tzvi as some kind of evil, diabolical person trying to distort Jewish values. He was mentally ill. He was a brilliant individual, deeply learned. His Kabbalistic learning was phenomenal, and good looking, and charismatic, and a positive speaker. And it was easy to see, or at least to question him, maybe this is not a good person, maybe this is really much. And we have many interesting stories of how figures much more prominent than Nathan of Gaza went for it, at least temporarily. One example I think is fascinating enough. The Taz, the great Turei Zahab commentator on the Shulchan Aruch, very, very well regarded figure. I mean, this is one of the main commentaries on the Shulchan Aruch. He was interested enough in the story of Shabtai Tzvi that he sent his son to check it out. He said, please go and examine this guy and let's see if he's for real. And the son came back, might have been the son-in-law, I don't know exactly, but he came back and then he gave a detailed report as to what he saw in Shabtai Tzvi's court. And the story is that Taz was listening and listening, and then finally at one point, wait a second, what did you just say? Well, the son says we were sitting on these Persian strata carpets, and he says, well, how was he sitting? He said, well, he was sort of sitting cross-legged. Oh, that's it, he's not Mashiach. He said, how do you know? He says, because we have this, this we're talking to the commentator on Shulchan Aruch, there is a halacha that a dignified person does not sit cross-legged. It's just, you wouldn't see the chief rabbi of Israel sitting cross-legged on a book. It's not Mashiach. And that's, I think, an interesting story. I have another cool story to tell you. But the fact that he would take it so seriously indicates that someone of the authority of the Taz would at least investigate it, shows you the depth of the story. The other story that I'd like to tell you, I think it involves the Steifer Gaon, but I'm not sure. I've heard it in different people's names. But in Jerusalem, they have this unique mental illness. It actually has a name. It's called the Jerusalem Syndrome, where people go to Eretz Israel, they go to Yerushalayim, it's a spiritual vortex. It's just, the air is fraught with religious energy. And you see not just Jews, you see Christians carrying life-size crosses, and you see Japanese people with massive cameras, and all kinds of things that, why do you do those things? And so regularly people, have these delusions that they call Jesus or David or Baptist or Moses. It happens that they and so they have, I believe it's a Shari Tzedek, an actual wing for sufferers of Jerusalem syndrome. So the story goes, I'm not sure how true it is, but there was one guy in there who said he was the Jewish Mashiach, and he seemed perfectly stable in every way, very normal, got along with everybody, gave a shear in the cafeteria, Daf Yomi, everyone, and after a while, some of the doctors were saying, this guy's pretty convincing. People are going to him for Shilas. Maybe he is Mashiach. So they went, and I think it was to the Steifer, they asked the question, is it possible that we have Mashiach in our psychiatric room? So he sent it back and says, I want the same kind of thing as the Taz said. I want a detailed report of everything he does for the next 3 days. So the doctors went and did this, and they came back to him, and they gave a really detailed, like reading the medical charts. He did this, then he did this, then he did this. And at one point, he said, and then he signed the release form, and I think it was the Steifer said, wait, where did he get the pen? And he thought, and he said, well, he took it from the nurse's station. He said, oh, that's not Mashiach. Because there's no way that Mashiach would steal even the ink from a pen without getting permission. Anyway, so it really was. I mean, scholars do debate how deep was the attachment to Shabtai Tzvi, but there's no question that it was significant. Let me sound this vision. Shall we go on? Yes. Okay, let's go on. Now, what do we know about Sarah? This is the only picture I could find of her, which it really does look Jewish. Here's Natalie Portman, Queen Padme. See, and the hairstyle is shockingly similar, right? We don't do that again. There we go. Jewish actress and Sarah. Anyways, so what do we know about Sarah? She has a mysterious background. It's fairly clear that she was orphaned at an early age in the Nitzki rebellion. I'll show you the next set of eyes. There are a lot of scandalous rumors about her youth before she married Shabtai Tzvi. Some of them may be entirely true. Some of them may be simply salacious rumors that are circulated by enemies of Shabtai Tzvi who were, legion, especially after he converted to Islam. There are many detractors of Shabtai Tzvi. By the way, I should point out that Shabtai Tzvi was one of those rare Jewish religious figures whose fame went beyond the boundaries of the Jewish community. This is someone who was well known throughout the Christian world as well, because they were very interested. Wait a second, if the Jewish Messiah is here, what does that mean for us, right? God, things like that. So they're very interesting. There are a lot of Christian accounts of the whole Shabtai Tzvi story. It's also relevant to discuss the scandalous rumors because one of the key factors of Shabtai Tzvi's messiahship was a high degree of antinomianism, meaning a high degree of reversing accepted laws. He made a point, it was actually very central to his theology, that since he was here as the Messiah, the old prohibitions were now permitted. Things that may have been permitted would now be prohibited. He made a big deal, for example, out of things like abolishing fasting, feast days. Now that Mashiach is here, the 9th of Av is now a feast day. Actually, started with the 10th of Day. Judaism has a tremendous amount of restrictions regarding marital partners, with whom, what place, what time, things like that. And all of that was out the window. Shabtai Tzvi himself is a little bit problematic. He clearly has some very troubled personal attitudes to marital relationships. His first wedding, for example, did not find only Sarah, but his followers were all over the map. His followers were seeking opportunities to, for example, relationships, incestuous relationships, adulterous relationships, and this was considered a chikkur. That was the actual word that Shabtai Tzvi used, which is the pair of what used to be prohibited. Now that he is present, it has been permitted. This, of course, really helped with the membership drive. That's a lot more people in that way. But at any rate, so it would fit. Sarah's personal behaviors would fit with that. Also, one last note, we're jumping from the class, but the possibility that she had loose morals before she met him would actually attract her to him. Because there's an important prophetic passage in Hosea that refers to the prophet taking a wife to have the checkered. And so he would have seen that as a fulfillment of his prophetic teaching in himself. Now, some scholars opine, based on the limited sources we have and the highly polemic sources we have, that perhaps Sarah was the instigating factor in having him pronounce himself as Mashiach. It's very difficult to assert that based on the dangerous nature of the biographical sources. She may have just been along for the ride, although there are some early scholars who say that the problem is really Sarah. Sarah pushed him to it. I personally don't find that very interesting. But there's no question that Sarah's activity as his wife had a profound impact on neo-Sabbath, by Jacob Frank. I would tender, by the time we get to the end of this class, either agree vociferously or disagree violently with me, that I would say that her role in the entire story of Shabtai Tzvi had a significant impact on the changing perception of those women in Jewish life, for reasons that I hope to make clear. Okay, let's go past that. Okay, let's go to Mr. Wright's point. Her childhood and youth. So she was orphaned at an early age. We do have some sense of her birthday, which would have meant that she was probably 8 years old when she lost her parents. We're not entirely sure if it was both her parents, but it was certainly at least her mother, and she was separated from her father. Again, we have several different accounts of her life that come straight through details. The reason for her orphan status is tragic. Ukrainian rebellion in 1648-49 that occurred primarily in the right bank region of Ukraine, the so-called right bank because the Dnieper River flows south, and so this is the right-hand side. This is heavily populated by Jews, really from the 16th century. Boca Raton, it becomes a really popular destination for Jews. Look at these towns, Berdichev, Ternopil, Kamenets-Podil. These are all very important names in Jewish death. And the pogroms which swept through the right bank in the mid-17th century were absolutely horrific. And they dwarfed anything that had happened, certainly since the Crusade, possibly even going back to 1390 pogroms in Spain. Terrible, led primarily by individuals known as Cossacks. Terms used in different contexts in the Russian history, but in this context, we're talking about these Ukrainian peasants who were largely runaways from their farms. In the right bank in Ukraine, serfs were owned, not quite like slaves, but they were attached to the land, and they were owned by their owners. And there were all kinds of discrimination applied to them, economic exploitation, sure, and many gave up when they went and did in the cowboy-like encampments around the rapids of the river. There they lived kind of like a cruising cowboy-style lifestyle, where they went raiding Turkish lands to plunder and to bring back Ukrainian slaves that had been taken by the Turks and so on. In Ukrainian civic mythology, they're heroic. They're like wild, aggressive, kind of freedom-loving individuals. For Jews, they're considered generally quite negatively because when they finally had a large political uprising under this man, Bogdan Khmelnytsky, this political uprising was primarily designed to overthrow Polish leadership of the region, but the Jews were involved in the economic structure of right bank under the Poles, and the Jews suffered heavily in the violence that ensued. It's difficult to get a good estimate of how many Jews were killed in the pogroms of 1939. Reasonable estimates, though, put it about 50 to 60,000, which is a massive numbers in that time. You will see, if you read the older literature, numbers as high as 250,000, which is kind of absurd because there was anywhere near that many Jews living there at the time. But nevertheless, it was one thing like I mentioned, the rapids are here near the town of Dnipropetrovsk. Dnipropetrovsk is an interesting city. It used to be called Yekaterinoslav, but they thought that Yekaterinoslav was too hard to pronounce, so they changed it to Dnipropetrovsk. It's a joke I use often. So I say it again with the okay. So here we go. Past these. So she was orphaned in these pogroms, and she made her way to Germany. This is an interesting picture of this is Bertha Pappenheim, very important mid-century German Jewish, dressed in the clothing of her 17th century ancestor, Ludwig Hamel. She took this photograph in these clothes in order to give you a sense of probably that's more or less what it looked like. It is her direct ancestor after all posing. Ludwig Hamel, who lived at this same time, describes how her family took in many refugees from the Ukrainian pogroms, and apparently young Sarah was one of these refugees. She's not staying directly with Yuko, but we know that she fit within that group. And then she began a period of wandering. She was with her brother, who ended up falling into the trade of tobacco sorting. Tobacco had just been introduced to the European continent, and so there had been leaves, and I guess we would sort them by menthol, low tar, and things like that. Not a very high paying position. And then she spent some time basically wandering. Imagine she's about 8 or 9 years old, and she wandered to Amsterdam, to Italy, and so on. Now, in Italy, she began to circulate these stories, and this is around the time when Shabbatai Tzvi's fame is rising, that she was destined to be the wife of the Messiah. She ended up making her way to Egypt. Whether or not she was summoned there or not is not clear. And Shabbatai Tzvi married her there in 1664. This is just 2 years before he apostatized from Islam, and probably in the home of his major supporter, Raphael Joseph, a major figure in the Egyptian Jewish community. Now, at this time, there's a lot of fascination about Shabbatai Tzvi, and so there are several published accounts that speak about his wife. There are 4 distinct stories associated with her and her background, and I'd like to just, I'm not going to go into too many of the details, but let's look at the common elements in all 4 of these versions. The first thing that you see in the versions of her life is that she was raised at some point as a Christian. Some versions have her adopted after her parents were killed in the pogroms. Others say she was abducted by a Polish nobleman who wanted to marry her off to his son. Another version has that she was taken into a convent after the parents were killed. We have no way of evaluating between these, but there's probably a common thread there that she was sheltered at some point by a Christian sponsor. Then, as the stories go, she was visited by her late father. The spirit of her father came to her. In some versions, he bodily transports her from one country to another overnight and deposits her in a cemetery. In other versions, she is visited by a vision of her father and she follows him into a cemetery, but the common theme of the late father, kind of Hamlet-like, appearing to her is in all of the versions. There in the graveyard, she is given some instruction, sometime by her father, sometime by her grandfather, but she is read her destiny, that is, that she's supposed to marry the Mashiach. And finally there, she is given some kind of magical coat of skin, which is rumored, and this is something that the Christian writers actually are quite fascinated by, is rumored to be the coat of skin that Eve made, that Chava made for Adam. It's kind of weird. That's not exactly the way we read those midrashim and so on, but you have to take it with a grain of salt. Apparently, she was given some kind of garment that was, harkening back to biblical times, and in some versions inscribed with all kinds of Kabbalistic incantations, names of angels and things like that, but she has some kind of glorious costume that cares about her. At this point, we pick up her story where we really know something about her, because now it's like part of the media coverage. She goes to Egypt. She marries Shabtai Tzvi. He may have sent for her, again, hearing that there's this crazy lady in Leghorn who claims to be his predestined wife. That's like exactly the kind of thing that would appeal to Shabtai Tzvi. Or maybe she just showed up and said, this is the story, and it fit with everything. So now, Shabtai Tzvi himself had a difficult relationship with women, so it's interesting to see that he had such a constant relationship with Sarah. This is a picture of him, which is probably not accurate, but I really like it, so I included it. He had 2 prior marriages, one of which was set up before he showed signs of mental illness, but from all accounts, they were never consummated. He never had any relationship with them, and as a result, he divorced them. I think I mentioned when in one of his illuminations, one of his periods of manic activity, he actually organized a marriage between himself and a Torah school. So if you want to include that in the third wife category, I don't know, but he did so. That's also an example of his antinomianism. He also, many times, placed himself in really unacceptable temptation with young unmarried women. Apparently, there was quite a draw. There were many young women who were attracted to his court, and he often would spend time inappropriately with them, although by all accounts, the relationships were entirely platonic. This is in great distinction to his followers who, would pride themselves on pretty much every forbidden relationship you can imagine. Maybe not everything you can imagine, but most of the things you can imagine were going on, and they were proud of it because they saw it as a declaration. And you have to think in the sense of, Judaism has a lot of restrictions. There's a lot of thou shalt nots. And with Mashiach here, it's kind of like loosening all of the restrictions. Now everything goes, and in fact, the reintroduction of that which is prohibited was considered a religious act. We call these things the tikkunim, the repairs. Now, Eli Street himself may have been quite chaste. His Neo-Sabbatean followers were definitely not, including in particular Jacob Frank, who was extremely popular in Poland in the following century, and it was a direct line of influence from Shabtai Tzvi to Jacob Frank. The major difference, however, was that Jacob Frank ultimately converted to Christianity rather than Islam. But we also have a rather bizarre story there with this anti-Melvin. So when Sarah comes on the scene, marries her and becomes a relationship that is qualitatively different and it lasts to the end of the last maybe he did prohibits it reading from the sacred Torah, the Torah scroll, then you have a printed book, which is definitely not the custom. But you have to think of it kind of like, you have to imagine that a printed Chumash in 1660, that's like an icon. That's like saying we will no longer read from the Torah. We are now super modern. Look at this. We're going to read right from this. It's got vowels in it, everything. And this kind of, this is like sort of a modernizing approach. I find that What about the role of women? Let's get a little deeper past the individual story of Sarah. What about the impact of this woman? There's some fascinating. First of all, there's a whole book on this that I really enjoyed reading by Ada Rappaport Albert. She's an English scholar who wrote a lot of Hasidic thought. She's written quite a few really interesting books. She wrote this book, Women and the Messianic Heresy of Shabtai Tzvi. There's also a large section on Jacob Frank, which should be both of them, but and this was a huge breakthrough because, when you read the magnum opus on the life of Shabtai Tzvi, you read Gershom Sholom's fantastic 900-page biography, there is literally no index entry for Sarah. Even though he does discuss her quite a bit, and I eventually did find her misindexed under last name Tzvi. Tzvi is not her last name, her husband's middle name, but nevertheless, Sarah just doesn't get the kind of attention that she deserves, and this is a book that addresses that in much respect. She doesn't have any more to tell us about Sarah because there's no more sources. But she does have some fascinating analysis, and I'd like to return to that. First of all, Shabtai Tzvi himself had a really aggressive agenda. He actually was quite a challenging thinker when it came to women's rights. Now, it went in hand with all of his tikkunim, and let's change everything, let's make everything permitted, but he really was passionate about giving women more authority and power. Right now, this is from one of his first oratory that was recorded by a Christian observer. He writes, or he speaks, "As for you wretched women, great is your misery, for on each account you suffer agonies in childbirth. What is more, you are in bondage to your husbands and can do nothing small or great without their consent," and so on and so forth. Give thanks to God then that I have come to the world to redeem you from all your sufferings, to liberate you and make you as happy as your husbands. For I have come to annul the sin of Adam. He goes on at length. What exactly is the sin of Adam? So you recall, of course, the whole story with the forbidden fruit and so on. And he is punished with pain in childbirth, and she is punished also with a degree of subjugation to her husband. It's fairly explicit in the text. Exactly how you read it is something that's beyond the scope, but there is an idea that she will be somehow drawn after him. He, on the other hand, will have to eat his bread by the sweat of his brow, and the verse is the person. It reminds me of a very funny story. This is therapeutic. When my kids were little, and I used to do night classes much like this, and I would read them bedtime stories. Actually, I would make up bedtime stories. Tell them bedtime stories, and they'd say, "Okay, I've got to go give my lecture." So my kids would say when they're very young, especially the ones that have to inspire, "Ah, but why do you have to go give your lecture? Tell us more stories." I said, "I'm sorry, it's the curse of Adam and Eve. When I have to go, I have to make my bread. I have to go out and work at night." And my kids used to say, "Ooh, that curse of Adam Arishon." It's like they're all upset about it. And they really felt it in their kitchen. Okay, anyways. So the whole idea here is that in the curse of Adam Arishon, he's speaking directly to the idea, the aspect of that curse that is women's subjugation to men. And in the context of liberating, he uses the word liberate here, right? The idea of liberating the women, of freeing them, women are and you can bet that when he's pulling out Kamashim, everyone is reading from Kamashim, he makes a big point that women get to have aliyahs, just like men do. Women count in a million, just like men do. A lot of things that you might see in non-Orthodox synagogue today, you saw in Shabtai Tzvi's school as well. What he's very into is liberation from the sin of Adam. So why did Shabtai Tzvi place this so high on his agenda? In this regard, Ada Rapport Albert said did something really brilliant. She studied what Shabtai Tzvi studied. You see, where is he getting this idea? Because he's pretty radical for 17th century. And it's fascinating because his Kabbalistic studies were based almost entirely on two books. One is Zohar, which is a great classic but the other was an interesting kind of work called Sefer Hakana. And Sefer Hakana is basically a kind of a dialogue between a rabbi and a student. We use this format quite frequently in literature. You see the letters of Zio by Shamsi, for example. Dialogue between a rabbi and a student, where the student poses all kinds of theological conundrums. At which point the rabbi answers them. So the answers are interesting, and what's really fascinating are the questions. Because a book like this, a very pious book, is nevertheless an opportunity to state in print, nagging doubts and uncertainties about Judaism that can have some resolution. We're still publishing this thing. I think I saw one in the 5 Times Jewish a while ago. What to say when they ask. Right? So the answer here, the questions are even better. So Ada Rapport Albert studied the questions in this medieval work, and they are just devastating questions about why don't women have aliyahs, why don't women count as minion, why is there a distinction between time-bound mitzvot and non-time-bound mitzvot? Really penetrating questions that would fit very well in 21st century class on Judaism. Fascinating question. And whatever the answers were, Shabtai Tzvi was clearly more moved by the questions he came up with answers which were radically different than the traditionalist Sefer Akana, but nevertheless, he was really influenced by the kinds of questions that were asked in that. Another thing that she points out, which I think is quite fascinating, and this is sort of like the theme for me, this is about it. A lot of Shabtai followers were undoubtedly descendants of the controversial from Spain and the Portuguese Madagascar. You recall we spoke about this all the way back in September and October, right? People like Uriel da Costa, who are really very enthusiastic, well-meaning Jews who want to reconnect to their culture because they do not have the opportunity to grow up with Judaism as a culture, living in the Iberian Peninsula. And when they come to Judaism, they're coming for something, once they got out of Spain, that it doesn't seem the same as the way they imagined it. And there's a sort of cognitive dissonance, a gap that erupts between their perceptions of this amazing, beautiful, meaningful religion, and then how Jews actually behave in the streets. That is, by the way, the first of all Bali Shiva. Everybody was there. That's exactly the same start. But at any rate, so these conversal families, are trying to reconnect to their Judaism. They have lingering impressions of what Judaism should be like based on their experience, and they're not satisfied with the traditional status quo. Sometimes it is often that they would think is like a more appropriate way to access Judaism, and that generated quite a bit of enthusiasm. It would also generate enthusiasm. So, taken together, Shabbatai's Jewish approach to women, as exemplified in his wife Sarah's behavior in particular, is something that would have garnered quite a bit of support, one would think, among the female followers. I should go back to her last. So let's go to the debacle. What happens after the end? Because it's related to Sarah. This is a great sort of it's a broadsheet published in German that sort of tells the story of Shabbatai's Tzvi. I'm only reading the top half of it. The bottom half is basically text, and you can see that each one of the panels has a number. And in the text, it's kind of like an animated cartoon that tells you exactly what's happening in that picture. And you have to place yourself within the 17th century complex pieces of information like this. It's kind of like the equivalent of a New York tabloid case, right, where it's expensive to produce large numbers of them, but you can make a big one, put it in the street on one of those round posts, and walk up to it, look at it, and really, like a whole TV episode for the whole story. So let's look at a few of these slides here. Here's the first one where Shabbatai is described riding to Constantinople about to meet the Grand Vizier and to make his request for the land of Jerusalem. And, here he is marching into town with great pomp and circumstance. During before the Grand Vizier over there on the right, here is the man saying, okay, if in Doha, I'm here, I would like to have Jerusalem. The Grand Vizier says, what's this? Why don't we arrest you? And cut off your head unless you decide to become Muslim. So Shabtai says, okay, let's do the Muslim thing. Here he is. They take off his cloak, and it doesn't show up very well in this picture, but the caption reads that a whole bunch of hard biscuits fall out of his robe because that's the way that he used to practice a lot of fasting, and so they say he actually used to secrete lots of biscuits in his robe to assist him in that. I don't think there's any reason to believe that's true, but nevertheless, it is kind of a funny story that illuminates the mindset of the author of this broadsheet. Then he gets new Muslim clothes, and now he's going to be a good Ottoman. And here we have Sarah also getting new Muslim clothes. Joins him in his apostasy to Islam and lives with him for quite some time as one of the new Muslim followers of Shabtai Tzvi. Now, in those final years, we have some fascinating developments with her life. She actually has a son by him. They name him appropriately Yishmael, right? Because that name is not very well used among Jews, although there is a very famous rabbi named Yishmael in the Talmud, and Mordechai after Shabtai Tzvi's father. Later, in 1671, probably in one of these depressive stages, he grows disgusted with Sarah and he repudiates her in a very profound and dark way. He rather humiliates her. He speaks of getting rid of her as a leper getting rid of his leprosy. And he divorces her, but shortly thereafter, she gives birth to their daughter. So he reconsiders and he remarries her again. This is, you see this kind of pattern is common for Shabtai Tzvi. She dies shortly thereafter in 1674. I'm guessing her age is probably about 35 at this point. Shabtai Tzvi lived to 1676, he was 49, so the gap in their ages is about a dozen years. I'm not precisely sure of the date of her birth. But we know that on the whole, she was, possible exception of Nathan of Gaza, the most important person in the Nathan of Gaza, by the way, had tremendous antipathy towards Sarah, and numerous occasions really tried to keep him far away from Shabtai Tzvi. That's because she exerted more control over him that Nathan of Gaza had. For example, one of the prophecies that Nathan of Gaza used to utter was that Shabtai Tzvi would choose a wife, and her name would be Rivka Bas Moshe, Rebecca, the daughter of Moshe. He married Sarah, not Rivka, so Sarah started signing all her letters. The lady Queen Rivka, son of Moshe, like the Shabtai Tzvi, she just took the name over. Nathan of Gaza not pleased with this functionality, so you get a sense of what might have happened before. We don't know much about how he felt after her passing. He definitely went into a deep depression and may have been related to many other things. We know that Shabtai Tzvi personally did have some rapprochement with Judaism. The last communication that we have from him was he's in prison right now because he fell afoul of the Ottoman authorities. He requested a matzah for the high holidays. He wanted to pray liturgy. So we do have some sense that he kind of developed the level of tshuva, wanted to come back, but he's commit in faith. So when we look at Sarah, Shabtai Tzvi, and the role of women, we see there's a very complex group of phenomena coming together here that include, for example, the challenging new possibilities of women's roles in anti-Roman religious movement, the importation of new technologies that radically democratize learning, such as the the possibility of re-envisioning traditional religious doctrines in a way that can garner mass support, such as his rereading of the Church of Adam, and the nagging persistence of Sabbatean movements in many circles, some explicit, like that of Jacob Frank and his daughter Eva Frank, who somewhat like Shabtai Tzvi was an extremely important person in the Frankist Messianic movement, although she herself did not participate in any of the relationship antics that her followers engaged in. Not for our discussion tonight, but there's a lot of interesting scholarship on the penetration of Sabbatean ideas into mainstream, widely accepted streams or intellectual things within Judaism, including thought among very orthodox thinkers like the Ramchal or Moshe Sato, who was known to have read Sabbatean books. He himself, of course, was not an adherent of the movement, but he did value Shabbatai thought in certain areas. his main defender and teacher said, "Would you please stop that from being pounded across Europe because of these things?" And he would say, quoting the Zohar, "But Rabbi, I eat the fruit and discard the peel." Also, a great amount of debate over the relationship between Sabbateanism and the flourishing of the Hasidim, which also practices certain degrees of challenging antinomianism towards traditional Talmudic behavior. There's really a lot to say about the impact of Sabbateanism on 17th and 18th century Judaism, and I would dare say even contemporary Judaism, particularly when it comes to the world. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. I look forward to seeing you next week. If you applaud now, I can put it on the tape. Very good, thank you. Next week, really.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
Best potato salad, best fucking ribs, they have dry rub, with my teeth I can't eat a lot of barbecue sauce. Buddy, I know it doesn't look like much. Their fucking ribs are fantastic. I haven't had bad barbecue yet. These are the spots that are always awesome. That place was so good. These three women, some of the best Mexican women.
The next stop is Avenue J.
I can eat brisket every fucking day. Yeah, so that's big dodge. So good.
Today's topic is David Gans, fascinating individual who lived at the end of the 16th and into the 17th century, and he represents a very special type of Jew, so rarely in the scope of our millennial history. He was a Jew who, at the same time, completely immersed in traditional Jewish thought, simultaneously at the forefront of scientific non-Jewish thought. Now we're into post-Renaissance, into the humanistic period, deep into the scientific revolution. David Gans was involved in two very different kinds of intellectual exercises at a time where such dual pursuits were literally life-threatening. Most of his colleagues, particularly in the Christian world, were assaulted by the draconian measures of the church. I'm sure you're familiar with the various bans imposed on people like Copernicus, the house arrest of Galileo, and even Kepler, who was a Protestant, had his mother persecuted to an entire witch trial during his lifetime. And so it was a very dangerous thing to be challenging the geocentric view of the universe that the church held sacred. Literally, the idea that the earth was stable and that the heavens revolved around the earth. At the same time, this was a very dangerous pursuit for Jews, not so much from within the Jewish community, which had, as you shall see, a much more intellectually flexible approach to astronomy and even secular science as a whole, but for conversos, that is, those Jews who had converted to Christianity or their descendants in Spain and in Portugal, this posed a very, very dangerous threat. And they were regularly burned at the stake along with their Christian scientific colleagues. So David Gans was someone who, in the middle of Ashkenazic Bohemia, was able to somehow bring together these two worlds, the traditional rabbinic world and the modern scientific world, in a synthesis that is rarely matched even into the 21st century. So looking at his life gives us, I think, a lot of cause to reflect on how we balance some of the apparent contradictions between religion and science, which have not abated through the current times, and understand a little bit about who we believe and where we want to direct our intellectual energy. So that's it for the introduction. His years, as you see here, are 1541 to 1613. He was a native of Germany, but his primary life activity was in the great Jewish city of Prague. He is one of Prague's famous Jewish sons. His place in the Prague Jewish Cemetery is a very beloved pilgrimage spot for many lovers of Jewish history and rabbinics. We'll look a little bit at what he had to say. I'm relying very heavily on a wonderful biography by André Neher, a French scholar, whose work I had never encountered before I decided to write about David and speak about David. And I have to say, it was an absolutely fantastic biography. It's very rare to, normally historical biographies are pretty dry and straightforward and objective, but Neher had no compunction whatsoever about inserting his own personal beliefs, his own philosophy of Marxism and socialism, and commenting on contemporary values in a very engaging way. It was uniquely French. It really felt like a French book. I read the English translation. I really going to have to look at the original French because it has a tremendous amount of life to it, a tremendous amount of moisture in this wonderful book. So I'm very grateful to have read this. Whatever I say today that is incorrect is either my fault, more likely, or perhaps Neher's fault because I've relied almost totally on his biography of David Gantz. He is the preeminent scholar of Gantz as well. And I'm also deeply grateful to Kirk Snyder, shown here, who is one of the tremendous librarians here at the mighty Avenue J campus of Imperial College. We were having some difficulty getting research materials for this class, and he worked well beyond the call of duty to get me these books and documents in a timely fashion so I was able to do my research. So a shout out to Kirk Snyder for doing a fantastic job downstairs in our library. Let's go straight to material. So this is primarily an intellectual biography. We don't know a tremendous amount about David Gantz's private life. I wish I could say more about his family, his children, his siblings, but we just don't have that much data. Generally not important to most biographies. I think that's a tremendous lacuna in the methodology of historians, but nevertheless it is what we have to deal with in terms of the sources. We know that his father was a petty money lender, which is kind of like saying that your father was I don't know, a Republican or a Democrat, one or the other. Right? That's basically most Jews were involved in petty money lending, perhaps in small crafts and things like that, but it's not really much of a descriptor, especially in Ashkenaz in the 16th century. But we know a lot about his intellectual pursuits because he was moderately prolific and he was unabashedly autobiographical in his writing. He was very, very happy to share with his readers his sense of adventure as he discovers new things, even as a child and all the way into his old age. His last publications were only in the last few years before he passed in the early 17th century. He shares with us this tremendous amount of enthusiasm and excitement that he develops when he encounters new ideas, new people, and so on. It's interesting to contrast, for example, his views of Copernicus, with whom he actually disagreed with the views of Copernicus held by the church at the same time. Copernicus, of course, is very important to this entire story because he was one of the early promoters of a heliocentric universe. That is a universe that revolves helios in Greek, as opposed to a geocentric universe, which was the traditional Jewish and Christian Ptolemaic view. And even though he disagreed fundamentally with Copernicus, he found Copernicus to be a tremendous genius, and he spoke in lavish praise of his prodigious intellectual activity. At the same time, the church was banning Copernicus, and his works were kept on the index of prohibited books well into the 19th century. So we're talking about a person who was able, with his Jewish background, to disagree with his interlocutor and at the same time maintain his validity for intellectual discourse. It's a unique level of academic freedom that we rarely see in today. But so we're going to break this up into two distinct sections. The first is dedicated to his teachers in Torah, because he was, after all, a rabbi and a very learned individual who wrote frequently on different topics at the same time as he was an active scientific researcher. So he had two principal teachers in Torah. The first is the incomparable Rabbi Moshe Isserles, who is known by the acronym of his name, the Zama. The Ramah is perhaps best known as a halakhist, that is, someone who is an expert in Jewish law, primarily because of a magisterial commentary he wrote on the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law. The story itself has a tremendous amount of drama. Basically, the Ramah had decided that it was time to write a comprehensive commentary or a comprehensive collection of Jewish law. Several had been written. These are so-called codes, that is, the transmission of fairly scattered and complicated uh, listings of laws, I shouldn't say listings of legal information in the Talmud, organizing into a Western-style fashion, where everything is organized by chapters and paragraphs and sentences and so on. This is something that was undertaken by Maimonides in the form of the Mishnah Torah, and later by several other figures in the form of the Tur, and eventually formed the Shulchan Aruch, or the set table of Rabbi Yosef Karo, who lived primarily in Sfat in the 16th century. So Rabbi Moshe Isserles, ironically, was engaged in the very same project as Rabbi Yosef Karo, but as he was making his way through it, Rabbi Yosef Karo just beat him slightly to the publisher, and so the Ramah found a copy of the Shulchan Aruch before he could his own similar work. He was so impressed with what Rabbi Yosef Karo had done. He said, "You know what? I've abandoned my own project." Nowadays, most scholars would say, "I'm going to trash my opponent's project and I'm going to promote my own." He said, "No, this one is really very good. Instead of writing my own, I'm simply going to comment on my colleagues." And so instead of writing his own code of Jewish law, he wrote a book called the Makkah, which means the tablecloth, which is meant to go over the Shulchan Aruch, the prepared table. And this was an extremely popular addition to the Shulchan Aruch for several reasons. One is because the Shulchan Aruch was written by a Sephardi rabbi with great attention to what would become the customs of the Iberian diaspora, whereas the Ramah was writing in Poland, and he was recording a lot of Ashkenazic customs. And so he simply commented saying, "Okay, that's what the Spartans do. They eat rice on Passover. We in Ashkenaz do not eat rice on Passover. They feel relaxed about these things. We feel guilty about these things." Those kinds of things. He would just add those little parenthetical comments. And from time to time, he would take issue with the Shulchan Aruch, but basically he would kind of amplify it in a very useful manner. And the publishers later saw how these two works were so congruent with one another that it became customary to publish both of them interleaved paragraph by paragraph. In other words, one does not read the entire Shulchan Aruch and then read the Ramah's commentary. One reads a sentence of the Shulchan Aruch and then a sentence of the Ramah, such that Sephardi and Ashkenazi customs are really brought together, literally on the same page, in a way that has been inseparable for the last 400 years. So his contribution was absolutely phenomenal. He was also quite interested in astronomy, but he was also kind of like, you can see it in his personality with the Shulchan Aruch as well. He was sort of someone who brings people together, a conciliator. He liked it was perhaps one of his default intellectual settings was to validate all opinions and reconcile them. That was kind of like his main intellectual energy. We see it in his halakhic writings, and we see it also in his astronomical writings as well. Something that made a big impact on his student, David Jones. His second major teacher was the famous Maharal of Prague. The Maharal this is actually a very interesting statue that adorns the Prague City Hall. He is also, like Rav Moshe Isserles and like David Gans, one of Prague's favorite sons, and he is celebrated by the non-Jewish population just as much as he is Jewish who visit Prague. Of course, the indigenous Jewish population was wiped out by the Holocaust, with only a tiny population there, primarily supported by the tourist dollars coming in. And I can't really speak about the economy there, but unfortunately, the long 1,000-year-old community, the Jewish community of Prague by the Nazis. The Maharal of Prague is probably best known for something that he did not actually do, and that is, of course, the creation of the golem, the artificial anthropoid, which is a long-standing idea in mystical thought. This notion that one can take a way and form it into a shape, and then through some acts of Georgic Kabbalah, for example, writing the word emet on its forehead, meaning truth, and then when to die, you wipe out the aleph, so it just says mate, it just says the word death. Or placing a small parchment, the Shema, or some other fear in the golem's mouth would animate. And then this golem is kind of like this mystical, robotic-like creature that would typically, as the stories go, defend the beleaguered from some anti-Semitic wrong, involving blood libel like that. The Maharal, who was a phenomenal Kabbalist, is associated with the creation of a famous golem, but that legend did not begin to circulate until about 200 years after the Maharal passed away. So the fame of that is not borne out of literary sources. That has not, of course, stopped people from associating golems with the Maharal more than any other figure. Although both of those do exist in Jewish history, there is no clear connection between the Maharal and a specific golem. In this picture, you can see the golem hanging on to his left side there. The Maharal is, as it were, either levitating it or perhaps setting it down. You can see it sort of rising from the ground. This is probably not such a kosher statue, as the golem is not properly clothed in dress. But you get the idea that the connection between the Maharal and the golem. So the Maharal, phenomenal thinker, his writings on my bookshelf at home take up almost 2 feet of space, and that is full printing. Newer printing probably take up about 4 or 5 feet of space. A very complex mathematical, philosophical thinker, quite involved with modern science. One of the celebrated moments of the end of the 16th century is a meeting that apparently involved both the Maharal, the King Rudolph, and Prague, was in Prague at the time, and Tycho Brahe, one of the great astronomers, where the Maharal attempted to answer a question that David Gunn posed and was unable to do so. But I'll get to that later. Anyway, these are his 2 principal teachers, great, towering figures in Jewish intellectual history. David Gunn his preparation in rabbinic study. Go to his teachers, and they are equally celebrated annals of world history. First of all, we have his association with Euclid. So of course, he never met Euclid. Euclid was born a couple of millennia before. But David Gann, in his work Tzemach David, speaks about how he first came across, in association with his studies under the Ramah, he came across some of Euclid's work and was absolutely transported by it. And Euclid was a mathematician, and certainly he was involved in astronomy. There's another Euclid who lived a couple of hundred years later in Alexandria. And we have, all modern mathematics ultimately goes back to Euclid and his axioms. I'm sure you're familiar with many of them. For example, the axiom, if A equals B, then A plus C equals C plus C. I'll repeat that. A equals B, C equals B plus C. That first as they would say in Greek. That's it makes sense. But this is actually an unprovable statement. There's no proof for that. You just see that it seems to be true every single time you do it. So therefore we accept it, meaning something that cannot be proven, but it's a theory that seems to be absolutely true all the time. There are many of these axioms that underlie modern mathematical theory that we just have gotten so used to the accepting. Every now and then, someone like Einstein comes along and disrupts those axioms and says, well, maybe it's not true if you're traveling at the speed of light. Maybe it's not if you are inside the middle of a black hole, things like that. But for the most part, we accept these as mathematics. These were originally formulated. So when he first read Euclid's work, he was absolutely overwhelmed with precision and its complete absence of dogmatic. He was really felt liberated and cleansed by it. And this is not to mean that he in any way rejected traditional rabbinic thought. It's just that it was such a stark contrast to Jewish hermeneutics, which is so heavily reliant on text-based scriptural statements on a certain amount of what we call Masorah, on the transmission of received information. We are all about, we understand math today. It's something that's beyond all cultures. That Martians can do math as well as alligators do math, which is not the same thing as Buddhism or Christianity or Confucianism. So he was, like Euclides presented an entire new way of looking at the universe, which all in contradiction to the Jewish approach to the universe, but was all equally true in its own way. He was later influenced by Nicholas Copernicus, who we just discussed very briefly earlier. His principal claim to fame was the notion that the sun does not revolve around the earth, which is what appears to our senses, but rather the earth revolves around the sun. Note that Copernicus died 2 years after David Gans was born, so he's not exactly a contemporary, but nevertheless, this is the era we are speaking of. It's the incipient scientific revolution, when these basic ideas are first circulating, and they're tremendously challenging, and people are like, just think about it for a minute. What does it mean to be displaced as the center of the universe? It's kind of like, being the only child, and then all of a sudden your parents have another kid, and the amount of wait a second, this shouldn't be. I am the center of everything. And now all of a sudden someone has what, like sort of equal status with me, right? So the idea that that had been really central to Christianity in particular, to a lesser degree Judaism, the idea that perhaps the entire universe does not revolve literally around the earth, that was theologically and existentially quite challenging. That was an ontological challenge to why is the universe the way it is and who's the meaning of life. So he was justly attacked by traditionalists who wanted to preserve that sense of humanism, godly primacy, perhaps. Next we go to one of my favorites, Tycho Brahe. Brahe's claim to fame is not so much the innovation of science theory, but the concerted and reliable application of theory to empirical measurement. Brahe had a lot of human skills that his predecessors lacked, in that he was a good cruiser. He was able to relate to kings and powerful people, and was able to get their sponsorship to build massive scientific empires. He built two absolutely stellar world-class observatories at a time when there were no observatories, and in those observatories he was able to actually, for the first time, measure the movement of planets in a way that had never been done before. And he was able thereby to test some of these otherwise theoretical statements that astronomers were making, simply sitting at their desks with pens and papers and calipers and things like that. Later, when Galileo would introduce the telescope, then Brahe's ideas would absolutely take off, because the telescope would, at least imagine, we're talking about a time when people did use telescopes to measure the movement of the stars. It's pretty amazing. But his application of these theories, like, let's just sit down and see if they're true. Let's try and figure it out. And then they observe that, for example, the stars do not move in a circular pattern. They move in perhaps an oval, pattern. Later they would come to the idea of an elliptical orbit, but these things only be determined really by careful measurement. So Brahe's work and Dan's work very closely with Brahe on many projects was absolutely signals for the development of modern astronomy. Here's one other fun fact about Brahe. He had an artificial nose, as you can see in this picture. The Danish government, he was a Dane, the Danish government actually exhumed his body twice because there was a lot of argument over what that nose was made of. He claimed that it was made out of gold, and his theorists said no, it'd be too heavy and uncomfortable. Some staining on the nasal cavity, green staining, indicating that probably it had some copper in it, but modern analysis of fragments of his bone tissue indicated it was probably bronze. So that scientific debate over what was his nose put to rest. His nose, this is hard to believe, he got into a duel with another student over a mathematical formula. They could not come to agreement on who's right, and so they decided to fight it out with swords, and it was dark, and I imagine there was a lot of Danish beer involved, and he lost his nose. This is a real problem here at Tyrrell College stuff. We are frequently having to break up students fighting over mathematical formulae. People are losing bits of their nose and fingers and things like that all the time. But that's yeah, that's a little known but cool fact about Tycho Brahe. You thought astronomy was going to be boring, right? Okay, so here's a picture of one of Brahe's astronomical observatories. And you see there's no telescopes whatsoever in evidence. When he set it up later in Prague, again with lots of political support because he can name discoveries after kings and wealthy people, which is a great way to get more wealth and power to attach to your scientific industry. This is one in Prague that Gans actually worked in. Like Gans' discussion of his discovery of Euclides, he also has a fantastic and really soaring description of what it was like to work in Brahe's environment. And what's fascinating when you read these accounts by Gans, and they seemed absolutely religion blind. I mean, here's a Jewish guy working alongside all these Christians, Catholics and Protestants, and everybody's just in it for the science. Everybody is in it to try and figure out, you know, what is actually happening, what's actually true. That must have been an absolute beautiful environment for these scholars to be working together in. And I will describe to you in a moment some of the encounters and debates they had. But in Neher, there's a lot of fascinating discussion about, and I have not treated it here because I thought it was a little esoteric, but one of the major debates that was going on in the 16th century was philosophy versus Kabbalah among Jews. What's the difference between them? Philosophy is basically Aristotelianism, as pronounced by Maimonides, which is a very rational kind of like start with premise and then move to syllogism and come up with a new proof and move on and that sort of thing. Sajak Gaon was writing in this way and so on, and that held primacy for many centuries. Beginning in the 13th century, now it's 16th, so it's 200 years, Kabbalah becomes extremely popular. Spot is really beginning to set the tone for what's really fashionable intellectually among Jews. And Kabbalah is decidedly non-philosophical. It has what I might call a theosophy, which is sort of like a structure, a system, but it's not at all philosophical in the sense that you don't apply rational argument to Kabbalah. You have to accept, for example, that there are 10 spirot, and that these spirot interact in such a way and not in a different way, and all of that is simply accepted, super rationally. It's mysticism. It's about your own personal encounter with God through this system. And these two systems of thought, the Aristotelianism you see in Maimonides versus Kabbalistic mysticism, they were vying for the prime of place among Jews, which is the real way to view it. And in Meher's biography, where he goes into this quite a great deal, the Maharal leans towards Kabbalah, the Ramah tends to lean towards philosophy, and Gans, as a conciliator, is trying to bring the two of them together. But I didn't really walk down that route. No hard questions. Let's go on. And finally, Kepler, with whom he worked in Brahe's library, in Brahe's observatory, they had actually a very famous relationship with one another, where they challenged each other, in particular with sort of parables. Like one of the issues was of significant discussions with them. And so we can remember that this is also the age of exploration. Columbus had only discovered America 100 years earlier. Magellan had not yet, circumnavigated the globe. Organs, these are daily. There were these new revelations of continents that had not been discovered. The existence of the anthropodes was proven. All kinds of things were right. People thought they were living in a world, and they did not realize that literally there's an entire other world that we had no idea. It was like discovering a fifth dimension existing around us with all kinds of civilizations that we never contacted them. This new kind of world is earth-shattering. So one of the debates that we were having was over the question of the prime, which is essentially like a place where you start the day. It has to do with the international date line. It's a really important thing for Judaism because we have the Sabbath. The Shabbos, God on Shabbos, you can't have Shabbos in one place on one day and place on another day, or this is something very important. Also, these scholars, the non-Jewish scholars, were duly impressed with the Jewish calendar that had been originally, that is, if you have any familiarity with the traditional Mishnah on how months are calculated, let me just take a step back and explain this, especially for the internet audience, because I have a lot of people in Latvia. You have basically two ways to calculate the calendar. One way is solar, Christian way. That's based on the seasons. And we have something like 365 days a year in solar. Then you have the Muslim method, which is the lunar calendar, which is based on the cycles of the moon. And there are roughly 12 cycles per year, but actually it works out to about 359, somewhat less than 365. And so if you have a Christian calendar that's purely solar, then the moon means almost nothing to you. You ask the question in the street, is it Rosh Chodesh? You say it's a new moon, so chances are I have no idea. It's not relevant. And on the other hand, if you use a Muslim calendar, when the months literally shift every year, Ramadan can be in the fall, one year in the summer, another year, and so on. There's no way to fix it. Jews, of course, because we like to keep it simple and straightforward, we combine those two and we have a solely lunar year, which has a 19-year cycle that adds, on occasion, a leap month. We are actually in one of those leap years right now. In just a few days, we are going to add the leap month of Adar Rishon, and that corrects so that the holiday of Passover, which is referred to in the Torah as the holiday of springtime, Passover will always fall in the springtime as a result. But we still have basically a lunar calendar, so we can tell when it's going to be Rosh Chodesh month. Today, for example, I believe is the 21st day of the month, which most Jews are going to say Tehillim, recite daily Psalms, will always know what day of the month it is. Amazingly, originally this calendar was calculated by sightings of the new moon, where people would see the moon, they would go to Jerusalem, they would testify, and they would declare a new month. Sometime in the 3rd century, this was abandoned in favor of a mathematically calculated several years before the correction of the Christian calendar. The Christians realized that their calendar was like way off, and they had to actually cut out 11 days one year and start over again. But the Jewish calendar was corrected within 6 minutes, even after 2 millennia. So Kepler and Brahe and others were really impressed with Jewish astronomy, and they thought that the Jews knew something about how the heavens work. So they used to have these ongoing debates about various questions, including the prime meridian. Kepler posed a riddle to Gans. He said, what if a man was riding on a ship from west to east and walking from the bow to the stern, east to west, while a flea crawled on his scalp from east to west again? And then there are all these mathematical questions about what speed they would be traveling and when would they reach that same spot. Gans didn't like that particular example. He said, well, how about if instead of a flea, we say an expectant mother is walking one way while her unborn child is kicking the other direction and so on. He was a little bit more tenacious with that. But Kepler, Gans did pose a brain teaser that was uniquely Jewish that none of the other scholars could answer, or could Gans himself answer as it happened, and it took some time before eventually mathematicians worked it out. But once they had ascertained that in fact the world was round, Gans said, what if you have three men standing in one place? Can you guess? This is a Jewish Talmudist, what the names of these three men are? I'll tell you. Reuben, Shimon, and Levi, right? The traditional Talmudic names. Reuben, you've got Reuben, Shimon, and Levi standing in one place, and Reuben walks west, Shimon walks east, Levi stays in the same spot. And then when they circumnavigate the globe and they all come together again, Levi, who stayed there, would say, oh, nice to see you, it's Tuesday. And Reuben would say, no, it's not, it's Monday. And Shimon would say, no, it's Wednesday. And how is it possible that there could be 2 days difference between the two of them standing in the same spot? But in fact, there is, because of the nature of the structure of the Earth, the prime meridian. Don't ask me why this is so, because that's a hard question and we don't allow for questions. But that's the kind of intellectual debate that was going on in those circles. Okay. Let's go on to one more aspect of his scientific work, and we want to talk a little bit about his work as a historian specifically. Perhaps his most significant contribution to the history of astronomy, unfortunately, was made in writing in his lifetime. It was not published until about 100 years after he was passed away. But there are a couple of significant things that we can point to. So first of all, he translated the Alphonsine tables from Hebrew into German. The Alphonsine tables were a series of navigational computations that were first designed by a joint commission of Jewish and Muslim scholars. It's not too often you have these joint commissions. By King Alfonso X the Wise of Spain. In 12, he was interested in a seafaring country. It's all surrounded by water on 3 sides, and they were very much interested in long-distance navigation. And so he had Jewish and Muslim scholars who were recognized as the greatest astronomers of the time figure out some computational charge based on the place stars for his pilots. These Alphonsine tables were frequently updated, quite often by Jewish astronomers, and they were annotated in Hebrew. One of the lesser-known contributions to the discovery of the New World, by the way, was the fact that Columbus used a set of these tables that were annotated by Murano Jew to update them specifically for Columbus. So without these tables, Columbus would not have been able to make it to these shores. At any rate, in Hebrew, they were inaccessible to Kepler and Brahe and others, and so Gans provided a signal contribution by translating them into German and making them accessible. He also wrote a work of astronomy in Hebrew called Nechmad Nahim, which means um, pleasant and enjoyable, but it's probably a play on words because the words na, the nod means to stay still and to move, like a modern seesaw. Called a nod nod, I think, or a nod nadad, something like that, which means it moves back and forth. So next Madmanayan might refer to the various movements of the planets. This is a version I found online that sold at an auction for about $45,000. It's very rare work. Used off but that's basically his historical, his astronomical activity. I'd like to take you now to the Jewish activity a little more detail. If there are any questions before we go to the Jewish aspect, here as the sun at noon. Absolutely, and no contradiction either. You're perfectly happy to be doing all these things. What possible contradiction could there be? Actually, you remind me of a very important thing. One of the reasons why he was able to do it is because Jews have a long history of working in astronomy. If you open up certain sections of Maimonides' Mishnah Torah, it is absolutely mind-boggling trying to figure out some of the astronomical calculations. We've done this for a long time. However, there are lots of different opinions recorded in the text with regard to very basic elements of astronomical observation. So even though the vast majority of Jewish writers tend to rely on the geocentric universe of Ptolemy, there are some really tempting heliocentric passages in the Midrash, in the Talmud, and in the Zohar. One of my favorites in the Zohar says that the world is actually a sphere, a kadur, right? That kadur in modern means a ball. And the Zohar even goes on to say that it is inhabited on all sides, and when it's dark on one side, it's light on the other, and that people don't fall off the bottom, and that there are even parts of the world that are all dark for 6 months of the year, and the other side is all light 6 months of the year, which is a pretty accurate statement of our understanding of the spherical globe. Now, when was this particular passage written? Many modern scholars date the Zohar to about 1290. And there's a certain amount of controversy over how you understand the authorship of the art. But even if you use that approach of saying the Zohar was actually written, this is the 13th century. This is hundreds of years before anyone else really came up with this idea. And people would be burned at the stake for 2 centuries afterwards for suggesting such a thing. And certainly if you take a traditionalist approach to the Zohar that says that these are the teachings of Rabbi Yochanan ben Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai, of course, who lived in the pre-Christian era, then it's incredibly old. So there are these passages that if you don't look at the Ptolemaic universe, then you know what? Just look at the Zohar and you've got these strange passages that are absolutely accurate, even though at the time they were not considered so. So there's lots of flexibility in Jewish thought for scientific variation. So his Jewish work, or Jewish contribution, is primarily this work, Tzemach David, which is an extremely important oracle work. Basically, one of the early histories of the Jewish people, which he wrote primarily because he was fascinated with general history, and he felt that this is something that Jews should really know about. We should understand that even though Jews are, deeply enmeshed in history, we are one of the oldest people, probably the oldest people in the world, certainly in terms of continuous culture. We are not particularly historical in our way of thinking. Many other cultures, Chinese, for example, evolved historical sophistication far earlier than we do. We tend to be chroniclers, which means we like to make lists of things that happen, especially bad things that happen. Very, very old books that are lists of bad things that happen. The deal with kindness, for example, things like that. But we don't really investigate analysis of why they happen, trends, patterns. That's really not something that we did until the 19th century, and that was quite late compared to similar people. So, Tzemach David, the title is a play on words, the sprout of David, shoot of David, which is, his name is David, and it's got a messianic kind of overtone to it. It's a chronology of history in the way that Jews would be doing for several hundred years, but it's got several really unique features. First of all, it is quite early. There are only a handful of these that exist before the 16th century. Secondly, he divided it into two parts. The first part is the history of the Jews, from Adam up until his own time. And the second, larger part, is the history of the world, non-Jewish history, in which he even used, the non-Jewish calendar and things like that. Now, why is he writing a non-Jewish history of the world? He writes in his introduction, which is really quite fascinating, that he relies on his teacher, the Ramah, who says that this is really appropriate Shabbos reading. Literally, he says it. And then he quotes it, you can look up himself, it's in section 307a, 307 Halakha 1. The Ramah says, on Shabbos, that if there are certain things that you enjoy talking about, obviously not forbidden speech like slander and things like that, but if it gives you true enjoyment to speak about it on Shabbos, then you deserve to pay. There's a lot of recent commentary on that, and of course reading about these things is also amazing. This is in itself, that one little Ramah is an eye-opener, because our society has lots of elements which try such an opinion, but nevertheless the great Ramah who says so. His student David Gann says, I really love history, and I love non-Jewish history too. So I'm going to write about it because it's written in the Hebrew language. It's especially okay to speak about on Shabbos. So we wrote this long discussion of non-Jewish history. There's some problematic aspects to this. The very idea that history is bifurcated into what the Jews did and what the rest of the world did, that's historiographically kind of a problematic thing, because most modern historians say that Jews are affected by things that happen in the non-Jewish world. In fact, even the statement "the non-Jewish world" betrays a certain Weltanschauung that may not be entirely true. I mean, Jews today are very involved in American politics, for example. To say that Jews are completely insulated from politics is kind of an absurd statement that reflects really an understanding of what's going on. Or another example that you might find useful, the Baal Tshuva movement that is very prominent in the latter quarter of the 20th century, the idea of Jews non-observant backgrounds becoming more observant. Most historians trace that to the 1960s, where there are two really big phenomena going on. One, of course, is Israel's phenomenal victory in the Six Day War that launched a huge bolt of pride into Jews. One generation after the Holocaust, seeing Israel as a nation triumphant over so many enemies, that was a huge spur to Jewish pride. But not insignificantly, the Black Pride movement, the movement among African Americans to take ownership of their racial identity, Black Youth Beautiful, the Black Panther movement, that these things also affected urbanized Jews who were saying, hey, you know what, if this, only recently enslaved people a couple of years ago could claim their ethnic identity, why are we embarrassed about ours? So Jews are heavily affected by the outside world. To write a distinct history that's only what happens to the Jews and completely ignoring what happens to the rest of the world is kind of counterintuitive. But nevertheless, this is a trend that Tzemach David really initiated with this two-volume approach. This is the Jews and this is everybody else. The everybody else section, by the way, is much bigger and in a lot of ways much juicier. But that's the essential book. Very important also because it is one of the rare Ashkenazic histories where we see what was happening in places like Poland in the 16th century, we don't have any other documents of a similar nature. That's his major Jewish contribution. Oh, one last very important Jewish contribution, somewhat surprising one. The popularity of the Star of David is traced back to David Gunn's more than anyone else. Contrary to popular opinion, the Star of David is not intrinsically a Jewish symbol. What you might have heard in Sunday school that King David's soldiers wore the six-pointed star on their shields has unfortunately no historical evidence. We don't have any documentation, no passages anywhere in rabbinic literature that refers to it. We do have certain very old symbols, like the menorah is an extremely old symbol, the upraised hands of the Kohen, things like that. But the Star of David is really quite modern. It is associated with Prague about all cities. It's part of an unborn Catholic giant, the Jewish community of Prague, about 100 years prior to David's time. But David himself found a totally new level of meaning in the star, the six-pointed star, primarily because he was impressed by the mathematical precision of two equilateral triangles overlapping. All of, when you look at that symbol, all of the angles are equal. There are these equal triangles formed by all of the points, and you can see all of these mathematical symmetries over and over again. He chose it as a symbol being very important to himself. He has diagrams of it in his books, including Tzemach David, where he talks about the mathematical arrangements of these angles. And of course, it was adorned on his tombstone, one of the very first ever to have the Star of David as a Jewish symbol. Here's a close-up of his grave in Prague, where, as I mentioned earlier, it is actually a pilgrimage site. One more symbol here. Unfortunately, the resolution is not really high here. But did anyone Google David Gans to find out the other symbol? I wanted to So, Yiddish word goose, exactly. And so you can see on the top point of the star, a goose emerges from the star. Can you see the symbol there? It's not the greatest resolution, but he often, because his name Gans meant literally goose. He also, by the way, he went by the Hebrew name Abza, which also means goose. Sometimes it was David Absi, David goose. In many of his manuscript writings, when he draws the Hebrew letter Kuf, there's a goose on the very top point as well. So it's a recurring theme. So this Star of David, the first Star of David really, has a goose on top of it. And we've sort of removed the goose from the Israeli flag and things like that, but nevertheless they are intimately associated with it. So that's basically a quick tour of the life and works of Rabbi David Gans, a fascinating figure who was able to, at the same time, be completely immersed in his Jewish life, contributing to Jewish historiography in a very meaningful way, and at the same time, at the very forefront of scientific research, working with Tycho Brahe, Johannes Kepler, and many others. I thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I really had a great time doing the research, and I'm really grateful for the opportunity to have presented it to a live audience, and now to the much larger and hopefully long-lasting audience on the internet. I wanted to just take a moment to talk to you a little bit about a new thing that we're putting in place here. Since I've been here on the mighty Avenue J campus of Hill College for about 6 months now, I've got a sense of the tremendous potential in this amazing institution, and also a sense of some of the challenges that we face. And one of those challenges is we have to try and support our students financially as much as possible. We have a lot of great students who come from often large families. Many times they're involved in religious institutions. They don't have high incomes. And we have to really try and support them so they can get the highest quality education that we can provide them, and also give them the support so they don't have to take on 1, 2, 3 full-time jobs trying to squeeze all of this together. Not exactly joking. At least one full-time job is very common. So see up in the corner of your screen a little dot there, a little eye, and hope you click on it. Consider giving a small donation to the Avenue J Scholarship Fund. We're trying to raise $100,000 so that we can support more students and their full-time academic studies. And I hope you'll join me in this incredibly important mission. Anyways, that's about it. I hope you enjoyed the lecture. More coming. Thanks very much.
And clear up the closing doors, please.
The next stop is Avenue J.
Next topic, fascinating topic, Rabbi Chaim Vital. One of the greatest topics of modern period is kind of rounding out, especially after several weeks now, of Portugal and Spain after the Spanish Inquisition. Although it is kind of like a happy moment for very dark history, because this represents a period when the oppressed creativity that was so submerged by the terrible persecution suffered through these Portuguese mass conversion and an earlier Spanish opposition and expulsion, was finally released to the incredible spiritual activity and creativity as associated with the manifestation of the time Vital is perhaps the most important figure, especially as a reporter and as a transmitter of knowledge. Without Rabbi Chaim Vital, we don't have a very, very vague idea of that specific place. So in the next 45 to 50 minutes, I'd like to life and we will appreciate them as much as I do. Notice I say transferred version because the beta version. Okay, so but our figure, of course, is Rabbi Chaim Vital. Years are 1542 to 1620. Unlike most of the great Kabbalists, he lived a long life. Some of the most common Kabbalists studies like Rizal, Rivero, and Mott, all the way up to our own time, are the Catholics who died very young. Dangerous occupation to study how the esoteric knowledge. Rabbi Vital lived in 42 to 1620. He was apparently born in Spa, that he came as part of parents that he came as part of one of the earlier waves of immigration. His family was probably not from Portugal directly.
My natural hot chicken was coming from a place called Party Call.
It is possible that they landed in Scott because of the huge population of increase that took place but perhaps the reason that his father was drawn there was that Scott was after Jerusalem from the number one center for tourism in the 16th century. Considered the number one spot for Jews to go north and visit the graves of the sages that had lived there. The great Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, who we refer to in time tonight, used to follow his sister, Rabbi Shlomo Alphabet, around the region of the spot. Rabbi Shlomo Alphabet was to know that he could also the same facade where he was quite nice and virtuous. And they used to have these kind of mystical wanderings around the whole region of the spot, and they were spiritually energized. The alphabets would pronounce that it must be that this particular spot is the site of the grave some great conferences in my era. And they would spend about 3 hours Robert Porter's diary. About 3 hours on that spot, everyone meditating and so on. And so these grave sites, whether they really were historically accurate or whether they were imagined by later visitors, nevertheless were a huge attraction. Wanted to go to the holy place. So it's likely that the Powell family was attracted to spot, at least partially because of this tourism that was associated. On a more pragmatic level, Spot was an attraction for the most basic reasons, what I like to call the Abraham rule. Let me pause that. Why was Rebel Triangle Powell famous? He was principally known as the number one of the Arizal, arguably the greatest kabbalist of the last millennia, who revolutionized the Jewish mystics and his descendant or ancestor are the opinion that is deeply embedded in the kabbalist the name Arizal comes from the A is the abbreviation for godlike, very rarely used to describe as rabbis, or it could stand for Ashkenazi, that is family Ashkenazi, Rabbi Yitzchak. Ashkenazi Rabbi Yitzchak, Rabbi Yitzchak, and the and the L at the end stands for one of the bracha, blessed memory. And it also makes a word in Hebrew, of course, means lion. So lion of blessed memory. This is the head, the lion of and so Rabbi Vital was number one disciple. Most importantly, he was the number one reporter of the Arizal. Arizal himself wrote very little. He endeavored to bring very little print. And there were 600 pages of his writing that only survived because of the editorship of Rabbi Vital. But we'll pass on that one. Anyway, Rabbi Vital's principle, if I put it into one sentence, principal contribution to Jewish history is that he preserved and transmitted the wisdom of the Arizal that otherwise the Arizal's teaching phenomenal value Here's a great map. I really like this one. First of all, because it's foreign. Not a neck. You can see from this map here the rough of Spanish and Portuguese as they fled the Iberian Peninsula. So you recall from earlier lectures that these were expelled in 1492. Many of them, perhaps the majority of them, made the short trek to Portugal. Short distance trip into Portugal, and here they had a brief respite of about 5 years. Portugal was very happy to have the wealth and the human capital that the English population represented. They charged them very hefty residence fees, very crippling residence allowed to stay on the Iberian Peninsula for a period of time. And then when King Manuel wanted to marry a princess from Spain, Isabella, after her mother, Isabella was a country that still had Jews in its borders, and Manuel agreed to make this country Jews-united. This was a difficult thing for him to do, however, because he really wanted to save tremendous financial wherewithal that was represented, so he created a kind of a full fiction in which Jews were forcibly converted, but they did not have the Inquisition imposed upon them immediately. In other words, they were forced under tremendous duress to accept Christianity, but at the same time, Manuel said, just don't take it seriously, don't look too carefully at what you
No, this is an action. So it's not fun. He's not good looking. No, he is good looking. Maybe not there, but not. He's charming and shit. Yeah. So anyway, this is Chris's life. This is like Chris. So this guy,
Chris likes basic looking girls and guys. Got it.
I said he's not those. The guy's regular, but he's handsome enough to be a movie star. He's like, yeah, they're all great. Tom Cruise. He's good looking enough. He's, nobody's gonna be like, ew. This is a movie star. That's what movies are.
I look at him and go, that's a guy.
Symmetrical as fuck. He's symmetrical, and
His eyes are too close together.
all right, bro. Look, hey, Photoshop wider. Look, here's the thing. So, he has a baby in this, and
all the
and
way
then
across the
white,
Mediterranean
she's black. Okay.
to Israel. And they mark here
Now listen.
but the reality is spot.
Now listen. It's
What was it about
I
spot?
realized something in the shower after I saw this trailer.
Not a hero. This is not. This is written in the Bible. It doesn't have like a long, unholy history like this.
Together.
It's all mountain up village. It's several thousand people. Of it has they serve properties like air there.
This is why it was because
What I usually tell my graduates when they're in doubt about why a historical phenomenon probably do.
But you know what I mean? That stuff happens.
Money, thank you.
The point is,
Or classic it's
what Hollywood does it, doing it, and it's
yes, right?
they're doing it because they feel like
Or
it's a
the album says,
you know what I'm saying? So it doesn't. When I see a
there's
white
no
person
flower, there's no
together,
hope.
I didn't register, right? I'm not like mixed race couple, but when I see it, I'll see Johnny Man. I'm like, look what Hollywood's trying to fucking do.
I myself,
But that's the fault of what they've been doing in the last 5-6 years. Because I understand that before that, yes, it was nothing about that. Anything, I'd be like, oh, whatever, yes. But it's just so apparent what they're trying to do. And that is way worse than being like, fuck it, let's just make Sean Hayes an actual woman, not even a trans woman. Like, it's like, oh, wow, that's balls. That could be like if Tom Cruise played Anne Frank. Wow, take my money.
So Spot had
Hiding up in a closet. Let me tell you a story. So I was on a set of a diner here, and
Ottoman Empire.
all the actors. That's weird. Actors never sit around this way. Leo,
They also did
so we're just having a discussion about
alternative
what's
population centers
was supposed to do
and
for
economic centers, rival Jerusalem,
Died Louis
and so
Anderson. He played what's his name's mom, and so we're sitting around like,
the Ottomans actually had very good
here's this
vectors.
woman. So this
Have a
Leo,
good
in her
sense
50s,
of exactly
also
what was
another
happening
role
there.
taken away from
Rapidly populated by
women in their 50s, and then there's a lot of work for them. Like, are you
illegal
so,
slave,
I mean,
one
there's
form or
that.
another
Yeah.
for
Yeah, so
millennia.
no, I get it. I mean, look,
After
comedy's a comedy,
medicine,
so you can't really
Chinese food,
comedy's do
perhaps
whatever they want.
a favor on
I just don't get why they make
So
another
there's
running.
sort of
Because they did Arnold.
Oh, you know why?
so that's the
8 years ago, they did one with Colin Farrell and
very, very epic. Of course, that's what we're saying. That London Autumn is much better than it had been there in Europe. Laura did not it was from allowed them and so
Sharon Stone.
early on, Congress has a destination for economic advantage and at the same time
That wasn't a great movie. I don't think they did. I don't know if it was that big of a hit. That's when Arnold was kind of going down, I think.
No. I love that.
That's this was attracted by the
What if they're going to redo
natural resources. But that's how we get the
They're not waiting out till I'm telling you that's the channel.
collection of positions and socioeconomic opportunity and spiritual mind, religious culture and spots, all collectively space in about 8 years.
It's the only accent I have. Yeah, but I just thought I was going to meet you guys.
Primarily because it's
Yeah, I was watching episode 3 or 4 of Squid Game that final season. Oh, man, I fell way off on that show. Yeah, you know what?
Right now,
Look, it's the number one. It's the
still
number one show on Netflix. But that's what they tell you. That's what they tell you. But you know, what I'm saying is, it's the same way why Yao Ming was the all-star.
So let's go on to the by the way, I was looking at and I was talking about this with one of my sons the other day. He was saying, we were talking about what you would do for a living. Exactly why. Once a hard, all. Not to see some of the photographs from the Hubble telescope. These are actually photographs of constellations. It's called the Pillars of Creation. Who was the Arizal? Who was this phenomenal communist that we'll speak about in very detail, right? But by the time he was associated with him, incredibly important. He was also a student
As usual,
Rabbi Yosef Kara, the latest Halakas, the author of the Code of Law, figure of the South Circle.
right after
So he was primarily a legal Jewish law, but after commentaries on the communist absolutely authoritative without any question. Words writing and so on. Was also a Kabbalist. Never claimed thought it was legalistic. He was logic to have a narcissism that becomes a spiritual night. Teaching them is so it's interesting that when you look at the very base of Jewish legal success and talent, and of course, the principal covenant for the resolve of the Moshe Cordovero, another book called the Sombrero Galaxy, the last public health. Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, who was more even than Rabbi Caro, who was the magnet which all people were wrong. He wrote a fantastic book called Heartaches and Loneliness. It was the orchard of Comic, which was the first systematization of
it feels like it's easier to say
all the scattered writing
than it is. It feels like it's actually harder to not say something. Like you're actively
wrote a textbook of Kabbalah,
this is
which
hard.
for the cognoscentia of that era was
It's easier to don't just leave all this shit there. I understand that, but getting everything in there
it was like
is
a
a full
primer of
operation.
Kabbalah, and everything
Like
suddenly
his
all
people
made
probably
sense.
bring it to
And
the
we're not
I understand. And he's like,
so
I'm out. Just
Rizal
listen to
was
you.
specifically studying
It's just insane.
this is the atmosphere in which the time we call
Really? Because I don't
his
like
father
it's
probably
it's
was
wasteful.
Calabria,
No, but this is even when I
scribe, and
I can't stand you go to
his exceptional ability as a
order or something. They don't finish their food. And I'm waiting.
have this young child over time, like many of these something themselves are. And the senior figure of the community, Rabbi Yosef Karo, assigned them study under Rabbi Moshe Moshe Alter. He also is a fantastic biblical commentator whose writings have been translated into English and are studied to this day. It's no ordinary Rebbe, as found in Rebbe Chaim Vital, but when you look at what Rebbe Chaim Vital did later in life, it's a took care of him. Like mine, he then began to study Kabbalah under Rabbi Moshe Alter. The point here is for a moment to pause about the traditional ban on studying Kabbalah this is something that grows out of a medieval preoccupation. Actually, I should think back to the story. There are passages in the Mishnah that goes all the way back to the 40s, second it says that certain topics, such as the creation of the world, Nasa Merkava, acts of charity, creation of the world on an ethical level, are not to be discussed. That is fine, not public at all. In fact, certain things should not even be thought about alone. Over the centuries, particularly in the context of the Maimonides, just like taking it for granted that you're saying that you're he's also high level philosophical thought. Several plans were put in place saying that certainly one must fill one's belly with meat and wrong. Nevertheless, these bad words somewhat arbitrary in that part of certain individual rabbis from time to time were of the greatest You start eating it, you're going to no food 3 times a week. I mean, it just happens. What I'm saying is what this guy's doing is 10 times beyond that. He's a lifestyle job. And that's how much you think that Airbnb, that $14 Airbnb for 3 days. So he's studying under Rabbi Cordovero at the age of 2, of course. Lifestyle job. Yeah, lifestyle job. His life changed in year 1537 when Yadizal was from his father. His mother then took him to Egypt, where he was supported by his mother. Quite a name for himself. students of Torah and also research by Baron Klein. The last thing that the Arizis did in Zephyr
was raised by his mother. Dude, he didn't have a fond life.
dollars.
Besides running the job, then
The famous Rajbaz, and there was a period of time for several years where he hired an island. He lived there 6 days a week. Come home mostly Shabbat and go back. On this island for several years that he immersed himself in a young man, all of them young, in their 30s. He decided he had to go study at the Peter. It was there that he met Rabbi Chaim together under Rabbi Cordovero, before Rabbi Cordovero. The Arizal would always those 8 months take information for himself as his study, he then lived in the leading capital for about 2 more years by the time in college. So we're really talking about a period of 3 years concentrated spiritual activity, but nevertheless reverberation all the way through I would love to speak a lot more about the distinctions between Lurianic and Cordoveric Kabbalah. I don't want to go too deep into it. I will point out a couple of things about one of the things that was very important to Retail surprised me as I was doing research.
Your sister doesn't work.
I was a thread that went through most of the perhaps the two of the most famous is that there's a passage in the Torah section of the Torah that describes the punishment that was not installed or not adhering to the precepts of the law. And one of the passages reads, Asher lo avarta shelo avarta Hashem simcha u'matus leiva. Because we try to get punishment because not serve God in joy and with satisfaction when we had so much. It was not because we did various kinds of passion or other kinds of things like that. It's because when we had it good, we didn't enjoy it. The hammer home that message that it's all about simcha, all about the joy that one can experience. Which is surprising, like other worldly capitalists. Also very important was the eradication of anger and emotion of love on fellows. This is, for example, what's printed on his tombstone, the larger black letters below, indicated that before prayers takes upon himself, or she should take on himself, Hareni the Kabbalah Live Mitzvahs Ashesho Yahav Rek Kamot Hareni Ohed Kol Echad Mibnei Yisrael Nafshi. Translation: Behold, I take upon myself the commandment. I love your fellow man. Behold, I love every one of my peers. Very powerful. Let's go back to that. Okay, the difference between Lurianic and Cordoveric Kabbalah. So, one huge difference, really, Cordoveric Kabbalah was tremendous order, incredibly complex, contradictory, universal ideas. intense
Oh,
dialogue,
shit.
how to interact.
Fuck no. That Max Holler Just Engage podcast is the greatest thing I've ever seen. That was so much more viable. I'm also skeptical about this. By the way, Casey has called me on this. He's like, he thinks this is a very good person in the world.
This would be one example of the drama. Juliana Kabbalah,
But I also think they can, people higher ups can do this. They can, yeah, but that's what it is.
powerful media.
But they might be saying just off the ESPN post. They're saying right
So
there.
for the very Kabbalah, the idea is that the world
But
is
even YouTube, you can buy these
by
like
God
nighttime super slow. I don't think they're
drawing
I don't think they're doing that shit.
track
See TikTok, because they did have no
in a
reason to.
vacuum of not godliness.
Yeah, I mean,
Otherwise,
I
God
mean,
is
yeah,
sitting
it's
high.
higher. Chinchilla has he even a tie
Right.
thing about the music. I don't think
Allow
they're doing
for
that.
space.
I think internationally, Topier is so much bigger than Max Holloway and Justin Gaethje, so there might be that. Charles Oliveira is blown up by Americans and Brazil. One day,
One day,
versus
had to
1 year.
reinsert himself
that.
into the space
So,
of these
I'm not saying it's 100.
that's in a moderated manner, but allowed for somewhat
UFC 300 with this random card, which you don't know.
run forward and backing up movement that created numbers. That's it. Now, universe somehow results
Either way, that thing's not free for the public. No.
But the idea is that there was a so-called settling out of that had mixture of godliness with physicality created this sort of environment in which everything death or the computer or the talk and so on is a mixture of God's energy, sparks of energy which is trapped within material substance. And that spark of godliness yearning to escape, only escape when it fulfills its function towards the breaking of the sun. Human beings are part of that drama. Our role in Juliana Kabbalah is to find those sparks and release them from the trap, the hook, the shells that cover them, and return them as it were to the
My issue is saying that in one day
ultimately
it did more than this did in a year.
and all the
That's
sparks
what's going on
under
there.
the dream
But that
about
can also skew numbers.
revelation of the messianic age.
But maybe
So
to
whereas for the
international
very
just so
Kabbalah,
much more massive and relevant than that.
send
Just
off
totally possible, but this seems
cosmological,
it could be internationally two
something that
Topiers,
could be
like
complicated, but it
casuals,
could
no
be like
Topier.
meditation.
Here,
Or
like Justin Gaethje, I'd be pretty hardcore.
Kabbalah of
You know,
Esau,
so it's not like the people in Brazil, so I tune in to
we
Justin
have a
Gaethje
role.
fights,
God
I'll
is
give you that.
expecting us to actually
We can watch him now. I'll edit this out. I was gonna say he was. Topier has the exact same tattoos as Jen does.
drama and cult
This was fun. This was the best. Boom, 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 boom. The whack. And then the fact that it's 1 second. Oh my god. That's the best knockout I've ever seen. I did send you
So,
screenshots.
the category of what's incredibly charismatic, leader, and he's surrounded so many
I'm sure he does. My team's in
behind the tall, your head One of the books that I read recently that I found absolutely fascinating is a biography of the Esau by Dr. Lawrence Fine. Fascinating book that reveals so many different aspects of cultural response working on it for decades.
The one argument would be is the Max Holloway Justin Gaethje is the full fight, which went 3 rounds, and the knockout was in the last second. This video, so this is 5 minutes long. Just remember it happened in the first round.
Nature of the
First
source
4 seconds.
of intensely autobiographical.
I mean, it's just go viral. There's, it's legit on analytics. Because I know a lot of bots these days. That's why I'm not.
That's why I decided to study about that. They recorded it and talked about
That's all that makes
part of
sense.
the
It's incredible. That's
foundation spot circle because you had to have like the buddy system. You had to have someone else that
it's not hating. Just like person.
communicate with peers, failings from the seller. It's like a circle of best friends making a little bit designing each other to them and solutions for them to these various fundamental questions design, trade, skill, this was a tremendous cycles of fasting and self-application, sometimes self-fortification, had all kinds of rituals associated with rolling in snow, covering themselves, thorns, all kinds of behaviors that are not typically associated with human virtue, 12th century Europe, so-called Agonas, but the Kabbalist practice is really quite wide. For example, fasting every Monday and Thursday in Kabbalah, Mondays and Thursdays are the days when judgment enters the world. And a whole series of ritual behaviors will be imposed on each other. They attempted to divide this was wrong sometime in the 7th century as a result of the tribulations at the time. But basically, the chain of rabbinic ordination, Moses, Joshua, were called rabbis, but we did not have genuine affirmation that someone who was concerned by someone else affirmed as a rabbi. So Rabbi Yaakov Rav is relying on some relatively obscure passages. Various ancient writings says that, wait a second, if we have the most brilliant minds of the Jewish people collected in one place, and they all agree on who is a rabbi, then in fact, they July 7th. I got a great idea. Why don't you guys all I will take you, rabbis, and we can perpetuate. And in fact, we did. Carl, Mr. J. Shaw, Churchill Smile in the house. Started. He's the best. If I stop right here in Austin, dude, that was crazy. Never seen it before. Had some rainstorms in Denver. Some really bad ones torn in Baltimore. I've never seen anything like the rain we got for 4 or 5 days there ever. Now, why did the flooding? Just tragic. Why do they want so badly? My first reaction was, I was like, what? But it was like 2 a.m., 3 a.m., and a 3-minute notice. And then it was just like 27. Just took over everything. So yeah, listen, kiddos, I can't imagine. And although rabbis have been so big, but I can't imagine. Can't imagine it. Yeah, that was really absolutely insane. Costa last week, the rabbis of Islam wanted to do this so they could actually give someone 39 lashes so that person could then receive atonement for whatever sins they had.
So I haven't invited right now. I'm looking for that here.
Convoluted thinking, but it gives you a sense of they felt they were really
Text me the day before. It was like, hey, can I bring it? I feel so bad. Can we meet 5 friends? And I was like,
also fascinating were a series of things called
so just to give you like a I know you're not going to be here. Just like your way of doing fancy now. Yeah. I wanted to go, but it was this, people are getting people in town. I get it. I knew what was coming. I was like, it's not, it's all good. I'm telling you, man, best July 4th I've ever had.
Hands down, nice. That was fantastic. Just fantastic. My kid was born and raised in LA. Out there, there's droughts and shit and fire, so I get it. But the fireworks, you can't. There's no fireworks stands. You can smuggle something into your ass. Mexico, but for fireworks, I'm doing all for the kiddos.
Literature,
And out here, went to a fireworks
literature
stand.
is not quite
From
as
the house, and they had
extensive as for men, but we
as a
scattered
cameo,
and fascinating
put a
records
performance
of
on,
women
like,
who are considered
I got you.
authoritative
And he just loaded up, and dude, I put on a fucking straight up Disneyland experience.
genuine insight into the world. There's a lot of
Sahara
facts
cops, like, they don't care about that. They don't care about that. I mean, it was legit. So much of
public
that's
also
what I think up to for
quite
lots of kids. It
a
was so
lot
legit
of the
to see my
public
kids
writing
get.
very
I grew up
thought
doing that. There's that babies, there's
there's
whiny things, there's the snakes, there's all that stuff, the Roman candles.
trust the
My kids have never done any of that stuff. They had some
large
smart
dimorphism
shit,
of male
but to have them like close to it, obviously super dangerous, but have them super close to it,
male
they were
body.
freaking out.
We're all guys
Like,
now.
we got home, they were my mother-in-law, Joe.
It stands to reason that many of
Boys,
the
you're sitting
women
down.
who fought
The
were quite
consensus is like,
diverse
that's the best holiday we've ever had.
but
Yeah,
we
that's our
don't
first
have
holiday.
the writing.
It was insane.
But we're up to any kind of solution
I
for
got a little
one
awkward. It was also really cool.
fascinating
It's just like,
discussion about
okay, like I
public
fire off all
couple
the, like,
who would on
there's like the
one of
people
the
that I see at
ritual
these shoot me.
version of the mikvah
There's one that was too.
on
When it's
that.
on,
That the couple would go together to the
at the
mikvah
stop, they
or
always
share
chair.
themselves
And
with
then there's a
definitely
and all the there's no trouble. I think you know they were talking about the
show up at this level. But that's kind of the
turn around and
environment as a country.
U.S. flag draped on the shoulders like USA. Yeah, it was good. You know, I'm over that. Yeah, it was
Spoken as the last
dope. You guys were brisket, you made
This
pulled
line. Now,
pork, and
when
ribs
you
and
look
chicken,
at
and you
the
did
Dutch
like
calorific,
freaking
you know,
when I was
inside
at
this
Burger
go
King
hard,
tonight before. Yeah.
corporate
We were charging on chili.
one
So
of
I
the
made
most
a fancy chili.
fascinating
But
aspects
yeah, I
of
was just we just found some
Kabbalistic
like 5 houses. Just
that
found some
were
all day
highly
long.
nomian,
Keep
meaning
them fight
they were
for
very
it.
much
You
law
know, slip and
centered.
slide.
The opposite of
Kind
that
of put up with it, especially
antinomian,
when
which
doing
means
fireworks. It was
breaking
crazy.
the law.
And then there's this dude called Mattress
Between
Mike.
the so-called authoritative Kabbalists like the Arizal and the Ramak, and
So
their
Jesus
converts,
Christ,
like for example, from here,
mattresses.
the Boston
Whenever
Maya
he said
Church
mattress
of
was
the
weird,
17th century.
I want to say if they
It
were
was
really
also a
serious, that's his
distant
last that he's so
not
rich.
to diminish the fact that he was really quite
Mattress Mike lost 13
well
pounds
versed in the
after
Kabbalist
that serious
literature,
loss.
and so on,
Yeah, but he
but
gives out
he
mattresses.
appeared to tease out
I think the
one
World Series or maybe the
difference
playoffs. And he gives anybody that
of
bought a
the
mattress.
Arizal and the Hathaway Shop XP. That Shop XP went off the rails and started
Yeah, right.
talking
Yeah, you should
about
buy a mattress. So you should went to Mattress Mike. Mattress Mac.
for example,
So this
proclaiming
dude,
that
his house is not far from me.
Tisha B'Av
Like
was
it's
no
right across
longer
from
a
us, but he
fast
puts
day.
on like a straight up Disneyland.
Marrying
Fireworks
himself
show.
to the Torah
Screwed
literally
that stuff.
has
Not my
a
shit.
profile,
Kind of
marrying
professionals.
himself to
It's
the Torah.
like me. It was wild.
Various other activities like this
Around
that
this.
legally put him beyond the pale.
Like Travis area is a
Tourists
street.
are taught by
I
great
hate
contrast
Astros. So
very much in favor of
find that out. They just make this
enforcing
shit up. Like, oh, whatever. It's fine. No big deal.
In other words, there were certain mitzvot that
They're hot right
now
now.
people
Whatever.
didn't have a lot to say about, like, for example, the mitzvah of not wearing linen and wool. That's something that finds very little discussion of in the normative text, but in the Kabbalistic thought, we wanted to like enforce that mitzvah. They invested tremendous energy in becoming responsible public. So rather than being engaging in an entropic kind of separation from the Jewish core, the Kabbalistic thought was centripetal. They were bringing energy back in and reaffirming Jewish practice and adding, in fact, value to Jewish practice by infusing it with. So, whereas Shabtai, Jacob Frank, and other Kabbalists who were eventually considered renegades of the Jewish
They were essentially built a house primarily because they disagreed with public law. Having a certain spot brought people closer to a person. And that's a key distinction. Civil rights so back over here, women, we talked about women in public practice. And basically, when you see women doing things that are not necessarily explicitly permitted by the Torah, they're also not explicitly forbidden by the Torah. Therefore, a whole range of practices, so long as it's already, we already have something that you don't have to make up new ones. We have no explicit prohibition on this particular activity. Then it's by the way, it's very important that medical ethics where all kinds of procedures are considered butcher or acceptable because they are not forbidden. You don't have a default position of saying it's forbidden. Permitted. Our default position is permitted, obviously in the medical system. Other kind of cool things they were engaged in, that's topography. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that right. So look it up. Topography. The reading of the four usual public practice for which the Arizal is particularly famous. Took the idea that when a person does a sin, Vera, that somehow that sin is visible on the of certain letters of Hebrew alphabet very significant. Energized properly, then they raise up indentations on the flesh. And the vast majority of people think that we have the power to see what was on the
Buddy, I am back from Brand. Shout out to Brand. Shout out to Yep, and very quickly, if you're in the Austin area at all, we're doing Act Off, finding the best and worst actor among the best comics in Austin at the Sunset Strip, right? Red Mansion. Come out this Wednesday. It's going to be
this is part of the whole
improv on to do the improv
this is part of what the Arizal do. They're very good. One of the things that can deal with the writing on the forehead, for example, use the tears to wipe off.
Fireworks are fireworks at night.
But the time to tell, of course, fireworks. Arizal, which Arizal, if you have a dream, let's say, Arizal about Arizal,
I buzzed your house, you know, in helicopter. I know, I was in your houses. I very much enjoy your house from the insult for the birds looking. I have grasses on them.
Also, another
one day when I succeed, that's the house I want. So congratulations. Thank you very much. And the neighborhood did a block party for July 4th.
Very much
it's like this idea of I'm waiting for the food to come out. What's going on? And so it was raining, so I figured we could get fireworks, and the rain stopped. And one of the neighbors was like, "Man, we need some fireworks." We go in there. They have everything. Like when I was a kid, everything. I go, dude, I want to on like a Disneyland performance here, Salem. They bring out like 6 of these huge. One was called like a trumper, just all these huge fireworks. They had M80s for the kiddos, F80s. They got all the stuff like this. Oh yeah.
the woman in Somalia. Oh yeah, certainly
for the neighborhood. But I was telling Jim this, so I invited him in for Team Bossy because they're from LA. There's no can't have fireworks. So they would have been around him like I was as a kid. They're freaking out. That's why I did like a big hurrah with 2-3 minute big fireworks.
It's kind of weird. Saturday night,
Right above us.
Abdallah,
And we'll start stopping. The neighbor said, "What did you drink?" I was thinking,
she drank it, and stuck her head out the window and heard someone saying to her, "It's time to
I was like, this is down LA.
right
It's
away
so it's
stop on
I don't know when guys rap
right away to the first time Kaya, we call it the
Democrats, Republicans, and only 30
kind of like that's all
Democrats are proud to be American, and 92%
what did brother
proud to be American.
it's
It's like just a different way of
Here's the show them the greatest argues that
all the houses have different, like our thing, we have chili in our house. We have chili and something else.
White
So I just come over and
and
it's just your doors open, the kids go, they pick houses, so they
but
for like an hour and a half
that's what
to one
Dr.
house,
Solomon was referring to.
another house.
There's nothing
Yeah,
better
that
than
rabbi Yisrael becomes himself.
I mean, be your neighbor. My neighborhood's too quiet, bro.
No, quiet's good. And that's why, like, you see, like, Chuck Gillis and Tim Dillon, like, you know, it's because they don't have
3
faith.
days after
It's, I can't imagine being single. I don't know what the downtown, I don't know what the downtown sings like. It's like sub.
That's so funny. Being single without kids now sounds like hell.
I don't know.
You're younger.
Now, but there's this young dude who's in the neighborhood. He moved in like 6 months ago. I think he's in his house for sale. He's like, that's too quiet. I'm like, when you're around families, like, there's nothing. Yeah, things are
This actually gets
When
back
you're
to
in the sub with kids,
ago.
all you want is to hear your kids playing.
Traditional rabbinic
When that's the
college
case, there's nothing better.
if you're single, dude, that's like Tim or
great fear of the Esau is the idea that his teaching would be misunderstood and distorted by
it's
Esau.
a great
So therefore, Rabbi Chaim spent a tremendous amount of energy demanding that no one manipulate the teaching. He was also very careful
he set it up was like, I just can't make notes. I can't be like, I know you invited me. This is my reality. I might be in
exactly these words,
because I mean,
or
I
whether
know
he
even
does
yeah.
what he
I
said,
do
but he
appreciate the advice. I
paraphrased.
wanted to, like, I didn't want to be like,
Yeah, we don't said this, and I don't know what it means. Very, very careful. Very modern culture.
I built on it. And I stayed home. But then I went for their shopping.
So the example of how collected many of them actually align copies of the results, right? You set to writing your own special
Would you watch TV and drink?
of them, which is
Jesus.
guarded quite jealously, not
Because it was so like, I was like, it was
finally
crazy.
received
I've
12
never seen a murder movie.
disciples of Esau write a letter of
I text you.
a letter of
Brad, how's Brad? It's raining. It was off 75. What are we needing? Am I right?
letter of allegiance,
I've
a letter
never seen rain
of
this hard. Do you know what I realized about it? I was in Los Angeles. I
I
spent
spelled these
time
disciples that they were
South Bay, that major most of
Venice. It's
amazing. And you know what I realized? When you're down there, you never sweat. You never sweat. None. I was in 75 crazy, 74 crazy. I was in a t-shirt, and I was like, this is why I will always have people.
out the back door, and they were asking Bible questions.
Yeah.
We have benefits.
Did you see it? Did you see the moment? Three of his major works, quite a bit more, but most famous is Chit. This is actual beautiful illuminated manuscript of his
Story that is Chit first moved to Texas.
and this is
Child
actually
begged him to hang out with him at
several
the Chit blew up, and then the child invited Chit to his 4th of July party. And Chit tried getting out of it.
Charlie
Tried to
Caduceus
fly
was
back to
something
LA.
actually read in some detail. Charlie
Then
Caduceus
Chop's
was
gonna force them to Chit. All right, I'll come
more
to
on
your
how
4th
it
of July.
was contained,
Then
according
he
to
found out when Chop
about
showed
more
Chit
about the
couldn't
person
go to his 4th of July party because Chit had
and
people fly in and Chit was hanging out with them.
Book of Visions.
How was
find out. She'll find out. She didn't even hang out with
Definitely, Rizal, you mentioned Restream, where he becomes a Rosh Hashiva, and he lives there for almost a decade.
so big skin, nail on this dude, he didn't even do it. He just
One
went to the
autobiographical
didn't want to hang out with
odd
the person.
relative
How does that even work?
as the delegate one with his capitalist version of powers.
What do you say? I'm chilling with a girl, a couple, and their daughters, and I flew in just to see you and didn't even hang out with them. Just freak it out. I bet you even that's not true. Jim is coming up with excuses not to hang out with this loser.
Waterway
Jim is like,
fled
dude,
there.
stop inviting me to your house. It's not happening.
In spot, he lived for another 10
Catch
years.
the hit, the new kid.
Even less than that.
Catch the hit. Like, Callan wants nothing
bizarre
to do with you.
one of which
Chin wants nothing to do with you.
face
Like,
during
you
this
come
time.
with their down, my guy.
Some of the capitalists of Spot bribed his brother to let him have a look at 600 pages of manuscript writings that he had. They copied the set, and that's how quite a few of
You realize that, like, when Chin was like, you see his face, you're just like, what?
Then finally went to Damascus, where he lived the end of his life. He spent quite a bit of it arguing with other interpreters of the Arizal that were not authorized by him. Some went on, primarily for his father, went on to become published themselves and published their father's writings during his lifetime. So, taking a sense of the legacy of the Khan Vital, I find it hard to view it as not a creative scholar. Perhaps not originally a new idea. He was definitely deeply involved in life and spirit of life and mind, observing each other. Thank you very much for your endurance and patience, and look forward to seeing you next semester when we start up again.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
Came in, you're trying to say
Next up is Avenue
you had a guy there who's an expert in
J.
Well, we're going to look at someone today who is so central to the Jewish tradition, but at the same time proposes an unusual challenge for the historian. And that is that we must rely almost exclusively on internal Jewish sources to analyze his life. Now, they present a series of challenges, even basic things such as what was Rebbe Meir's actual name? Who were his intellectual forebears? Things like that can present challenges, and many people in the area of rabbinic studies in the university world will engage in that in tremendous detail. But from the historian's perspective, we are totally dependent on traditional Jewish sources for the very existence of Rebbe Meir. And that is something that is unfortunate, again, only from the perspective of the craft of history, but on the other hand, the evidence of his work is so overwhelmingly important and so pervasive throughout the entire corpus of rabbinic literature. For example, Rebbe Meir is reputed to be the third most cited figure of his generation in the entire Talmud, which is an amazing statement when you consider that there are tens of thousands of people who are cited in the Talmud. To be on the top three is kind of like being, in the top 10 of LinkedIn, which, of course, Mr. Goodleman is regularly in the top 10. I often try to up in there. Anyways, let's go straight to the material. Who was Rebbe Meir? Let's try to understand something about him. So there's even a question about his name, as I mentioned earlier. The Talmud offers several different possibilities. One of them is that his name is Nehorai, which is actually an Aramaic translation of the word Meir. Meir from the word or means light, or one who illuminates, the illuminator, the one who brings light. And this is in fact true to his activity as a tremendous scholar and teacher of 2nd century Israel and the Middle East. He was a figure known as a Tana, and I know for many of you this will be very basic, but since we put this on the internet and we have many people who are watching in Malaysia and Latvia and other countries, I will take a minute just to explain what a Tana is. Let's jump ahead one slide for a second. So here we go. This is like really Judaism 101. This is a picture, if you have not had an opportunity to see the Ten Commandments by Charlton Heston, I would strongly recommend you not see this film because it will poison your mind forever. It's such a tremendously evocative, dramatic film that it will change your life. You'll never be able to read Exodus again the same way. I can tell you, if you don't mind, I'll probably edit this out of the internet version. But I grew up in a very small town in northern Ontario, and we were the only Jewish family. I was the only Jewish child in town. And we had one movie theater, the Cinequa, and 1 year, when I was about 8 years old, they released the Ten Commandments. And I went to see it. And I was overwhelmed that they had this amazing movie, and it was all about my people. It was truly a transformative experience for me to watch this, and ever since then, I have identified strongly with Charlton Heston. I try to dress like him. Anyways, so it was truly an overwhelming experience, life-altering experience. I simply could never read the Bible again after seeing this. Anyways, why am I including this? Because very basic, at the core of traditional Jewish theology, is this concept that there are not one but two Torahs, the written Torah and the oral Torah. And you can ask any child in first, second, third grade primary school when they're getting a Jewish education, they will confirm this. The written Torah is what we refer to as the first 5 books of Moses, the Chumash, which is an abbreviation meaning the 5/5 of the Torah, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. And these are considered in traditional Jewish theology to have been given verbatim by God to Moses, not just the Ten Commandments as shown here in this incredible iconic picture, but the entire text of the 5 books of Moses. That's the written Torah, and it has a certain hermeneutic and a certain rule of interpretation and so on. The other Torah, which is the body of information that separates Judaism quite radically from its daughter religions, Christianity and, of course, Islam, is called the oral Torah, the Torah Shebaal Peh. And this is a body of information which, according to the traditional theology, was given to Moses simultaneously with the written Torah. And these were teachings that were handed down orally from Rebbe to Talmud, teacher to student, for hundreds, thousands of years. Ultimately, they were also codified in writing, and they can be categorized broadly into 3 types of texts that we have today. The first is the Mishnah, which is basically a compilation of Jewish law. What do we need more laws for? I mean, isn't the Torah filled with laws already? That's not entirely the case, because the Torah, the written Torah, only records laws in a very skeletal, often fragmentary form. And you need to have an elucidation to clarify what exactly the Torah is saying. I'll give you one simple example. On the holiday of Sukkot, the practice is that Jews come to temple with, or come to synagogue with 4 species of fruit. I hope I'm not, speaking too low, because all of you look highly intelligent and very slightly bored at this point. So I'll speak very fast. But it says you shall bring, the palm frond and the myrtle and the willow and a nice fruit. Technically, the fruit of a nice tree, pre-Eitz Hadar. So I happen to like pineapples. But if I were to show up in synagogue holding a pineapple on Sukkot, I would be ridiculed and ostracized and would be very embarrassing. Obviously, the correct fruit is etrog. Thank you very much. The etrog, fruit of kind of a citron. So we would have no idea what is the right fruit just from the written Torah. You have to have the oral Torah to clarify something like that. And many other examples of things that need to be corrected or need to be amplified to be able to understand them. Anyway, so the written Torah includes the Mishnah, which is basically all about Jewish law. It also includes the Midrash, not the Midash, as whoever made this slide spelled this wrong. Midrash is kind of like a poetic take on verses in the Bible. to explain them, often with an alternate reading that's radically different, and so on. And finally, the esoteric teachings, which are eventually recorded in the various mystical texts known as the Kabbalah. So the oral Torah is extremely crucial to Judaism, and it is the oral Torah which fundamentally separates us from later faiths, which depend also on the first 5 books of Moses. So to go back for a second here, the Tanaim were the experts who were learned in the oral tradition and recorded the Mishnah. The several generations actually, of scholars who were responsible for the teachings codified in the Mishnah, basically from about the 2nd century before the Common Era to about the 3rd century of the Common Era, 500 odd years of teachings. Those are called Tanaim. And the Rebbe Meir is one of the most prominent of all of the Tanaim. And his role was exceptionally crucial in making these texts available for the next generation. They would eventually be placed in written form by Rebbe Yehuda Nafi, who based himself very heavily on the work of Rebbe Meir. Okay, that was a quick theological review. Any questions, any underlying doubts? Okay, good. So we'll go past Charlton Heston. We'll go straight to the historical context of Rebbe Meir's life. So Rebbe Meir lived in the context of the failed Bar Kokhba revolution. Bar Kokhba was a religious zealot who captured the hearts and minds of many of his rabbinic followers, and including, most importantly, Rabbi Akiva, who was one of Rebbe Meir's prominent teachers. And he led a temporarily successful rebellion against the Roman overlords. Well, we began talking about 2 weeks with the Hanukkah rebellion against the Syrian Greeks, and then later in the intellectual Kultur Kampf in the period of Apion, continued again under Bar Kokhba, this time with violent uprising against Rome. And I recall that at this point the temple had been destroyed, approximately the year 70. There was no more Jewish Commonwealth, and this was another guerrilla uprising some 60, 75 years later under Bar Kokhba. Quite successful initially, drove the Romans back and forced them to come back in great strength to retaliate against the Jewish rebels. The Bar Kokhba rebellion, although it was well supported by certain segments of the rabbinic leadership, Rabbi Akiva famously felt that Bar Kokhba would in fact be the Messiah. He identified him as Mashiach. Other figures of Rabbi Akiva's generation differed and said, if I remember correctly, one quote is, Akiva, grass will grow from your cheeks before Bar Kokhba is named the Mashiach, which was a kind of a big put down for the time. At any rate, the part where Rebbe Meir becomes extremely important is in the aftermath of the failed rebellion, because the Roman backlash under the Emperor Hadrian was absolutely horrific. The so-called Hadrianic persecutions are among the worst in the entire span of Jewish history, and they are memorialized very powerfully and poignantly, for example, in the liturgy. If you'll recall the Yom Kippur Davening, when we speak, there's the passage known as Ela Eskara, referring to the 10 martyrs of the state, the Asara Huge Malchus. Those passages refer overwhelmingly to rabbis who were killed in the punitive period that the Romans imposed after the failed Bar Kokhba rebellion, including horrific punishments such as being flayed alive, such as being decapitated and having their heads roll around in the dirt with pigs and so on. Absolutely horrific punishments meted out to the leaders of the rabbinic establishment in order to instill fear in the general Jewish population. This was the period when Rebbe Meir was most active, a highly tenuous period for the very existence of the Jewish polity, and one in which he was ultimately successful, at least on an intellectual, if not on a personal level. Let me show you a couple of interesting slides here. This is one of the many coins minted by Bar Kokhba, a fascinating individual. We have a separate lecture on the internet just about him and the rebellion. You can see that the very strong use of religious imagery, the the rebuilding of the temple, which was promised under the messianic predictions of Bar Kokhba, the Lulav and Esrog, who we spoke about earlier on this other page. Here is a bust of the Emperor Adrian, whose backlash against the Jews was so horrific. One of the more fascinating historical details of the Bar Kokhba rebellion, which I'll just mention sort of in passing now, is a recent discovery in the 1960s of the Cave of Letters here, not too far from Ein Gedi, next to the Dead Sea. This is an amazing archaeological find that was discovered by the great Yigal Yadid, who discovered one of Bar Kokhba's holdouts, one of his escape holes, where he had a whole community, perhaps 200 Jews, living inside a cave for perhaps 2 years. Rather amazing. And inside this cave, where they found, of course, the bones of many of the Jews who were interred there, and also evidence of significant settlement, they found this wrapped up trove of documents, which were the most precious possessions of a Jewish woman named Babatha. And when they opened up this document, or this package, they found a phenomenal amount of really important documents that were the kind of like the treasured legal documents that describe the life of this woman who was associated with the Bar Kokhba rebellion. Most notably, a dispute with one of her ex-husbands over a grove of palm trees, and issues about who was going to take care of the custody of the children. The tremendous trove of documents which really describes the social history of women in the Bar Kokhba period. I would love to talk more about this because it's so fascinating, but it's actually outside of the scope of our talk today. I would encourage you, if you go on the internet, to please have a look at my lecture on Babatha, where there's lots of other things, and I will make a little sign under here that says, go check out this video. Actually, there's a little eye that shows up on the right, and you click on the eye, and it takes you to this lecture. But anyway, this is the period in which Rebbe Meir lived. Any questions or arguments to this point? Ms. Gottlieb, are we okay? Or should we say Mora Gottlieb? Okay, very good. So, no hard questions. His family, he was descended from Romans, apparently a very spiritually sensitive Roman who was a relative of the Emperor Nero himself, was impressed with the Jewish resilience under Roman persecution, and he himself decided to convert to Judaism, and Rebbe Meir was one of his descendants. He grew to be a great Torah scholar. He grew actually, literally, he was regarded as being, he was described as being an unusually tall man. And he ended up marrying into an extremely prestigious family, that of Rabbi Hanani ben Teradion. Rabbi Hanani ben Teradion is mentioned as one of the 10 martyrs of the state. If you'll recall, his death in the Hadrianic persecutions was one of the most poignant and one of the most tragic. He was punished for teaching Torah publicly, because under Hadrian, many of the markers of traditional Jewish practice were forbidden. Circumcision, observance of the Sabbath, and perhaps most seriously, public teaching of the Torah. Hadrian correctly surmised that the Torah was the beating heart of the Jewish people, and so long as Jews were engaged in Torah study, they would endure. And so he strove to eliminate that aspect of Jewish society, unsuccessfully, but he certainly put his best energies into brutally quashing any attempts to teach Torah publicly. Rabbi Hanania ben Teradion was arrested, and he was set to the stake with a Torah scroll wrapped around him, and a bundle of wet wool was placed on his heart, and the wood was set on fire. And his students asked him, Rebbe, what do you see? As he was burning to death, he said beautifully of the Torah scroll that was surrounding him, he said, the parchment is burning, but the letters are flying free. Which seems to mean that the physical reality of the Torah, which is ultimately just some lambskin with ink on it, that is something that will pass away. But the concepts, the ideas, the holiness of the Torah scroll cannot be consumed in a flame. Rebbe Meir married Rabbi Hanani ben Teradion's daughter, Bruria, who was an exceptional woman by any means. And I have to spend a couple minutes talking about her. But before I do, I'll quickly talk about her sister. The Romans, of course, punished not only Rebbe Hanania ben Teradion, but his entire family. Both Gloria and her sister were kidnapped and were shipped away. Actually, maybe it was just her sister was shipped away to engage as a Roman prostitute, which was something that they often did with younger people. They took them off into slavery and they placed them in that horrible trade. And Gloria implored her husband to go rescue her sister. There's a whole bunch of interesting moral discussions about why her sister, but beyond our topic, our scope today. Anyways, so Mayer went to try and rescue Gloria's sister, and he brought a big bag of money with him, and his thought was he's going to bribe the jailer. And so the jailer said, nothing doing. I mean, it's nice if you give me a lot of money, but what's going to happen when my boss comes and sees that we're missing one prostitute? So he said, no, I have an eitzah for you. I have a piece of advice for you. Keep half the money for yourself, and then give the other half to the supervisor. Bribe your supervisor, and then you'll be okay. So the Roman said, okay, sounds like a reasonable idea. And oh, I'm sorry, I forgot one detail. He said, well, okay, fine. You Jews think you're so smart, but what happens if the supervisor gets caught? What's he going to do? So he says, all right, I have kind of like a fallback plan. It goes like this. All you have to say is, Elaka the Rebbe Meir Aneni. God of Meir, answer me. And in fact, you can see in this interesting sort of depiction, here are two great periods from the Tannaitic era. This is Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, who is associated with the mysticism of the Zohar, and here is a rendition, absolutely accurate, by the way. We can confirm from no other pictures at the time. I'm just joking, you can't confirm that. But this is Rabbi Meir, who's known as Baal Hanes, the master of miracles. And you can see on his forehead here, he has this phrase, Elaka Meir Aneni, God of Meir, answer me. So to prove that this phrase, God of Meir, answer me, will work, he says, there's some wild dogs over there. Let me go over to those wild dogs, and I will say this phrase, God of Meir, answer me, and you will see that I'll be saved. And in fact, he went over there, and the vicious dogs, immediately calmed down and submitted to be petted and were very nice to him. So the jailer said, okay, sounds like a good idea. And the kachava, that's exactly what happened. The supervisor came, he gave him half the money, and then the other supervisor came, and he didn't have money, but he said, when he was about to be hung for giving away a prostitute, he said, God of Meir, answer me, and the rope broke, and everybody felt that was an omen, and therefore they let him go. So this phrase, God of Meir, maybe I'll just jump ahead one more slide, although I have more to say. This phrase, God of Meir, answer me, has become proverbial in the Jewish tradition based on this story. And there are several very important charities called in the name of Rebbe Meir Baal Hanes. Baal Hanes means master of miracles. And a widespread custom among Jews is that if you lose something, it happens constantly in our house, you lose something, a ring, an earring, an important paper, or something like that. So you go to the pushka, the charity box of Rebbe Meir Baal Hanes, and you say, God of Meir, answer me, and you put in some charity, and then you wait. And then eventually it shows up. What you're looking for shows up. It's happened so many times in my home. Where we say the special blessing, put the money in, and then the money shows up. So this is all based on that story, Rebbe Meir Baal Hanes, and obviously it's a great marketing ploy. If you want to start it, we should have a scholarship here called Rebbe Meir Baal Hanes Scholarship Fund. Right, all you have to do is say, okay. Anyways, let's go back here. So Gloria was a phenomenal woman in her own right. And I think I gave a lecture on her many years ago. I'd like to do another one because she's just so amazing. But by learning a little bit more about how exceptional Gloria is, we'll reflect on our main topic, which is Meir. Because it takes a phenomenal person to be married to a woman like Gloria. I know, because I am too. Maybe not Gloria, but someone like that. So Gloria was a brilliant woman. She is one of the very, very few women who's actually quoted in the Talmud by name. And More specifically, she's quoted in the Talmud by name, teaching Torah. She's not like just some woman who's involved in a story or some woman who is described as the wife of a famous man. She is a scholar in her own right, quoting teachings and in fact often correcting the rabbis. She was, like her husband, we haven't spoken about this yet, but her personality was quite acerbic, perhaps even her wit could be a little bit sharp and even nasty. I'll give you one example. She was once walking along the road, and Rabbi Yossi Haglili came upon her. He was lost, and he wanted to find out how to get to the city of Lod, a famous example of Bruria's wit. And he went up to Bruria and he said, "Excuse me, ma'am, could you tell me how I might find my way to the city of Lod?" And so Bruria responded to him. She said, "You fool, haven't you read where it says in the Talmud, it says in the Mishnah, do not speak overmuch with women? You should have said to me, which way to Lod?" And that's it. Meaning, all this other stuff, "Excuse me, ma'am, how are you? Which way is it to Lord?" I was hoping to get there by noon, but irrelevant. Now, what does that specific phrase mean? I'm not a Talmudic scholar, but it seems to me that she is, in a kind of subversive way, even criticizing the teaching itself, saying, don't speak over much with women. I'll show you what it means to speak over much with women. It's kind of like a criticism of Rabbi Yossi at the same time. She's putting him in his place in a very unorthodox manner. And she does this throughout her career, so much so that there is an alternative tradition of her death that is probably not supported by the vast majority of sources, but nevertheless is instructive. We'll come back to that towards the end of this lecture. Bruria was also famous for correcting her own husband, which is something that has become a tradition among most Jewish wives ever since Bruria, actually. I see all the men, they're all smiling. All women, they're not smiling. But the story goes like this, that Meir used to have a hard time with hooligans in his neighborhood. There were some Jewish hooligans who would, pelt him with rocks and make fun of him as he was making his way home from the base measures at night. And so, he wanted to pray for their demise. He wanted to pray that they should die. And Bruria said, "What are you doing, Mayor? Come on, that's not a Jewish attitude. Does it say?" And she quotes a verse in Psalms that says, "And sinners should die." No, it says, "And sins should cease. Sins should die." So therefore, she says, "Mayor, you should pray that they do tshuva, that they repent and they stop sinning. The people don't need to go away. The acts, the behavior hasn't changed, but not the people." And so Rebbe Meir accepted her correction, and in fact, he changed the nature of his prayers, and it worked out in that way. One more story about Bruria, which also illustrates the kind of tragedies that Rebbe Meir had to go through. A very, very powerful and moving story. They had twin sons. And for reasons unknown, they died in childhood. Possibly something like crib death. Don't know. You imagine they're very small. And so it happened to fall on the Sabbath. So Rabbi Meir was in synagogue, and he came home and he says, "Where's the kids?" And Bruria said, "Oh, they're sleeping." And then he said, "Okay." He went back to synagogue for the third meal, and he comes home and says, "Where's the kids?" He says, "Oh, they're in bed." And then he makes Havdalah, and he says, "Okay, let's see the boys. Well, they've been sleeping all day." And she says, "Let me ask you a parable. If someone were to give someone else a picadon, a deposit, right, collateral for something, and then after a period of time, the owner came back to collect the collateral, would the depositee have the obligation to return the collateral, or would be allowed to keep it?" And Rebbe Meir said, "Well, what kind of question is this that you're asking me? Obviously, if someone deposits something with you as a safeguard, you have to return it when you're required to hand it over." And she says, "Well, come into the bedroom with me." And she brought him in, and she folded back the blanket because she had covered up their sons, and he saw them both lying dead there. And he said, she said that God has collected his deposit, and we are required to hand it over. So, she's referring, of course, to the lives of their two sons. Very powerful story that illuminates something about who Gloria was as an individual, and also about the character of Mayer himself. Okay, so that's something about his family background and circumstances. Any questions or arguments to this point? Perfectly clear as the sun at noonday, right? Apion was easy. This is much harder. Okay, so let's go on. Now, Rebbe Meir had two very famous teachers. Rebbe Akiva is the one that is probably better supported by the sources that we have at present. Rebbe Akiva, of course, was the greatest of the 10 martyrs of the state. You'll recall his famous death, which is described in great detail in the Talmud and in the liturgy, that the Romans raked his flesh with iron tools. And as he was dying, he said the Shema prayer, Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. And the student said to him, Rabbi, how can you do this? How can you, at this moment, when you're suffering so much, how can you give yourself over to the tenets of Judaism like that and sacrifice yourself? And Rabbi Akiva says, I spent my entire life waiting for a moment when I could fulfill this teaching that you worship God with all your heart, with all your soul, and all your might. Now that it's time to do it, shall I not follow through? So Rebbe Akiva was clearly, as I mentioned earlier, very involved in the Bar Kokhba rebellion. He was a huge supporter of Bar Kokhba himself. And there's an ambiguous kind of description of what happened to the students who followed Rebbe Akiva, presumably into the Bar Kokhba rebellion. We, of course, know this from the summer liturgy. 24,000 students of Rebbe Akiva passed away after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. So the traditional commentators give a lot of sort of vague answers as to why this happened. Some say there was a plague. Others say that this was some kind of punishment because they did not show respect to one another. Historians wonder if perhaps this is a reference to the rabbinical support for Bar Kokhba. If Akiva himself was such a profound supporter of Bar Kokhba, and his students would have followed him, it also stands to reason that perhaps the plague that they're referring to was none other than the Roman Empire striking back at those supporters of the rebellion itself. But at any rate, what the Talmud says is that 24,000, which is probably a number that is used in a poetic sense. It's used as a kind of hyperbolic term to give you a sense of, like a poetically large number, meaning really a lot of students were killed. So Rebbe Akiva was his greatest teacher, of course, horribly persecuted and martyred by Hadrian. But it's said that before his martyrdom and after the 24,000 students died, he succeeded in getting over his tradition to 5 distinct students. Only 5, but one of those 5 was Rebbe Meir. And his contributions were signal in terms of preserving the tradition, particularly in the Mishnah. Another teacher was another absolutely fascinating individual. There are some debates among scholars whether or not the cycle of stories associating Rebbe Meir to Elisha ben Abuya actually makes sense, but nevertheless it's widely accepted that he followed Elisha ben Abuya. Elisha ben Abuya is known more prominently as Acher, as the other one, primarily because he went, to use a contemporary term, off the derech. Why did he cease observing Jewish rituals? This is a complex story that would take a lot more time, I think, to explicate on a philosophical level, but there are a couple of different versions in the Talmud as to why he went off the derech and why he ceased being an observant Jew, and nevertheless, Rebbe Meir, despite criticism, continued to learn Torah at the feet of this apostate Jew. A couple of stories all seem to revolve around the question of tzaddik v'ralo. Why do the righteous suffer? For example, one discussion that's brought down, I believe, in Maseches Kiddushin is when there is a kid who is told by his father, go up onto the roof and send away the mother bird and capture the eggs and bring them down for me. which is, which is a specific commandment that you're supposed to send away the mother bird before you take the eggs. There's some specific restrictions. And on his way down from the ladder breaks and the child dies. And this bothered Acher, Elisha ben Abuya, tremendously, primarily because these two mitzvot, that is, these two commandments, honoring father and mother on the one hand, and specifically sending away the mother bird, are identified as both being special in that they convey the reward of long life. And Elisha ben Abuya asked in the Talmud, where is the long life of this guy? He listens to his father, he shoots away the mother bird, and then he dies, and he gives up on God. He says, God is not fair. How is it possible? It says in the Torah, you get long life, and then this is what happens to him. Another example that's brought down in the Talmud is that one of his teachers was Chutzpit Hamatorgaman, Chutzpit the translator, who would translate things from Hebrew into Aramaic, and he saw his teacher murdered by the Romans in the Hadrianic persecutions. He saw him decapitated and his head being dragged through the streets by a pig. And as he saw his teacher's tongue hit the ground, he said, how is it possible that the tongue that spoke such wisdom should now be so degraded? And he similarly gave up on God. He says, it's not fair, it's not right. Ironically, it's not that he denied the existence of God, he just did not agree that God was fair, which is, strangely enough, something that Jews have continued to maintain a relationship with Elisha ben Abuya over the centuries, and a fascination for him because we endure such persecutions that we return to these questions perennially. The last example of Elisha ben Abuya going off the derech, a very fascinating description in the Talmud in Tractate Chagiga, where 4 rabbis enter the pardes, enter an orchard, which is understood by the commentators to refer to the depths of the mystical tradition. And they go in there, one of them, Ben Zoma, they are told, by the way, before they go down, that Rabbi Akiva says, whatever you do when you get to this wall of pure alabaster, do not cry out, water, water. Strange kind of passage. But they go down there, Ben Zoma insists on looking behind this sort of partition, and he dies. Ben Azai has a look on the other side, and he goes insane. Elisha ben Abuya, our protagonist here, refuses to look, and he says, that's it. As the Talmud says, he uprooted the sapling, meaning a euphemism for he rejected Judaism, and only Rabbi Akiva was able to exit from the pardes whole. A lot of interesting commentaries on this, but one of the basic ideas is that this alabaster wall, if you look at the 17th century commentary of the Marshaw, he illustrates this a little bit. The wall represents this problem of theodicy, of tzadik v'ralo, of why do the righteous suffer. Ben Zoma wanted to know the secret why it is that the righteous suffer, and when he saw the other side, he said, okay, I accept it, and now I'm going to go to my just reward. Ben Azai says, I want to see it, and I want to bring it back to this world so we can understand it, but his mind was torn up because he could not handle that truth in this world. Elisha ben Abuya decided he simply wants to have nothing to do with it, and he simply walked away, and he walked away from Judaism as a whole, and only Rabbi Akiva was somehow able to manage the existential dilemma of why do the righteous suffer and exited whole. So Rabbi Meir continued to study with Elisha ben Abuya, even when the other rabbis indicated that his Torah was contaminated by his apostasy, and even though Elisha ben Abuya did not observe the Torah, the Sabbath, and so on, Rabbi Meir nevertheless defended himself. And when he was accosted with this, he came back with a phrase that would reverberate throughout the centuries. He said, I eat the fruit and throw away the peel. Meaning I can see the value in my teacher Elisha ben Abuya. I eat what is valuable there, the meat of the fruit, and the peel, the externality, which is not important to me, I cast aside. Which is incidentally the same thing that Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, the famous author of the Mesilas Yesharim, said when he was criticized for reading the works of Nathan of Gaza, the prime propagandist of Shabbatai Tzvi. He wrote to his teacher and said, hey, I eat the fruit and I throw away the peel, even of someone like Nathan of Gaza.
Hi, I want to know that the audiences here in Brooklyn are really top notch and amazing. I don't often interrupt the lecture to include things that they may have pointed out when they come up to me afterwards, but one thing is I definitely have to say right now. I mispronounced the word reverberate. I like to say reverberate, but it's actually reverberate. So thank you to audience members for correcting that. I'll get right back to it.
Several centuries from now. So Rebbe Meir was eclectic in his learning and willing to absorb the Torah from many different sources, even someone as controversial as Elisha ben Abuya. He, however, was of a rather pugnacious personality, would not back down from a conflict, and in one particular example, it got him into a significant amount of trouble that followed him for the rest of his life, and in fact for the rest of literary history. That is specifically a conflict that he had with Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel. There were three figures of importance in the post-Bar Kokhba Jewish community, specifically that of the Nasi, or the prince, the Chacham, the wise one, and the Av Beit Din, who was the head of the courts. And these three figures, although we're not exactly sure how they divided their duties, the names are somewhat indicative of their respective roles. Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel was the Nasi, Rabbi Nassan was the Chacham, and Rabbi Meir was the Av Beit Din. And there was a dispute between the three of them, where Rabbi Shimon ben Gamliel had indicated that he felt that since he was the primus inter pares, the first among equals, that when he walked into the yeshiva, people should stand for him, but they should not stand for Rabbi Meir and for Rabbi Nassan. Because they should show some deference specifically to the Nasi. Rabbi Nassan and Rabbi Meir felt that this was, disparaging to their wisdom and disparaging to the idea of someone who was learned in general, and therefore they opposed Rabbi Shimon Gamliel on this, and they staged kind of like a debate in which they hoped that Rabbi Shimon Gamliel would betray his lack of knowledge in certain esoterica of Talmudic wisdom. It happened that Rabbi Shimon Gamliel got wind of this plot, he prepared, and he performed very well in the debate, and after he emerged victorious from this strange kind of three-way conflict, he punished his erstwhile opponents by banning them from the yeshiva. They had to stand outside the yeshiva, and he said from now on, anyone who quotes Rabbi Meir, anyone who quotes, Rabbi Nassan should say, Yesh Omrim, there are those who say. So in other words, the Talmud is replete with the passage, there are those who say, which is attributed to Rabbi Nassan. And anyone who quotes Rabbi Meir, they should say, others say. Oh, I wrote here, Rabbi Nassan, those who say, and Rabbi Meir is Acherim Omrim. So from then on, throughout the Talmud, whenever Rabbi Meir is quoted, not whenever, but quite frequently, it's simply quoted as others say. And his name is blotted out from the text. There are exceptions to this rule, significant exceptions, but nevertheless, this gives you an indication of Rebbe Meir's pugnacious nature, and at the same time, the humiliation that he was forced to endure as a result of one conflict that he had with authority figures. Okay, let's go on a little bit further. Nevertheless, Rebbe Meir's voice reverberates throughout the entire Mishnah and the Talmud upon which it is built. This is one of the most difficult concepts to really tease out in the literary archaeology of the Mishnah is this concept, Stam Mishnah Rebbe Meir. An anonymous teaching in the Mishnah should be attributed to Rebbe Meir. Which is widely held as a hermeneutic principle in trying to determine the meaning of the Mishnah. And one should understand, I'm sure that all of you in this room looking around have had the opportunity to study Mishnah, but it is a rather unique document. Unlike, it's not exactly a legal text, like a code in which one learns the laws. It is rather a kind of like a transcript of a debate of many rabbis on specific topics in which several rabbis' opinions are quoted, and then you move on to the next Mishnah, usually without getting a clear statement of, well, what did we decide here? It's kind of like most academic committees are like that. We'll spend time sitting around for a couple of hours talking, and at the end of it, say, who who's supposed to do what? That's when you read the Mishnah without commentary, you often wonder, like, what was this all about? Rabbi Yachov's opinion was this, Rabbi Y's opinion was that. What does it all mean? So and there is actually tremendous structure and meaning to the Mishnah, but it takes years of very careful study and training to be able to decipher it. At any rate, quite often the Mishnah will quote an opinion without any attribution, and that's understood to be the opinion of Rabbi Meir. It's very significant because later it can be compared to other anonymous attributions or to other statements which are explicit in the name of Rabbi Meir, and you're able to refine conclusions from those comparisons. So this just gives you a sense of how pervasive his opinion is in the structure of the Mishnah, which is the foundation of the Talmud and really of all Jewish law. His teachings are on other topics, and just to choose a couple that are some of my favorites. Do not look at the bottle, but look at what is inside it. Sometimes you have new wine in old bottles, and other times you have old wine in new bottles. Meaning, don't look at a person and say, this is a youngster, a whippersnapper, how can they possibly have anything valuable to say? No, the truth is they may be old wine in new bottles. Now, on the other hand, just because a person is old and a gray deer, don't think that automatically they have so much chachma either, because it could be they've got new wine in an old bottle. Kind of a humorous statement. Another one, a little bit more poignant. He says, we are born with clenched fists and we die with open hands. And what he means by this is, when we're born, same kind of teaching really. When we're born, we have this highly acquisitionist instinct. We're very avaricious. We want to grab, we want to snatch, we want to claim things for ourselves. But when we die, our hands are open, meaning we could take nothing at all with us to the next world. Kind of a very, stoic kind of meditation on the meaning of the pursuits in life. These are the kinds of things that Rebbe Meir taught. Now, his end was not a pleasant one. In the context of the Bar Kokhba persecutions, he was forced to flee Israel, most likely to Babylon, and although we have several different conflicting traditions as to his place of death, it was most likely in contemporary Turkey, in Asia Minor, where he asked to be buried on the shores of the Mediterranean Sea, so that the water that would lap against his grave would also lap against the Holy Land. This Talmudic reference is probably the greatest argument to say that the site usually referred to as the tomb of Rebbe Meir, which is in Tiberias, on the shore of the lake of the Galilee, or Yam Kinneret, is probably not the grave of Rebbe Meir. That's the picture of the grave attributed to him in the Yam Kinneret, very beautiful location, but probably not the actual grave of Rebbe Meir. This is not an unusual thing. Creating or adopting graves as a form of promoting spiritual tourism is something that's been going on in Israel for hundreds of years. Nevertheless, he fled to Babylon, most likely single, because his wife had passed away by that point. Now, why did Bruria pass away? There is a strange outlier passage in Rashi, a story in Rashi on Avodah Zarah, that seems so entirely uncharacteristic of Bruria that many scholars simply deny that it has any historical validity whatsoever. Nevertheless, it is such a powerful story that I'll relate it to you now, and it seems highly unlikely to be, really the end of Bruria, but nevertheless, it is a passage in Rashi. Note also, Rashi, of course, living some 800 years after Bruria died, with no intervening tradition upon which to rely. I mean, we have no other Midrashim, or we have no other medieval commentators referring to this story, so there's a huge gap of some 800 years without any literary references, also tends to undermine it. But when Rashi says something, everybody has to pay attention, so we can't simply discard it. The story goes that there's this passage in the Talmud that Nashim daten kalotena, the women are light-minded, which is sometimes misinterpreted to mean women are not very intelligent. Shoshana Pantel Zolti, who wrote a brilliant book based on her dissertation on women's education in Judaism, says that really the best way to interpret this or to translate this phrase, daitan kalot, means their minds are light, meaning they're easily swayed. Not that they're lack intelligence, but she says it's used in the context that women can be convinced of many things. So the story is that someone went to Rebbe Meir and said, how come you treat your wife with so much respect and she studies Talmud and things like that? Don't you know that women are light-minded? And Rebbe Meir says, not my Bruria. She's someone special. You can't budge her. She is so, firm in her opinions and so on. And so they challenged Rebbe Meir on this point, and he said, you know what, let's make a deal. Let's see if one of you young yeshiva boys, if you can seduce my wife, that will really show you that she will give in to nothing. Now, it's a very strange thing for a rabbi to say about his wife, to his students, and so on. It smacks of the, it begs credulity. At any rate, the story goes in this passage in Rashi that they did, in fact, find a candidate who entreated Bruria over and over until finally she succumbed. And when Meir found out about it, and when she thought about it, she was distraught and she committed suicide. Rebbe Meir, completely devastated by the loss of his wife, decided to go into exile and he fled off to Babylon. Again, a strange story, which certainly has a sort of hortatory moral element to it, urging men perhaps to, not give their wives too much authority, but it's a complete outlier from what we know about Bruria and what we know about Rebbe Meir and what we know in general about the Jewish approach to marriage as a whole, that it's hard to take it at face value. Nevertheless, one garners from this story just some sense of perhaps the tragic end of Bruria and the tragedies that Meir had endured with the death of his children, later with the death of his wife under mysterious circumstances, and his eventual death in exile. His intellectual and spiritual impact on Judaism is phenomenal because he was able to cull from his phenomenal teachers, Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Elisha ben Abuya, and others, and combined with his somewhat feisty personality, a sincere burning love for Torah, into the texts which we know as the Mishnah today, where he forms an incredibly central role. And we are really indebted to his thought for the legacy of Judaism today. With that, I'm going to conclude, and I thank you very much for your endurance. Okay, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for coming. Okay.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
Suck my dick and you can give this job, right? Okay, I get that sucks, all right? And that sucks for women, and that's
Tonight's topic is going to be on Viktor Frankl, a very important thinker that I understand my own children have been exposed to at about the same age that I started reading Viktor Frankl. And I suddenly realized, how much of an impact he had on the formation of my own personality in my emerging adulthood years, that I thought it would be certainly very appropriate for us to speak about him tonight. He was a Holocaust survivor who developed a form of psychotherapy, which is called generally the third school of psychotherapy, based in Vienna, like all great psychotherapies. He flows very nicely, very well after Sigmund Freud, who we spoke about last week. Freud being the first school, his disciple Adler being the second school, and Adler's disciple, really, Frankl, being the third school. He calls this school of psychotherapy logotherapy, from the Greek word logos, which means word. And basically, he argues that unlike many of the great thinkers of the late 19th, early 20th centuries, who like these big monolithic theories that say life is all about X. For Freud, life was all about pleasure. For Nietzsche, life was all about power. Well, for Frankl, life was all about meaning.
And the main contribution that he offered the world at large, beyond simply the world of psychotherapy, was the notion that humans desperately crave meaning in their lives. And they can put up with an incredible amount of suffering as long as that suffering can be translated into a system of meaning. And this was a huge insight that, as I said, had a tremendous impact on my own thinking as a young adult, and I think it's had a great impact on my children as well. So let's look at his life, which spans most of the 20th century. His years are 1905 through 1997, and understand a little bit about the dramatic experiences that he endured and the way in which he transformed them into becoming a tremendous world thinker. Here's a picture of him in his childhood. You see he's the child on the top there. Can we adjust the image a little bit, Denise Malta? No, not with that button. I'm scared we'll turn it off. Just tilt it upwards so we can see his chain upon him. There we go. One in the middle is Victor Frankl. When I was a little boy, I thought that my Hebrew name was Shane upon him for a long time because my grandmother would always call me that. His family were middle-class Jewish Viennese bureaucrats working primarily in the civil service. He had a fairly strong exposure to traditional Judaism. He actually had something of a talent as a chazan, as a cantor. And according to the biographies that have appeared of Viktor Frankl, he apparently, when he was in his early adolescence, he was sought out as a choir member and as someone to lead the services because he had a very beautiful voice. However, he had an adolescent brush with atheism that sort of soured him on the idea of pursuing a professional religious career, although religion remained very important to Frankl's thought throughout his life. In fact, one of the areas of controversy about his legacy is whether or not logotherapy constitutes really a religious worldview. He likes to refer to it in an existential sense, but is it something that grows out of Christianity or Judaism? He definitely saw a lot of parallels to both those faiths. He himself, just to jump ahead of the story a little bit, he referred to himself as very much a believing Jew, and he was very dedicated to the ideals of Judaism, although not necessarily in practice. His second wife was a practicing Catholic, and they believed very much in observing both Hanukkah and Christmas and so on. And his wife later said that she thought her husband was actually a holy man because he was such an inspirational character. But his actual outward representation of Jewish values was not in conformity with Orthodox tradition. Nevertheless, there's no question that his ideas in many ways are in harmony with both Judaism and Christianity. But let's go on to the real essence of his life. He became a medical doctor specializing in neurology, again, very much under the same influence of Sigmund Freud, with whom, as a young man, he had a significant relationship with. Freud was a mentor to him. They corresponded quite a bit, and Freud encouraged him to publish one of his articles, so he had definite direct contact with the father of psychoanalysis. Even more so, he had influence under Freud's disciple, Adler, who argued against the pleasure principle but had a marked impact on the young Frankl. Frankl specialized in, like Freud as well, the intersection of mental thoughts, imagination, and so on, and their physical manifestations. And in particular, he was very interested in the phenomenon of suicide. It was a lifelong occupation for him that we see even in his student days. He organized in his youth, still as a student, a free counseling service for students because there was a wave of suicides in the late 20s and in 1930 that were usually connected with the awarding of grades. I myself, even in the University of Toronto, studying in the 1980s, when we had one particular student housing project that was developed, and it was developed without any windows. And the scuttlebutt on campus, not without any windows, sorry, without windows that would not open. And the scuttlebutt on campus, I don't know if it was really true, was because they were worried that kids would jump out of the windows when they became depressed. We even had, in many schools, they have spring break. right at that point when student suicides are at their peak. At any rate, Frankel set up a free student counseling service that reduced the suicides in Vienna to zero. Really an impressive achievement. Later, he made quite a career out of this. He would be the head of a program in the hospital he worked at, specifically dealing with people who are in risk of committing suicide, women especially. He would serve thousands of women who were depressed and liable to commit suicide. Obviously, this connected with his developing ideas of logotherapy, the notion that people desired meaning in their life, and he came to the conclusion that people can tolerate anything, any kind of depression, any kind of terrible situation, just so long as they have a reason to live, as they all have a meaning with which to frame their suffering. He served in the great hospital of Vienna, the Steinhoff Psychiatric Hospital, where he was the head of what they called the Selbstmorderung Pavilion, the suicide pavilion, which was where they would put all the mental patients who were on suicide watches. And again, thousands and thousands of women were treated by the young Frankel in this time quite successfully. However, we're talking about a career that is just beginning to blossom at the same time that the Western European nations, in particular Germany, Austria, and so on, are moving towards National Socialism. In terms of Vienna, the great turning point was, of course, the Anschluss, which is the period when Germany overtook Austria. Much to the pleasure of the Austrians at the time, Germany and Austria united in 1938, which was part of the domino process that led eventually to World War II. Hitler was following a policy of, basically having temper tantrums, demanding certain concessions from the European nations, and the Allies, afraid of a repeat of World War I with its tremendous casualties, followed a disastrously wrong policy of appeasement, where they basically said, look, we'll just give Hitler this one more thing. Okay, we'll let him remilitarize this region. Okay, we'll let him, take over this part of one territory, and so on and so forth, thinking that once he got that single thing he was upset about at the time, he would eventually stop. Austria was the penultimate of these temper tantrums, followed by appeasement. The last one, of course, was the invasion of the Sudetenland region of Czechoslovakia, a mountainous region that had a lot of German citizens, and Hitler insisted on it. Neville Chamberlain, you'll recall, the Prime Minister of England, went over there, sat down with Hitler. Hitler promised he would not make any war as long as he got this region, and Chamberlain came back to England. It's all on newsreels, landing on the tarmac and waving a piece of paper saying, we will have peace in our time, because Hitler has, of course, agreed that just with Czechoslovakia, he's going to stop. And, of course, shortly thereafter, he waged war on Poland. So the Anschluss in particular, do you remember the famous movie associated with this? Thank you very much. The Sound of Music, absolutely. That's set in the time of the Anschluss, when the von Trapp family, who are Austrian nationalists, who do not believe that Germany's interests are aligned with Austria's, but nevertheless, Austria is so enthusiastic about the possibility of hooking their train up to Hitler's locomotive, because he's obviously getting everything he wants, and Austria becomes Nazified very rapidly. So what impact this had on Frankel is quite significant. He was removed from his post at the Steinhoff Hospital and stripped of his title. He was not allowed to practice as a medical doctor. He was instead classified as a so-called Jewish specialist. And as a Jewish specialist, he was allowed only to treat other Jews. He took a position, therefore, after he left the Steinhoff Hospital at the Rothschild Hospital, which treated Jews. And there he continued his work counseling people at this time as the head of the neurology department. But under these very difficult circumstances, he was dealing with a lot of Jews who were under incredible stresses as the war was progressing and the persecution was increasing. The Jews of Vienna were not immediately deported to the concentration camps. For the Jews of the city of Vienna itself, it took a few years before that would actually come to pass. So they lived the early years under increasing strain. We know a few things about what Frankel did during this brief period. In particular, he took a fairly heroic stance against the Nazi policy known as Operation Euthanasia. This was an absolutely horrific and cruel program in which the Nazis would gas to death children with Down syndrome and other obvious genetic or mental defects. And so many patients were evaluated by people like Dr. Frankel, who insisted that they were totally normal, their chromosomes were perfectly all right, in order to save them from the gassing that the Nazis subjected people with developmental disabilities. It's interesting to note that many of the techniques that the Nazis experimented on, these, by the way, are not just Jewish citizens. These are all Aryan citizens as well. It was part of the Nazi racial ideal to try and, thin the herd, to try and weed out all children that had any genetic defects in order to try and purify the race. So in this context, he really he stood up and tried to save as many people as possible from the Nazi experiments. And these experiments in gassing human beings would later be applied to the Jews, of course, in the concentration camps after 1941 and 42. So that basically takes him up to the beginning of the Holocaust per se. Just prior to his deportation to the camps, he married a young Jewish woman named Tilly Grosser. 1941, here is a photograph. Their marriage was short-lived because a few months after their engagement, they were both deported to a concentration camp. But the tragedy is still more poignant because in 1942, Frankel actually received a tremendously rare visa to emigrate to the United States of America. And he had this last-minute opportunity to actually leave Vienna behind, take his young bride, and make it to these shores for safety. And in fact, delighted that was what he was planning to do. And he went home to speak about it with his parents. And, they spoke about it quite a bit. And then Frankel noticed that on the table was a piece of marble. And he asked his father, where did this piece of marble come from? And the father said that, Frankel's father said that after they blew up the great synagogue, he went to the rubble and he found a piece of the Ten Commandments. It only had one Hebrew letter on it. And he brought it home because of, the great sadness at the destruction of the house of worship. And Frankel asked, you were able to save one of the commandments. Which one was it? And his father said it was the commandment to honor your father and mother. Frankel was moved emotionally, and he decided at the last minute that he would not take advantage of the visa, which ultimately doomed him to deportation to the camps. His father and his mother were both killed in the camps, as was his young bride. But that's really the beginning of Frankel's story as a logotherapist. So they were deported shortly after this decision to remain, and Frankel spent time in 4 different camps. It's worth mentioning a little bit about why there were so many different camps and what were the characteristics of these camps. Hitler had 2 basic types of camps. The so-called Konzentrationslager, or concentration camps, and Vernichtungslager, or destruction camps, death camps. The concentration camps were extremely plentiful, perhaps 100 or so scattered across Europe. They existed from the beginning of Hitler's tenure as a leader. In 1933, one of the first things he started doing was setting up these concentration camps, whereas the Vernichtungslager were only 6 in number, 6 death camps. The Konzentrationslager tended to have mainly non-Jewish populations. These were people who were principally Hitler's political enemies. And as his rule went on and as the war eventually picked up, then it included a lot of people that Hitler simply didn't like, such as Jehovah's Witnesses, homosexuals, gypsies, a whole list of people Communists, of course, I mean, the list grew and grew and grew, and these concentration camps tended to hold a lot of them, and most of the deaths that occurred in concentration camps tended to be of starvation and abuse. The Vernichtungslager, by contrast, were only set up beginning in late 1941, and they were built with the express purpose of murdering their inmates. They were not built with the idea of, containment like a prison or some kind of rehabilitation. They were built expressly for the purpose of destroying the people who walked through their gates. The most notorious, of course, is Auschwitz, but I'm sure you're familiar with the names Treblinka, Majdanek, Belzec, Sobibor, and Dachau. Dachau is actually a little bit of a hybrid camp, because Dachau began as a concentration camp, and then, like several camps, Bergen-Belsen as well, began to evolve towards the Vernichtungslager. What are the characteristics of the death camps? Principally the gas chambers, because the gas chambers are used mainly for processing people as soon as they arrive in the camps. And then following the gas chambers, the crematoria, which were used to get rid of the bodies, which was a constant problem in these death camps because the death rate was so high. So Franco was first sent to Theresienstadt, which was one of the kind of less intense camps, and it was actually considered a model camp that Hitler would frequently open to the Red Cross to visit, to show that the Jews were being treated there humanely and so on. His father died shortly thereafter. And then they were all deported to Auschwitz, where his mother died, and his young wife died, and his brother as well. His sister, by the way, survived the war, and she's the only member of the family besides Franco himself. I tried to track down this source, but I did read in one of the biographical materials that his wife was forced to have an abortion in the camps, and then later was killed. It's certainly not beyond a possibility. And then afterwards, he spent, I forgot to mention a very important thing about the Vernichtungslager, though. About 90% of the Jews who arrived at one of these 6 death camps were killed within 24 hours. There was a selection process right at the very beginning when they would disembark from the trains, and there would be someone who would kind of evaluate their state of physical health. Those who were deemed to look like they could do some physical work were indicated they should move to the right. And this also included other prisoners of value, such as identical twins, because they were very useful for medical experimentation and other horrible things. But everyone else was simply sent to the left. And all their personal valuables were removed, everything from the coins they may have sewn into the pant linings to their gold teeth, prosthetic limbs, glasses, and so on. And then eventually their hair was shorn, used for various purposes. In some extreme cases, their skin was removed to make lampshades. Amazing. And there are many stories even of their fat being rendered to make soap, although there's some controversy to that as well. And of course, you know that the end of the story is they would then be gassed, and their bodies would be burned in the crematoria. The 10% or so that were chosen to move to the right were given various tasks that were necessary for the operation of the camp, such as the notorious Sonderkommando, the special commandos, who were Jews who were charged with the terrible task of removing the bodies from the gas chamber and transporting them to the crematoria. In some cases, the capos, the internal enforcers of the camp, and so on. And many of these camps had industries attached to them. Auschwitz, for example, had 5 satellite camps that were involved in producing various things for the war effort. A camp called Buna, for example, just outside Auschwitz, made acetone, which is a chemical that was very much useful in the manufacturing process. So this was kind of like an afterthought for the Germans, to have this small population in every camp that was actually doing some kind of useful labor. Franco's experience was he was selected to go to the right, and he was made a slave laborer. He endured months of this terrible back-racing starvation diet as a slave laborer, and towards the end of the war, because his work as a psychological counselor began to be noticed even in the camps, he got assigned some slightly easier duties in less demanding camps, sometimes getting special treatment that allowed him to survive the war. But he definitely had the experience of the worst of the camps during these terrible years from 1942 till 1945. So he went through Reichenstadt, Auschwitz, Kaufering, and later Turkheim, which was a satellite camp from Dachau. Now, in the camps, this is where he made his most sophisticated discoveries. It's important to comment on one particular type of camp inmate that was well known in the literature. We know a lot about this from many people who survived the war, the so-called Musulman, which is a strange term. It basically translates as Muslim, and this was a term that was used to describe prisoners who had reached the end of their rope, and they were, just days, weeks away from death. And other prisoners would look at it. They gave up. They had no more hope whatsoever, and they walked around in a zombie-like trance. They felt no apparent pain, even physical pain. Nothing seemed to bother them. They did not have the will to live in any form, to get more food, or any of the kind of camp squabbles did not affect them anymore. They just kind of shuffled around until finally they expired of the host of illnesses and starvation that could expose them to. We have multiple data points that many survivors report about this psychological phenomenon of a person who gets to such a state that they simply are Oismensch. They're no longer human, as it were. They're just a shell. And people would kind of whisper amongst each other, Franco reports, this one's got maybe a week left, this one's got maybe 2 weeks left, that's it. And they would spot them right away. They could have their shoes stolen from them, and that's essentially a key to life for things like shoes in the winter, and it wouldn't bother them. They would simply go on without shoes until eventually they expired from the cold and so on. And it was a distinct phenomenon that we never see in normal society because our nutrition levels and so on, even for the homeless, are so much better than they were in the camps. And this was a phenomenon that Frankl thought quite a bit about. I wanted to mention also in this context one last point. Oh yes, the term Musulman, although it seems rather offensive to refer to people like this as Muslims, the camps had a tremendous amount of euphemistic language. For example, I mentioned how all of the possessions of the Jews were taken away, their eyeglasses, prosthetic limbs, false teeth, whatever, and they were stored in a big building that was called Canada. That was, there was a building. There was this building called Canada, which was maybe like it had all these special things in it. So there's all kinds of terminologies like that, and we simply have to accept it. So let's talk a little bit about what Frankl observed and what he thought when he saw the phenomenon of the Musulman. He basically went through the process himself, observed it in himself. Although he never became a Muslim himself, he had a tremendous insight into what was going on. He recalls how when he went into the camp, everything was actually taken away from a person. I should mention in this context the great research of the scholar Terence Express, who was one of the first scholars, American scholars, to really study all of the survivor literature. And he came out with a book called The Survivor in the early 70s. And as soon as he finished it, he committed suicide. He was simply too overwhelmed with what he had learned. But he argued in his book, his thesis was that the Nazi strategy, intentional or not, or conscious or not, the Nazi strategy was to infantilize the prisoners as far as possible by completely removing all of their individuality and regressing them to a point of childishness, really. For example, one of the first things they lost was their personal belongings. Frankl tried desperately to hold on to a manuscript of a book he was working on, and it was taken away from him very early in the war, and he lost that book completely. Their clothing is taken away, their hair is taken away, which is, we take pride in our hair while we have it. And we try to, express our individuality with our hair. I thought that was funny. No one seemed to laugh. But, the hair is an important identifier of who we are. they took away their names, right? It was against the camp rules to refer to a prisoner by their name. You had to refer to them by their numbers. To the point where, as this press argues, and this is like a phenomenal insight, they even fed them a watery gruel and gave them extremely limited latrine privileges such that they would soil themselves, much like children before they were toilet trained. He called this the excremental assault. It was an attack with excrement to try and break the Jews down to the lowest level of their humanity till they got to the point of being a Musliman. And then it was all over. Let me go back to the idea of the Musliman now. So, he sees these people who have absolutely no meaning left in their life whatsoever. And he wonders, what happened to them? How does a person give up so much? And then by contrast, some of the most powerful passages in his memoirs describe how the certain things would suddenly inspire the entire barracks, such as he observed the fervency of prayer. Like when people would organize a minyan and daven, he said it was phenomenal how people would totally pour themselves into their davening, even in this horrible situation. Or a sunset. He remembers a time when someone came into the barracks and said, everyone has to go outside and see this beautiful sunset. And for a moment, they would go outside and they would appreciate nature. When they're traveling in trains between camps, at one point, he said they had a tiny little window that only a few people could actually see out at any time. And when they passed some of the mountains, people were crowding around just to get a glimpse of nature's beauty. And he was surprised, how come people who have given up so much, who have lost so much, still appreciate these things? He also realized that his contemplation of his wife gave him tremendous strength. Like he didn't know where his wife was at this point. She could be 100 yards away, 1,000 miles away. He had no idea, live or dead. But just thinking about his wife suddenly, transported him from his horrible material circumstances and gave him tremendous strength to carry on, an abiding strength. He even thought to himself that even if his wife were not to be alive anymore, thinking of her still gave him that strength. And through these kinds of experiences, he began to say that it's meaning that we all crave. We need meaning to keep us going on in life. And even in the darkest of circumstances, such as the concentration camps, if one can have meaning, one can find a way to live through it. Really tremendous kind of discovery. So let's go now to his creative work after the war, which is extremely significant. And I have a special treat because I have a couple of videos. Since he's a 20th century figure, we can actually see and hear him speak in a couple of videos. So first of all, the work that really cemented his reputation, a phenomenal little book with tremendous power called Man's Search for Meaning. It was originally called, I think, Trotzdem Ja zum Leben sagen, or something like that. But nevertheless, I say yes to life. Zum Leben sagen ja. I say yes to life, something like that. And it went through a couple different titles. He was actually encouraged to write this book by Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson. You recall we spoke about him many weeks ago. And, he encouraged him to transform his memoirs into a book form, and it took this form. It became an exceptionally popular work. This edition here, which was published, I think, in 2010, says more than 12 million copies in print worldwide. It is an enduring classic. A Japanese newspaper had a vote recently among their readership and it was named one of the 10 books that must survive the 20th century, meaning this is a book that we need in the future because it really carries such a tremendous message of hope and significance. And basically, this is where he describes the first half he describes his camp experience, and the second half he describes what is logotherapy, how one works with patients to give them meaning in their lives. Let me now give you a chance to hear him briefly speaking about logotherapy. I'm just going to hold the microphone over here so that the internet can get it as well.
Let me just recount an incident that happened to me in one of my own concentration camps. I was confronted within a couple of days with two comrades the one of whom I knew that they are prone to suicide. Now what happened? I asked those why they wish to commit suicide, to take their lives, and without knowing independently from one another, they told me, see doctor, I've nothing to expect from my life anymore. And you know what I improvisingly asked them? Now listen, isn't it considerate that instead life expects something from you?
Just to repeat that, if you had difficulty hearing it from far away, he met in the camp two individuals thinking about suicide. He spoke to them separately, individually, and he asked them, what's the motivation for suicide? Why are you doing this? And they both said, well, we can't expect anything of life anymore. And he said, well, maybe you should consider that life expects something from you. Maybe there are obligations placed on you. The reason for living, the meaning for living, the logos of living, that same idea. So after the war, he formulates these things into this very successful book, Man's Search for Meaning, and many other books. He has about 30 publications. He married, as I mentioned earlier, a practicing Catholic, which made a rather strange kind of relationship, but nevertheless one that was quite common in Europe at the time. What was uncommon is he decided to remain in Vienna. He decided to establish himself back in a place where there were hardly any Jews anymore, but he felt that this is the right place for him to continue his work in logotherapy. Nevertheless, as you heard from the last tape, he was actually quite well versed in the English language, and he became an internationally known speaker. He has 29 honorary PhDs from many universities, including the University of Haifa and elsewhere. He's a very, very gifted lecturer. Let's just hear one more videotape. This video I actually really enjoyed. This is him speaking at my alma mater, the University of Toronto, in 1972, and you get a sense of his sense of humor as well as his intellectualism.
They wish to make a lot of money. In Europe, every American student, if more every American adult, is regarded as someone who is just out to make a lot of money. Really? 16% of these students regarded their main goal and concern in life to make a lot of money. I'm quoting literally, make a lot of money. And you know what the top class, the top category? We say category, what do you say? Category was amongst, if you excuse me, but I know I am speaking a marvelous accent without the slightest English. Now, you know what the top category was? 78% of these American youngsters were concerned, as they expressed it themselves, with finding a meaning and purpose in their lives. So there's a realistic view of man. And you won't believe it. Gray hair, my age, I started taking flying lessons recently. Do you know what my flying instructor told me? If you are starting here, wish to get here, say east, heading for this, and you have a crosswind, you will drift and you will land here. So you have to do what we pilots call crabbing, C-R-A-B, crabbing. You have to head for north of this airfield, and you have to fly that way, see? As if you headed in this direction. If you are heading here above this airfield, then you will actually land here. But if you head for here, you are landing here. This holds also for man, I would say. If we take man as he really is, we make him worse. But if we overestimate him, It's premature. Your applause will soon know why. If we seem to be idealists and are overrating man, and looking at him that high, here above, you know what happens? We promote him to what he really can be. So we have to be idealists in a way, because then we wind up as the real realists. And you know who has said this? If we take man as he is, we make him worse. But if we take man as he should be, we make him capable of becoming what he can be. This was not my flight instructor, this was not me, this was Goethe. He said this verbally. And now you will understand why one of my writings once said, this is the most apt maxim and motto for any psychotherapeutic activity. So if you don't recognize a young man's will to meaning, man's search for meaning, you make him worse, you make him dull, you make him frustrated, you still add and contribute to his frustration. While if you presuppose in this man, if in this so-called criminal or juvenile delinquent or drug abuse and so forth, there must be a what we call spark, a spark of search for meaning. Let's recognize this. Let's presuppose it. And then you will elicit it from him, and you will make him become what he in principle is capable of becoming.
Yeah, it's a brilliant, brilliant passage. As you can see, that he's a very gifted speaker and a gifted writer as well. And his ideas are really quite engaging. I want to read you one short passage from Man's Search for Meaning. I have a lot of notes in it, even though this is probably the 20th time I've read it. And so it is both strange and remarkable to me that among some dozens of books I have authored, this is, by the way, in his preface to the 1992 edition, precisely this one, meaning this book, which I had intended to be published anonymously so that it could never build up any reputation on the part of the author, did become a success. Yeah, he didn't put his name on the cover, and his friends really begged him he really should have more meaning, so he eventually put it on the title page inside of it and so on. Again and again, I therefore admonish my students both in Europe and America, don't aim at success. The more you aim at it and make it a target, the more you are going to miss it. For success, like happiness, cannot be pursued. It must ensue. And it only does so as the unintended side effect of one's dedication to a cause greater than oneself, or as the byproduct of one's surrender to a person other than oneself. Happiness must happen, and the same holds for success. You have to let it happen by not caring about it. I want you to listen to what your conscience commands you to do and go on to carry it out to the best of your knowledge. Then you will live to see that in the long run, I say, success will follow you precisely because you had forgotten to think about it. Brilliant, right? It talks about the idea of using their very Jewish ideas, the idea of being mevatel, of nullifying yourself before a much greater ideal. Whether it is God, which we can certainly consider some of the Jewish tradition, whether it is your family, whatever it is, that if you give yourself over, if you give yourself over to another cause and completely sublimate yourself or subjugate yourself to that cause, then happiness and success will ultimately ensue. Whereas if you try to say, I want to be, I want to have, it won't work at all. It's a brilliant life lesson. Now, let me introduce you. There were some controversies in life, which I shouldn't leave this lecture without mentioning. There were some critics of Frankel's work. For example, some of the things that happened in the concentration camps, I don't think, I mentioned in passing to my wife, did you hear this about Viktor Frankl? And she was like so angry that anyone would even criticize a single thing that he did in the concentration camps. She felt that it was totally off limits. But I will tell you what it was. He apparently performed autopsies on the brains of some people who committed suicide, which a charitable view would say, well, he's a neurologist after all, and he is trying to understand something more about the motivations for suicide. And under the extreme conditions of the camps, how could you possibly criticize him for this? Other criticisms are that he maintained fairly cordial relations with a few figures who later became less popular for involvement in the Nazi Party, such as, for example, Kurt Waldheim, the Austrian politician who later had some notoriety with his appointment to the United Nations. So these are comparatively minor criticisms, but nevertheless his life is not totally without controversy. So by way of legacy, let's just look at this last quote of his. Between stimulus and response, there is a space. In that space is our power to choose our response. In our response lies our growth and our freedom. Essentially, the way that we react to stress is what defines us as human beings. Frankel's life was one of tremendous import, and I think he's left a legacy that continues to affect people all across the world to the present day and beyond. So with that, I'd like to conclude tonight's lecture. I'll stick around for a few questions. I want to remind you that we're not going to be meeting until after Passover. So we'll send out notices and initial bulletin when we'll start up again. Thank you very much for your attention.
Just downright hate. I don't like that at all. I think it's weird. I think you can buy a vacation to a nice place if you save your money. Almost everyone in America has access to an infinite amount of phenomenal education. Many diseases that you get, they can just give you a pill and they don't have them anymore. But then you're like, my body don't look like I want, and what are we doing about that? And what I want to do is be some small part of the tidal wave of progress that when it crashes and lands and washes away all the little pebbles on the beach, the result is every human being looks like they want. Period. That is the North Star. And I think that world is going to be a world in which we have like a gazillion other problems. And, but so many fewer, very core, very easily identifiable problems like low self-esteem, etc. And to me, recently, this is meant not just for the body, but for the face and the hair and everything. Total aesthetic appeal. Now, for those of you listening to this podcast, I am not a representation of the pinnacle of the idea. I'm not even someone to look up to. My body looks ridiculous. I have more body hair than like people have hair on their head. Like 3 hairy haircuts in a row. Almost impossible to tap though. Difficult to tap. Yeah, the hair gets way too close. People just stop rolling with me because of disgust. I just want to laugh. Today I got showered like I was competing today. I was showered. Get a cigarette. Oh yeah. One of those like early 80s cigarettes where like the nipples are hanging out. Sorry, wrestling. Classic wrestling and weightlifting cigarettes with everything there. What exactly are they trying to cover?
Very interesting development here. So, Callan is moving on from Shaw. I mean, it's obvious he's doing less and less episodes of the Fight the Kid podcast, and he's going to be doing less coming up as he's got stand-up gigs to do. But he keeps consistently dropping content on his YouTube channel. By the way, content that gets the same amount or even more views than the Fighter and the Kid podcast. But this is how I know. Now that that lawsuit has kicked in, he has a perfect excuse not to continue to use the podcast with John. But not only that, did you notice the clip I played when he said, the podcast studio, no outside noise, it's in the basement. Meaning, he hates that studio, that shop, especially with the AC going on, the lights and stuff. But Callan has his own studio, which has never happened before. Every time he did his own little thing, he always did it from Shop Studio. When he did the Conspiracy Social Club show, Sam Tripoli, they were doing that in Shop Studio. He just used one of the things that had his Callan backdrop, but that was still Shop Studio. He is now completely separated himself and has his own studios. I don't know where their own studios, especially do the podcast shop anyway. So if you're going to do another podcast, their studios based there, just do it there, which is what he did. He did his own show. Show there for a while there. And then the conspiracy show with Tripoli. Now that Tripoli was the author, will hang out with Shop, and he got his own studios. He's moving on. We're witnessing it in real time. No, he's mad, Shop. Even followed him to Texas. We're like, look, Bubba, going down to Texas, we're going to be a residency. And the comedy mothership, and Bubba was like, I'm following you. Calendar, like, wow, crap, you're following me. Damn. But he is definitely evidence by he got his own studio. Well, let me know your thoughts on that. Over on the Fighter and the Kids subreddit, one of the dads on Brendan Schaub's son's baseball team decided to expose Schaub. So I'm going to read this thing you can find on this from the Vermilion. Long story short, I'm a baseball guy. His son was on the 90s. I'm an athlete. Brendan's son. In no way will I make this post about his son or about how big of a jackoff his dad was. I'll give you a little inside baseball, unintended. Right. First things first, all of the dads on the team send Reddit next to each other. All of the time. We laugh hysterically at them. You would have a designated number in each game. That number would be the line on how many times Joe Rogan's name would get off my record. You couldn't go an entire game on a bench, and he would always invite himself to his players. When we found out he was moving to Austin, we joked how long it would be until he was traded for file. His obsession with invisibility. He told us over and over that he and Rogan were best friends, and also said nobody had ever been on his podcast. He also told us he needed to move to a community where he was around people that said to secretly see them. Oh, and my favorite story is this tells you all you need to know. When I put the order in security, he gave me his number of reference first. For his name and giving his son. I explained to him that we let the kids pick their numbers first. Instead of just saying just Shab getting thrown out of his son's baseball game. He also had video footage of Shab at practice, and they edited that footage of Shab at the son's practice to show all the worst things Shab was doing. So Shab, in real life, is hated by all the other parents on that baseball team because they recorded the footage, edited it, and then uploaded it to the fighter in the kids' summer. So that's how we know this is 100% true. So Shab sits in his truck on his phone until game time, probably looking for the baddies. Let's keep it real. Trying to get some baddies and baddies in the truck on the phone. Talks about broken all the time. Of course, this is a big option. He's moving around
I have had some requests to kind of cut back on the rabbi jokes. Rabbis are getting a really hard time in this class, but I have to tell you one more rabbi joke. So it goes like this. A young rabbi takes over a new position, and the retiring rabbi is on his way out. He meets with the young rabbi and he says, listen, it's very nice you've got this position and you'll find it's a wonderful community and you're going to fit right in, I'm sure. But there will be times when you will experience conflict, in particular with the board of directors. It's hard to be a rabbi when you have a very opinionated board. And so I have, over my many years of experience, compiled a few really basic ideas that I think will help you if you ever experience any conflict of that nature. In my desk, you will find 3 sealed envelopes. Don't open them right away. Wait until you really have a problem. And then go back to the desk, take the first envelope, have a look at what it says there, and I have a feeling that it'll help you in whatever your problem is. I didn't tell you this joke before, did I? No. Okay, good. All right. Fred's heard it before, I think. But Fred's heard all my jokes, and he remembers them too, which is really good. Anyways, so the joke goes like this. So he's in the job for a few months, and everything is going fine. And then one Shabbos, he's officiating at a bar mitzvah. And it happens to be a son of one of the board members, and he gets the kid's name wrong. He keeps calling him Mervin, and his name is Morris. And over again, he keeps saying Mervin, and everyone in the crowd is wincing and so on. So after the services, the father of the child, a member of the board, says, that was atrocious. I can't believe you got my son's name wrong on his bar mitzvah. We spent $600,000 in this bar mitzvah. You can't get his name right. And so tomorrow is a board meeting. I want to see you there. So, he doesn't know what to do. He's sweating. He feels terrible. What am I going to do? The board meeting. So he decides, you know what? The envelope. So he goes back. He takes up the first envelope. He opens it up, and he sees 2 words on it. It says, feign ignorance. Okay, piece of advice, feign ignorance. So the next morning when he goes to the board meeting, he says, I'm so sorry. Many years ago, I taught a bar mitzvah boy looked just like him, a brilliant boy whose name was Mervin, and I kept on confusing them, and I'm really sorry. I throw myself at your mercy. It was inexcusable, and I'll apologize to the membership. And so they say, all right, fine. We'll let it go. No problem. A few months later, same kind of thing happens at a funeral where he's officiating and a man who passed away, and he keeps on going on and on about the widow, and he doesn't realize that there are 2 other widows also at the graveside from earlier marriages. He completely forgot about them, and of course, they're very upset. So they say, tomorrow we're going to have another board meeting, and you better come prepared, right? So he goes straight back to the desk. He opens up the second envelope, and it says, feign illness. So he says, aha. So the next morning he says, I wasn't feeling myself. I really shouldn't have done the funeral. I had the flu. I was delirious, whatever. So they say, okay, we understand. Everyone gets sick every now and then, things like that. A few weeks later, again, something else happens. He's in big trouble. They say, we're going to see you tomorrow. He says, no problem. He goes back to his office, opens up the third envelope, which reads, prepare 3 envelopes. Okay. That's a fair rabbi joke, right? Okay. All right. Tonight's topic is this is a well-known individual, in fact, one of the great thinkers of the 20th century, who laid his impact on the world perhaps more than more than perhaps a handful of Jews in the modern period, and in fact, a handful of human beings as a whole, because he really was a major influential thinker. Sigmund Freud, the father of psychoanalysis. I really didn't have to go very far to find material on Sigmund Freud. And I'm sure many of you have all taken Psych 101, and you all have the basic biography and, you know, the whole cigar business and things like that. So we're not going to do a review of Psych 101, except perhaps to talk about his interpretation of dreams. But I'd like to try and focus specifically on the Jewish aspects of his life and how his Judaism affected his work, and perhaps how we are affected as a result of the twin foci of Freud's psychoanalytic brilliance and his Jewish background. So that's the plan for tonight. We're going to try and look at the Jewish side of Freud as much as possible in the context of course, this lecture series on famous Jewish individuals. So Freud was born in 1856 in Galicia, in Moravia, what would be today the Czech Republic, in a small town. His family was actually quite observant. You can see him here with his father, Jacob. He was named Sigismund Shlomo Freud. The word Freud in German, it means joy. You may know many people whose name is Fried. It's the exact same word, just slight vowel shift for Yiddish. Fried is Freud, same name. He later shortened Sigismund to simply Sigmund. And of course, he dropped the Shlomo because he became a very determined atheist and at the same time a very committed Jew. Interesting kind of parallel existence, which became a paradigm for many Jews really in the 20th century, where he was very proud of his Jewish identity, resented any influence to try and have him change his Jewish identity, but at the same time, he had a very negative view of religion as a whole, and Judaism in particular. His father taught him Bible stories, and he went to regular Jewish education. He received the gymnasium education. It was a secular school system, but Jews were exempted from religious studies for Christians and were taking Hebrew Bible stories and Jewish history during those periods. So he had a fairly strong education in the what would later become the Czech Republic. It was the Habsburg Empire at that time. And in his youth, he moved to Vienna, which is where he crafted his reputation as a whole. We'll have a lot more to say about that. His family was observant, as I mentioned before. His mother in particular, here she is with Freud on the left at 16 years old. And he imbibed many of these stories from the Bible really as mythic stories that would later percolate into his thinking and express themselves right up to the very end of his life. His very last written works really dealt with some of the basic themes that are discussed in the Bible, his work Moses and Monotheism, that we'll have occasion to speak about shortly. Now, you can't study Freud's biography without coming across, what undergraduates are constantly remarking upon, that Freud's father was, if I remember correctly, some 22 years older than his mother. And Freud grew up kind of like with this fairly distant, authoritarian, powerful father figure, and on the other hand, a very warm, nurturing, younger mother figure. And of course, many undergraduates will go on and say, well, there you go. That's the whole origin of the Oedipus complex of, what Freud would later argue, that a child has a great attachment to his mother and resentment for his father because he feels that his father is interfering with his relationship with his mother. It certainly seemed to play out, at least in the basic parameters of the age disparity of Freud's father and mother. But that's something more for the psychology lectures. We're going to concentrate mainly on the Jewish lectures. He fell in love with a very observant woman named Martha Bernays. Her grandfather was the chief rabbi of Hamburg, and he wooed her with tremendous force, with tremendous energy that he had never expended before on any other person or really a project in his youth. In fact, he shifted his entire career path in order to attract her, to be able to support her. He went into medicine because he felt that would be the best vocation to attract a good Jewish girl. Although when they married, he insisted they maintain a secular household. And one of their first fights as a married couple was over whether or not she could light Shabbat candles in her own home. So Freud maintained a pretty authoritarian view over exactly how the home should observe their Jewish rituals, or not, more precisely. And at the same time, as I mentioned, he never gave up on his Jewish identity. To give you another sense of their relationship, which was a happy one and produced many children, and they found their modus vivendi right to the end of their lives. Freud was always the one who chose the names of their children, and he would always name them after his teachers. This was, it's just kind of a strange thing to look at, that his children got the names of his teachers. Where is his wife in all of this? But at any rate, that's beyond the scope of our discussion today. So let's look at his medical and psychological career in particular, because that's going to affect our discussion of his Jewish identity. So Freud was, by all accounts, a brilliant student from his youth. His parents doted on him. They gave him his own special room in the house where, even though they lived in a fairly cramped circumstances, he had a place for his own study and for his own books, and he was really quite brilliant, and he was dedicated to a life of research as a whole. It took him a while to decide exactly which field he was really going to specialize in until he met his future wife, and he decided that medicine would be the way to go. He embarked on a pretty ambitious research career, associating himself with many esteemed doctors, and he did a lot of work on neurology, studied the neurons in lamprey eels and all kinds of things like this. And actually published a fair bit as a medical researcher. But that interest in neurons and neurology slowly shifted to the evolving field of hypnosis, which he found quite fascinating, and especially the idea that physical pains could be generated by thought, meaning that people could have ideas which could then be expressed as a physical symptom. And if you address the mental notion with hypnosis, you could actually heal the physical symptom. He was fascinated with this mind-body problem that, of course, would form the roots of his psychoanalytic practice. In particular, he made the shift over to what would be psychoanalysis under the impression of the influence of Jean-Martin Charcot here. One of his children was named Martin after Jean-Martin Charcot. And Charcot was one of these early pioneers in hypnotic theory, and he especially was interested in studying hysterical women. The term hysteria at that time, it's no longer used in this context, but the term hysteria was associated with a complex of symptoms that was believed, Freud later changed this idea, it was believed to be associated exclusively with women, where they were excessively, easily agitated, they would faint. They also had a very strong libido that would be expressed inappropriately whenever gathering of men were present, the desire to be the center of attention, things like this. This whole body of ideas, which was associated since the time of Galen, way back in ancient times, with the womb. In fact, the Greek word for womb is hysteria, and therefore to be hysterical meant, oh, your womb is somehow affecting you. And here's a picture that depicts in Charcot's study where he has a whole bunch of students here, and they're observing a woman who has fallen into a faint. It's a very famous painting, and he's talking about how this is an example of hysteria actually in practice. So Freud engaged in, it brought together a lot of these elements of the mind-body problem, the idea of, addressing mental symptoms to affect what were believed to be actual physical symptoms and so on, and he was quite heavily impressed by Charcot. He joined forces with Joseph Breuer, one of a whole series of young Jews who were also engaging in this pioneering field of psychological studies, and together they wrote this manuscript, Studies on Hysteria. It was actually quite a well-received book, although one of the things that began to affect the relationship between Breuer and Freud, and also affected Freud's growing reputation as well, was his strong emphasis on the sexual roots of the problem of hysteria. He believed that it had something to do with an oversexed nature of women, and that under these kinds of conditions they could behave in this manner and so on. And this began to make Breuer rather uncomfortable. He ended up abandoning the research with Freud, and Freud went on, of course. Sexuality became a central pillar in his thought. did most of their research, believe it or not, on Jewish women. We're talking about upper middle class Viennese Jewish women. The entire field of psychoanalysis in its infancy and through much of its maturity really deals with Jewish doctors and Jewish patients. The reasons for that is something that we might want to think about. But one of those women was the famous Anna O, as she was described in Freud's writings, whose real name we know now is Bertha Pappenheim, who was actually a very important woman working, creating a network of women's shelters across Europe for runaway girls and a tremendous amount of charitable work. But again, we have these urban Jewish women coming to these doctors seeking medical advice for a series of conditions which people like Freud are beginning to think are somehow psychological in nature. Let's go one more here. Then his big leap, one of the huge moments in Freud's intellectual career that really cemented his future as one of the pioneering thinkers, was what happened shortly after the death of his father, Jacob. A death that he thought originally would not affect him whatsoever, but his mourning was deeper and more profound than he had anticipated. And he found himself really puzzled as to why he felt such a tremendous loss at the loss of his father. And so he decided to engage on a profound self-analysis that began in the last few years of the 19th century, and he continued in one way or another towards the end of his life. And Freud, it's hard to minimize, it's hard to overemphasize the importance of this self-analysis that he went through. Not only did he expose his own personality to a searing searchlight of criticism, he published it. You know, he wrote about his own self-analysis, and with very few kind of like veils of secrecy to protect himself and his embarrassment, he wrote regularly about his own dreams and what those dreams meant, no matter how embarrassing or how shameful those dreams might have been. And he was able, through the first decade in particular of self-analysis, to uncover all kinds of repressed childhood memories, at least this is the way he understood them, that he had hidden from himself for so many decades, and was now only beginning to work through a lot of the complex of things that formed his personality. What this was expressed in was his magnum opus, the book that he thought was the greatest book he ever wrote. And in fact, of the 23 volumes that have appeared, it is certainly the most influential, The Interpretation of Dreams. Freud himself, to get back to the Jewish idea for a second, he considered himself in many ways a modern Joseph. I mean, going back to the biblical Joseph, who was, of course, the great interpreter of dreams. The huge difference, of course, is that when Joseph is asked about, you know, how did he get to be such a great interpreter of dreams, Joseph says, the dreams come from God, the interpretations from God, I'm just the mouthpiece. But Freud, of course, felt that there was a scientific element to dreams, that every element in a dream was like a billiard ball knocked around the table. You could trace back the vectors of that billiard ball's passage and be able to understand exactly what it was that he was talking about. How does this work? Freud believed that you would have during the day some kind of event happen to you that would stick in your mind. You might not notice it at the time, but part of your mind, I'll show you the famous iceberg metaphor in a moment, part of your brain would constantly be chewing over what was that happened when you went to buy a coffee at Starbucks or whatever the Viennese equivalent was at the turn of the 19th century, turn of the 20th century. And you'll be thinking about that and thinking about that. And when you went to bed and fell asleep, then your dream would be essentially a wish fulfillment. That you would, whatever it was that bothered you about that visit to Starbucks, it would be expressed in the dream world where every single detail of your dream was somehow a veiled reference, maybe even a joking reference to something else that actually happened in your life. And you would review these things and you would somehow process them in the dream. Kind of like you're filled with frustrations and desires and all kinds of things that you can't carry through to their completion. And in the dream state, you can somehow catharsize. Is that a word? You can be cathartic and you can get rid of all that extra pressure. And the way that you could figure out dreams is, of course, by going to the office of Dr. Sigmund Freud, who was now treating hundreds of patients. You could lie down on his couch, which was his famous way of treating these patients, and you would engage in free association, where he would repeat some of the words that were in the dream, and you were asked to immediately repeat back the first thing that pops into your head. And then Freud, the Joseph of his time, would then put these words together and try to create a narrative out of your dream that would make sense, usually referring to some childhood memory, probably a sexual memory, and that's how Freud put this whole thing together. Notice the Latin aphorism that he put on the title, which reads in English, "If I cannot move heaven, I will raise hell," which is very appropriate, I think, for Freud's intent here, because his totally radical way of interpreting dreams was completely at variance with hundreds of years of dream interpretive technique, in which, you know, most societies believe that each individual symbol in a dream had a fixed meaning that crossed cultures and so on. He said that no, dreams are simply the scientifically determined expression of unfulfilled wishes in this dream state. It's an amazingly influential work, very controversial work as well. And in particular, I'm going to look at one last element, then we're going to go straight to the Jewish stuff. Oh, two more last elements, and we'll talk about the Jewish stuff in particular. Now, one of the critics of Freud once said, and this is a kind of a nasty thing, I wouldn't normally say a nasty thing, but I think it's valuable in this context. He said that what is original in Freud is not good, and what is good in Freud is not original. Kind of a harsh statement. I hope nobody ever says anything like that about me. But in this context, the greatest discovery that he made was something that, you know, as I describe it to you, you may see the great parallel to the Jewish tradition. It's hard to imagine that he did not imbibe some basic Jewish theological concepts and then translate them into his psychological work. He argued that most of the mind, what we consider ourselves, is actually not in the conscious sphere, meaning it's happening under the water, like an iceberg. Like 90% of an iceberg is under the water. We don't see that part actually moving, but in fact it is more influential than the part that we do understand. This is all Psych 101. You have the conscious mind, which is also expressed as the ego, which is a Latin word meaning simply I, the I part, the part that's talking, the part that you talk to yourself, you understand as yourself. That's kind of like above the waterline, and you see that, you recognize that as yourself, your face in the mirror. But underneath you have this unconscious, in particular the id, which is simply the Latin word for it. The it. And this is where you stuff down, through a process called repression, all of your, you know, unacceptable thoughts. You know, your desire to kill your boss, your desire to, you know, rampage and do violence and say terrible things, all that stuff that's socially totally unacceptable, and you don't even like yourself thinking about it, so you cram it down into the unconscious, and it stays there and it festers like, you know, a boil that the pus is simply developing. And how do you get rid of the pressure? Well, that's in the dream world. In the dream world, the id gets to express itself and gets to filter back up, and eventually, you know, you can work through these issues that are present in your id through analyzing dreams. Freud also believed that these kinds of ideas were at the root of all religions, that everything from the Greek classics, which he studied with tremendous diligence, are really cultural expressions of this desire to express what the id really wanted to do. The greatest example, the one that is most indelibly associated with his name, is of course the Oedipus complex, in which the young man Oedipus, shown here on the left, is given a prophecy, actually his parents are given a prophecy, excuse me, that their child will one day grow up to murder his father and marry his mother. And of course that's what happens in the Greek myth. We won't go into the great details. Later, Oedipus solves a riddle from the Sphinx that's shown in this particular Greek vase, and goes on to become a great hero of the city of Thebes. But this idea of the desire to murder the father and marry the mother, Freud held that that was a cross-cultural constant, and that every child has a desire, boys in particular have a desire to be close to their mother, who they associate as the caregiver and the source of nutrition and the source of affection. And who is this crazy guy who keeps on coming in and like getting, in the way? I know myself from my own experience when my children were very, very young, including my daughter here, that they did not appreciate my presence when they were nursing and things like that. It was like, no, what are you doing here? So this idea is then expressed in Greek myth as a story of Oedipus, or in terms of dreams and things like that. Okay, there you go. That's Freud, the Freud lectures of Psych 101 in 10 minutes. I will take questions now for a few minutes. Yes, please.
Not so much a question, but if you really think about it, what drives most people to testosterone, other
chemicals? Cholent does it for me.
Oh, okay. That will really influence the way it goes to response. And he was spot on.
Well, okay, there's a lot. Freud has tremendous, fans even today, and tremendous critics as well, including his own disciples. Really, many of them broke with him quite forcefully. They felt that he was just obsessed with sex. Not everything is about sex. Like the joke is sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. That's one of the undergraduate jokes. Yes.
It's an Anna Frank translated one of his books. His daughter.
His daughter, correct.
There's someone who studied with her.
Right. She was also a psychoanalyst. Followed in her father's footsteps. So let's go on to relationship to Jews and Judaism. So here's a picture of him studying an antiquity. He loved artifacts. He collected all kinds of, what I guess you would call tchotchkes from the ancient world whenever he could. African tribal masks or Assyrian winged bulls or whatever he could get, idols, things like that. He loved it. His office was crammed with a lot of these things because he saw them as kind of physical representations of a lot of these deep-seated id-based ideas that somehow found their way into artistic expression. And this was just another example of his self-identification as a godless Jew. Maybe perhaps in the context of what you were saying earlier, that he did not believe that God existed, but he believed that humans had the power to really elevate themselves to a tremendous height by searing self-analysis. At the same time, even though he completely disassociated from the Jewish religious tradition, except in a literary sense, in which he loved to read about the biblical stories and so on, he was very proud to be a Jew. And in fact, one of the stories that he writes about in his interpretation of dreams, again, you'll recall that as a context of his self-analysis, he's constantly writing about his own dreams, his own fears. He's exposing these things to, hundreds and thousands of readers over the last century. He described a conversation he had with his father when he was very young. And his father told him about what anti-Semitism was like when he was young. And once he was walking down the street, that is Jacob Freud, Freud's father, and some anti-Semitic hooligans came along and they knocked his hat off into the mud, and they said to him, "Jew, get off the sidewalk." So Freud, the young Freud, Sigmund, said to his father, "So what did you do?" And Jacob Freud said, "I got off the sidewalk and I picked up my hat." And that deeply disturbed Sigmund. He wanted his father to, make a stand. He wanted his father to be a hero, to be tough. He did not like the concept of his father being, docile or accepting his fate, which, Jews have been historically quite, it's a survival strategy. Since we're a minority, it's the kind of thing where, you don't want to stand out. It's safer sometimes to simply go along with it. I know I experienced that myself as a child because I was the only Jewish child in the town where I grew up. But it reminds me more importantly of a joke that goes like this. 2 Jews are being led out to a firing squad for execution. And one of them starts screaming, "This is a mistake. I'm innocent. You have the wrong man. You have to call this off." And the other one says to him, "Shah, don't make trouble." So So Freud was a very proud Jew. In fact, one of his children describes how in the 1930s, when Nazism became prevalent and they were accosted by some brown shirts, some Hitler Jugend types, young people were accosting the children. Freud came running out with his walking stick and forcibly drove away a whole crowd of young toughs. That's the kind of Jew he wanted to be. He wanted to be a muscular Jew. He wanted to be a Jew that could stand up for what was important on a physical level, even though he had no interest whatsoever in the religious component of Judaism. He was deeply... he would refuse any attempts to dissociate himself from Judaism. Like, for example, when he came into the academic world, in Vienna in the end of the 19th century and into the 20th century, being Jewish was a tremendous handicap. There's so many examples of Jews who, under pressure of economic circumstances or with the lure of a potential advancement in society, simply converted to one or another Protestant sect and then were able to get that university post or that position as the composer or the conductor of the orchestra and so on. And this is something that was extremely common in the 19th century, and Freud refused to do it, and as a result, he didn't get tenure for 20 years. One of the greatest minds of the 20th century not getting tenure for 20 years simply because he refused to give up his religion in order to receive it. This gives you a sense of his fervent attachment to Jewish identity. Yeah. So again, he's an interesting kind of paradigm in that no interest whatsoever in Judaism, and in fact, published quite a bit criticizing Jewish theology and debunking it, as he would put it, but at the same time, adamant in his Jewish identity. He really formed a kind of a cultural type. He joined, for example, the B'nai B'rith International, which at that time was a fraternal organization specifically associated with the defense of Jewish rights. It's kind of like an ADL kind of organization, still obviously very active, but he was one of the important members at the turn of the 20th century. He was also a big proponent of Jewish research into Jewish culture as a whole, and he was involved in the board of the Yiddische Wissenschaftlicher Institute, the YIVO Institute, which is currently based in New York, but this is the most famous Yiddish language scientific research institute of its day. He was also a great fan of his contemporary Theodor Herzl, and was definitely a proponent of the idea of Zionism, but he didn't believe that it could really take off. He was not convinced that the idea of settling in the Middle East was really going to work, but nevertheless, he was willing to lend a hand and support it. In particular, he was associated with the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. He was on its original founding board, together with Albert Einstein, another Jew persecuted in this century for his ideas and his identity. And he was a big fan of these kinds of things. So all taken together, he was definitely very, very enthusiastic as a proponent for Jewish identity, although stripped of its religious content. Let's go specifically to his last work now, which is perhaps one of the most fascinating. And at the very end of his career, he tackles Judaism head on, and he expresses his ideas in a rather unusual and strange manner. Specifically, in this last book, Moses and Monotheism, Freud argues that the biblical story as we have it is incorrect. Freud, not a biblical scholar, although a big enthusiast, and he believed that the story with Moses is not that he was sent by God to rescue a slave people. Rather, Moses was an Egyptian. He was Egyptian born, and was frustrated in his attempts to become Pharaoh himself. So rather than simply accept a second-class status, Moses chooses a slave people, becomes their leader, and then takes them out of Egypt in order to establish his own kingdom. So Moses, rather than is a Jewish hero who lives in the Egyptian world, Freud argued that Moses was actually an Egyptian who led Jews. Now, his evidence to support this thesis is very spotty, and it hasn't got any traction whatsoever in the world of biblical studies, certainly not in the yeshiva world, but nevertheless, it's relevant specifically for what happens next, because what Freud argued was that once they were out in the desert, the Jews actually balked at Moses' imperious leadership, and they murdered him. So the whole story with being on Mount Nebo and seeing the land of Israel, the Jews couldn't stand him anymore, says Freud, and as a result, they actually took him out. Now, for Freud, this was an extremely significant thing because he felt that this was another archetype, just like the Oedipus complex refers to the desire to marry one's mother and murder one's father. This represents the desire to become the authority figure oneself. Again, reflect on Freud's own upbringing with that much older father and things like that. It's strange to kind of trace these things through. But he felt that by murdering Moses, the Jews, as it were, liberated themselves entirely from the indentature. That's a good word. Is it a real word? Indenture? Yes. Okay. From the slavery to some authority figure, and they made themselves an authority figure. And they displaced the belief in a single human leader, which is what characterizes most of human history, to a mythical god that was really the repository of all true authority. And in that creation of a god, they essentially ascribed all these moral characteristics to monotheism. And as this is the part that Freud gets very enthusiastic about, they created an entire ethical culture that followed the death of a human leader. Of course, they engineered the death of the human leader according to Moses and monotheism, but nevertheless, it represents a whole evolution of the Jewish spirit into a new realm. Now, you may not have heard any of these ideas before, and I'm not surprised because they're really crazy ideas that don't have much influence on the world of scholarship as a whole, but they nevertheless say a lot about what Sigmund Freud felt, that although he was a brilliant psychoanalyst, and he was definitely a very proud Jew, he was not necessarily the paradigm of Jewish identity that you'd want to name as the honoree for the dinner that year. Okay, so let's take it to the 1930s now. Hitler, unfortunately, comes to power in January of 1933, and the atmosphere for Jews immediately declines. There was a period in the 1920s when Freud, Einstein, a lot of other Jews in Germany actually had sort of a heyday of popularity, and their ideas were celebrated quite widely. This is the period of the so-called Weimar Republic, which was bending over backwards to be liberal in order to kind of expiate the guilt that was experienced by the First World War. The victors had blamed Germany for the onset of the war, which is not an entirely fair assertion. Many of the Allies bore responsibility for the sequence of events that led to the war. And Germany, though, was saddled with a tremendously difficult, as I'm sure you're aware, economic situation where they had the war guilt clause. They had to be, their military was emasculated. They weren't allowed to maintain troops on certain borders and so on. And when Hitler came to power in the 1930s, there was a huge reaction against this liberalism. There are many Germans who felt that they had been humiliated by the Allies unfairly, and it was time for Hitler to really take the country to a new position of pride and strength, which he did admirably, albeit at the expense of the Jews. And one of the things that Hitler emphasized was the idea of the degenerate ideas that had been generated by people like Freud that were overly sexualized, that were not grounded in what he thought were true German values and so on. And so there was a series of minor persecutions, which were called Einzelaktionen, book burnings, desecration of property, the occasional beating, raids by the brown shirts, kind of like hooligans wearing swastikas who would go around beating up Jews and forcing Jews to clean the streets on their hands and knees and paint signs on the walls saying Jude and things like that. And there was a whole series of increasingly difficult discriminatory measures that were put in place, especially after 1935, when Hitler enacted the Nuremberg Laws, also known as the Laws of German Blood and Honor, under which, for example, all Jews were to be specifically removed from any civil service. They were removed from any public schools, both as students and as teachers. They were not allowed to have any sort of government jobs, from postal clerks to government ministers and so on. And Jews were feeling the pressure. They really were not welcomed in Germany anymore. This culminated in the tremendous massacre of Kristallnacht in November of 1938, when there was a coordinated pogrom that took place across the entire German country, the country of Germany, with about 260 Jews killed and a tremendous degree of property damages, synagogues burned, and so on. And so Jews who had not left by that point really knew that this was it. If they didn't leave by after 1938, after Kristallnacht, the chances are they would not get to leave at all. Maybe I'm overstating the position of Jews at that time, but it was eminently clear that something terrible was brewing. Freud at that time felt that he agreed, and he felt that it was really time for Jews to abandon Germany. Specifically, he addressed the Vienna Psychological Circle, which is shown here, in which just about everybody in the circle is Jewish, and he argued that it should be disbanded and all Jews should really leave Europe. In his final address to the Vienna Psychological Circle, he compared himself to Yochanan ben Zakkai, the great rabbi who was the leader of the Jews at the time of the destruction of the First Temple, who argued that some modus vivendi must be struck with the Romans in order to perpetuate Judaism as a whole. It's very ironic that he, the godless Jew, would choose Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai as a model, but again, it gives you a sense of the complexity of Freud's relationship to Judaism and Jewish history. So the society did, in fact, disband, and Freud moved to England. He had a tremendous command of the English language. He had a long love for the English people and their system of government, and so he moved to England in 1938, and he died a year later after a long and heroic battle with cancer. So when we look at the legacy of Freud as a whole, we can see that it's really tremendously profound in his psychological insights, which many have disagreed with forcefully, but nevertheless the very concept that the mind is a place that is subject to physical powers, that the way we think is not something ethereal and soul-like, but rather something which is mechanical and driven by various influences that occur to us in our lifetime, particularly in our childhoods. This is something that revolutionized the field and ultimately became the germ for many, many scholarly works on psychoanalysis. As a Jew, we can certainly point to his tremendous support of Jewish causes and the lending of his growing reputation to major institutions. I forgot to mention, by the way, that his sons, when they were in university, joined the Kadima Zionist group. And when he was in his 80s already, he asked to become a member himself because he really wanted to lend his support to this kind of activity. But at the same time, while he clearly identified himself as a Jew and resented any efforts to minimize that ethnic association, he had a fascination with Judaism and a tremendous desire to debunk it and to try and tear it down to its roots as he tore the psyche down to its roots. These are perhaps unfortunate expressions of his activity, but nevertheless they represent a true vision of the kind of approach he took to Judaism. That's about all I have to say about Freud tonight. I want to thank you very much for your attention, and I'll hang around for some questions.
It's so short-sighted, it's fucking over the sport. And I'm here for it. But you can do both. I understand you want the views, but you cannot forget. Those guys did not know the sport. Those guys didn't make it through.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience. I'm sorry we're starting a little bit late. We had a small kerfuffle with the office door where we keep some of our supplies, and just delayed a little bit with the setup, but I think we're pretty good. 5 minutes late is not too bad. That's, the joke for tonight, I got to take a Soviet joke, and I have been trying to edit my jokes to have less derogatory comments directed at rabbinical leaders. So the joke goes like this. As I'm sure you're all aware, for much of the 20th century, the Soviet Union was a scourge upon Eastern European Jewry, preventing them from, freedom of movement, leaving the country to go to Israel, to America, and elsewhere. The refusnik phenomenon that was especially prevalent in the post-war era. So, and there are many jokes that are associated with it because Jews have an uncanny ability to somehow turn even the darkest moments into cause for laughter. So the joke goes that a refusnik, or is going to be a refusnik, goes to the visa office in Moscow to request an exit visa to leave the country to go to Israel. And the official, in charge, is the Nachalnik, is very upset, because this happens every day. All these Jews are trying to leave the country. It's actually an interesting phenomenon why the Soviet Union was so upset over Jews trying to leave, but that'll be for another class, I think. And so he says to him, you Jews are all the same. You come here with the same concern, the same worry. Everyone is concerned about one thing. And the Jew says, well, actually, the truth is I'm concerned about two things. And he says, well, I know the one thing you're worried about. You're worried that we are somehow going to go back to the bourgeois style of government in which there is anarchy let loose in the streets and violence and attacks upon Jews, pogroms. That's what you're worried about, aren't you? He says, yes, I actually am worried about that. He says, well, you don't have to worry about it because the truth is the Soviet workers' paradise will last forever. And he says, that's the other thing I'm worried about. Okay. All right, so tonight's talk is set in that Soviet period, and in many ways one of the most enigmatic and troublesome periods, the pre-war era, and there's some fascinating elements of Soviet Jewish history there that are completely bizarre in terms of the experiment that was perpetrated by Jews on their own society during the 1920s in particular, and then the horrific purges that followed, which will of course be the content and of the background of our discussion of Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak Schneerson. So who was Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak Schneerson? I think many of you may know him by his Yiddish moniker. He's known as Der Frierdiker Rebbe, which means the earlier rabbi. And of course, that term, earlier Rebbe, or earlier rabbi, refers to his chronological relationship with the most famous of the Chabad rabbis, the Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, who we spoke about a few years ago. This is his father-in-law and his immediate predecessor. That's why he's called the Frierdiker, the earlier rabbi, because the later one was, of course, referred to simply as the Rebbe for most of the 20th century. He's also known by the name Rayat, which is an acronym of his initials. Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak, the Tzadi, is like the Yotzek. So he's known as the Rebbe Rayat, or Der Frierdiker Rebbe, or simply Rabbi Schneerson. But the term Rabbi Schneerson is very problematic because I think all of the Chabad rabbis had that last name, so you have to find a distinction to refer to each of them. They have, as it were, nicknames: the Mittler Rebbe, Tzemach Tzedek, after one of the books written by one of the Rebbes, the Alter Rebbe, the Old Rebbe, things like that. This is Der Frierdiker Rebbe, the earlier Rebbe. His years are a period of tremendous transition for world Jewry. He was born in 1880, and so the first half of his life was lived under the Tsarist Empire, and in his person, he emulated what millions of other Jews had done by emigrating to America. In the context of the upheavals of World War II, he came to these shores in 1940, and I think one of the most important elements of his legacy that we'll touch on briefly tonight is this concept that he popularized through this expression: America is nicht anders. America is no different. Now, what does that mean? America is no different. So we have several waves of migration of Jews to these shores, but they can be broadly grouped into two major historical chunks. The first major historical chunk, of course, there's the earlier Sephardic migration, things like that. We're talking about Eastern European Jewry for the main part. The first major chunk came between 1881 and 1928. somewhere in the neighborhood of just over 2 million Jews left Eastern Europe, specifically the Russian Empire in particular, some of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, to come to these shores. It was curtailed by the American government's shift towards a much more nativist policy and a much more exclusionary, insular immigration policy that denied access to less desirable races such as the Italians and the Jews. But the attitude of those generation of Jews from 1881 to 1928, those were primarily immigrants. And I mean that to distinguish them from the later migration, which would be refugees. It's a huge difference in thinking between an immigrant and a refugee. The immigrants, which included my grandparents and probably the grandparents of most of you in this room, maybe the parents of most of you in this room, they came to this country as rebels. They came often disregarding rabbinic advice, which was overwhelmingly in favor of staying in Europe, because America was considered, you know, the Goyish land, the Treifa Medina, the non-kosher land, noted specifically because of its tremendous lack of good kosher Chinese restaurants in the turn of the 19th century. And so Jews who came here, often single, often, you know, trying to get rid of their lifestyles in Europe, they came to America and with the attitude, I'm going to let America shape me. I'm very excited about this new country, this whole democracy thing, citizenship. They worked very hard to get rid of cultural accretions like the Yiddish language. Certainly Jewish observance was jettisoned, sometimes forcefully, like, you know, how many Jews had to get fired every Friday afternoon before they finally decided they're going to work on Shabbat. So they came to this country with a kind of attitude of, I'm going to become a new person in this land. I'm going to let America remake me. Masha Enkain, which is not the case with those Jews who came in the context of the Holocaust, because they were refugees. They were not coming typically single by choice, by their stage of life. They were coming single because they had lost their families, God forbid. And they were coming to this country angry and upset at what had happened to their homeland. And they were, you know, reluctant would be too soft a word to describe their attitude towards the transformational pressures of these shores. They wanted to retain their identity as it was in Eastern Europe. And in other words, they were going to make America into a new version of the shtetl. And we can see that in certain enclaves, like parts of Brooklyn, parts of Muncie, Rockland County, where you have a sizable critical mass population who all agree in the same thing, and they will transform that region into an American version of Europe over generations. So Rabbi Schneerson is one of that generation who came to this country in 1940 with a very strong adamant attitude that America is nicht anders. America is no different. There's no reason why once we come here, we have to be different Jews. Whatever we did in Europe, we should be able to do here. And in fact, that legacy was perpetrated through his successor, the Rebbe, although with some fascinating innovations that I'm sure that Rabbi Schneerson could not have envisioned when he passed away in 1950. Okay, that's it for the introduction. Let's go straight to the material, right? Okay, what I'd like to do is place him in his biographic context. And this figure is rather different from most of the people we speak about, because most of the biographies that we discuss in this class refer to people who, you know, sort of tripped over their destinies. You know, they were children, they did different things, they happened to develop a particular talent, and then they went in a particular philosophical direction. But der Friedrich Rebbe was royalty. He was raised from the beginning with a destiny that he was going to be the next Rebbe. And he began this process of training at his father's knee from a very young age. He was a very bright child, very precocious, very well learned, but from the very beginning, he never deviated from this consciousness that, in fact, he was going to be the next Rebbe. And he, mastered himself. His memoirs, well, we'll talk about them a little. Well, why don't we talk about it right now? One unusual thing that about the Friedrich Rebbe, which really sets him apart from most of the other Hasidic writers of his era, is that he left a very extensive memoir literature. As we discussed a little bit with Rabbi Nachman of Berdichev, the Breslov Rebbe, he wrote stories, which was very unusual. But the Friedrich Rebbe, he wrote long recollections. Sometimes they were transcribed from his long talks, which is very typical of Chabad and Hasidus in general. But they were constantly interwoven with personal memories of his childhood growing up and the socio-cultural environment of the Jews and so on. So they're really quite rich and entertaining. They're not, they do have highfalutin esoteric Kabbalistic knowledge, but at the same time, they're also saying things about, the cranky old household servant that they used to have at their home, and about, various experiences they had as a child. I'll share one with you right now that I found very gripping, and I think in many ways describes a lot about, the way he grew up. So this is a great story, which again, is just interwoven in the middle of a long Hasidic talk and a farbrengen about what Hasidism means. And he describes how, by the way, this doesn't have a happy ending, so I'm warning you in the beginning. He describes, for example, how his father, who would have been the fifth Rebbe, would reward him with, I think, a small amount of money, a ruble or something, for every time he memorized a certain amount of material. I think it was for every chapter of Mishnah that he memorized, he would get a ruble, that kind of thing. And he was quite diligent with that, and he eventually amassed enough money that he was able to trade in his rubles for one single golden coin. There was one coin that was worth about 15 rubles, and he loved this coin. He was so happy to have one single golden coin like this. And he was fantasizing about what he would do with that money. He describes, for example, that he decided to get a watch because the watch would then give him the discipline to make sure that he divided his time. We're talking about a child who's about 10 or 11 years old. That he would divide his time to make sure he woke up at this time and went to prayers at this time and learned for this amount of time and so on. And then one day he was in his father's study, and a businessman came in, and the businessman came to his father and said he needs to borrow 28 rubles for his business. And the father said, I'm sorry, the way things are right now, I can't lend you this money. This is probably around 1891, which happened to be a brief economic crisis in the Russian Empire. So the businessman saw this young boy sitting in the corner playing with what he called his toy, his gold coin. And he said, well, that's all right. That's only worth 15 rubles, but the gold coin will do. And so the sixth Rebbe describes how, all the blood rushed out of his brain, and he was terrified because he might have to part with this gold coin. And so the businessman leaves, and he goes up to his father, and he says, am I supposed to give him the coin? And the father says, well, lending money to a fellow Jew is a huge mitzvah, and you get so much reward for it, things like that. So the young sixth Rebbe, not sure what to do with himself, he goes to the businessman's place of business, and he walks in the door, and he's hoping that by now perhaps he'll find out that the businessman has actually borrowed the money elsewhere. He won't have to part with the gold coin, but he hears the businessman kind of moaning to himself, saying, oh, I have to send out my agents to purchase goods to sell, and I have no money to give them to buy anything. What will be? So the Friedrich Rebbe goes up to the counter, and he gives him the coin, and the man looks at it and he says, don't worry, you'll get your money back in a week. And the Friedrich Rebbe says he couldn't control himself. He just burst out in tears, and he ran out of the shop. So a week goes by and no money. 2 weeks go by and no money. This is just before Purim. 3 weeks go by, and he goes up to the man, and he says, by the way, where's the loan that I gave you? And he says, oh, that loan, that's old news. You won't see that money back till at least Sukkot, and I'll have to sell 1,000 esrogs to give it back to you. And that's the end of the story. Right? So it's like it's a real true story. You can tell it has the ring of truth because it's not like satisfying in its ending, but you can see it made a big impression on him. And that's the character of his memoirs. Very rich, very detailed, very pungent with the kind of realia of 19th century life. But the point is, he grew up, even as a child. He didn't really have a childhood in a normal sense because he had this idea he was always going to be destined to be the sixth of the Chabad rabbis. And reading his memoirs and learning about his life, you can see that he really maintained his trajectory true to that cause. And we'll have to discuss what those things were. Oh, these are four of the previous Chabad rabbis. This is the Alter Rebbe, the first. This is the Tzemach Tzedek, I think he would be the fourth. This is, if I'm not mistaken, the Rashab, which would be his father. And this is the seventh, his son-in-law, who took over, Rabbi Menachem Mendel. Did I get that right? This is the Rashab, isn't it? That's the fifth Rebbe? Well, let's go on, because I'm not sure. Okay, let's put it in historical context now. The last century of the Russian Empire was absolutely horrific for Jews. It's not surprising that so many of them wanted to leave to get to America because the 1800s in Russia were terrible in so many ways. I'm just going to touch on some of the major policies and events that shaped Jewish consciousness of their status in Russia at that time. Perhaps one of the most significant figures is Nicholas I, shown here. The Tsar Nicholas, who took power in 1825 after his father was assassinated in a rebellion that was unsuccessful. And he was a rather military individual. He had this notion that the military could save Russia not only in terms of foreign policy, but also in terms of domestic policy, that the military has advantages to bring society into a common vector. And in particular, he thought that the military would be a great way to reform the Jews, who you will recall, the Jews are the only non-Christian population of any size in European Russia. They speak a different language, a Germanic language. It's not even a Slavic language like Polish or Ukrainian. They observe a different faith. They don't regard themselves as citizens of the Russian Empire. Of course, not that the Russian Empire is extending citizenship, but they regard themselves as essentially permanent residents of long standing. And he felt that, that has to change. They're concentrated in certain economic realms, small commerce, things like that, and he wanted to kind of normalize them. So he put in place this new edict, which is known popularly as the Cantonist Edict, which perhaps you're familiar with. Basically, it's like this. In the Russian Empire, the army is definitely a lifestyle choice. It's a permanent career choice. The period of conscription into the army is 25 years in the mid-19th century. It's not like 3 years like in Israel. It's 25 years. So it was an option of choice for like third sons who had no chance of getting much land, or if they didn't want to become priests. So the army was a viable option. But for Jews, to join the army for 25 years was just out of the question. Being totally separated from the Jewish community, no kosher Chinese food at all. What are you going to do? Why am I thinking of Chinese food? Maybe because we had vegetarian tonight. Anyways, what's going on? Right. So what Jews typically did historically is instead of serving in the army, they paid a double tax. So we paid an extra tax for the privilege of maintaining our existence within the Jewish community. Nicholas I ended that practice, and he said, no, all Jews must serve proportionately within the army for 25 years. So if you were conscripted, that was it. 25 years, you're basically gone to the Jewish community. But he realized that if they were conscripted at the typical age of 18, that would have been a very poor service to the army because they're already quite socialized in the Jewish world, and they're not accustomed to taking orders and being violent and speaking Russian. So he dropped the minimum age to 12, creating thousands of child soldiers in the Russian army. They were taken away legally as early as age 12, but often at a much earlier age. And they were put for 6 years into a military school called the Canton, where they were trained in, basic information they need to be a soldier, including the fundamentals of the Russian Orthodox faith, the Christian faith. And obviously, most of those children simply never returned to the Jewish fold after 6 years of military academy and then 25 years of military service. They were just simply assimilated into the Russian population after, which is exactly what Nicholas I wanted to achieve. I happen to be working on my own family tree for a while now, because my wife has been telling me I got to do it. And it's amazing to see how many nephews you have living with childless relatives, because single sons were exempt from conscription. So if one family had 3 or 4 sons, they would farm them out to live with cousins, so that when the conscriptors came along, they would say, oh, this is an only child, no problem, you can stay here, and all kinds of other things. Yeah. There's a lot more to say about this, but let's skip it. But there was another aspect to Nicholas's policy, which was in many ways equally devastating. He set up a crown school system where they imported a lot of the Jewish innovations of Western Europe to offer a much more liberal education to Jewish children. And if you enrolled your child in the Crown school system, this is Max Lilienthal, a Jew from Germany who was very much involved in setting up the initial curriculum, then your child would be exempted from conscription. The only problem is that, as Max Lilienthal discovered for himself, the Crown school system was simply a front for propagandizing the children in Russian Christianity as well. They had priests teaching there, trying to convince them to convert to Christianity. And so you either expose your child to the risk of conscription, which was a horrible fate, or put your child in a school in which they would receive tremendous amount of indoctrination to try to convince them to convert to Christianity. So it was a horrible thing, and it was extremely caustic within the Jewish community as a whole. You add to this the fact that there were increasing outbursts of violence among the population directed against Jews, the most notorious of which were the 1881 pogroms, which were remarkably less devastating than much lighter attacks on Jews. According to one estimate, only 46 Jews were killed in 3 years of pogrom violence, which is an incomprehensible number when you place it against the violence of the Holocaust or even the pogroms of 1919 or 1905. But Jews felt that Russia was not protecting them anymore, that there was no way that they could be safe from random acts of anarchic violence. So the way that Jews responded to it were in several ways. I'm going to get to your question in a second. There were 5 distinct strategies we've spoken about on another occasion, but the 2 most significant were a turn to socialism, like Leon Trotsky here advocated, in which they abandoned Jewish belief and practice in favor of, rushing headlong to Marxist philosophy, in which individual national identities were all elided into one great, human family of peoples. Or they moved towards Zionism, which at this time was also an overwhelmingly secular movement, spearheaded by Theodor Herzl, shown here, but which also meant that there would be a abandoning of traditional Jewish ideologies, all of which was anathema to Chabad. Finally, and perhaps the most significant of the responses, was the option of simply leaving Russia, which was incredibly popular. As I mentioned, about 2 million Jews took advantage of this option and tried to transplant their lives here in America with much greater possibilities of economic advancement and also, freedom to practice their religion, although it happened that the religion often took a second priority status to the economic advancement. Okay, that's kind of like a picture of how awful it was in the 19th century in Russia. These are the formative years of the Frierdiker Rebbe. Okay, questions? Off the top of my head, the 1897 census records something like 8 million Jews. I think that was about the number, off the top of my head. Give or take 1 million. Okay, so shall we go on? Everyone's ready? Okay, so the Frierdiker Rebbe, besides his early years of training at his father's knee, he did not become the Rebbe until, off the top of my head, I believe it was 1920 when his father passed away. But he was quite active in many areas of the Chabad movement's activity. Two in particular deserve special mention. One is he was an extremely diligent student of his father's teachings and would often then repeat them over in these long talks, which were collected in the memoirs we mentioned earlier, known by the title Likutei Diburim, which means simply the collection of words, collection of teachings, but they occupy 6 large, densely packed volumes in English translation, and they are a tremendous treasure trove of historical data as well for the actual quality of life of Jews in this particular environment. But perhaps more significantly, he was extremely involved in spearheading the first major yeshiva of the Chabad movement, which was known by the term Tomchei Tamimim, means those who support the pure ones. Tamimim means like people who are like earnest and straightforward and without guile. And this is where Chabad really shone in contradistinction to many of the other Hasidic movements of the era. Chabad is actually of Lithuanian origin, northern Belarus, which culturally was much closer to the geographic center of Vilnius and the Vilna Gaon. And even though they had tremendous disputes in the late 18th and early 19th century, culturally, Chabad is much more drawn into the orbit of traditional Talmudic learning than many of the other Hasidic groups who were based, for example, in northern Hungary. So the yeshiva actually was quite well respected across the Jewish spectrum. It was started in 1897, and it rivaled many of the great yeshivas organized by the Lithuanians at the time. It boasted some extremely innovative practices, such as room and board for students. Most of the earlier yeshivas before 1897, students had to find their own lodgings, and even more significantly, they had to find their own food. So families in the given towns, like Honovich or whatever, would support the yeshiva boys by saying, okay, I'll take Shlomi Katz on Tuesdays, and then Shlomi Katz would go to this particular family on Tuesdays, and then Wednesday, Shlomi Katz would have to go to another family and another family, which was considered not only undignified, rather demeaning for the student, but it was also a huge waste of his study time. You know, if you have a dormitory with a cafeteria, then you can really effectively focus the learning on in the time provided. Which reminds me of my own yeshiva experience. I'll tell you a very quick story. It's funnier when you put it on the board, but you'll use your imagination. When I was in yeshiva, I went to lunch in the dormitory, in the cafeteria, and there was a real problem. This was 1993 or so, and there were a lot of Soviet boys who were coming to the yeshiva in Jerusalem, and they were a little worried about what was going to happen to the yeshiva. It was precariously funded, and they'd already seen their own country fall apart. Maybe the yeshiva will fall apart as well. So what the Soviet boys in particular were doing is they were taking their lunch and they were going back in line and getting a second helping and bringing it to their dorms, right, to their rooms, just in case the yeshiva closed up, like the Soviet Union closed up. Who knows? But, it's obviously very expensive to provide all that food that would then often go to waste, and it attracted bugs and things like that. So one day as I'm walking into the lunchroom, there's a sign written out front that says, the yeshiva provides food for one portion only. No student is permitted to stand in line for second portion. Okay, that's pretty clear. When I came out from lunch, and I happened to glance back at the sign, someone had added some graffiti to it, just a little bit of punctuation, so that the sign now read, the yeshiva provides food for one portion only? Question mark. No! Exclamation mark. Student may stand in line for second portion. Right? So the whole thing was turned around. They just took the sign down and they said, Lozamarine, whatever they're going to do. Okay, so his youth was particularly involved with these practices. The Tomchei Tamimim Yeshiva, which of course exists to this day, so it's an internationally respected yeshiva, was founded by the Frierdiker Rebbe. But, these would be fairly typical accomplishments for the Frierdiker Rebbe, but he happened to live in exceptionally turbulent times. So the turbulence especially was associated with the onset of the Soviet Union. To give you a sense of what's going on, this is a map that basically shows you what the world looked like in the post-war era. Well, actually post-Soviet era. At this time, you had the Russian Empire, which included Ukraine. I put it in here in green today. Well, actually, the map came like that. Included Belarus, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, and Poland. This was all part of one massive empire right until 1917. These countries also assumed a large single country, the Austro-Hungarian Empire. At the end of World War I, it had all fallen apart. Three great empires, the German Empire, the Russian Empire, and the Austro-Hungarian Empire, had all collapsed and had shattered into a whole bunch of tiny little countries that were affirmed by the peace treaties and directed by Woodrow Wilson's 14 points. In terms of Russia, it was especially bloody because all of these countries here, including Poland, felt that they deserved their own, political entities. They did not want to be part of a multinational empire like the Russian Empire, and they certainly didn't want to be part of a multinational empire that was communist in political orientation. And so therefore they had a brutal, awful, bloody civil war that extended from 1917 until about 1921 at its very end, with 1919 being the most painful of those years for Jews. There were approximately 50 to 60,000 Jews killed in pogroms. The most notorious figure associated with those pogroms and responsible for about 40% of them in one sense or another was Simon Petlura, shown here. Simon Petlura was the leader of the independent Ukrainian forces who wanted to create an independent Ukrainian state. Should sound familiar with regards to today's politics. And although his figure is somewhat controversial, there are many historians who feel he was a Hitler-like architect of the pogroms. Other historians, including myself, feel that he was simply not sufficiently aggressive in trying to stop his troops from committing pogroms. If you like, I wrote a book on this back in 1999. At any rate, a horrible time for Jews. Petlura himself survived the period. He fled to France, where he was assassinated by a Jew named Shalom Schwarzbard, which was a very celebrated event in Parisian history as well. The Jews, however, were although there was a small minority of Jews who were definitely attracted to socialism and communism, the appeal of communism grew outsized because the communists were much better at controlling their troops. The number of pogroms perpetrated by Red Army soldiers is probably in the range of 5% or less. They were very rare. We're talking about literally hundreds of attacks on Jewish communities. So Lenin was seen as a kind of mythic hero by many Jews who said, Lenin is the only guy who is actually trying to live up to these principles and protect us. This is a great propaganda poster which says, Lenin Gil, Lenin Jiv, Lenin Budet Jit. Lenin lived, Lenin lives, and Lenin will live. Right? That's a very kind of Soviet construction of propaganda. I remember when I lived there, they used to have these apartment buildings, big, tall skyscrapers, and they had these massive 3-story letters of words on the top. And the words were things like bread, peace. It was really a totalitarian kind of propaganda, even on the top of buildings. But anyways, I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. So Lenin was seen by many Jews as really a savior, as someone who could actually restore calm and make sure that people didn't attack the Jews. And Lenin and his Jewish advisors took advantage of that to promote the Soviet cause among Jews. Here is a poster from a little bit later in the period that says, "Who is an anti-Semite?" And it shows all these different people from different walks of life in society, meaning anti-Semitism can hide anywhere. We have to root it out. We have to get it out of ourselves. Very, popularizing kind of mission where he actually promoted a very philo-Semitic message. On the other hand, this is a white Russian poster. The whites were pro-Tsarist forces, or at least anti-communist sources who were fighting against the Reds, that showed Trotsky as this demonic figure, you know, with his henchmen here sitting on piles of corpses. So definitely the propaganda coming from the Soviets was much more pro-Jewish than the stuff coming from other sides. So in the context of that Civil War period, lots of Jews became very quickly pro-Soviet, with a major exception, of course, being Chabad Jews and other religious Jews, because the Soviets were so desperately anti-religious. And that was a sine qua non for these religious groups. So they were moving against the tide in terms of general Jewish thinking at that time. Okay, I'll pause for questions, arguments. Perfectly. You mean where were the Jews? So we don't have like really good data. We don't have like a public opinion polls and things like that. We do have tremendous anecdotal data where you can look at, you know, the stories about Jews who, you know, boys with payas string, you know, falling down, going into battle with Soviet troops to defend their shtetls from pogroms. And you do have certain markers like how many Jews were members of the Communist Party in 1917 and how many were they in 1922. So there's huge surge of popularity. Literary evidence, you know, Ben Yakrik, other kinds of stories all point towards this. Again, the religious community is different because they were very mistrustful of the Soviet anti-religious approaches. But Jews as a whole felt, you know, we're at the mercy of all these other crazy groups, and only the Soviet army, the Red Army, is protecting us. So it became a very popular option for Jews. That's a great question. Okay, so what was the Friedrich Rebbe doing at this point? The Soviet Union goes through a tremendous transformation, a brief period of time. There are several policies that are put in place that affect the Jews very directly. The first is a policy called war communism, which was established at the beginning of that civil war, in which the Soviets said, we are going to push this country rapidly into the theoretical model that Marx laid out and Lenin has, you know, kind of fleshed out for our environment. And that meant huge confiscations of land, very brutal treatment of bourgeois peasants, things like that. And it also meant a very harsh treatment of religion in general. I wouldn't say Judaism in specific, but religion in general. So massive confiscations of Torah scrolls, massive closures, and even destruction of religious edifices like synagogues, churches, things like that. They're literally blown up to make a point that these are, you know, very contrary to Soviet ideology. And that lasted for about 2 years. War communism was too hard for the population to take because the vast majority of Russians were still religious, and they viewed these urban interlopers with their violence and with their harshness as being foreign to their goals. So Lenin instituted something called a new economic policy, in which they all took kind of a breathing moment and they took a step back, where they didn't persecute these faiths nearly as much, and they in fact allowed a little bit more economic freedom for people to, you know, grow their own vegetables and sell them in a local market and things like that, to try and, it was a compromise with the ideology. It was not so pure Marxist, but it was saying, okay, this is the reality. We have to recover from the Civil War. And during this time, this is where it gets to Jews specifically, there was a very brief flourishing of a policy called korenizatsiya. This is a strange term. It's hard to translate into English. The word koren in Russian means root, like the root of a tree. And korenizatsiya means rootification, or it's sometimes translated in English as indigenization. In other words, the Soviet Union said, okay, look, we can't stamp out all these religions. We can't totally erase all these national cultures. So what we should do is we should look at those things which are acceptable expressions of folk culture, not necessarily contrary to Marxist thought, and we should celebrate those things. So, for example, with the Jews, the Yiddish language, being a folk language, was considered beautiful and should be encouraged. However, the fact is that there are about maybe 10 or 15% of Yiddish words are Hebrew in origin, and Hebrew is a religious language, it is a Zionist language, so they had to get rid of all the Hebrew words whenever they could. It's very hard to do that because you can't take 10 or 15% of a language and simply, make it illegal. They did try to make certain things illegal. But so for example, they said, okay, fine, so we can't get rid of all the Hebrew words, but let's at least spell them in Yiddish. So for example, a very important word in Russian, in the Soviet context, is tovarich, which means comrade, right? You have to say comrade. So in Hebrew or Yiddish, the word is chaver. Mein chaver is my comrade, my tovarich. That's a Hebrew word, spelled chet veit resh. So they said, we can't have that spelling, let's use a phonetic spelling, chaf aleph, vav vav, ayin resh. That's how we're going to spell chaver. And they did that with all kinds of important words. MS truth was spelled ayin mem, ayin samech, things like that, just to try and make that right. And all the final forms of letters, like menatzbach, the letter mem, the letter nun, so on, which are written differently if they're at the end of a word, those are made totally illegal. And if you published anything with those letters in them, you would be sent to the gulag. It's just terrible. Yes, question. Yes, that's the Yevsektia. I'm glad you bring me to that. The Yevsektia was, the problem is the Jews did this to themselves. The ardent pro-communist Jews formed an organization which was, duly authorized by the government called Yevsektia. It stands for Yevreisky Sektia, the Jewish section of the Communist Party, led by the way, a former Chabad rabbi, who was kind of defrocked. They organized all these Jews to go out and root out any kind of religious activity and try to make it more proletarian. And sometimes it was laughable the way they did it. For example, the traditional Haggadah, the Passover Haggadah, was made illegal, and instead Jews were enjoined to use something called a red Haggadah, in which the figure of Moses is represented by Stalin, and that the Jews in Egyptian slavery are like the toiling masses under the Tsar. He's Pharaoh, all those kinds of things. And we look at those things and we laugh about it, but it was actually quite scary at the time. The Yevsektia, advanced all kinds of policies that were designed to try and promote a particular kind of Jewish culture that was totally divorced from Judaism, from the religion. Let me show you a couple of pictures. Here's like some Yevsektia propaganda that celebrates how Jews should be healthy, strong, outdoor workers of the land instead of, being yeshiva buckers, pasty-faced and bent over an ancient Talmud, things like that. They promote, this is one of the craziest aspects of it, in order to try and counter Zionist claims that the Jews belong in Israel, they created a Jewish autonomous oblast, a region in the Soviet Union that was supposed to be a Soviet Jewish workers' paradise. Here is Europe. This map, because the Soviet Union is so big, it's kind of curved, and Europe is over here. Here's Scandinavia here. So this is where all the Jews live, and the Jewish autonomous oblast, which is called Birobidzhan, is all the way over here. Right? This is Japan out here. This is China, right? So the argument was they were trying to, protect this particular border on the Bijan River, but the only advantage of this location was the proximity to authentic Chinese food. Otherwise, and it's a whole interesting story itself, what happened to Birobidzhan. Many Jews did actually move out there, and the Jews who did go there survived the Holocaust, which is terrifying. Okay, at the same time, they had these active campaigns against religion, such as they had an organization which was called literally the League of Militant Atheists. Militant, meaning they're out there fighting to propagandize atheism. They had this magazine, here's one cover, called the Bezbožnik, which means the godless. That's the title of the magazine. This one here ridicules the Last Supper, showing Jesus as some kind of, distributor of intoxicating drugs and things like that. And there were all these kinds of things directed at humiliating religious people within the context of trying to build Soviet culture. So this all came to an end, by the way, under Stalin, who had no patience whatsoever for the policy of colonization, of indigenization, of promoting Yiddish. He said, this is all garbage. We are going to do away with the religion, and we're going to do away with Jewish particularism as well. Jews who will fit the Soviet mold will be fine, and all other Jews, he had no patience for them. And of course, this is the period in which the Freer Dicker Rebbe was quite active. I'll just skip over that picture there. His main activity under the period of colonization was trying to support and strengthen traditional religious observance. He was a very well-known figure in Eastern Europe and through America. He already had a network of supporters established in this country, and he channeled tremendous numbers of funds to baking matzah, to importing tefillin, to supporting religious functionaries in all kinds of ways. To give you just a sense of the bizarre universe that the Soviet Union was, it was permitted, technically, according to the Constitution of 1936 in particular, freedom of religion was proclaimed in the Soviet Union. Everyone could be a believer. Whoever you wanted to, you could believe it. However, it was strictly illegal to proselytize. You couldn't try and convince someone else to be a believer. And that included teaching minors. So in other words, if you hired a Malamed to teach your child something about Judaism, you and the Malamed would be state criminals for proselytizing your own child. So it was a bizarre kind of universe where there was doublespeak of, yes, freedom of religion, but at the same time, there's no way to practice it. And any Jew who was involved in any kind of official function as a rabbi, as a mohel, as a shochet, tremendous danger was in their path. So he spent a lot of time supporting those people physically, monetarily, and spiritually with his resources that he had gathered from across the Eastern world. In 1927, the Yevsektia finally caught up with him, and they arrested him. The first of several arrests, and one that actually was very prominent in the Soviet, in the Chabad history. He was, as typical, the Yevsektia came with the secret police late at night, banging on his doors. The whole family was awakened, and he was taken away to a prison, horribly treated, interrogated. His description of the 3-odd weeks that he was held under guard and treated this way is actually a classic of Soviet literature, of Gulag literature. Largely because of the international pressure that was brought to bear on the Soviet Union, he was finally released on, I believe it was the 12th of Tammuz, which is celebrated in the Chabad calendar as a great holiday because he was not subject to far worse punishment. But it became clear that his activity on behalf of Jews in the Soviet Union would no longer be possible. He was under too much scrutiny, and he was too prominent a leader in this regard. So he fled to the nearby countries of Latvia and Poland, first in Riga and later in Otwock, where he tried to channel the same kind of resources into the Soviet Union, but it was much more difficult being on the other side of the border. And if that weren't enough, of course, the period got even worse. The 1930s were a period of tremendous anti-Semitism in all of Eastern Europe, and the climate became incredibly difficult. Specifically, they culminated in the Nazi-Soviet non-aggression pact of 1939, August 39, in which the Poland and the Baltic states were simply divided up by the Nazis and the Soviets, much like had happened in the 18th century. Here's Poland. You can see the map has its boundaries over here. And in a secret agreement, the Nazis agreed to invade from the west and take over the western half of Poland. The Russians agreed to invade from the east, take over the eastern half, and they also took over the Baltic states. Lithuania was in a little bit of a back and forth for a few months. But it was this is where the Frierdiker Rebbe found himself suddenly in the clutches of the Soviet Union again, and tremendous risk to his own person. So in 1940, before, by the way, the Nazis could invade the entire region because they double-crossed the Soviets, and in Operation Barbarossa, they went right past the boundaries. That's not for our topic today. In 1940, his American supporters managed to bring him over to these shores together with his family members, and this is where he lived the last decade of his life and established an American legacy here. So let me pause for questions, and then I'd like to take some time to talk about how he set the foundations for a remarkably successful Chabad movement afterwards. Yes?
You said that he was the father-in-law of Menachem Mendel.
Correct.
Now, obviously, he was the father-in-law of Menachem Mendel before.
Correct.
So,
He had 3 daughters.
so were they related? Did they have the same last name? Or was it different?
No, they were actually related. So Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson was also part of the royal line, but he had broken, his family broke off a couple generations earlier, and he was based in Dnipropetrovsk, which is, by the way, the Soviet name for a town they used to call Yekaterinoslav. The Russians felt that Yekaterinoslav was too hard to pronounce, so they changed it to Dnipropetrovsk. Yeah, okay, go ahead. The Frierdiker Rebbe established it there. Right. So he had, when he came to this country, he had a couple of options as to what he was going to do with his Chabad movement. Was he going to try and settle himself in the Lower East Side, which was still, the place where so many Jews lived, and it was a very traditional way, but he decided to move to more of an upper middle class region where they purchased a large home. Here you can see it here with a whole bunch of shluchim in front of it, which has become an iconic place of pilgrimage for Chabad's devotees ever since then. You have to imagine that this was kind of like, I wouldn't say it was exactly the Bal Harbor of Brooklyn, but it was definitely like, the surf side of Brooklyn. I mean, it was pretty significant to live there. And it was from this vantage point that he began initially to try and target the new American Chabad, not the old world. He looked to the clean-shaven youth who were really quite far in their thinking from traditional Eastern European Chabad modalities, but he felt that ultimately there was a future in those people. That's probably a major reason why he ultimately chose, actually this is not so clear. He had, we'll just say very quickly now, he had 2 sons who were very viable candidates for the 7th leadership. I'm sorry? Sons-in-law. 2 sons-in-law who were very viable candidates. The Rashag, who was the elder, he had married the Rebbe's, the Frierdiker Rebbe's oldest daughter, was an extremely able administrator, very active with the key project of the yeshiva, Tomchei Tmimim, and in many ways he was moving in the same kind of traditional trajectory as his father-in-law. Rebbe Menachem Mendel Schneerson, shown here with the Frierdiker Rebbe, the 7th Rebbe is standing, was definitely very close to the Rebbe and had a lot of kind of personal projects, but he was also given a lot of unusual projects that were more associated with publications and outreach. And the reality is that the Frierdiker Rebbe, when he passed away, did not leave clear instruction as to who would be his successor. There was an interregnum of approximately 1 year, I should say actually exactly 1 year, because the first anniversary of his death, the Yortzeit, the 7th Rebbe was universally proclaimed to be Rebbe Menachem Mendel Schneerson. That's a whole other discussion that we talked about in the video is available online. But in many ways, the 7th Rebbe took some of the core ideas of the Frierdiker Rebbe's approach, but applied some rather innovative strategies to implement them. The use of technology, radio broadcasts. Later, that would become the internet after the Rebbe had passed away. Things like that. Fascinating developments, but beyond our scope. What is relevant for us today, however, is that the seventh Rebbe had an incredibly strong devotion to his father-in-law, the sixth Rebbe. And when the sixth Rebbe passed away and was buried in a place known to Chabad Nakim as the Ohel, here you can see his tombstone here, and he's buried here, obviously. They created in what's the name of that cemetery? Montefiore, I think is the name of it. Montefiore. They created a kind of an unusual sanctuary, which is bounded by fences in such a way that, according to Chabad practice, even a Kohen can enter the sanctuary and walk in these fences directly to this open air building, which is shown here with men in it entirely. Sometimes it's entirely women, but usually they have a machitza here, and the back end or the top end is populated by women, and the bottom end here is populated by men. The seventh Rebbe would regularly go to the grave of his father-in-law to pray for long periods of time, like an hour, 2 hours at a stretch. And later, when he passed away in the 1990s, he was laid to rest immediately to the right of his father-in-law. And one of the fascinating things about this place, I think from the standpoint of Jewish history, is that, to my mind, I believe this is the only religious pilgrimage site for observant Jews in this country. Is there any site that has that same value as a destination, a spiritual destination? If you're doing spiritual tourism, where do you go? So it's really quite unique. I'll take a second to describe for you. If you've never gone to the Ohel, it is quite an experience. There's a whole body of ritual that surrounds a visit to the Ohel. It's not simply going to a cemetery. One is supposed to immerse in a mikveh the morning before they go. They're supposed to fast that day. And then when they get to the Ohel, there's this complex outside, which, you go in and there's a bookstore and there's like prayer quorums and there's, loops of videotapes of usually the seventh Rebbe speaking. And then you sit down at a table, and this is my favorite part, you get a little piece of paper and a pencil, and you write a kvittel, which is kind of like your prayer, what you want to say to God when you're praying there. And that's my favorite part, because you're allowed to, you have this one little piece of paper and you can focus all of your thoughts into, 4 by 6 inch piece of paper. Then when you're ready, you take off your shoes. You can put on, they provide you with, Crocs and things like that, non-leather shoes. You make your way out to the Ohel. You give charity, this little charity box there. You light a candle in the kind of ante-room that's behind the wall over here. And then you come out, and this area is completely silent. And all you hear are the whispers of the people who are reading psalms and other prayers. And you're jammed in there. Quite often, people are actually touching you on either side because it's so crowded here. And then when you're finished your prayers, what you do is you take out your kvittel, you read it quietly, then you rip it, and you throw it into the open area here. So this, I don't know if you can tell from where you're sitting, but these are all the torn kvitlach, the torn petitions of people thrown into the gravesite. You'll see that there are amazing things like wedding invitations. People throw their invitations in there. Maybe like, that was a waste of time. No, I shouldn't say that. No, I think it's like a sense of kind of inviting the ancestors. They don't rip those. Lottery tickets, things like that. That might be it's too late now already. But it's an amazing cultural, religious, sociological, anthropological experience that I recommend to you. I found it, very, spiritually uplifting and cleansing kind of experience. And whenever I'm in that part of the world, I really enjoy doing it. So, from 770. So if you get a taxi, it's about 30 minutes. You get a ride. It's in Queens, yeah. So you have to go from Brooklyn to Queens. Yeah. Anyways, in terms of the history of American Jews, this is a very significant site because it is really the only pilgrimage site I can think of. In Israel, you've got a lot of sites. You've got, the Kotel, you've got Kever Rachel, you got all kinds of things. But in America, this is a brand new pilgrimage site, and it's nice to have something like this in our world. So to conclude and trying to bring the the legacy of the riots together, I think the most significant thing that we can take away from these 60 minutes is that his utter conviction that America is nicht anders. America is no different. That even though we live in such a tremendously altered world, when you look at the shtetl of the 19th century, the fact is he felt that the core values of the tradition can be transplanted to these shores. And in fact, through his dynamic and very charismatic successor, we can say that the Friedrich Rebbe's goals and objectives were in many ways realized in our country. Thank you for your attention, and look forward to speaking to you in 2 weeks. Not this week, because it's Purim coming up. Freilich Purim.
But this man is ruining the Golden Hour podcast. And then for the past 2 weeks, he just left it. I like how they're doing it on trash. Of course, stuff to rip off, things to rip off. Because Bob was feels like everything. Bob would just go. And then I go to Leah, talk about funny stuff, especially podcasts. But, I mean, this podcast is Shop's #1 podcast. I don't know why he's not doing it. He's too busy with the stands. I mean, the #1 thing he's put the most effort towards is that drive fast, no gas channel. And he drives all of his time is put into this truck.
My daughter gave me a little bit of a hard time after last week's lecture. She says I tell too many jokes involving rabbis, and usually at their expense. And I love those jokes so much, so I'm not sure if I can let go of them so easily. But I will try at least for the opening joke. It goes like this. I apologize to those of you who've heard this joke several times. As you know, I only know about a dozen or so, and I just recycle them. But a joke goes like this. A man goes to his favorite diner, and he's sitting there, and he's ordered his meal and so on, and the waiter delivers his soup, and then the waiter looks up and he sees the man gesturing to him. So the waiter comes over to him and says, "Is there something wrong, Mr. Goldstein?" He says, "I want you should taste the soup." And he says, "Is there something wrong with the soup? We've had this soup many times and whatever." And he says, "I want you should taste it. I'll bring you another bowl right away, no question. I want you should taste the soup." He says, "There's something wrong, and we serve the same soup every day." He says, "I want you should taste the soup." So he says, okay, I'll taste the soup. Where's the spoon?" Aha. No rabbis in that joke, okay? All right, the rabbi jokes are definitely funnier. Anyways, tonight's topic is one that's very close to my heart. I hope you will find it as fascinating as I do. I'm wondering if perhaps part of the reason for my fascination is because I share a professional interest with the subject tonight, because we're going to look at Heinrich Gretz, the first encyclopedic Jewish historian of all time. Many of you probably have, at one point in your lives, owned at least 6 copies of Heinrich Gretz's multiple-volume History of the Jews. For about probably close to a century, it was the number 2 bar mitzvah gift of all time, right after a fountain pen. There was that, and there was Heinrich Gretz. Now you get it on an ebook, give him an iPod or an iPhone, and it gets the Gretz on it. But we're going to talk about his life and his work and his impact on the Jewish psyche, which was really quite significant, both in its positive aspects and also, unfortunately, as we shall see, in its negative aspects. Because a lot of the internet audience has been asking for kind of a statement of why are we doing this? I mean, there are like 200 of these lectures up on the web now with all these people. Why are we doing it? And I'm not exactly sure. So I spent some time and I put together this short trailer, which I'd like to play for you. It's 1 minute, 25 seconds, but I think it encapsulates my philosophy of Jewish history and the point of this entire exercise, which flows very well into our topic of Heinrich Gretz. So here's a 1.25 minute. Oops, I got to turn that ad off. Let's see if I can make it louder.
Identity is really important to me. I grew up in this small little town in northern Ontario where I was the only Jewish child. I grew up as an other, as an outsider.
You got to put the camera on the screen.
Spiritual, scholarly energy, trying to figure out what I found that the search for meaning and identity is one of great value. We believe that the study of Jewish history adds meaning and value to human existence in general, for both Jews and non-Jews. We believe that academic Jewish history lectures need not sacrifice content to be entertaining. We believe that access to high-quality information on Jewish history should be free. We believe that shared intellectual curiosity about Jewish history is a key way to build communities. And we believe that Jewish history is one of many paths to the study of Torah, and that Torah study is enhanced by a fuller understanding of Jewish history.
And that's it. Okay, so basically what that means, just to go over our manifesto very quickly, we believe in the intrinsic value of the study of Jewish history for Jews and for non-Jews. It just says something about the human condition and the trials and tribulations of life on this planet that I think has value for everyone. We believe that academic Jewish history should be fun. Like, we should enjoy ourselves, but this should not be a tircha, it should not be a difficult thing for us to do. We believe very strongly that this should be free. I mean, we're very grateful for the sponsors that we have. This lecture, by the way, was sponsored anonymously this week. Thank you very much. And the idea, and it's wonderful that Young Israel allows us a space to do this in and provides for the students that do the videography and things. But the point is, we have all these people out there in America and beyond who wouldn't have access to it unless we made it free. So we have that as a very strong value. And we believe that the study of Jewish history is one way that people can get to the study of Torah, and that people who study Torah can have their learning enriched by what we do in Jewish history. So that's basically it. That's the manifesto. It's all about identity. It's all trying to build Jewish identity in particular, but identity of the human condition in general. Okay, I will not take any questions. We better go straight to the material. So we're going to talk tonight about Heinrich Gretz. Here's a great photo of him. His years are 1817 to 1891. And as I mentioned earlier, Gretz was the first encyclopedic Jewish historian. What do I mean by encyclopedic? We live in an era where Gretz has fundamentally transformed our sense of Jewish history, where, of course, you can go to Barnes & Noble or you can go to Amazon and you can find hundreds of Jewish histories, monographs and larger topics and so on. And it's nothing rare, but he was the first one to actually try and put in a modern European language that was accessible to everyone a complete history of the Jews from the beginning until the present day, which at that point would have been the late 19th century Germany. There were a couple of attempts, one by a Christian, one by a Jew, to write a slim one-volume history of the Jews, but really it was more like a chronology, or more appropriately, a martyrology. Like, you might ask yourself, what are you talking about? How can you say we didn't have history before the 19th century? Well, we really didn't. What we tended to have, for example, was Ibn Daud's work, which is kind of like, this was the person who ruled Israel at this time, and this is the person who ruled after. There's long lists of things, a couple of little bits of, and then there was a war, and these people won, and so on, but no real analytical, thematic development of why things changed, why things developed, why things diverged, and why things came together. That's really what modern history is all about. And nobody had done that before Gretz. So he undertook, with very little resources, And with prodigious effort, working in multiple languages without archival sources, he was able to essentially create a coherent narrative of Jewish history, meaning a storyline that made sense throughout the ages, that inspired Jews like no other literary work since the Bible or the Talmud ever had. It's a very, very impressive achievement, and that's why it was the bar mitzvah gift of choice for about a century. So his life, however, was not without significant controversy, not without significant personal defeat and embarrassment. So we're going to look at some of those aspects of his life as well and try to understand, what is the meaning of his contribution and what were the challenges that he faced in so creating it. Okay, so his youth, he came from an important and divisive area of Europe, the Posen or Poznan region of northern Germany and Poland. This is a region which, when he was alive, was part of Germany. It was Prussian Germany. You can see it's up here in what would be today northern Poland. The population was kind of mixed. It was culturally dominated by Germany, politically dominated by Germany. The cities tended to be German-speaking, and the Jews, who were Yiddish-speaking, tended to be Germanotropic, meaning that they were drawn towards the titular nationality, the Germans. The population as a whole, however, was Polish, and they were highly distinct from the Germans. They are Catholics, they are Slavs, they speak a different language, and so on. And there was a significant amount of tension that went back and forth over the 19th century and well into the 20th and even the 21st century to a certain degree. The region, of course, was ceded to Poland after World War I. It became an independent country, and it was one of the regions that Nazi Germany especially coveted during the 1930s, and eventually they took it over and annexed it to Germany proper. Well, there's a lot to say about that, but basically this is the region where Gretz grew up. He was born in a fairly small town, and he had a traditional yeshiva education until the age of 19. That yeshiva education, even in Germany at the beginning of the 19th century, meant that there was no formal study of sciences, certainly not of literature, only the very basic mathematics that would be necessary for elements discussed in the Talmud, like the sometimes complex astronomical calculations, things like that. But basically, he had no access to modern European university studies whatsoever, and he was an autodidact as a result. He taught himself. Like many Jews from this part of the world in this era, he essentially read whatever he could in whatever language he could. So by the age of 19, he encountered a figure who would be an incredible influence on him, the incomparable Samson Raphael Hirsch. When I put this on the internet, I'll give you a little link. We spoke about him a couple of years ago. He's an extremely influential thinker who continues to have an impact on the choices that Jews make today. A rabbi very active in central Germany during most of the 19th century, and he's usually associated with the modern Orthodox movement. I'll take a moment in a few slides to explain what exactly that means in the 19th century. At any rate, Rabbi Hirsch, who's shown here as a young man, wrote a very powerful book, which in German, he was quite unique in that he chose not to compose most of his works in the literary rabbinic language of Hebrew. He chose to speak in the vernacular, to speak specifically to people like this young student Gretz, who was so brilliant and so talented in so many languages and so on, but had no outlet for his yearning. And Hirsch wrote this book called The 19 Letters, which is still very fresh and readable even today. It's basically a series of letters between an older man and a younger man, with the younger man questioning his Jewish identity, wondering, is it worth it? I mean, the outside world has so much to offer. There's so much culture and so vibrant. And, why am I focusing all of my personal intellectual energies in this very narrow, scope of human civilization when I could be involved in the whole world? And so this series of fictional letters go back and forth, in which Hirsch takes on the role of the older, I think it's an uncle, who writes to his nephew, if I remember correctly, I think his name is Benjamin, and explains to him, exactly why being immersed in Jewish study is of great value. And of course, the storyline eventually moves the son towards greater and greater involvement, to the younger man into involvement. So Gretz read this book and he said, oh my gosh, it is talking directly to me. These are my questions. These are my issues, and I need to find out these answers. So he wrote to Rabbi Hirsch and he said, you know, I have to learn more from you. And so Hirsch invited him to his home. I think he was in Frankfurt at the time. And Gretz ended up living in his home for 3 years. He was a guest in his home, studying directly from his master for 3 years, and had a huge impact on him. They would later have a painful break in which the teacher would repudiate the young Gretz, but that's getting ahead of the story a little bit. I want to show you something that's kind of like a visual joke. This is kind of funny. You saw this picture here. There's a famous, iconic picture of Hirsch when he was a young man. So I saw a version of this that was kind of in one of the, a little bit more right-wing publications, and they did this to it. Here he is. I think they felt that his beard was just a little bit too thin, you know, so they gave him kind of like a little bit heavier beard with a mustache, and so just drew it in. You know, I think I'd like to go to them for, I could use a touch-up myself, I think, maybe on the forehead or something. But I just found that kind of amusing. Okay, anyways, that's where he received most of his education. Okay, questions to this point? Any arguments, discussions? Yes?
It said translated. What was it translated?
It was translated from German to English. The original was written in German. Yes, Ms. Abramson. No, absolutely. It was extremely popular in his lifetime. It was one of the books that really the question was, you know, how was Hirsch's book received? And was it posthumously famous or while he was lying? It was like an immediate classic. Because again, it's hard for us to understand this kind of situation because we live, you know, Art Scroll started in the late 80s, right? And now it's, what, 40 years later? Oh my gosh, it's close to 40 years later. So we're so used to having tremendous amounts of Jewish literature available in fairly readable English. You know, there it is. You want the Zohar, you want whatever it is, go pick it up. There's not necessarily Art Scroll, but you'll find it. But back then, in the beginning of the 19th century, in Germany, we should not overestimate the level of cultural illiteracy among Jews in Germany. That they were, you know, as Isaiah says, mitzvahs ish milumada. A lot of them were just following the traditions because their parents did. They did not have deep textual information. They were not inspired by their faith. They just went along with the motions because that's what people did. And, you know, you can only put up with that for a certain amount of time. And then you say, what is this all for? So when people like Hirsch would write in the vernacular, and people would pick it up and say, wait a minute, I had no idea how profound Judaism was. It was incredibly popular. Even more popular was his greatest work, which is translated into such a dense, difficult English. So you really need the German to figure out some of the translation. But his great work, Chorev, which was named after Mount Sinai. Chorev is one of the names of Mount Sinai. And he essentially undertook a task that had not been done in 700 years of Jewish literature. Not since the Sefer Achinuch was written in Barcelona by Rabbi Aaron, anonymously. Rav Hirsch went and wrote a philosophy of the mitzvot. Why do we do all these mitzvot, all these commandments? A very, very powerful and influential book and continues to have an impact today. Okay, so that hopefully answers your question. Does it? I hope so. Yeah, what's your question? I just took a long time to answer it. Okay, anyways, all right. Okay, so anyways, now Hirsch was embroiled at the time in an incredibly difficult controversy that would ultimately resolve itself, at least for the next couple of hundred years, in the expression of several Jewish denominations. This is a relatively new thing in Judaism. Judaism has experienced throughout its history several schisms where, for example, a group of Jews would reject the Talmud and they would form another group, let's say, called the Karaites. Before them, you have the Samaritans for different reasons. But by and large, we may have had ethnic divisions and cultural idiosyncrasies that are related to geographic settlement, but we never had like doctrinal divisions that split us into very distinct groups. You could perhaps say the Hasidic movement was one such group, although one of the key distinctions, as Rabbi Beryl Wine puts it, one of the key distinctions is Jews can argue about almost everything. The only time the debate gets kind of finalized is when they argue about who is a Jew. You can argue about whether or not this is permissible or not permissible on the Sabbath, but when it gets to the point saying that my children cannot marry your children, then it feels like it's no longer a family argument. And so we're in that period right now in the 19th century, because ultimately one of the questions that would be raised is the issue of matrilineal versus patrilineal descent. What defines a Jew? A Jewish mother, a Jewish father, something else? We won't get into it deeply, but let's look at the major players and see how Rav Hirsch fits in, because of course this has tremendous impact on Heinrich Gretz. So the first figure is Abraham Geiger, who is regarded as the figurehead of what was then known as the liberal movement. Later in America in particular, it's known as the Reform movement. Contrary to popular opinion, Geiger was not like a philosopher who came up with the idea that eventually formed the movement. He was rather a response to a grassroots movement that spread all over early 19th century Germany. There were many, many Jews who were looking at the possibility of emancipation, that is, of being given equal citizenship with Germans, as it happened in France in the late 18th century. And they felt that the only way we're going to do this is if we can prove to our non-Jewish co-citizens, so to speak, that we are deserving of citizenship, that we are normal people, that we have the same values, and that they can trust us. They can include us in, their vision of a united German people. And so this often was expressed as the jettisoning of Jewish cultural practices which were seen as non-Germanic. So, for example, the synagogue layout was completely changed so that there was no longer a separation between men and women. You had family seating with men and women in the same areas. The synagogue arrangement was already also shifted around to make it more church-like, with instead of having the shulchan in the center and the prayer leader having his back to much of the rest of the congregation, the prayer leader would stand at the front like a priest and face the congregation for much of the prayers and so on. A lot of changes like that to make, if a German Gentile walked into a Reformed synagogue, he would sort of understand what was going on. Of course, one of the big issues was the language of the prayer book, which would prove to be very seminal in creating a split, but I'll get to that in a second. So Abraham Geiger, at any rate, around him, already in the second decade of the 19th century, you have this burgeoning movement of Jews who are simply ignoring, abandoning, reforming the Jewish tradition in the interest of a new Judaism that would be more appealing to the Germans around them, and that would hopefully, looking at it to be done to look at it in a positive light, that would hopefully inspire millions or hundreds of thousands of Jews who were simply not inspired by the tradition. That Orthodox Judaism, the term of course had not been coined at that time, but Orthodox Judaism had failed to inspire the youth, and so this was one response that proved to be the most popular at the time. This was the case until the 1840s, when at a convention of Reform rabbis, again, the term liberal was used then, one of the discussions revolved around the use of Hebrew in the liturgy, and there was a strong movement to simply change the language of the prayer book completely to German. Most people simply did not understand the Hebrew. And why are you coming to synagogue just to repeat words that you have no idea what they mean? You can't use a translation, it just doesn't work. So therefore, there was a movement to simply remove Hebrew, and Zacharias Frankel, shown here, removed himself. He said, this is too radical a change. We do not approve of such a dramatic split from the traditional liturgy. And so he split from the Reform movement and created what was then called the historical positivist and later in America, the conservative movement. So it's like a break off from the original Reform. And at the same time, just to make it more complicated, there's Moses Sofer, known as the Chatham Sofer in Eastern Europe. The other two figures are primarily in Germany. Moses Sofer is in northern Hungary. He looked at these things with a traditionalist viewpoint and said, this is completely inappropriate. And the modern society that is potentially making available to Jews all of the trappings of university education, non-Jewish culture, music, theater, dance, literature, and so on, it has to be completely walled off from our society. And therefore, he said, we will not have any truck with modernity whatsoever. And so this forms what we would call today the ultra-Orthodox response to modernity, which is kind of to shut it all out and to try not to engage in modernity, even when it doesn't necessarily look like it could be dangerous. So here we have three, if you include Rabbi Hirsch, 4 distinct approaches to modernity. And let's look at how Heinrich Gretz fits in them. So here I'm going to give you a very quick chart here. It looks like this. If you take a spectrum and you put on it on one side openness to outside culture, I mean, you want to measure these various ideologies in terms of what do they believe about the outside world? Is it fundamentally toxic, or is it potentially beneficial for a Jew to be involved in cultural causes that are not necessarily Jewish in origin? And you go to the other side and you say, no, Jews have to remain totally insular. They have to stay away from anything that smacks of non-Jewish origins, and they have to stay totally within the framework of Jewish sources only. So if this is your spectrum from left to right, on the left side we could put Reform and Abraham Geiger, meaning in terms of the questions of how open to outside sources Reform would be, or Jews would be, this would be the most liberal of those approaches. So in other words, the most open to going to the opera, studying foreign philosophies, foreign religions, even in university, things like that. You'll find this on this side of the spectrum. On the other side, you have the so-called Haredim, which is a Hebrew term meaning the tremblers, the ones who tremble. And it's often translated into English as ultra-Orthodox. What that means also is there are 2 major forms, the so-called Yeshivish, which is basically Lithuanian Talmudists, the Mitnagdim we spoke about a few weeks ago, or the Hasidim. They're both within this camp, and that would be Rabbi Moshe Sofer's approach. And then in the middle here, where you have a large number of Jews, you have what we would call today conservative, that is not as open to outside society as Reform is, and that's Zechariah Frankel's position. And then you have the modern Orthodox, which is not as insular as the extreme ultra-Orthodox, meaning they value a level of engagement in society, but not so much, for example, that they would consider moving the Sabbath to Sunday or violating the laws of kashrut and so on. And that would be Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch. And basically, Jews in the 19th century, and today as well, had to kind of put themselves somewhere on this spectrum. Choice of this nature was not possible before the 19th century. Before the 19th century, Jews either had to conform to community standards or convert to Christianity. There was no secular Jewish identity. There was no, hybrid Jewish identity. You just did what was around you, or you faced social ostracism that could have, especially in the pre-modern period, it could actually have financial consequences, because the Beit Din could fine you for, let's say, smoking on Saturdays. So, smoking on Saturdays would count. Or the Beit Din could even have you lashed for failure to conform to community sensibilities. So Jews basically, went along with what was the community standard. Once you get to the 19th century and the possibility of choice was made available, then Jews did choose, and they put themselves somewhere on this chart. Okay, questions? Yes, okay, not a hard one, please.
Being involved or being completely isolated in terms of traditional love. If I'm not mistaken, the first is not over in your house to Jew. Can you help with any journey with most
very good. I'll restate that for the internet audience. the observation was related to the way a Jew would appear, to, in terms of dress and in terms of shaving the beard and things like that. And the quote about being a man at home and, a Jew at home and a man in the street, it's been attributed to many different figures, including Moses Mendelssohn and A.D. Gordon and others. I think it would be fair to attribute it to Samson Raphael Hirsch, but Denise Manta, you got to move the camera. I know. I guess you must be enjoying the lecture because here I am standing on the other side of it. Meanwhile, everyone on the internet is saying, "Why are we looking at the Israeli flags for the longest time?" Okay. So, anyways, lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, Mozart. So the way you would look. So Hirsch would, for example, approve of. Beards are a good example. So. It's forbidden by the Torah to take a straight edge razor to shave your beard. You use an electric razor for different reasons because it's basically considered like scissors, an electric razor. But to use a straight edge razor is forbidden by the Torah. So before electricity was invented, what did men do? So they either used a straight edge razor or they used depilatory powder. Like. It smelled. It's made of lye. It was painful and awful, right? But then you got a really clean shave. But those were the only two choices. So you could either subject yourself to the smelly and painful depilatory powder, or you broke Torah law and you used a straight edge razor. So most observant Jews grew a beard, but the ultra-Orthodox said, don't touch it at all. Let it grow wild, let it just... that's why many Hasidim today will allow their beards to grow untrimmed. But Rabbi Hirsch, of course, living in German society in an urban environment, that would look unkempt and inappropriate. So he said, take scissors, which is sort of a moderate approach, and trim your beard so you look like a mensch. And of course, you'll have people left. Abraham Geiger, who's clean shaven. I don't know how he did it personally, but that would be perfectly okay because the whole idea of the razor does not seem to have as much moral authority as it would in the Orthodox tradition. Yes, question. That is a very profound question, which I'll repeat for the audience. Do I think that the conservative reform movement saved many Jews from converting to Christianity? So, we don't have good data. We don't have good, census data or Gallup polls to look at to ask people back then, why did you choose to affiliate with the Reform Synagogue or a conservative synagogue or an Orthodox synagogue? We don't have that kind of data. That kind of thick description would help us understand. But there's basically two arguments, and I won't take a position on either of them. One argument is to say that the creation of these movements accelerated the rush to conversion, which was rampant in the late 19th century because it provided a way station. And, you could, as it were, stop observing the Torah according to the traditional practice, and you see that nothing happens, no lightning bolts, and so therefore you just make the next step. Others would say that no, this was kind of like a safety net, that many Jews, when faced with the choice of, converting to Christianity or remaining Orthodox, they would definitely convert to Christianity. So those are the two positions. I'm not prepared to take a stance on it right now. Later on, we can talk about America, where we have the Pew study. We have a lot of data where, we can ask that question again and wonder what it means. But it's a very different environment because in the 19th century, everybody's Bubby and Zaidi were traditionally Orthodox. So it was like they were moving from something that they actually knew as opposed to our generation, which doesn't necessarily have that background. Anyways, where's Heinrich Gretz and all this? Right over here in the middle, smack in the middle. Okay, he's obviously a huge devotee of Rabbi Hirsch. He lived in his home for 3 years, was his personal student, and so you'd think he would be modern Orthodox, but he happened to agree very strongly with Rabbi Frankel of the conservative movement, who argued for adaptations to Jewish tradition, but not so fast. Keep a hold of Hebrew. He strongly supported the conservative movement. He also strongly supported the Wissenschaft des Judentums, which was a modern scholarly movement that Abraham Geiger was involved with. So his leaning towards these positions on an intellectual level really estranged him from his former teacher. Later, when he came out with his major magnum opus on Jewish history, that's when the break would be final, and Rav Hirsch would say that, you know, these are all very nice stories and imagination, but they're not necessarily true. And he really had nothing more to do with Gretz at that point. But anyways, this is putting him on the spectrum. He's a former yeshiva boy from Poland. He grew up, he spent his emerging adulthood in a modern Orthodox home, the modern Orthodox home under Rav Hirsch, and then he moved a little bit to the left because of the influence of the Reform and Conservative movement. Okay, so let's go further on here. Now, this is his greatest book, without question, The History of the Jews. This was a work that ended up extending over 10 volumes in the original German, and as I mentioned in the introduction, had a phenomenal impact on German Jewry. It was like just an earth-shattering book that took decades to complete. He actually started with volume 4, and then he filled in the later volumes and then went back. And after a trip to Israel to actually be in the land of Israel, he wrote the volumes on biblical Israel. And by the time he was done, it was 10 massive volumes, a phenomenal achievement of scholarship. The reception, as I mentioned earlier, was immediate and very positive. And one of the reasons for this is because of his the narrative. And this is something a little more sophisticated that I try to explain to my more advanced history students, when they're working at the undergraduate level. One of the big misconceptions about how historians do their job is that we sort of kind of capture all these facts and then we put them all down. To quote one 18th century historian, wie es eigentlich gewesen war, the way it actually happened. Like, you need a good historian to go out there, get you the good facts, put them in the right order, and then you'll know what actually happened. But the problem is, it's not like that. The world of facts is kind of like the world of Google, right? There's like so many, overwhelmingly many facts to choose from. And you have to sift through them, and you can't possibly look at them all because there are just way too many, and you have to try and tease out of the facts that you're able to see what are likely to be true and what constitute trends, what facts lead to one another, and then at some point you have to commit this to writing. Sometimes I like to explain this to my students as let's say you're writing the story of your own life. So if you wanted to write the story of your own life with mind-numbing accuracy, it would take you exactly as long as you have lived. I'm 51 years old now, so I would have to put a tape recorder on my life for 51 years, 8 hours of sleep every night, everything would be included there, and that would be really the whole my life story. But who would watch it? I mean, that's ridiculous. You need a considerably condensed version. Nobody can take more than, let's say, 6 hours of my life. That's it. I thought that was funny, but okay. All right. So historians have to make choices. What facts go in? What facts go out? And as soon as you make those choices, you create a narrative, a coherent story. The word story is right in the word history. You create a story that makes sense, that life sort of seems to have some kind of meaning. There's a trajectory. It's not all one accident after another. It seems to have some kind of flow and build up, and there seems to be a climax and this denouement. It seems like a literary work. That's how we like to think. That's how we remember things, and that's how we want our histories to work. So the narrative that Gretz started, and Gretz, you'll recall, was the pathbreaker here, because no one else had really written anything like this. He wrote what was later called by another encyclopedic historian, Salo Baron, the lachrymose model of Jewish history. He did not mean it as a compliment. Lachrymose means full of tears. And put in a sentence, the lachrymose model that Gretz promoted was that despite overwhelming and consistent persecution Jews succeeded and contributed to world civilization by dint of their great intellect and superior moral standing. That's one sentence, the lachrymose model of Jewish history. So every time you talk about a period in Jewish history, you'll describe how the Jews were persecuted, and nevertheless they came out surviving and doing something good for society and being like a light unto the nations. This is a really good narrative. I like this narrative. It makes me feel good to be a Jew, right? Because you say, wow, look at all the tremendous suffering and awful, terrible things that have happened to us. And yet, no, we're still, 7% of Nobel Prizes and things like that. That's the model. Now, there's a lot of good things to say about that model, and I think there's a lot of evidence to it. There's a lot of truth in it. But it is, nevertheless, very monolithic, and it also ignores anything that contradicts that tangent of the narrative. It contradicts when Jews maybe didn't necessarily live up to their moral standing, the standards that they have depicted in their literature. It ignores the times when Jews simply disappeared through assimilation or conversion to other faiths and never looked back. It ignores the villains of Jewish history. There's all kinds of things, and it ignores also, by and large, the periods of time, which were unfortunately not that frequent, when Jews were actually very well treated in their societies. Certain period of time in Babylon, for example, certainly with Spain, modern America, which he didn't treat very much because of the period. So it is a somewhat limited model. But let's put it in the context. This is the very first model you're going to put out there. And if you are going to start with one narrative, this is a huge narrative to develop national consciousness. Because here you have these Jews who are on the verge of assimilating, on the verge of converting out, and when they read Gretz, they say, oh my gosh, like we said last week in German, right? In Russian, I'm so fortunate to be a Jew. You read Gretz and you say, my gosh, thank you, Bubby and Zadie, for buying me this book for my bar mitzvah present. Actually, the copy I have in my library, I have a personal copy, the 1899 printing in English, and it's beautiful with leather, covers and binding and stuff like that. And on the front page, it's a bar mitzvah present to some boy. I won't mention his name because maybe his ancestors might watch this video one day. And then volume 2 has uncut pages. Meaning, back then they used to make the books with the pages actually sealed on the outside, and you had to take a sharp knife and cut them open. So obviously he didn't make it to the second volume. But nevertheless, that's really what this book was about. And it made a huge splash in the Jewish world because it made everyone so proud to be a Jew. And it was written in literate German with properly sourced materials at a very high level. And this is, by the way, for a person who was not allowed to get a PhD at his university of choice because they simply had a policy, no PhDs for Jews. Sorry, question in the back. Absolutely. His religious perspective is essentially like this slide we have over here. That, he's like Zacharias Frankel, and by the way, both of these guys were historians too. Not encyclopedic like Gretz, but he takes a critical approach to the sources. Like, for example, just because the Talmud says something happens, he doesn't automatically believe it did. He wants to look for outside ramification. He wants to look for literary interpretations, things like that. So he takes the Talmud as a source, but not necessarily as authoritative. And that makes him more of a modern historian who will approach sources with that kind of critical eye. He is religious in the sense that he believes in God. He believes in Jewish destiny. He believes in the value of the Torah, although not necessarily in the literal interpretation of the Torah as received by the Orthodox. He's very Orthodox friendly compared to other historians, but he's not like, a Bible thumper, so to speak. Okay, yes, Fred. It was published, thank you, serially. He published the 4th volume first, a couple years later, the 5th, 6th, went up to, I think, the 9th, and then his trip to Israel, I think it was in 1872, he went back, wrote volumes 1, 2, 3, and then he came out with the final volume in, I think, 1877. So he wrote it, in a kind of a haphazard fashion, and then it was immediately translated, reprinted, several editions, abridged, things like that. And it was, I don't know how many times it was reprinted, but literally tens, maybe 100 times reprinted. Different languages. Okay, the last question, then we better go on. The one that's most popular in English is, it's done by a woman. Her first name was Bella. I think her last name is Rowe, if I remember correctly. Published by the Jewish Publication Society, 1899 to 1905. I wish I could remember her last name. I'm sorry. That's a hard question, though. We don't allow hard questions here. Just easy questions. The idiosyncrasies and biases associated with. There are a few things you can definitely, any work of this size, you're going to find points to criticize. And I'm not going to nitpick about, facts, but in terms of his sort of biases. Do you recognize the picture on the verso here, the title page? Moses Mendelssohn, right? Not a coincidence, because Moses Mendelssohn is exactly the kind of figure that's a hero for Gretz, right? Because Mendelssohn, he's persecuted, not allowed to get into schools, not allowed to get in, but he's so brilliant, he beats Immanuel Kant in an essay competition and so on, shows the world what Jews really can do. So Mendelssohn is definitely his kind of hero. And anything that didn't really fit with the Mendelssohnian view of the world was not necessarily well presented in Gretz. So, for example, he thinks Kabbalah is total nonsense. And he says, why are the Jews even talking about this stuff? So Kabbalah is presented as, superstitious nonsense that, it's an unfortunate kind of byproduct of excessive persecution, that we retreat to mysticism. Hasidim, he thought they were all bumbling idiots, not well educated at all, and expressing themselves in all kinds of narishkeit. And unfortunately, once again, it's because of the Khmelnytsky rebellion that destroyed the communities. They didn't have proper teachers, Nebuch, they couldn't learn German. So he has, in general, a fairly, low opinion of Eastern European Jews. Again, remember where he comes from, in that Poznan region where the Jews are Germanotropic. And he looks at these Jews who can't even speak proper German, that they have so much Polish and Ukrainian and Russian mixed in there. He just wants nothing to do with them. So, and he was also tended to be very weak in social history. Like, he was very much a proponent of the so-called great man in history model that believes that history, all of us kind of like just sort of follow great men, usually white men. We follow what they say, and we'll follow along behind them until another great white man says something else, and then all of us plebeians move over and follow that white man. So his history tends to be a lot of disjointed biographies, as opposed to later historians like Shimon Dubno, who really emphasized folk movements and really emphasized the power of the masses, not necessarily the leaders, for shaping Jewish history. So the history as itself has some weaknesses, but again, placing it in context of an incredible achievement for its time. Now, there were some decidedly negative, what's the right word, things that happened. The word in Hebrew, I'm looking, is totzaot. There must be the word in English. Consequences, thank you. Great consequences for his work. Most of it came from this man here, Heinrich von Treitschke, who was the leading German encyclopedic historian of the time. The Germans were about 100 years ahead of the Jews when it came to writing books of this nature. And von Treitschke read Gretz's book and was incensed. He said, I can't believe how this Jew is portraying himself in Christian culture and especially in German culture. How dare he present himself as being, the Jews as being persecuted generation after generation. And what chutzpah, he actually didn't use the word chutzpah, but what, nerve he has to proclaim the Jews' superior moral standing despite this persecution. He says that is so false. The Jews, we have tolerated them, he says, in German society, and they are a scourge on our society. They have, ruined our cities. They have infiltrated increasingly our universities. Our economies are torn up by their petty dealings and so on. And von Treitschke just chewed into Gretz as a kind of a national ideologue that didn't write history, he wrote propaganda. So if you remove all of the venom, if you remove all of the hatred and anti-Semitism that von Treitschke was expressing, his historical criticism of Gretz was not so far off. Gretz was writing a national history that was kind of like, like, for example, when you write a national anthem for a country, put it like that, right? Are you going to write, what do we have, America the Beautiful? You have America the Pretty Good Looking, right? You're not going to write America the Pretty, you're going to write America the Beautiful. You're going to use the superlative, right? You're not going to say, God tolerate America. Say, God bless America. That's the point of a national anthem. So, too, he's writing a book that's like a historical version of a national anthem. And it's supposed to be uplifting. It's supposed to make Jews feel good about who they are. He's not trying to write a dry scholarly treatise. There's like drama to it. It's a good read today. It really is. And von Treitschke would have none of it. He felt that it was tripe. He felt that it was, insulting to the Germans who had hosted the Jews for 800 years. And ultimately, he said the opposite. He coined this phrase, which you can see here in this Nazi rally from the 1930s, Die Juden sind unser Unglück. The Jews are our misfortune. And this was one of Hitler's favorite slogans, borrowed from von Treitschke, who was criticizing Gretz, who was saying, au contraire, it's not like you say, Mr. Gretz, that the Jews have been such a boon to whatever society they've been in. They have been a cancerous growth that eat away from the society from within. And von Treitschke essentially trotted out this whole diatribe against Jews and how dangerous they are for society that was incredibly influential in the society. We should also understand that von Treitschke was not some, crazy drunken person muttering in the street. This was one of Germany's most prominent academics at a very prominent university late in his career. And for him to stand up and take such a strong stance against Gretz was perceived by many Germans as authoritative. So they had a fight called the Historikerstreik, a historian's battle that went on for close to a decade, back and forth in the press, and people in Germany took sides. People who were not involved in otherwise, began to engage in this dialogue of were Jews good for Germany or not? A very, very sad story that, of course, would come to its culmination with the Holocaust half a century later. Here's another, I'll show you, by the way, underneath it. I don't know why the Germans like to repeat themselves. It says the Jews are on us, then girls, women and girls, the Jews you're on bad fortune. It says over here in the book. Like, it just says over right here, they are. Anyways, okay. It reminds me of a small funny incident. My wife and I were once in Odessa, and the water was not working in the hotel. And so there was a sign by the elevator, and it said in Russian, the water is not working. And it said in Ukrainian, the water is not working. Then it said in European languages, like in French, the water isn't working, it should be on again tomorrow. The same kind of thing in English. And then in German, it said the water isn't working, the plumber came, he says we need new pipes, he's going to have to order them from Kiev, it'll take till tomorrow, we hope we'll have it by 5 o'clock. Like, the Germans wanted the whole story, it wasn't enough to just know tomorrow. Anyways, here's another slide, also from the Nazi period, 1935, I believe. This is an outdoor billboard for an anti-Semitic paper called Der Stürmer, and here you can see the phrase, the Jews are our misfortune, meaning that everything that's wrong in Germany is because we have the Jews here in our society. And just to make it a little scarier, here is the same slogan, and this is from the National Socialist Democratic Workers' Party, also known as the Nazi Party, in Lincoln, Nebraska. Nobody knew that they were there, but they're also quoting that same slogan of von Treitschke's, which was essentially an attack on Heinrich Gretz. So, to think about his legacy, okay, that's the bell, and then we'll do the legacy. They were contemporaries, roughly the same age, and von Treitschke is a great elder statesman, he's a great historian, well respected across the country. And Gretz, older at that time as well, but the author of this incredibly well-received, they were contemporaries. It was a really nasty fight. Now, how did Jews take this fight? Unfortunately, Gretz suffered some tremendous humiliation late in his life as a result of this fight. You recall that one of the collective projects of German Jewry for most of the 19th century was to desperately try to fit in, to desperately try to demonstrate to Germans that Jews are worthy of citizenship. And to a certain degree, Gretz's project fits within that model. But the huge embarrassment that many Germans felt with the rejection of Gretz by the scholarly community was so intense that in 1885, when a major institution was developed to study German Jewry by a so-called Jewish Historical Commission, they pointedly ignored to invite Gretz to participate, which was like he was the Nobel Prize winning nuclear physicist of the era, and they're not even, sending him an invitation to participate. That was a huge slap in the face for Gretz, but it said a lot about what the Jewish community thought of him. They were, at this point, frankly embarrassed by his achievements because it had caused so much negative attention. His reputation extended internationally. French translations and English translations did not have the same kind of, qualms about his chutzpah and his fight with von Treitschke, because in America and in France, Jews had already earned equal rights, and so his reputation was solid there. But, he was humiliated in his own country. But that nevertheless does not diminish the tremendous achievement that he made in his great 10-volume history of the Jews. He eventually succumbed to heart disease and was buried with significant honors in Wrocław, if I remember correctly. And we remember him even today. In fact, just preparing for this lecture tonight, I think I'm going to have to go back and reread my Gretz. So even the pages that were not cut in volume 2, maybe I'll cut them myself this time. And I guess that's about it. I thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for participating. And I look forward to seeing you next week when I hope to speak about the Friedricher Rebbe, one of the most important Chabad rabbis of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Okay, have a great night. Get started. Thank you all for coming. I apologize that I was a little bit delayed today and had people standing outside. That's kind of unusual. We'll certainly make an effort to be here early in the future. So if you follow the website, if you get the regular mailings from the website, you'll know that I have 2 other series of lectures that I put online at the same time. I have these lectures, which are basically 1-hour biographies. And then I have this series, which is mainly directed at undergraduate students, called the Essential Lecture Series. And they're about 20 to 30 minutes. And then I have these This Week in Jewish History, which are like 3 to 8 minutes. So I just recorded one this week on the origins of modern Jewish humor. And I'm really pleased with one of the essential lectures. I'm really pleased that I got so many responses in the comments. I think within 6 hours, 172 people had viewed this video. It was really, it's amazing what the internet can do. And one of the best things is that people started sending jokes in the comments box. So it's like, so here's one from Daniel Nuriev, who is actually quite a scholar. He is the first one, if I remember correctly, to point out that the letter chet is not a guttural, it's a voiceless fricative, if you didn't know that. But he pointed out this one joke which I enjoyed. It turned out that this is a very old Jewish joke, and just about everyone I told it to already knows it, but somehow I missed it. So there's a Chiloni man in Tel Aviv, a secular Jew in Tel Aviv, who is, very, very far from his Jewish origins and Jewish rituals and traditions. And, that's the way he chooses to live his life. But he's a businessman and he has a huge deal on the line. And this is a deal that if he does it right, he's going to be set for retirement. Everything's going to work out just as long as he can just sign this one deal. And he's running a little late, and he's driving down Dizengoff, and he's driving around and around the office building where he's supposed to have this meeting, and he can't get a parking spot. And he realizes there's a huge crisis here. Oh my gosh, what's going on? What am I going to do? So finally, in desperation, he raises his eyes heavenward, and he says, Ribono shel olam, you know, I have never kept the laws of kashrut, and I have never kept the Shabbat. But now, please help me with this one. Just give me a parking spot, and I will be a faithful Jew. And just as he finishes saying that, amazingly, a car just pulls out right in front of the building where he needs to park. And he says, never mind, I found one. All right, so the wonders of the this particular, since so much time talking about Joseph Pearl, was a very bitter and rather venomous critic of the Hasidic movement. And we spoke about Rabbi Nachman of Breslov in that connection because it was the publication of one of Rabbi Nachman's most important and unusual works, the Sipurei Ma'asiot, which we'll talk about tonight. I thought, well, why don't we talk about Rabbi Nachman tonight, as it were, to kind of get the side of where Joseph Pearl was coming from in his critique. And you can evaluate for yourself. We try to avoid moral judgments in this room, but we'll try and give you the historical outline of his life, and you can decide exactly how you want to go on that controversy between the two of them. So Rabbi Nachman of Breslov, definitely one of the most unconventional, creative, seminal thinkers of the Hasidic movement, highly criticized in his lifetime and beyond, and yet with the probable exception of the Chabad-Lubavitch movement, undoubtedly the best known of all the Hasidic great leaders. The Breslov movement amazingly has continued to hold its own, and in fact even flourish without a Rebbe. They are known to their detractors in the Hasidic world as der Toter Hasidim, the dead Hasidim, because they don't follow a living Rebbe. And nevertheless, they show tremendous creativity, effervescence, and novelty that indicate that their trajectory is still on the way up. So we're going to spend a little bit of time thinking about who was this particular individual, what were his contributions, what were some of the reasons for which he was so bitterly criticized during his lifetime, and maybe we'll spend a little bit of time thinking about the specific nature of his spiritual creativity that caused such inspiration in the Jewish world in the early 19th century and for the last 200 years. Okay, so he has impeccable Hasidic yichus, impeccable Hasidic lineage. His grandfather was the Baal Shem Tov himself through the Baal Shem Tov's daughter, and on the other side, he was the grandchild of one of the Baal Shem Tov's primary disciples as well. So he has like really tremendous standing within the movement, and more than that, he was born and raised in Medjugorje. I'll give you this map here. This is going to cover most of his life, so I'm putting all these places here. Medjugorje is the current Ukrainian pronunciation. You may have seen the Polish pronunciation, Medjugorje. This is a small shtetl over here in the Ternopil region of western Ukraine. This is eastern Galicia, a region where Jews are exceptionally poor compared to the rest of Europe, poor both in terms of their per capita income. This is one of those areas of Europe where Jews were much more involved in manual labor and even in farming, which is highly unusual for Jews, than in the rest of Europe. At the time, it was not part of Ukraine as shown here. At the time, it was part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Later, it would become briefly part of Austrian Galicia and so on. And then after World War I, it would be part of Poland. Well, I don't want to do the whole history. Anyways, here's Medjugorje over here. He spent some time in the Kiev region, in the region of Podil, and in a neighboring town as well. And then he made his name, his fame, really in the town known as Bratslav, not to be confused with Bratislava, and is usually pronounced in Yiddish as Breslov. The Nurem Breslov is just a Yiddish, there are many of these. One of the hardest things about figuring out the geography of Eastern Europe, and my own teacher, Professor Paul Robert Magachi of Toronto, he wrote an atlas of Eastern Europe, and he described to me how incredibly difficult it is because just about whenever a place gets conquered by a people, they change the name of the place, and sometimes the name change is really quite distinct. Like, for example, if you take this town here, which is written in this map as Lviv, that's the Ukrainian pronunciation. This is a map of Ukraine. It would be Lviv in the local dialect. It was known as Lvov to Poles and Lemberg as to Germans. And so Jews would choose whichever one they wanted. Lemberg is often used because of the affinity with Germany, but these place names change tremendously. So Bratslav is one of those examples where the Jews would simply elide the terms to say Breslov. And one of the reasons they loved it is because the term Breslov, if you look at the letters in Hebrew, it forms an anagram for Lev Basar, heart of flesh, as opposed to a Lev Even, a heart of stone, which is an allusion to a passage in the Bible in Isaiah where God says, I will take out this heart of stone and I will give you a heart of flesh, a heart of Lev Basar. So Breslov, Lev Basar, that's who we're talking about. Spent a lot of time at Bratslav, and that's where he gathered most of his disciples. And then his last days were spent in Uman, where he chose to die and be buried. So the pilgrimages, if you heard of them, are associated with Uman, not with the other locations there. So his Hasidic lineage, to underline the point we started with, not only from his actual family members, he's in the third generation after the Baal Shem Tov, who passed away about 1760. The Rebbe Nachman was born 12 years later. But he actually grew up in the very heartland of Hasidic world in Medjugorje, the place where the Baal Shem Tov himself was active. Okay, so you get a sense of where he exists in the panoply of figures. Yeah, typical for the time, very early engagement. Again, he was like Hasidic royalty, so he would have been very sought after. He was engaged at 13, and in kind of like a Talmudic precedent, which was not so unusual in the 19th century or this late 18th century, he was married 1 year later to the daughter of a fairly wealthy man from the Kiev region. He moved in with his father-in-law, and this is incidentally one of the reasons why there's a huge population explosion among Jews in Eastern Europe in the 19th century, far outstripping the non-Jewish population in the area. Is two things. First of all, the development of the smallpox vaccinations, which Catherine the Great began to disseminate in the late 18th century, and secondly, an institution known as Kest, which was a way in which young married couples, and we're talking about really young, we're talking about 14, 13 years old, where they would live for extended periods of time in their in-laws' homes with an extended family that has cousins, aunts, sister-in-laws, and mother-in-laws, and so on, to care for children during these very tender years when the husband and wife are really children themselves. So he lived in this kind of environment for the first few years of his married life. It turned out later, though, that his father-in-law became a widower, and his second wife and Rebbe Nachman did not get along all that well. So at this point, Rebbe Nachman took his wife and his growing family. He ultimately had 6 children, 4 girls and 2 boys. The boys did not survive infancy, but his 4 daughters did. So they moved nearby. In this area, though, in these formative years of his early marriage, is when you see some of the characteristic elements of his thought begin to emerge. He followed what he felt was an extremely unique path in Hasidic thought, and certainly when he began his literary oeuvre, you can see that he's plowing completely new paths in the fields of Jewish mysticism. At the same time, he was following a very traditional path of going out into forests alone. He became quite an oarsman. He went on the Dnipro River, which is shown here, and he would, row himself up and down the river and set the boat ashore, and then he would go off for an afternoon and simply meditate on nature and existence in the world. And this is the roots of a spiritual practice that was associated with Breslov Forever After, called Hitbodedut. This comes from the word boded, or bad, which means to be alone. Hitbodedut means to make oneself alone. And one of the main areas of Breslov spiritual exercises is to spend a good chunk of time. When you read some of their literature, they say, just take an hour to yourself. That's all it takes, an hour a day, which, for the rest of us non-Breslov Hasidim, it's a huge amount of time, especially for a Litvak, a whole hour doing this. And basically be alone, talk to yourself, talk to God, talk to the walls, talk to your future, talk to your past. Just spend an hour in internal meditation. That may be, by the way, to jump ahead to the end of this lecture, one of the reasons why in the 1970s Breslov Hasidus became so popular is because the whole meditative tradition, which they had been developing for several hundred years, was so well aligned with the age of Aquarius, with EST, you recall all those kinds of unusual New Age practices that were popular in America at the time. So definitely there was a kind of a congruity of practice and thought between Hitbodedut and modern meditative techniques. So he moved to a nearby region, and at this point in his late teens and early 20s, he began to attract disciples. Jumping ahead also, you should note that the entire span of his life was only a short 38 years, and yet compressed within this very short lifetime, he managed to create a tremendous body of written work, very creative and unusual and original, and attract many totally devoted disciples who would remain with him not only during his lifetime, but even after his death, which was shrouded with tremendous controversy, and would pursue the development of the movement past that. So these are all very young people. We're talking about people in their teens and early 20s when they are at their peak of creativity. The controversies. So he was, we have to put ourselves within the context of the times. And you recall that the Hasidic movement heads into a period which historians might call a thermidor, which is a reference to a month in the brief-lived French revolutionary calendar. Basically, when you have a revolution of any sort, there's a period of tremendous excitement and exuberance and dramatic change, like the pendulum is pulled all the way in one direction. And then as people get kind of fed up with the ridiculous pace of change, then the pendulum swings back the other way, but often goes into the opposite direction. And if you look at any, this is kind of like a well-known pattern, cycle of history. If you look at, let's say, the Russian Revolution, it may start with all these bright ideas of Druzhba Narodov, the friendship of peoples, and of a neo-messianic era, and then it eventually swings back and falls into high Stalinism, which is the thermidor, as it were, of the Soviet Revolution. So the Hasidic movement had much of the same. The 18th century was a tremendous period of criticism of the old way of doing things, a period of great innovation. And then by the time you get to the 19th century, some of the excesses that the Hasidic movement had been created to react against began to reassert themselves and even infiltrate the Hasidic movement himself. For example, one of the aspects of the Hasidic movement that was so powerful in the 18th century was the tremendously democratizing element of following a charismatic leader as opposed to an appointed figure that had the approval of the community and the lord of a particular region. You would have a person who, just had a beautiful smile and a beautiful way of expressing things and a kind heart, and he would become the Rebbe, obviously with tremendous talents in learning and pastoral skills and so on. But by the time you get to the mid-19th century, the Hasidic system was criticized for being excessively rigid, of being just another hierarchy, where people gather their courts around them on a hereditary basis and so on. So this is a period when the Hasidic movement is just beginning to kind of lose that populist edge and descend into a dark and reified period, which again they would emerge from at the end of the 20th century, but that's not for us today. So Rabbi Nachman was at this period when it's quite a bit of time. It's 40, 50 years after the death of the founder of the movement, and you have established figures. You have Hasidic leaders who are elderly typically and have followed the same kind of pattern of establishing courts and of rituals such as the pidyonos of bringing certain types of donations to the Hasidic leaders and so on. And Rabbi Nachman will just have none of this. He is a huge critic of the existing Admorim, as the leaders of the Hasidim were called, and he openly criticized their mystical pronouncements. So, for example, some of the Admorim, some of the leaders would say that they had gotten a glimpse of Elijah's chariot. That's referred to in the Bible, and it's an allusion to this mystical vision of the Godhead in the universe. And Rabbi Nachman would say, I don't know how these people can say they've seen the chariot and they describe it this way, because I know myself, it looks totally different than the way they're talking about it. So open criticism of his peers and his seniors. In fact, one of the most what's the right word? One of the most acrimonious disputes he had was with a figure known as the Spoler Zaydi, the elder of the city of Spole. And Rabbi Nachman moved to that city without first getting permission from their Spoler Zaydi. And originally, the Spoler Zaydi was open to the idea of Rabbi Nachman. Here is a creative, young Hasidic thinker, but to move your court into the existing region of an authorized and well-known figure was like it's an infringement on his chazakah. It's an infringement on his, his known territory, right? Like salesmen, as it were. You can't go and walk into someone else's territory and then take it over. And the Shpoler City was really quite angry with him for simply showing up without, doing the proper petitions and the proper arrangements and things like that. So he had a lot of fights of this nature with the authorized figures. He was known for erratic behavior in a lot of ways. In 1798, he decided to take a trip to Israel, and he decided to take only his closest disciple and to travel in secret, like in disguise, not letting anyone know who he was as a Hasidic leader, the grandson of the Baal Shem Tov. And on this trip, he would make fun of the other Hasidim that he met on the boat. He would engage in, wild, erratic behavior, dancing, singing, things like this. And in fact, Breslovers today are known for their unusual displays of energy during prayer, clapping, stamping their feet, things like that, which are not typically seen in your regular Orthodox synagogue, where the disturbances are mainly limited to cell phone conversations and things like that. So he ended up having to sort of move to his own space, which he did in 1802. That's when he moved to Breslov. At this point, he had a significant enough following that he could establish a court he would retain there basically till the end of his life. He would only move to Oman in the last couple of years when he was suffering from tuberculosis. And it's at this time that he began to work on his literary creations in earnest. His literature, some of which were written by his own hand, some of which were recorded by his disciples, were very unusual and highly creative and unique books that had no precedent in the Hasidic canon in so many ways. And I'll give you a couple of examples right now. But prior to that, I'll just say that the corpus of the Breslov literature that we have today is deeply impoverished by the fact that Nachman burned many of his books. He composed quite a few, and then after a while he felt, for whatever reason, he never really divulged it, perhaps that they contained too much mystical information. He ordered them burnt. This was a tremendous inspiration to a 20th century Jewish writer who read of Rabbi Nachman's work with tremendous enthusiasm and interest, none other than Franz Kafka, who I think I'd like to talk about in a few weeks. The famous and very disturbed Czech Jewish writer who wrote, you may recall, The Metamorphosis, a story about a man who wakes up and discovers he's a massive cockroach and what that means. Another story called The Trial, where a man wakes up and learns that he's on trial in a capital offense, and he has no idea what exactly his crime was, or when the trial is going to take place, or who's his defense attorney, and this whole nightmarish situation where he's trying to figure out really the meaning of his life, and there are only hints and clues, and he doesn't see any rhyme or reason. Kafka also ordered his closest friend to destroy all of his brilliant manuscripts, and then he promptly killed himself. For the benefit of world literature, his friend decided the manuscripts were simply too valuable, and he did not burn them, and they ended up becoming published and become classics. But the connection is very clear. Kafka read a lot of Rabbi Nachman, was fascinated with the same kinds of stories that Rabbi Nachman will write, and was deeply influenced by them. Yes. Oh, one last point, two last points I should make on this slide, excuse me. I forgot to mention that perhaps the most controversial aspect of Rabbi Nachman's activity was his messianic pretensions, which are rarely stated in an outright fashion, but it's clear that he harbored notions of tremendously exalted status of himself within the end of days. It may have been that he regarded himself as an Elijah-like figure, perhaps the harbinger of the Messiah. He certainly felt that one of his infant sons, again, who died in infancy, would be the Messiah, and he placed great hopes on him. And these kinds of things, which are not completely unknown in the Hasidic movement. It's hard to find too many Hasidic movements that have not had a close brush with the idea that their Rebbe may be the Messiah. But Rebbe Nachman was unusually vocal about it and attracted a lot of criticism, like a lightning rod, because of his pronouncements. There was only one Rebbe who was a strong advocate of Rebbe Nachman, and he held to his position right to his very end. He died 1 year before Rebbe Nachman, and that was the great Rebbe Levi Yitzchak of Berdichev. You may have heard of Rebbe Levi Yitzchak. He is known as the defense attorney of the Jewish people, the Sneger Shel Yisrael, because he basically finds the good in everyone throughout his life. In fact, there's a lot to say about Rebbe Levi Yitzchak. There's a famous passage in which he even once called God himself to a din Torah to answer for the treatment of the Jewish people. That's a whole episode in itself. Anyway, so quite a bit of writing at this time, but I haven't told you too much about what those writings say. As I mentioned 17 times already, highly original writings. To be sure, he wrote a lot of traditional ma'amarim that are, comparable to the regular kind of Hasidic discourse, with, references and with standard scholarly apparatus and so on. And those are perhaps less remarkable. What makes him stand out, and which also perhaps gives him much larger audience to draw from, is his stories, his Sipuri Masiot. And there are two really salient differences between his stories and those that are associated with other Hasidic courts. The first one is that they are original literary creations by Rebbe Nachman himself. In other Hasidic courts, you have lots of Hasidic stories, usually highly hagiographical in nature, meaning, amazing stories about what this Rebbe did or what this Rebbe said, things like that. But they're always created and circulated by the disciples. In this case, we have a Rebbe who himself sets to page, these stories on his own. They are like novels, as it were. I mean, they're not structured like novels at all. They're stories. They're short, few pages long, and they're collected, though. He published them all in one volume, and then there are a few that are scattered throughout. But that's really an unusual thing for a Rebbe to write stories as opposed to making these, scholarly lectures, and then his followers create the stories about him. That's one unusual factor of Rabbi Nachman. The other, and his stories, the other really unusual factor is that the stories hardly ever deal with Jewish topics head on. They read more like fairy tales, complex parables about kings and princesses and captured princesses and pirates, and you can very easily read them as somewhat twisted children's stories. I mean, they don't have the kind of satisfying endings that you would like to see in a typical bedtime story, but they are highly imaginative, and they spur one's thought to, oh my gosh, what are the possible implications? And they're quite enigmatic. Very Kafka-esque, to use the term anachronistically. He's really writing like Kafka, because Kafka would later be writing like Rebbe Nachman. I'll give you an example, but first I have to tell you a joke, because this one jumped into my head. And I apologize for those of you who come to my lectures every week. I know you've heard this joke before, but it's therapeutic for me to tell you these jokes, so it goes like this. So there are 3 college students in a dorm, and they're talking about their spiritual leaders, about how great they are. And one student says, my guru, he is totally amazing. The powers he has, you can't imagine. Once we were walking in the forest, and there was a raging river, and we saw in the middle of the river, there was a little kitten who was like trapped on a floating branch. And so my guru, he stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around him, the water stopped flowing. He walked out on the dry riverbed, and he rescued the kitten, brought him to safety. The other student says, oh, that's nothing. My Swami, you wouldn't believe what he's like. Once we were walking past a rushing highway, moving so fast. It was definitely not I-95. It was the cars were like just going fast at 60, 70 miles an hour. And we saw that in the median, separating the lanes, there was a little puppy. And so my Swami, he got up from the lotus position, and he stretched out his hands, and then from 6 feet around him, the car simply stopped moving. And he calmly walked out to the median, he picked up the puppy and brought him to safety. And the Jewish kid says, that's nothing. My rabbi, once we were walking on the street on Shabbos, and we saw a $20 bill, he stretched out his hands, and for 6 feet around us, it was Tuesday. That's like slightly anti-Semitic. I probably shouldn't tell that, but that's like transvaluing the thing. It was Tuesday, right? Okay. I'm sorry, Denis Malka, that you had to hear that, but there you go. Anyways, so let me give you an example. Perhaps the most famous of the Sipurei Masiot is the story of the sometimes translated Rooster Prince, sometimes translated Turkey Prince. And by the way, also very unusual, he had them published simultaneously in a bilingual edition. The original version of Sipurei Masiot was published with Yiddish on top, which was the vernacular, what the common person could read, men and women, uneducated, whatever. And then on the bottom, there was a rabbinic Hebrew translation of the Yiddish tale, which at once made this a plebeian document that was accessible to everyone, even to a mother reading these stories to her children in bed at night. And at the same time, it was a Hasidic learned discourse in the high language of literary Hebrew. I shouldn't say the high language of literary Hebrew because, the Hebrew was not completely accurate. That was grammatically, that's one of the main criticisms of the form of the Sipurei Masiot that Joseph Pearl would bring up. He would say, look how foolish these Hasidim are. Look how badly they write in Hebrew. But nevertheless, Rebbe Nachman, insisting that his teachings be delivered in both the vernacular, ensured their wide circulation, and by writing them in Hebrew, which unfortunately was prescient because the vast majority of Yiddish speakers would be killed in the Holocaust, it meant that his books had an enduring presence that would make them popular with the resurgence in Israel after the Six-Day War, which we'll talk about towards the end of this lecture. So the text actually exists in a dual language edition right from the very beginning. This is one of my favorite stories of the Sipurei Masiot. There is once a king whose son goes mad. Madness figures in quite a few of the stories, by the way. People who lose their sensibility. And the prince insisted that he was in fact the turkey. He took off all of his clothes. He refused to sit at the table and eat like a prince. He insisted the only thing he would eat is like crumbs and kernels of corn and things like that were scattered under the table. And so the king was totally at his wit's end. What could he do with his mentally unbalanced son? He went to all of the doctors, all of the sages. The rabbis themselves can't deal with this particular problem until finally, from far off, a sage came and said that he had the solution, and that the king, if the king would give him permission, he would cure his son, but he had to tolerate whatever strange measures he would use to cure him. The king, of course, with no alternative, says, "Please cure my son." So right away, the sage takes off all of his clothes and gets under the table with the prince. The prince says to the sage, "What are you doing?" And the sage says, "What do you mean, what am I doing? I'm sitting under the table, eating some kernels of corn off the floor, just like you." And he says, "Well, why are you doing it?" He says, "Well, because I'm a turkey, just like you." And the prince says, "Oh, okay." So they're naked under the table, eating kernels of corn off the floor. And this goes on for a while. And then the sage signals to his attendant, and the attendant throws him in a pair of pants. And the sage puts on his pants. And the prince says to him, "What are you doing? Turkeys don't wear pants." And the prince says, the sage says, "What do you mean turkeys don't wear pants? Look at me. I'm wearing pants. Turkeys can wear pants, no problem." So the prince thinks about it for a little while. He signals and gets a pair of pants. The sage then gets a shirt, and then gets a jacket, and then sits on a chair at the table. And incrementally, every time they have this dialogue, the prince is saying, "What are you doing? What kind of turkey are you?" He says, "You think a turkey can't eat at the table? I can eat at the table." And so this goes on until ultimately the prince is cured. And that, enigmatically and characteristically, is the end of the story. And you wonder, what was that all about? What is the meaning of that? And much ink has been spilled on these kinds of, bizarre and seemingly non sequitur stories. One of the interpretations that I happen to find appealing is the notion that, and again, I'm not a Breslov expert by any means, but this happens to be an approach that I think makes sense in this particular story, is that we live ultimately in a world in which we are deeply uncertain as to our own identity. We're not totally convinced that we are human beings. We may be turkeys. We're not totally convinced that we are angelic in our capabilities. We could be animals, like the fowl of the sky and the fish of the sea. We could be just, walking bits of meat. And the only way that we can be cured of this is by, did I lose the image? The only way that we can be cured of this is by imitating a human being, imitating a higher level creature. So in the analogy here, the nimshal to the mashal is that, we may not think of ourselves as highly accomplished spiritual beings, but that is within our nature. If only we, as one of my friends used to say, fake it till we make it. We just keep going on, thinking of ourselves as princes, trying to act as princes. We deep down think we're turkeys, but we're still going to try and imitate the prince. And hopefully one day we will be cured. Now I've given you kind of like an overarching structure to understand the story, but Rabbi Nachman doesn't. Rabbi Nachman just leaves you with the story, and then you turn the page, there's a new story all of a sudden. And a lot of them are like this. The princess who's captured, the whole country that is driven insane by a scourge on the wheat, and the sage decides to eat it himself so that he will still fit in with the insanity of the country. All these kinds of stories really are a spur to the mind and to the imagination, and they carry great literary impact upon the Jewish tradition. Okay, another example of his very powerful impact is he either authored or popularized a lot of epigrammatic statements, meaning like one sentence, very pithy encapsulations of Jewish philosophy that continue to have their impact on the Jewish mind today. I'm sure you've heard, I'm having the picture here, Kol ha'olam kulo gesher ktsar me'od. The entire world is but a narrow bridge. And the essential point is, don't be afraid. Right? That's a line of Rabbi Nachman, just this idea that, we're traversing this narrow, scary chasm on a tiny little unbalanced rope bridge, and you got to get to the other side. And the main thing is no fear. Just keep moving forward. And this is a beautiful, beautiful thing that, again, he wrote it in literary Hebrew, which meant that it survived the linguistic challenge of the 20th century. And in Israel, of course, it became a folk song. I think I would sing it for you, but I think you would regret that. Many of his statements, in fact, became folk songs. Mitzvah gedola liot b'simcha tamid. It is a great commandment to be happy always. I'm not sure there is a commandment to be happy. There is a commandment to be happy on Yom Tov, specifically, v'samachta v'chagecha, right? Be happy on holiday. By the way, the Vilna Gaon, he was once asked, this is a typical characteristic difference between Hasidim and Mishnagdim. He was once asked, what's the most difficult mitzvah for you to perform? And he said, definitely v'samachta b'chagecha, to be happy for 8 days in a row. That's tough, right? So, anyways, Rabbi Nachman, though, mitzvah gedola liot b'simcha tamid. It is a great mitzvah to be happy always. I think I told you 2 weeks ago about that incident at the Kiev yeshiva that I experienced. Maybe not. It'd be great if you totally forgot, because then I can tell it again. And it goes like, we were sitting having a Friday night meal, and a yeshiva bacher bursts into the room. He's kind of disheveled, and they say, what's wrong with you? And he says, I was accosted on the way here. They wanted to take my money, and I said, I'm an observant Jew. I don't have any money, so they let me go. And so then all the guys in the yeshiva start singing in Russian, Ochin Shaslevi Ya Patamusha Ya Yevrei. I am very fortunate to be a Jew, which went straight into, in Hebrew, Mitzvah Gedola Liot B'Simcha Tamid. And those 2 lines in Russian, I am so fortunate to be a Jew. It is a great mitzvah to be happy always. We sang that for maybe 40 minutes. It was a really intense spiritual experience. I was terrified, but I can't forget that moment. Okay, so he wrote a lot of these epigrams. You may have heard the saying, when I saw it associated with Rabbi Nachman, I actually couldn't believe it. I said, no way, this comes from somewhere else. And it may be true, perhaps we have some very erudite members in the room, some of whom have taken a vow of silence because they don't want to ask any too hard questions. But apparently it was Rabbi Nachman who said, God never gives us a challenge that we cannot overcome. That's like, is that really Rabbi Nachman? That seems so central to Jewish thought. But I saw it associated with the sun. So these kinds of amazing stories, these very powerful epigrams, you hear it once and it sticks in your brain. These are the kinds of things that he contributed. He also created a wide variety of spiritual practices or exercises called tikkunim, which is a Kabbalistic term meaning repairs. If you damage the world or yourself through a particular sin of one type or another, then these are the repairs. This is how you affect a positive change to what you've done wrong. The Tikkun Klali, he has a list of what kinds of things you should do for what kinds of sins. Typically, they involve the recitation of certain psalms and things like that. The most famous of the Tikkunim, however, was towards the end of his life, he promised his followers that if they would come and say a particular tikkun on his grave at Rosh Hashanah, then no matter what they have done in their life, Rabbi Nachman will take them by their peyot, by their forelocks, and drag them out of hell itself if necessary. So these tikkunim have had tremendous, popularity, and they continue to inspire tens of thousands of people, even today, who go to Uman to be at the grave of Rabbi Nachman, and many of whom are not at all Breslov Hasidim, but are moved by that concept of the tikkun. So let's move on to this Uman itself. As I mentioned, his main activity was in Breslov, but there was a fire at one point that destroyed his home, and he was left temporarily homeless. He could have simply relocated to another building in that city, but for several years he had very positive relationship with several notorious maskilim in Uman. So what is going on here? First of all, what is Uman? It's an old city. Jews have been living there for several hundred years. And it is most noted in the Jewish chronology as the site of a terrible massacre in 1768. This was the Honta or Gonta massacre, also known as the Haidamach massacre, when peasants revolted and slaughtered Jews as they had done 100 years before in the Khmelnytsky massacre. It's a whole social, political, economic mess, but the bottom line is that quite a large number of Jews were killed in a very short period of time in that year, and there was a cemetery that was expanded to contain all of the graves. Rabbi Nachman remarked towards the end of his life that this would be a good place to die and be buried, and he was, of course, predicting his own end, because at that point he had contracted tuberculosis, an illness that was still quite widespread. If I'm not mistaken, it claimed his wife the year before, and he lasted 3 years with this illness before he finally succumbed. He moved to Uman, and there he significantly developed his relationship with maskilim. Maskilim, you'll recall from last week's lecture on Joseph Pearl, these are adherents of the Haskalah, the Jewish Enlightenment, who in Western Europe tended to jettison their Jewish practices, kashrut, Shabbat, and so on. In Eastern Europe, less so, but they definitely were antinomian, changed their dress usually for upper-class Polish dress at this time, studied the sciences, studied Polish language, things like that, and were generally considered, in the context of that time, assimilated Jews. They were certainly not assimilated by Western European standards, which reminds me of one more joke. I can't help it, but we're almost done. The joke, did I tell you the joke about the guy who wants to become a member of the Flaming Crosses Country Club? So there's this restricted country club. I'm so glad none of you remember my jokes. He wants to be a member, a Jewish guy wants to become a member of a restricted country club, where they don't admit Jews, Gentile clientele only. And so he goes to the management office, says, listen, I've been very successful in business. I have several yachts that are right now lined up at the boat show and all kinds of annuities and what have you, and I'd really like to be a member. I can certainly pay the dues. And in fact, I can sponsor a few other members if you like. And the manager says, I'm very sorry, Mr. Goldstein, but we have a restricted clientele. And we don't accept new members unless, for example, you have a sponsorship from an existing member. So he says, oh, that's great. I'll just find a Jew who's already a member. I'll go to him. He'll sponsor me, and I'm in. So he says, can I see your membership list? He says, of course. Shows him the list. Looks down. He sees the name Goldfarb. Oh, that's it. So he goes to Goldfarb's home, knocks on the door. Goldfarb opens the door. Goldstein says, Shalom Aleichem, Reb Yid. My name's Goldstein, and I was really hoping to become a member of the Flaming Crosses Country Club. Would you please sponsor me? Goldfarb looks him in the eye and says to him, listen to me very carefully, Mr. Goldfarb, is it? After Goldstein? Listen to me very carefully, Mr. Goldstein. I am a Presbyterian, and my father is a Presbyterian, and my grandfather, Olav Shalom, was also a Presbyterian. So these are the kind of maskilim that might visit that. Now, there's a lot of discussion because this is, you have to realize, within the context, for Rabbi Nachman to be associating with heretical Jews was highly controversial. It was like, again, in the thermidor of Hasidic thought at that time, to be messing around with the ordinary people. Maybe it's a little bit like the sage who gets under the table naked. That's highly unusual. Some say that perhaps he was trying to be makar of them, to bring them closer to Judaism and so on. It's not clear. We know that they played a lot of chess together, things like that. He ultimately passed away at the age of 38 of tuberculosis and was buried in that city. But the story, of course, does not end with his death. His legacy is really very much alive. As I mentioned at the beginning of this lecture, since he had such strong messianic statements, and he had made such a central figure of himself, and never preparing anything like a successor, with perhaps the exception of his child that died before he was 2 years old, there would be no question that nobody could take Rabbi Nachman's place. And so unlike all the other Hasidic groups, they simply continued without a Rebbe at the helm. Perhaps with some thoughts that the Rebbe Nachman would later play a role in the unfolding Messianic era, it's not clear. Multiple centers of Breslov Hasidus developed, especially after the Second World War, and it's basically two types. There are a few schools that are led by charismatic students of Breslov, mainly around Mea Sharim, a highly traditional neighborhood in Jerusalem. And also there are centers in New York City, for example. But the core constituency remains kind of like old Hasidim that can trace their lineage back for decades, even centuries. But the large numbers of followers are really Balei Tshuva, are people who come to Judaism later in life. In fact, many Sephardim are attracted to Breslov or Hasidut. They have no connection ethnically with these teachings. Why is this so? Well, we've already discussed some of the tremendously infectious aspects of Rabbi Nachman's thought and teachings. There's also this resurgence of interest in Judaism as a whole after 1967. If you recall those days, it's hard for me to. I was just a child at that time, but as I'm sure all of you were just children at that time too. But what my elders tell me is that people were just getting used to the idea that we made it through the Holocaust. We survived the Holocaust. We're beginning to pull things together. We even have a state of our own. And then, look, we're about to lose that state. We're going to be pushed into the sea. And then, almost beyond imagination, the Israelis manage to turn the tide and not only defend the nation, but to expand the borders beyond belief, completely beyond belief. There's a Russian joke that was popular when I was there that said, Russia was thinking of attacking China, the rival between the two communist nations. And someone in a military academy asked one of the generals, Tovarich, how can we possibly defeat China? China has a massive army, millions of soldiers larger than our army. And the general says, that's no problem. You can always win with a smaller army. The Jews with 6 million soldiers or 6 million Jews were able to take over armies with 40 million Arabs. So we can do it too. And the Russian soldier says, yeah, but where are we going to get 6 million Jews? Somewhat epic. Anyways, some of the Breslov movements, the relations between the movements are sometimes acrimonious. I forgot my train of thought, but we'll go to this here. There's one particular leader who passed away about 20 years ago who was called Baal HaPetek, the master of the note, like the document, because he claimed to have received a note, some kind of mystical note that was Rabbi Nachman communicating with him, saying how to bring about the Messiah, and it involved the chanting of a particular clause, Nachman Me'uman. It's hard to translate this. The na really isn't a word in Hebrew. It might be read as please. Nach means rest. Nachma is related to the word for console. Nachman is his name. And Me'uman means from the city of Uman. Meaning you say, please rest, console, Nachman of Uman. And so this is a slogan that's worn by this particular group, a very large group. You may see it's very popular to wear large, white, knitted yarmulkes with this phrase, handwritten around or crocheted around the side. But there are many of these groups. And as I mentioned earlier, the tikkun associated with Rabbi Nachman in Rosh Hashanah is incredibly popular. You can get, you can book a tour to Uman for Rosh Hashanah, very popular. I have many friends who have done it. And you can participate in this movement, which is 200 years old and still quite vibrant and growing. So with that, I want to thank you so much for your attention and your endurance over the last hour, and I hope you have an excellent week. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? So, as I think I mentioned last week, I've been reading. Hi, Fred. How are you? As I mentioned last week, I've been reading Ruth Weiss's new book on Jewish humor, and it's exceptionally good, but it's not quite as funny as I thought. I thought there'd be more jokes in it, but there's like really deep analysis. And in fact, tonight's topic comes from her work, as I'll explain. We'll get a little further into the story. So I had to go to an unknown, untested source for humor, and I found something a few minutes ago on my phone, looking on the internet under a website called Jewish Humor. And the joke goes like this. I'm not exactly sure it's funny. That's never stopped me, I guess. So joke goes like this. There's a booby walking with her yingala on the boardwalk. Grandmother and her grandson are walking on the boardwalk. They're holding hands. It's really very nice. Miami Beach, early February. And as they're walking along, there's kind of a rumbling, and they look up, and a massive tsunami comes. And the water just crashes onto the shore and drenches the two of them. And when the grandmother gets up, she sees Rahman al-Islam lo aleinu, the little yingala has been washed out to sea. So she says, Ribono shel olam, haven't I been a good grandmother? Haven't I sacrificed for my children? Haven't I dedicated so many hours to Hadassah? And haven't I given to the UJA? And I've done everything. Ribono shel olam, bring me back my yingala. So there's a rumbling again. And once again, another massive tsunami comes, dumps all the water on the grandmother. And when she looks up, there he is. She grabs him by the shoulders and she embraces him and she makes sure he's okay. And she looks up to God and she says, he had a hat. Right. So it's I think that's a joke that in many ways is indicative of a certain genre of Jewish humor. I'd like to spend some time thinking about it on an academic level and giving a lecture on the topic, but there's a certain a quality of a relationship with God that is associated with the long-suffering Jewish people that makes that joke especially funny. The first part of it's kind of dark, and I don't like to think about it, but at any rate, there's a joke. Tonight's topic is, as I mentioned, taken from Ruth Weiss's book. This is a figure that, I've come across him in some of the research I used to do in 19th century Eastern European studies, but I never spent much attention looking at him until she used him as an exemplar of early 19th century Jewish humor. And she said a fascinating thing. She basically argues that there are three distinct strands of Jewish humor in Eastern Europe that corresponded to the major fissures in intellectual and religious life of the Jews of that time and place. And I thought that was a fascinating thesis, and I'd like to definitely explore it a little more with you tonight, and perhaps on another lecture we'll go into in great detail. But let's understand, who is this man, Joseph Pearl? You may have heard of him perhaps if you took classes in Hebrew literature, because he is often regarded as the first modern Hebrew novelist. He wrote a fairly important book that was a satire, was an epistolary novel in the early 19th century. And so his stylings in Hebrew, in many ways, set the tone for later Hebrew language satirists and also for essayists. Very important in the history of Hebrew literature. He also made contributions to Yiddish literature because he actually ended up translating his Hebrew novels, which could not be read so easily by most people, into the Yiddish vernacular, and in so doing, providing a very unusual kind of people speaking in vernacular Yiddish, translating into Hebrew, and then translating back once again into Yiddish. A very interesting sort of pathway for expression using these major Jewish languages. And so understanding these things, he plays an interesting and important role in the history of Hebrew and Yiddish literature. That in itself would normally not be enough for me to want to spend the time reading more about him. What I found fascinating and somewhat sad about Joseph Pearl's life is that he was an incredibly ferocious critic of the early Hasidic movement, publishing often anonymously under pseudonym critiques of the Hasidic movement, and penning letter after letter to Austrian government officials and Russian government officials denouncing the Hasidic movement and trying to have its leaders controlled and even imprisoned. And in this sense, he was a tremendous enemy of a burgeoning movement of the 19th century, expressing a deep dissatisfaction with the intellectual confines of his homeland in eastern Galicia, and he provides a very useful jumping off point for us to discuss those seams of why Jews came Hasidim, why they would remain Misnagdim, and I'll explain these terms, or why they would turn to the Haskalah, as with Joseph Pearl. It's interesting to note that he died apparently on the holiday of Simchas Torah, quite just before Simchas Torah, which is a holiday, as I'm sure you're aware, of great festivity and rejoicing. And the legend has it that Hasidim went to his grave and literally danced on his grave on Simchas Torah. Whether that legend is true or not, I have not actually been able to pin down, but nevertheless, it gives you a sense of the bitter fight between people who fell into Joseph Pearl's camp and the early Hasidic movement, that they would resort to such a demonstration of displeasure long after his demise. So that's basically who we're going to talk about. What I'd like to do with today's lecture is first concentrate on the political context, because it was a very exciting and formative time for modern Jewry. And then I'd like to look at the religious context and try to understand what exactly were they all arguing about. And then we're going to look at Joseph Pearl's activities specifically. And that's going to wrap us up for the night. Okay, any questions, objections before we begin? Yes? Yeah, he was born basically when the Hasidic movement just began to find its legs. If looking at the broader scope of the Hasidic movement, you have in the late 17th and early 16th century, you have kind of itinerant proto-Hasidic figures who are called in the plural Baalei Shem, which is maybe we'll get back to that a little later when we get to the Baal Shem Tov, which is one particular leader. And they're espousing a very kind of Kabbalistic, perhaps even Sabbatian approach to Judaism, following Shabbatai Tzvi teachings. You recall he was the false Messiah of the 17th century. And then there's one figure, the Baal Shem Tov, who is regarded as the father of the Hasidic movement, and his dates are roughly 1698 to 1760. He died, and there was a certain amount of time before a successor was found. It turned out to be the Maggid of Mezrich, who died in 1772, leaving five main disciples. And of course, Joseph Pearl was born 1 year after that. Those five disciples, which included, among others, the Alter Rebbe, who was the founder of the Chabad movement, very powerful and influential today, really solidified the Hasidic movement throughout Eastern Europe. So in other words, he is born 1 year after you really get the strong movement of the Hasidic world. By the time you get to his period of activity around the turn of the 19th century, that's when the Hasidic movement is beginning to really reach its stride, and the conflict is at its most heated. Yes, Ms. Abramson.
His show gets about 2 million viewers, and in the covenant
brilliant question. I'll repeat the question. The question was, did Joseph Pearl reject Hasidism because of his own ideas or because of those of his teachers? So that's much too hard a question to put to your father in this kind of public environment. I frankly don't know enough about his early teachings. And his early influences. What I can tell you is that he himself was a devotee of the Hasidic movement. He himself was a young Chassid, and he was very attracted to it, and then he fell away under the influence in particular of Moses Mendelssohn, who was the most important Maskilic figure of the time. So let's pause and we'll come back to that. Okay. Weiter, Halavai Weiter. Okay, so let's look at the political context first. Okay, we're talking about he was born in 1773. This is an incredibly important period because it represents a dramatic upheaval, really a borderline historically between the medieval and the modern periods for Eastern Europe, primarily because of the activity of this woman, Catherine II, known as Catherine the Great. Rather fascinating biography of her in particular. The Romanov dynasty, the Russian emperors, the Tsars, had difficulty producing heirs that were physically and mentally competent to rule this massive empire. And so the previous Tsarina went to Prussia, northern Germany, to find some, small nobleman's daughter that she could bring over essentially to improve the gene pool. And she married him to her rather incompetent husband. This young 18-year-old girl who didn't know anything about the world and had never left her region in Prussia and so on. She was suddenly, the Tsarina of Russia. What she did was she promptly had an affair with the captain of the guards, one of possibly 70 known affairs that she had in her lifetime. Pretty amazing. And she had her husband, the emperor, killed, and she named herself the Empress Tsarina Catherine of the Great. She turned out to be the most bloodthirsty warrior the Russian Empire ever produced, and she was an incredibly competent administrator, expanding the territory of the Russian Empire by about a third, and primarily in wealthy areas in Europe and in the northern part of the Black Sea. You get a certain amount of a sense of her personality from her regular robes, but this was a rather scandalous picture that she preferred. She often went about in much more male clothing, riding horses and so on. So what did she do, and what does it have to do with the Jews? She engineered the partition of Poland, beginning in the year 1772 and extending through, I believe it was 1795, right? Poland was an incredibly wealthy state with huge latifundia, meaning these huge farms, particularly in the southern region in Ukraine, some very major and important European towns like Warsaw, but they had a form of government that was at once very beautiful. It had a tremendous level of democracy that was, incomparable when you looked at other countries in the region, and at the same time, hugely unworkable because it spent way too much time paying attention to the opinions of petty noblemen, which other countries were already doing away with, them much more efficient forms of government. So basically what happened was Catherine the Great made a deal with the two other neighboring states of Poland, and they simply divided up the country between the three of them. Germany took the northern sections of Poland in 3 successive stages. Austria, which had become which would become the dual monarchy of Austria and Hungary, took 3 sections here, and Russia took these 3 sections over here. And Poland simply disappeared from the map in 1795 because it was not powerful enough to defend itself from its neighbors. What does this have to do with the Jews? Poland was the home of the largest concentration of Jews in the world at the time. They were largely here because over the 13th through the 18th centuries, they were migrating from Eastern Europe. The German Jews, the word for German in Rabbinic Hebrew is Ashkenaz. So the Ashkenazi Jews were making their way into Poland for various economic reasons and also being driven east because of anti-Semitism in Germany and France. And so they're all piling up, and they have all kinds of activities, particularly in southern Poland here, but also in the cities as well, extending way up into Lithuania, which is where Jews with, Lithuania is known for Jews with the highest levels of intelligence and superior fashion sense, a lot of things like that, Jews from Lithuania, right? Okay. There we go. By the way, my family's from Lithuania. What a coincidence. Right. So at any rate, now Russia was kind of like the wall that Jews could not get into because since 1479, no Jews were allowed in the Russian Empire. It was officially Judenrein. What had happened was there was some kind of a shanda where one of the princesses converted to Judaism under the influence of a Jewish doctor named Raphael. Some of these elements sound like they might be legendary, but the empress at the time simply said, that's it, no more Jews in Mother Russia, and that ban was upheld until Catherine the Great in 1772 suddenly took over this massive population of Jews. What could she do with all of these Jews? So on the one hand, many of the commercial classes in Russia were saying, this is fantastic. We have asked for this for a long time. The Jews are great at business. They have international connections. This is going to be fantastic. Some of the religious classes said, we have to drive them out. We have to restrict them. This is terrible. Mother Russia this is the third Rome. We are the inheritors of Christianity in the world, and we can't tolerate this. Ultimately, the German-born Catherine decided on a compromise in which she set up something called the Pale of Settlement. And this was originally conceived of in a very positive sense for Jews. It essentially meant that although Jews would not be awarded citizenship, for that they would have to wait until 1917 when the Russian Empire fell, and the very first act of the provisional government under Alexander Kerensky was to give Jews equal citizenship. But they were nevertheless granted significant rights within this region that extended basically from the Baltic Sea down to the Black Sea. It wasn't exactly the shape during her reign. It changed shape a few times. Kiev, for example, was an island where Jews were not allowed to live, so only 60,000 lived there illegally. But basically, this was a place where Jews were allowed to live in Russia and given a certain amount of rights, even the right to vote in municipal elections and even hold office in municipal principalities. Rather fascinating, and she had a kind of a forward-thinking view to it. So you have this big concentration of Jews in this newly reformed German-influenced Russian Empire, and there's a lot of thoughts about, oh my gosh, it's the turn of a new century, the year 1800. We can really rework the Jewish world. We can rework and retool how Jews interact with non-Jews. This is the age of enlightenment, the spirit of John Locke, the spirit of Montesquieu. A lot of important thinkers in Western Europe are influencing thought all the way out to the Eastern Europe, and Jews are well caught up in that. Now, Joseph Pearl doesn't come within the Russian parameters. He came from Austria-Hungary, from this Galician Empire, a Galician region, which is just here in Eastern Europe. Galicia was the most Russian of the Jewish territories taken over by the Austrians, meaning they had the most commonalities with Jews on the other side of the border, which meant basically that they were the most backward, the least educated, the most likely to be involved in farming, which is something very unusual for Jews historically until the State of Israel, and of course in the biblical period. The most menial laborers, like working in, they had actually oil there. So we had Jews who were like blue collar workers as opposed to being involved in commerce, which is much more common elsewhere in Europe. This is one of the most backward parts of European Austria. And he came from a town called Ternopil in modern Ukrainian, or Tarnopol in Yiddish. So he was coming from this era where, like the Russian Empire under Catherine II, the Austro-Hungarian Empire is also thinking about how can we change Jewish existence? How can we normalize these people who speak a different language? Yiddish is closer to German than to Russian, but still distinct. They are not participating in our faith. They're not participating in our economic structures because they tend to be highly segregated in certain activities. And the Austrian Empire was looking at ways to kind of slowly bring the Jews into a more conducive orbit that will make them fit within society more normally. The Emperor Franz Joseph issued a so-called Toleranz patent, which meant like a bill of toleration that essentially mimicked what Catherine would do later in Russia, giving Jews a certain amount of rights of residence and rights of protection under law. Not full rights like citizens, but nevertheless a big improvement over the medieval period. So putting all of this together, the political context in one is which there's huge political change in the region, and Jews are caught up in that change, and many people are saying, hey, this means something. It might mean the end of time. Maybe Mashiach is around the corner. Many Jews at the time felt that when Napoleon came through, which would happen just in a few years from now, that he was in fact Mashiach, or maybe he was even the Mashiach ben Yosef, and then Mashiach ben David will come later. So a lot of thinking about that, and also a lot of thinking about social engineering. Let's make the Jews normal. Wow, that was a big mouthful. Anyone have any questions before we go on past the social? Yes, okay, hard question coming in. It is. Absolutely. Excellent question. So let me just repeat for the internet audience in Latvia your observation. The term Galicianer, a Galicianer in the Jewish kind of like cultural vocabulary, a Jew from Galicia means a country bumpkin, tend to be very uneducated, very ignorant. You know, they tend to be. They say that when Litvaks marry Galicianers, it's a mixed marriage, right? I'm a Litvak. By the way, my wife's family is from Tarnopol, but I should take that right out of the video, right? Do I do the internet right, Denis Malka? Okay, sorry to introduce you to that. Your question was, where does the term Pale of Settlement come from? So it only exists in the English language. In the Russian language and in the Hebrew language, they use the term region, the region of settlement, which is perfectly normal. The term Pale may come from a uniquely British expression that refers to the borderland with Scotland, that in really early medieval times when England was having troubles with Scotland. Actually, they're pretty much having trouble with Scotland for much of their history. But there was a time when there was a certain region that Englishmen dared not go north of a particular region because the heads of Englishmen would be impaled on spikes along a borderland. And they called that the Pale. So you've heard the expression beyond the pale. It means like beyond the boundary, beyond the... And since it is a borderland, right, this is the edge of Russia, they applied this in the English language to this borderland, the extreme end of Russia where Jews were allowed to live. It's a strange term that came into our language. Okay, let's go further. So that's kind of the political environment. Let's think about the intellectual and religious environment. And this is where Dr. Weiss's approach is very, very helpful. In Eastern Europe at this time, there were three principal intellectual movements that were all vying for the spiritual loyalty of the Jewish people. There were the so-called Hasidim, who were these new, really the first reform movement in Judaism in modern times, the Hasidic movement. There were their opponents, literally called mitnagdim. The word mitnaged means someone to oppose the Hasidic reforms. And in fact, depending on who you talk to, the term misnaged, when you talk to Hasidim, it's almost a profane term. If you call a Litvak a misnaged, he says, yeah, what do you mean? I'm a misnaged, right? But if a Chassid were to say that, he would say, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to swear, because that's a misnaged is like a nasty word. I've heard tell that when Hasidim really don't like misnagdim, they call them today snags. So I think snag gives a bit of the feeling of something you get stuck on, But anyway, misnagdim are essentially traditionalists. They are the ones who wanted to hew to the old path of Talmudic Judaism without these Hasidic innovations that we will discuss shortly. And then thirdly, and by the way, these figures, I'll focus in on them basically, and these are kind of fictionalized. These two in particular are fictionalized. This is the Baal Shem Tov, the father of the Hasidic movement. The Vilna Gaon, the genius of Vilnius, which is he's considered kind of like the prime figure behind the Misnagdim movement. And Moses Mendelssohn, the leader of the third movement, called the Haskalah. And the people who adhere to the movement are called maskilim, singular maskil in the masculine. The Haskalah is basically a Hebrew translation of the English term enlightenment, which is used to describe the intellectual currents of the day, or the German term Aufklärung, that means, to bring more light. Haskalah is not a perfect translation, but you get the idea. Okay, what are these three movements? What were the conflicts between them? So if we start with the Hasidic movement under the Baal Shem Tov, there are a lot of reasons why the Hasidic movement gained its inception in the 18th century. There are sociological factors. For example, in the traditional Jewish world, there are basically three ways to gain status. So you want to guess at those three ways that an average Jew can get status in one or other of three ways. The first way is money, right? The first way is always money. If you have money, what else is there to say? You can get status. There are a lot of Yiddish expressions like this. There's a joke actually about a guy who he's a magid. He's a traveling speaker, and he goes to a town, and they would have these people who would come to towns, and they would give a speech, an inspirational religious speech with jokes and things like that, and they would get paid. It was a profession. The magid of Dubno, people like this. So he comes to a town, and the rabbi says, okay, we'll have you speak on Shabbos, and we'll give you 100 zloty for it. And he says, okay, Rabbi, that's wonderful. I wonder if I could ask you for something. I wonder if you would pay me in advance. I don't have to hold the money. You can keep it in the safe or whatever, but I'd like you to pay me in advance. And he says, pay you in advance? I mean, normally we pay you after you speak. He says, yeah, I know, but I really think it would be better if you paid me in advance. So the rabbi says, all right, fine. Here's your 100 zloty. Give it back to me. I'll put it back in the safe. And that's what they do. He speaks all Shabbos, Motzi Shabbos. Comes to the rabbi. He says, okay, I'd like to collect my money. He says, of course, here's your money. But I have to ask you, why did you want to get paid in advance? You couldn't even use it on Shabbos. He said, you always speak better when you have money in your pocket. Right? It just makes you feel differently. So anyways, money is one way to gain status. Another way? Someone said yichus. Yichus means lineage, right? Your family. If you can trace back your family, my grandfather was this rabbi, my grandmother was that rebbitzin, whatever, you trace back your family, that's also yichus. If you have yichus with money, you're doing great. My grandfather was Rothschild, my grandmother was also Rothschild, that's very good stuff. And then the third way, learning, excellent. This is the most democratic of ways to gain status in the Jewish world, by demonstrating your mental acuity, by being able to master the arcane and difficult language of the Talmud, to engage in complicated mathematical pursuits as you delve into the laws of calculating the moon, the new moon, things like that. These are ways to gain status and to get titles like to be an Ilui, he's like an enlightened one, a genius, a Gaon, of course. These are all great ways to achieve status. So the Hasidic movement was born largely in the southern region of Eastern Europe. If we jump back over here to a map, so Hasidism really owes its roots to this region here, the home of the Baal Shem Tov was in Medjugorje, which is actually right here, and you got Berdichev, where Lady Yitzchak was from. All these towns here are really important, except for Chabad, which ironically comes from the Lithuanian region. They're distinct. In many ways, they're distinct. But anyway, Hasidism comes from here, and a lot of the people from this region, the Jews, felt that they were disenfranchised because all of the elite learning establishments were concentrated in the north, in Lithuania, around Vilnius, places like that. And they felt like, where's our schools? Where's our rabbis? Who's coming down here to give us Torah? And they felt so cut off from the mainstream of Jewish intellectual currents that they needed something to enliven their Judaism. So along came the Baal Shem Tov and emphasized the value of communal prayer, of communal song, communal drinking, dancing, a lot of ways to cleave to God that did not require you to have one of the other three forms of status. And this empowered the Jews of southern Eastern Europe to cleave much more to their very charismatic leaders and to engage in more of these Hasidic practices. Now, there was at the same time an economic element to this too. And I don't want to go into great detail because we're already at the 8:30 mark, but it's important to mention a little bit of this because money is at the root of almost everything. And one of the ways in which the Hasidic movement was able to establish itself on a firm foundation was through the creation of alternative revenue streams to the traditional rabbinate. What am I talking about? In this part of the world, the Lord, the Polish non-Jewish Lord, literally owned the entire town. He would own the orchards, the mills, the presses, the bridges, the ponds, anything. And whatever you wanted to do, you had to get the Lord's permission or pay a tax or a toll and things like that. The Lord also, after a certain amount of time, would lease out the right to be the town rabbi. And so quite often, the rabbis in Ukraine and in southern Poland were not chosen by the congregants. They were just the candidates who paid the Lord the highest return on his investment. Right? So what is that expression? I forgot it. ROI or... Oh, it doesn't matter. Why do I start these things? So anyways, these rabbis were not necessarily so dedicated to the spiritual welfare of their congregants. There was a business for them. They had a certain job to do. They did it. They collected the taxes on the candles. They collected taxes on the kosher meat. These things. It was a way to make a living for a nice Jewish boy. But when these Hasidic rabbis came along, who were charismatic rabbis, who often had, no special rabbinic training, they had no, really not qualities. They had no credentials other than their honest love for the Jewish people that surrounded them, and they actually cared for their spiritual welfare and offered them, their pastoral services and listened to their problems and wept with them and prayed with them. A lot of people were attracted to them. And when certain controversies erupted, like, for example, controversy over how exactly are you to slaughter an animal to make it kosher, if the town rabbi said, you got to slaughter it this way, and the Hasidic rabbi said, no, you have to slaughter it this way, then a lot of people were going to the butchers that were in favor of the Hasidic rabbi. And the taxes on those meats often went to the Hasidic rabbi instead of going to the Misnagdic rabbi. Give you another example, time of prayer. So in traditional Jewish thought, there are fairly fixed times of prayer. As a good Litvak, I could open up my iPhone and I could see that the latest time to say, oh, I forgot to turn it off. The latest time to say the Shema prayer in the morning is, let's say, 9:15, 9:20 in the morning, and I would know exactly when I have to daven the morning prayers. But the Hasidim said, what are you doing? Why are you spending so much time thinking about getting up early and you're half asleep and things like that? Better you should get a good night's sleep. If you start davening later, then you'll daven like a mensch. Should you go out in the forest and try to chop down trees with a dull axe? Sharpen your axe first, then go out, you'll chop trees much better. So the Hasidim would maintain later prayer times than the traditional rabbis. And what that meant was, if the prayer times overlapped, well, you need another synagogue. You have to have a regular synagogue, and you have to have a Hasidic synagogue. And that means in the Hasidic synagogue, the Jews go to the Hasidic rabbi, whole new revenue stream that really reinforced a dual track for many of these towns. Now, as you might not be surprised, there was tremendous opposition. But I'll pause now for questions. Yes? Well, they got a lot of it through what's called shimush. Shimush is apprenticeship, service. Like in the Talmud, there's different levels of learning. And the only way you can get up to the highest level is by actually hanging out with a qualified rabbi. Actually taking his laundry to the dry cleaners and shining his shoes, seeing how he behaves in actual real life circumstances, that's considered the highest level of learning. It's true in the Lithuanian world as well. When I went to yeshiva many years ago, boys in my shir would fight over who got to sweep the floor and who got the less qualified job of putting away the books, things like that. The more menial, the more it was valued. So a lot of these early Hasidim received their training primarily through shimush. Later, as we get into the 19th century and the Hasidic movement develops their own yeshivas and institutions of learning, then they get more traditional learning. Yes. Good question.
When I was studying Jewish history, this particular point of time that Baal Shem Tov, my professor went ahead and emphasized that the sociological environment was such that the people were very poor, and they lived very mean, nasty lives with very little hope or aspirations of living a better life. And because the Baal Shem Tov and his followers emphasized the joyous prayer and uniting with Hashem and living with love and dancing a lot and singing, they found an outlet to their frustration.
Yeah, I would agree totally. I would say that's a very fair assessment of a lot of the ills to which Hasidism represented an antidote. And again, if you're hanging out with Misnagdim and you have a brutal life and you're waking up so early in the morning, you're going out trying to eke out a living, and at the end of the day, you just feel stupid when you open a page of Talmud. If you have a manuscript with you, if you have a book with you, and you open it up and you can't figure out heads or tails, you say, well, what is this for me? I don't have anything. But on the other hand, if you get together with your friends, my Hasidic friends, my wife likes to call them my Chabadis. If you hang out with your Chabadis and you have a little bit of Glenlivet and you talk about each other's problems and you tell some stories and some jokes, then you feel, happy to be a Jew. It reminds me, I remember speaking of Eastern Europe, when I was the first, I think it was the first time I was there. No, second time I was there. It was 1991, and the Soviet Union was collapsing left and right. And I spent Shabbos with the yeshiva in Kiev, and we're in this ground floor of an apartment building. There's no air conditioning, so the windows are wide open, and there's like tens of thousands of people in the apartment complex all around us. And we're sitting there having a Friday night meal, me and the yeshiva guys, and a Jew bursts in, and he's all disheveled, and they say to him, "What happened? What happened?" He says, "I was walking to the yeshiva, and I got accosted by some people, and they asked me for my money, and I said, I don't carry any money, it's Shabbos, and they roughed me up, and I proved to them I had no money on me, so they let me go." And all the boys in this Hasidic yeshiva started singing, how did it go? Ochin Shashlevi Ya Pata Mustra Ya Yavrei. Full volume, I am so fortunate to be a Jew. And I was thinking to myself, everybody's listening. Here I am. I'm a Canadian. I'm terrified to be saying out loud, I'm Jewish, come get me, right? But anyway, that's like the Hasidic spirit. It's like all excited. And then it goes into the Hebrew, mitzvah gedola liot b'simcha tamid. It is a great commandment, mitzvah, to be happy all the time. So definitely, I agree with all of those assessments. The Lords were happy as long as they got their cut. They got their cut. What they're not. They didn't really want to get involved in this level of who's dealing with the dude. They let the Jewish people with their Yiddish nachas, as they would say, their Jewish stuff. Okay, let's go. But although it would become serious with Joseph Pearl, now the opponents, the so-called Misnagdim, personified in the figure of the Vilna Gaon, had many objections to the Hasidic movement. Again, don't forget, even though we use the term opponents, which implies that they come subsequent to the Hasidic movement, their character is only formed because of the opposition, but they are, of course, the traditionalists. This is the old style of Judaism that had been practiced from, medieval, ancient times. And they objected to a lot of things about the Hasidic world. For example, besides the bending of what was considered inflexible aspects of halakha, like, for example, the time of prayer, or exactly how you slaughter an animal, they felt that the Hasidim had placed so much emphasis on this human aspect of camaraderie, of chaverschaft, that they were losing the actual learning, because learning is very important to Judaism, and that Hasidim were not learning enough. There's a kind of a quip. They say that Litvak says, "What do I need a rabbi for? I have a book." And the Chassid says, "What do I need a book for? I have a rabbi." Right? So there's like kind of two opposites there. There has to be a happy medium, so to speak. But the Misnagdim are saying they're just ignoring learning, and they're putting it all on their charismatic rabbis, expecting them to do the learning for them. There were also some kind of suspicious practices, like, for example, when people get so attached to their Rebbe, their charismatic leaders, they would say, "You know what? Who am I to pray to God? I have my problems. I don't live up to the Torah all the time and whatever. God's not going to listen to me. I am going to pray that God accepts my Rebbe's prayers on my behalf. And I'll tell the Rebbe what he should pray for." And this also had an economic aspect where you would go to the Rebbe, you would pay a pidyon, which is a charitable donation, and you give him a kvittel, give him a little note that expressed all of your heartfelt desires, and the Rebbe would then include it in his prayers. But the Misnagdim said, you cannot abandon your responsibility and privilege to pray directly to God. You can't shunt that off into somebody else. That's even another religion. Every Jew prays directly to God without any intermediary whatsoever. So theological aspects of it, there were sociological, there was economic aspects to it, and the Misnagdim were trying to put their feet in the sand and totally oppose this new movement. So for the first few decades after the Baal Shem Tov died, up until the year 1800, the fight was on and it was brutal. And we're going to see it in Joseph Pearl particularly. Finally, the Haskalas, right? So we have Hasidim, Misnagdim, or Mitnagdim. This is an expression, another colorful expression. They say in Galicia, Kalt via Litvak, right? Cold as a Lithuanian, because Lithuanians are known for their sort of Russian attitudes of being very particular and being demanding and being punctual and things like that. Completely false. But Now, the other movement, which is really important, now this has its ground zero, is really in northern Germany, towns like Berlin in particular, but it's very popular in both Western and Eastern Europe with some significant variants. This was a movement that was personified by the figure of Moses Mendelssohn, who we had the opportunity to speak about a couple of years ago. Mendelssohn was also a child prodigy who was a genius not only in traditional rabbinic studies, but also an autodidact who mastered European knowledge, who could write in absolutely beautiful German, which was something that most of the Hasidim and Snagim could not write in the vernaculars very well. They could express themselves, but typically not in a written form. Immanuel Kant actually lost an essay contest to Moses Mendelssohn. Mendelssohn became an extremely popular figure. He was kind of like held up as a paradigm of what a Jew could become because of his ability to move in non-Jewish intellectual circles and to hold his own in all of the aspects of 19th century, early 19th century thought. And what he essentially argued was that Jews should be absorbed into the general stream of European culture, not by abandoning their Judaism, although his successors would increasingly adopt that approach. He had no Jewish grandchildren, for example. They had all converted to Christianity throughout the 19th century. But he said that Judaism was resilient enough and flexible enough to maintain its core principles and yet be completely conversant with all of the main strands of thought and activity in European culture. There's no reason, he said, that Jews should not go to university. There's no reason Jews should not become great writers, poets, composers, and so on. And that is, in fact, what happened with much of the next century, although often it was at the cost of their adherence to the Jewish faith. So this movement, the Haskalah, in Western Europe tended to become very assimilationist. Over the next few decades, Haskalah leaders would essentially abandon the idea that they should retain their attachment to traditional Jewish practice. Kashrut went out the window, Shabbat went out the window, and eventually formal adherence to Judaism would go out the window. But in Eastern Europe, the Haskalah took a different form. It tended to become much more Hebraic in nature, saying, you know, we should get back to our core purposes and we should learn to create a secular culture in the Hebrew language, which at that point did not exist. It also had a Yiddish form, in which they said the same thing with the Yiddish language, which was the vernacular. And it argued that Jews should typically retain their Orthodox attitudes and behaviors, but at the same time, you know, look open to the outside world, in particular the sciences. And so Joseph Pearl was heavily influenced, in particular by Moses Mendelssohn, and absorbed those teachings in his own activity. Okay, I'd better get to Joseph Pearl now for sure, because we haven't, oh my gosh, we talked about the background way too long. Sometimes people on the internet complain, you know, it says in the title, Joseph Pearl, they don't really say anything useful until like 8:40. What is this? No, sorry. Okay, now, so what about Pearl's? He's most known for his denunciation of Hasidism. And this is something that apparently came out of his early youth. The biographical research on Pearl is not extensive, and I have not even plumbed all the things that are available. But it seems that as a very young man, he was attracted to the Hasidic movement, in particular the teachings of Rabbi Nachman of Breslov. Rabbi Nachman was one of these really amazingly unusual figures in the Hasidic world who would tell these tremendously bizarre stories, parables, that would capture the imagination without necessarily having a clear resolution. His volumes were found to be a huge influence among others, Franz Kafka, the great Czech Jewish writer, who also wrote tales that were very Nachman-esque in that regard. So he was apparently early on taken with them, but that wore off very soon for reasons that are unknown to me, at least, and I have not been able to dig up any sources on it. And he wrote quite early, possibly as early as the age of 13, which gives you a sense of his genius. He wrote a book called Über das Wesen der Sekte Hasidism aus ihren eigenen Schriften, which means over the or on the essence of the Hasidic sect based on their own writings. And it was an awful denunciation of Hasidism, finding every foolish thing ever said by any Hasid up until that point, and in particular, things that maybe not were so foolish, but definitely taking them out of context. And he wanted to essentially destroy the Hasidic movement with this scathing denunciation. The Austrian censor refused to print it. The Austrian censor, because every book had to be approved before it could see light of day, felt that this was just a scurrilous work that sowed discord within the Jewish community. And again, don't forget, we're in a period of social engineering where people are trying to bring the Jews into a larger orbit of secular society, and this was just going to cause more friction and so on. And so it was not printed until 1816, when he was at the height of his powers in many ways. We also have, as I mentioned earlier, many written complaints that he had penned over the decades of the early 19th century, writing to Austrian officials and Russian officials, saying that the Hasidim were superstitious, that they were secretly trying to undermine government proposals to ameliorate the situation of the Jews, that they were anti-modern, that they were fundamentally opposed to the secular government, and he's trying in many ways to get them into trouble. I forgot to mention, by the way, that this is not a new phenomenon between the Hasidim and the Misnagdim. In the Russian Empire, the conflict between the Hasidim and the Misnagdim was so heated that on several occasions the leaders of these movements were denounced by their opponents and actually thrown in jail. The Chabad, for example, they have a whole slew of holidays in which they always commemorate this rabbi got out of jail on this day, this rabbi got out of jail the second time on this day, and so on. And it's always another excuse for getting down and farbrengen and, having a little bit of schnapps and so on. So the Hasidim commemorate those days. The Misnagdim have quite a few of them as well, because the fight was really intense. So Pearl was bent on destroying them. He did not succeed, obviously. Then he published in 1819 the work which is considered by many to be the first Hebrew novel. It was called Megala Tamirim, which means basically the revelation of hidden things. And it was a spoof of Rabbi Nachman's works. Rabbi Nachman's works, which were circulating at the time, were written in fairly poor Hebrew, and they were, like stories that were, they had this fantastic quality to them, and they had a deeply Kabbalistic element to them, which is something I haven't really explored earlier, but a mystical quality, which in itself invites a certain amount of critical thought. And so what he did was he essentially spoofed them, and he wrote a novel, an epistolary novel. It's 151 letters, in which Hasidim are, as it were, writing letters to each other about pretending to take things seriously, when in reality the reader is supposed to laugh at them. His jokes are not always very funny, but for example, this is one of the doctrines that quoted is the Hasidim innovated, for example, shakling, movement during prayer, which is pretty much standard for the entire Jewish spectrum right now. The traditional Lithuanian form of prayer, which is actually described in the Talmud, is with both ankles together and with the left hand on the heart and the right hand clasped over it, head slightly bent, and be absolutely motionless during the Shemona Esrei. That's the way a Litvak is supposed to pray, and that's what they would do. But the Hasidim, they were incredibly active. They were moving bending at the waist all the time. They were dancing. They're moving around the room, clapping, singing. In some cases, even turning somersaults, which was considered by the Misnagdim to be just way off the charts. So, and they argue that things like some Hasidic statements would say that a Jew has to be like a candle flame, constantly moving. Kol atzmosai tamarna na Hashem. All my bones cry out to you, God. There should be bones in movement. But the Megalat Miriam says the reason why they do that is because it's supposed to mimic intercourse. And so, on the one hand, that's just like, oh man, why are you bringing that in? It doesn't fit with the whole connection. But at the same time, if you were to ask a Kabbalist, there is a lot of profound truth to this concept, and it's not at all a laughable thing. So he doesn't always carry it across. But the idea is he's trying to find every scurrilous bit of information and to twist it in such a way that when people read it, they will laugh at the Hasidic movement, and they will therefore contribute to its ultimate demise. It actually backfired completely. It was a hugely popular work, and it may have even promoted Hasidic thought through its reading. He later translated this into Yiddish, so to make it more widely known, and it enjoyed a popular readership in that language as well. One other aspect of it, which is kind of self-referential, is that the main character in this book, and also in a sequel that he published a couple decades later, Ovadia ben Petachia, claims in these letters that one of his major tasks is he has to find a certain German language book, a certain book that will completely destroy the Hasidic movement. He has to find it and destroy it before it can gain circulation. And of course, the book that he's referring to is the first title that I gave you here, on the essence of the Hasidic sect and based on their own text. So it's a self-referential thing where Pearl is actually trying to get more readers to his other books by promoting them in this unusual text. So this gives you a sense of his activity on a literary scale, and but he is also quite public in his denunciations of things like, for example, the Rebbe Meir Baal HaNes charity, which is it's an ancient charity and it's still very popular today. It's a charity in which monies go to communities in Israel, and often Hasidic communities, but not necessarily exclusively so. And so he was saying that this is, promoting dual loyalties for Austrian Jews and draining the Austrian coffers of gold, hard-earned gold by the Jews, things like that. So he's made him generally not a particular popular or likable person. At the same time, it would be wrong to say that he did not make actual contributions to the community in which he lived. He was, for example, a dedicated educator, and he established a school early on and spent about 3 decades of his life, till he passed away, promoting the school. It was by our standards today, you might want to call it something like, I'm not sure it's appropriate, but it was modernized. It was a secular religious school. He himself, by the way, was observant. He himself kept Shabbat, kept Kashrut. He was like Mendelssohn. He wouldn't change any of those things. He just felt that the Hasidim were completely off the plane. And he ran this school which integrated the study of languages and the study of mathematics and sciences along with a Jewish curriculum. He felt that it was appropriate for Jewish kids to get a balance of these things. We don't know a lot about his family, but apparently one of his daughters, Shendel in particular, absorbed this kind of expansive education and was a correspondent with many major literary figures in the 19th century. So when we think about his contributions, he also published, by the way, some sort of almanacs, sort of calendars, where you could look on every day of the month and you would see some scientific fact. It was, and all in Hebrew, modern Hebrew, to try and elevate the level of secular learning among Jews. So all in all, his legacy is quite complicated. On the one hand, he was a tremendously fervent and in many ways rather nasty critic of the Hasidic movement, an exemplar of the Haskalah, and certainly no friend of the Misnagdim, although closer to them to the Hasidim. And in this way, you can understand why Hasidim might even have danced on his grave, if that is at all true, when he finally passed away. At the same time, he made tremendous contributions to the flowering of modern Hebrew literature and Yiddish literature, although his legacy is fundamentally tainted by that lifelong quest to destroy a movement that would eventually long outlive him. Okay, that's it for tonight, I guess. Let me thank you all for your endurance and your patience, and I look forward to seeing you next week. I'll stick around for questions if you like. Okay. Please.
the ridiculous name. Yeah, I know. So we this post on the gossip site said like this popular podcast, which were like, hey girl, thanks for calling us popular, and it said that we had a lot of controversy behind the scenes and tension. We were a part of a big scandal, and that the tension you were feeling was real amongst us. Any tension, but that scandal that they were referring to had nothing to do with the three of us, and it was because potentially we were being threatened, a lawsuit, and I'm like scared to even say that out loud. We just won't say the name, right? We won't, yeah. But someone was like behind the scenes threatening to sue us. Like we never want to address like certain like either rumors or things like that. But I genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, if someone were to just point blank ask me even the craziest question, I have nothing to hide. Like, ask me. I'm not threatened by it, so the threats actually whatever the threat is that we don't want to talk about because we don't want to like add to, because even the thing that started it all was really just an anonymous anecdote. That person who threatened us, I'll say this. You think you have a one over me? I fucking dare you, motherfucker. I dare you. Let it out of your chest, because that is actually not a real threat. You think you're threatening me, but it's kind of, that information's already out there, you little bitch.
I'm not sure about either of them. Let me start with the joke that my daughter, Denise Malka, who is our videographer, learned from her first grade class. She's a rookie teacher. She has, as she puts it, 19 reasons to be there every morning. 19 little boys, and they tell her jokes. So it's 6-year-old level, first grade, and it has a certain je ne sais quoi, but I'm not sure it quite meets our standards for humor. So the joke goes like this: what do you call a grizzly with no teeth? The answer is a gummy bear. Yeah, that was pretty bad, right? In first grade, though, that is a huge hit. So the other one is maybe a little bit more sophisticated. Guy goes into a haberdashery to buy a suit, and goes up to the salesperson and says, I'd like to buy a suit. It's very nice. How much would you like to spend? He says, $18. $18. So he says, you know what? I think we might have something in the back here. We've got something just for you. He takes him to the back, and he has him try on a suit. And he comes out and he says, well, it's beautiful. The finish and the material and the color really brings out my eyes. You know, I love it. And it's $18. Yeah, it is $18. Because, you know what? I think I'm going to take it. Just a couple of questions. First of all, I noticed that one sleeve is about 6 inches longer than the other. So there's no problem. You just have to like pose like this. And sort of leave your hands down. It's okay, all right. I also noticed that one of the legs is about 6 inches shorter than the other. No problem. You just have to like sort of bend your leg at the same time, and you see, look at the mirror. It looks great. Wow. So he pays for it. He walks down the street. And as he's walking down the street like this, so there's a Jewish couple on the other side of the street, and Sam says to Sarah, do you look at that guy walking down the street like that? And Sarah says, yeah, look how good his suit fits. Is that better than gummy bear? Okay. All right. For tonight, we're going to also do something a little bit different. Tonight, I'd like to speak about a topic that is very close to my own personal research interests. Something that I've been thinking a lot about for quite a while now and implementing in my own teaching in a very, I think, profound way. And it's really changed a lot of the ways I do things. Specifically, we're going to speak about the origin of printing in the Jewish world in the late 15th century, and that's associated very closely with the Soncino family. So the first, half or so of this lecture is going to be on the discussion of the transition from a manuscript culture to a print culture, which is, I think, you will learn quite a bit more fascinating than it sounds on the surface. And then what I'd like to do in the second half of the lecture is talk about how we are living, even today, in a very similar Gutenberg moment, in which we are transitioning from a print culture to a digital culture in ways that are so profound that we have very little sense of how fast the world is moving around us. And that 50 years from now, our great-great-grandchildren will not understand our world in the same way that we could understand even our own grandparents or great-grandparents would. Primarily because we are on the cusp of a very, very dramatic shift in the way we do just about everything as a result of the internet. There are tremendous dangers involved, tremendous potentials involved, and so what I'd like to do in the second half of this lecture is try to imagine what exactly are the changes that we are currently going through, and maybe we can have a little bit of a roundtable discussion projecting where that might be for our great-great-grandchildren. So that's about it for the introduction. Let's get straight to the material itself. The Gutenberg moment is a phrase that I used a few minutes ago that refers, of course, to the invention of the printing press, which occurs in the middle of the 15th century. Is able to just close that door there for a second? It's funny, you know, when my wife and I have arguments about once every decade or so. You know, my wife will say, you know, you're not the professor at home. You know, you can't just talk about nobody would interrupt you. But I'm the professor here, at least for the next 45 minutes. So the Gutenberg moment. This refers, of course, to what may have appeared at the time to be quite a mundane development. The invention of a press that essentially mechanized the process of producing documents. We went from handwritten documents, manuscript documents, to printed documents. I mean, what's the big deal? Why would we care? What's so important about a printed document, printing press? Much cheaper, absolutely. You want to produce a 100-page book, and you're going to have to copy each one after another. You're going to have to pay a copyist to sit there and produce the whole thing, which means, first of all, that only wealthy people really have access to the textual information because it costs a lot of money to produce one of those. Secondly, I think someone else said faster. Was that you? Faster is that? You know, you can print so many of them in a day. You can have the dissemination of information. It's not only wealth that is an antecedent for wisdom, because you have to have the guilt to be able to afford the manuscript. All of a sudden, what would be a very rare manuscript is all of a sudden there's hundreds of copies all over the place. Changes things dramatically. All of a sudden, a lot more people have access to the information contained in that manuscript. The political and economic changes as a result of the Gutenberg inventions were far-reaching. It literally brought down kingdoms. It destroyed the primacy of the Catholic Church in Europe as more democratizing movements within the Protestant movement said, you know, why do only the priests have control of the literary elements of our faith? And so they created various Christian streams that advocated a much more democratic approach to information. Well, all these kinds of things are really a result of the rapid dissemination of information possible through the invention of the printing press. So we could talk a lot more about the sort of Europe-wide implications, but we're going to focus specifically on the Jews. Jews were early adopters, and the family that we'll look at today, the Censinos, were particularly early adopters, meaning that Jews early on saw that this was a device of great import that could change the Jewish world significantly. And so within the first couple of decades after the invention of the printing press, Jews were producing Hebrew books at a significant rate. This is especially so when you compare the reaction of the Oriental communities, where a lot of Jews had been living, meaning Turkey in particular, Greece, parts of North Africa as well, where the Arabic culture had a really beautifully well-developed manuscript culture. You know, if you've ever seen beautiful arabesques, you know, and the decorative elements on the sides of mosques or illuminated manuscripts, they really worshipped the Arabic alphabet and the way it could be expressed. And when they looked at the printing press, they said, "What is this crap? That's an Arabic word meaning poor quality stuff. He said, what is this? This is terrible. It's like scratchy. Every single page is exactly the same. There's no feeling in it. It's like, so they essentially, in the Arab world, they did not adopt the printing press for about another 150 years. The Jews saw, oh my gosh, the loss in aesthetics are significant, but the tremendous value of cheaply presented information is so huge that the Jews jumped on it right away, and a lot of the early printing houses that existed in the Arabic world were primarily publishing Jewish manuscripts, because they're the only ones that had a market. This, by the way, to back off our scope once again, this was a major factor in the growing divide between the supremacy of Western Europe and the Arab world in the early modern period. The adoption of the printing press allowed for a much more educated electorate, particularly in countries like England, Netherlands, and so on. Whereas in the Arabic world, the insistence that the printing press was a cheap imitation of real literature essentially held them back another 150 years and made a big difference as this multiplied geometrically through the various ways in which knowledge can reverberate throughout society. So really, we're looking at that first few decades when Jews started printing right after the invention of the Gutenberg press in the 1450s. The most important family behind this early printing was, of course, the Sonsino family. And the name Sonsino, you may have heard of it because a modern English printing press was named after it, a press called the Sonsino Press, and they published those famous red bilingual Talmuds that were around for much of the 20th century. They were the highest quality Talmud translations available for several decades. But that's not the original Sonsino Press. They took the name in commemoration of the Sonsino family that pioneered printing among the Jews. Their background is kind of interesting. They first appear in the 1200s in Speyer, which is in northern Germany, in the Rhineland region. There are three towns of Speyer, Worms, and Mainz, where traditionally where Ashkenaz is identified. That's the homeland of European Jewry. In fact, one of the Sonsino ancestors is quoted as one of the members of the school of Tosafot, which is a Talmudic school that's printed on the side of every Talmudic page today. At some point, they moved out of the Rhineland down to Bavaria in southern Germany. We don't know exactly when. We know that it had to be before 1453 because that's when the Jews were expelled from Speyer, and the Sonsino family was already fairly well established in Bayer at that time, in Bavaria at that time. And then the family continued to be fairly wealthy and fairly well regarded. We have some records of the family engaging in polemics with anti-Semitic priests in some of this period. And finally, they fled Bavaria, possibly as a result of some of the antagonisms that they had developed with the local population, to the region of Milan, and specifically the Italian city of Sonsino. That's where they get their name, and that's where the press comes from, Sonsino in Italy. I wonder, how is that pronounced in Italian? Does anyone know Italian? Is it Sonsino? Sounds the same? Sonsino, there we go. Which reminds me of a joke. Yeah, they didn't have surnames. They had Natan, the son of Israel, of Sonsino. Jews and last names, with very, very few exceptions, last names only go back to the 1800s or the 1700s. You do have a few exceptions to that rule. The famous Ibn Tibbon family, the translators, and so on. But for the most part, Jews received their surnames as a result of the modernization of Western European cultures in the 18th and 19th centuries. It's kind of an interesting little window I'll open up for a second here. In some countries, in Austria, for example, you could buy your surname. They need that all Jews living here must have a surname by a certain date, and you could buy your name. So names like Rosenzweig, right, which is like a field of roses, or Goldberg, Gold Mountain, right? These are like expensive names. So you add down some status to buy them. if your last name is something like Katzenellenbogen, which means cat's elbow, chances are you ticked off the name for it, or Skibo, Onion. Right? These are not like pleasant names. But most Jews ended up with names that were sort of like either their occupation, Schneider, Schuster, things like that, or like their Hebrew name. Like my name, for example, Abram's son, it's kind of lost in family history, but at some point, I had a Zaidi named Avram, and the person who had to get the name said, well, I'm the Avram's son, I'm Abram's son, and that's how it worked out. So son, yeah, where they came from. Although when people get place names, it's interesting, when people get place names, it's usually given to them in a place other than what they're named for. So for example, if your name was, I don't know, Mainz, is that a Jewish name? Give me a Jewish name that's a place. Wien, that's a Jew. Let's say a guy's name is Wien, which is Vienna. So chances are he got that name when he was living in Berlin. Because if he was living in Vienna, everyone's called Wien. No one calls him Wiener because he's already living there. But if he's in Berlin, who's that guy? Oh, that guy? That's the Wiener. That's the guy from Vienna. So chances are the last name is not referring to the generation that got the name, but some earlier generation. Which reminds me of something I like to tell my kids. I have this fantasy that one day I'll be walking down the street. People say, hey, you know who that guy is? And the other guy says, no, who is that guy? So that guy is the father of the Malka. No, that's my fantasy. I want to know as the father of those guys. Okay, so, and I wanted to tell you a joke. We got off track, but the joke, I forgot what it was. All right. Okay, so here they are. They move from Speyer down to Bayer to Bavaria. From Bavaria, then they come over here to northern Soncino. When they got to Soncino, they went into the banking field. They actually also had a significant history in medicine as well, really traditional occupations for medieval Jews. But one of the things that's specifically important about banking in the 15th century is that Jews were losing the monopoly rapidly, especially in Italy. If you recall the lecture we had a few weeks ago on the medieval Jewish economy, according to the church law of Gratian, Jews were the only people allowed in medieval Europe to charge interest on loans because of internal canon law. And so that meant that it was a great business for Jews to go into petty money lending because no one else was doing it. They had an effective communal monopoly. This changed in the 14th and 15th centuries because the Italians in particular began to say, why are we letting the Jews do this? It's so profitable. And they started essentially ignoring canon law or finding, legal loopholes around it, and so Jews began to lose their edge as moneylenders. And that's exactly what happened to the Soncino family. When they moved into Soncino, they had a thriving moneylending business going, and then a public bank was opened, and one of the first of the region, and as a result, the business soured. They had to go into something else. Luckily, they found this new disruptive technology of printing, and they seized on it early on, which, of course, changed the Jewish world dramatically. Okay, questions at this point? Yes, please.
I was just curious, I took calligraphy as an art teacher, and there were many beautiful Catholic and Protestant manuscripts.
Yeah.
I also seem to remember seeing here and there Jewish manuscripts. Those are done by selfers, I believe.
They were, absolutely. Although Jewish illuminated manuscripts are quite a bit rarer because Jews have had an ambivalence with the graphic representation of living beings. Perhaps the most famous, I wish I had it convenient to show you, is the Bird's Head Agata, which is, I believe, the 13th century. The 13th century, the Bird's Head Agata from Sarajevo. Rabbi? Oh, he's not talking. I told him the hard questions and he took it seriously. I'm pretty sure it's 13th century Sarajevo. We have a Haggadah in which all of the characters, Pharaoh, the Jews, Moses, everybody is in there. But instead of putting human faces, they put birds' heads on all of them. In order to indicate, hey, don't get this wrong, we're not worshiping these pictures. These are like, chimeras that are designed to evoke an idea, but we're not, graphically representing. So Jews have had a very strong ambivalence over whether or not to produce this thing. My mom comes down very strongly, no graphic representation whatsoever. So in terms of illuminated manuscripts, we have, if at all, followed the Arabic model, which, except for the Persian regions, basically also holds with the prohibition of graphic representation, and we illuminate letters. What an interesting kind of exception to that rule, which we should talk about someday, is beautiful, is the lost art of paper cutting, which is something that Eastern European Jews, especially women, used to do. It's an absolutely fascinating thing where they fold paper into pieces, cut up tiny little bits of it, and you open it up and you see like deer jumping through woods and absolutely amazing things. But it's an art that's been lost. But at any rate, back to where we are. Cincinos jump on this new technology. Let us start printing. Let's see what happens. So this is the period that we're really focusing on, the manuscripts of the printed thing. Manuscripts clearly are art objects, or objets d'art, is the French term. They are clearly things that are not just functional, they are beautiful unto themselves. So if you look, for example, this is a 13th century manuscript. It's hard to really appreciate it, maybe you're sitting in the back of the room. This was actually discovered as, unfortunately, many of these manuscripts were reused. Like once they were found to be sort of worn, then because the vellum, the material, which is often of an animal-based, not necessarily cloth or linen, they would make it into the bindings of new books. And so you can only find them when you remove the end papers and you find inside, often inside Christian books, you find Hebrew manuscripts that are used for material. So this was actually a Spanish example that was recovered in a manuscript a couple hundred years later. But you can see the tremendous care and beauty that went into this handwritten document. You know, it's Sofer's art that is something that it's not only physically beautiful, it involves a tremendous amount of concentration and spiritual energy as well, that it is really a great thing to behold. Even the cheaper examples, like this is a 16th century manuscript that comes probably from Turkey. You can see that it's not done nearly with the same level of care as the earlier manuscript. This is actually a Talmudic text with Rashi on the outside over here. But still, it's a document that is heavily invested with the human energy that took to create it. And so Jews loved their manuscripts just like all other people. These were, gorgeous things that were locked up and were only taken out with great care and were shared with great caution and so on. That's how we appreciated the aesthetics of the manuscript text. Cincino, in their beautiful publications, which even though we're going to find out they went out of business, they were driven out of business by cheaper competition, even though they drastically reduced the cost of printing and radically made the materials more available to large Swiss publications, they really tried to hold that same high aesthetic standard. This is a copy of the very first book they published in 1483. It is a couple of pages from the Talmudic tractate Brachot. And you can see a lot of the conventions that have become standard in all Talmud since then. Rashi here printed on the inside binding, and there's always 4 lines of Rashi at the top. An allusion, a conscious allusion to a passage in Tractate Eruvin that says that you have to review your studies at least 4 times. For every section you study, you go review 4 times. So they have the 4 lines at the top. Tosafot is here on the outside, you notice, and you can imagine the kind of care that went into actually producing this page is phenomenal. Let us recall, for example, how this was done with movable type. It's not necessarily the way they used all of the printing in this era, but they would have essentially leaded bits of type. All of the letters would be placed there with spacers. In English, they would have 2 drawers. The upper drawer had the capital letters, and the lower drawer had the small letters. That's why we get the term in English uppercase and lowercase, because the uppercase held the capitals, the lowercase held the regular letters. And these would have to be painstakingly put together by 2 people. One person with the manuscript, reading it out loud, and the other person listening to it and setting it word by word. Some of the most interesting typos in the Talmud, and there are many, are a result of the guy setting the type not paying attention and listening to the Ashkenazi pronunciation of the reader and assuming that a taf was a saf, and changing letters around, and then you read these things backwards, like Bas Kohen becomes a totally different word, things like that. So they really put a tremendous amount of energy. It took them years to produce a single volume of the Talmud, and although they produced some 24 in total, they did not complete the entire task before they were eventually driven out of business. Part of their thinking was they wanted to create a printed volume that approached the beauty of the manuscript volume. That was impossible. Here is something from the introduction to the first volume. They had a corrector read it and make sure that all the text was correct as best he could, anyways. And he provides a little kind of poetic introduction to how this volume happened. So he writes that Yisrael Natan of Sonsino, the elder, said to his son, Yehoshua, who was probably the most prolific of the printers in the family, Yeshua Shlomo, he said to him, print books so that they would provide two well-known benefits. First, that a large number can be made until the world would be full of knowledge. And second, that their price will not be as high as the price of copies written with quills, iron pens, or lead. And those who lack the means to acquire those expensive copies will be able to purchase these cheaply. And in the place of gold, they will bring silver. In other words, he had two overlapping goals, which were definitely met. The first goal was, let knowledge be out there. Let people have access to what it says in the text. Huge democratic value of just putting knowledge in the hands of every Jew who is literate. Obviously, the production of literature means that there will be more supply, more demand for literacy, and then that really increases just education as a whole. By the way, remember, we're called Am al Kitab, right? The people of the book. Even though the book only came along for us in the 15th century, we were the people of the text before that. Am al text, not text like this, text like that. And secondly, he says this has got to be cheaper. It's not right that the knowledge of our ancestral heritage should be the reserve of only those who can afford these incredibly expensive documents. So that's really what's going on, and they're tremendous achievements. Now, let's look at some of the crazy things that happened, though, because there are a lot of unintended consequences as they were trying to figure out this golden field. We take things for granted because we have 5 centuries now of figuring out these conventions. But let's start with, for example, what is copyright? Right? Who owns the text? If you have someone who writes a book, and for 50 years, 20 years, he's been paying people to copy it out, and then he's been schlepping it and selling it everywhere. What happens if someone says, this is a really good book, I'm going to print it myself? And there's no royalties, and there's no rights, right? So what is copyright? This is ironically the origins of a document which has changed dramatically since then, the so-called Haskama. Have you ever heard of a Haskama? Haskama literally means an agreement. And you can see it, for example, in the Hasidim, for example, they study the Sefer Hatanya, which is not that early a printing, but it has a Haskama that's pretty clear right at the beginning of it, that says, these important rabbis say, nobody else is allowed to print this book for 5 years. And if you print this book, then all kinds of terrible things will happen to you because you're engaging in intellectual property theft. You're taking someone else's work and you're going to profit by it. So the original Haskamot, which were issued in the 16th, 17th century, were mainly copyright laws where people were saying, listen, don't you try and put this book into text yourself and print it in your local community because the ideas and the work belong to the people who originally wrote it and published it. So that was one of the first things that Jews had to work with was the concept of copyright. Secondly, some really basic things like pagination. Here, check a look at this. So this is, you might recognize this page. This is the first page of Tractate Brachot in the traditional Widow and Brothers Rom printing of the Talmud, which is a classic 1860s Lithuanian printing of the Talmud that has become pretty much the industry standard. So one of the unusual things you might notice about it is if you look at page 1, it starts with this number. Someone tell me what number that is? Page 2, right? Now, come on. Jews are like literate for 4,000 years. They couldn't figure out page 1. Why do they start the text with page 2? Because it's always the beginning. You must have a Hasidic background. Hasidic should tell you that, right? It's beautiful. It never ends, right? Rabbi Shlomo Karloff says a beautiful thing about how this is like the page 1 is the look at your passport. It's your heart. Your heart is page 1, and you go to the text, right? These are very beautiful, nice things. They're not true, but they're very nice. So why is it so? Because they had a title page. They said the title page. That's the first, and now we have the title. What's the big deal? That's page 1. This is page 2. Then after a while, I realized, no, we really don't have to put page 1 on the title page. Everyone knows it. The title page is the beginning. Then we should put page 1 on page 2. But they actually have more reason with them. Now, this page 2 was not introduced in the first Soncino printing. There were no page numbers. No one thought of it. It's also funny. Look at the Talmud. Here it is. We've been studying this document by then for like 2,000 years. Well, a little less than that. But no one can think of punctuation. You can't think of a period or a question mark. So what they used to do in the Soncino printing is at the very bottom of the text, they would take the first word of the next page. So that way you can always check. Like this word here that's dropped down, I'll go back to the side. This, they would have a little drop down word here. So when you turn the page over, you should see the word Dilma. If you didn't see the word Dilma, it means there's a printer's error. That's also one of the tests in yeshiva is you see how well a person can learn if you remove a page from the text and see what happens. Can you connect it without realizing it? That, of course, is the face of the book. But anyway, so they had a couple of things like that. Here's another kind of fun thing. They also didn't have conventions about decorating books. So this is a text of Virgil's Aeneid, great Latin classic, and as you can see, the title page here is richly illustrated with these naked cherubs kind of floating around in all their glory on the outside of the page. And the Soncino brothers said, this is beautiful. We love these decorative elements. There's only one problem. First of all, it's copyright. Well, what's copyright? We haven't done that yet. Secondly, Latin, like English, is written from left to right. So when you have the differentiated margins, because you need to have a little bit of extra room on the outside margin, it's going to be on the opposite side for Hebrew. So no problem. When the Soncino brothers printed the tractate Chulin of the Talmud, they just cut the image here and at the top, and they flipped it over, reversed it, so it would be on the right side. And it didn't bother them to have the naked cherubs decorating the Talmudic text. That's considered a human form, but this is the Wild West there. This is like we're making it up as we go along, seeing what we can do. And there are a lot of crazy things like this that are going on in the early world of Jewish printing before we had more colonization. Now, some unanticipated consequences, huge unanticipated consequences that we have to review. Okay, unanticipated consequences. So first of all, the church got involved in a big way. The church had been involved already from the 13th century with manuscript texts. You recall Nicholas Donin, Tablet de Christiani, usually Jews who converted to Christianity and then made a career out of criticizing Jewish texts, which were largely closed to Christian readers because they could not access the Aramaic of the Talmud. And they began demanding changes in the manuscripts and things like that. And the church did get heavily involved, and there were some terrible burnings of mass burnings of manuscripts and things like that. But if you think about the means of production, one manuscript at a time, it's really hard to inspect and to check every manuscript because they can be hidden away, and it can be something that a private person does and then sells under the table, things like that. But once you get a printing press going, and they're producing 1,000 copies of a book, and they're making it available for sale, And all of a sudden, the church feels it is much greater challenge because all kinds of non-doctrinaire materials can, circulate in society. But they were more concerned about what the Protestants were doing than what the Jews were doing. This was a problem that got way bigger for the church than just, internal Jewish manuscripts, but it was definitely something that affected Jews as well. Jews were not only, Jewish publishers were not only censored, even more importantly, Jews engaged in self-censorship. Because the printers said, we're going to put a ton of money into producing this printing. We're going to get all the plates ready and things like that. We do not want to have the censor look at this and then reject it, and then we'll have to go back. So they would, on their own, they would change the sensitive passages so that it would pass the censor himself. I have in my own home, for example, and the censorship, by the way, went right up to the 20th century. I have a copy of a Mahzor printed in Tsarist Russia, printed in the 1850s. And actually, I use it here on Yummy Narayan. And there is a bracha in there for the Tsar. And it literally names the Tsar. It's Alexander Nikolaevich. And it says, and the Tsarina Maria Nikolaevna or something like that. And the little Tsarevich, it says, because the whole family was there listed in the actual bracha there. And they figured by putting things like that in, it'll pass. And in fact, it did pass. It has the censor's stamp with the censor's name. His name is Lazov, who's a Jewish guy, of course. So in the early printing tradition, though, a lot of the Jews would start, in their printing, in Sonsino in particular, would start defacing their own text, hoping that when people would read this, they would know this is an intentional distortion. This passage here should not be read the way you think it is, right? And there are such traditions. For example, references to Jesus, which are not numerous in the Talmud, but they occur every now and then. So instead of saying his name, they would say something like, that certain man, or a certain son, or they change the name in such a way that unless you realize that's one of the nicknames, you wouldn't know it. You have to rely on the Rebbe to explain to you, oh, by the way, what this passage is talking about is this. And that way they managed to get past a lot of the censorship. So this is one of the unintended consequences was the self-censorship. Another was that Sonsino had no idea that they were going to face competition from Christians. And in fact, they faced stiff and ultimately devastating competition by a man named Daniel von Bomberger, who was a Protestant Christian, who was a philo-Semite. He really loved Jewish stuff. He loved Jewish literature. And he saw what the Sonsino family was doing, and he said, that's great. I can do it cheaper, faster, and better. And he did. He looked at the methodology of the Sonsino family, and he said that they were taking way too much time, slowly poring over every text. Instead, what he did was he hired a team of scholars to go throughout Europe, find the best manuscripts, because again, the manuscripts are all different. If you want to publish Tractate Shabbat, there may be 20 copies of Tractate Shabbat within a 200-mile radius, and they all have slight variations. So he hired a team of scholars to sit down with all the copies, figure out the best text as much as they could, and then slam it onto paper. And they produced an edition which is not nearly as beautiful in the weight of the paper and the crispness of the print, but in terms of the scholarship and the speed and the completion, because he finished the entire Talmud, immediately eclipsed the Sonsino edition. So you can, in other words, you could wait every 2-3 years for another Sonsino volume to come out, or you could put all your money down on the table right now and you could have the full shot in a big, massive set like this. This particular copy, which comes from the Gottesman Library at Yeshiva University, each one of these volumes weighs about 15 pounds. They're huge. They're like this big. And they would literally chain them to the desks, right? So televised Talmuds would be running out the window like this. People want to study them. But they were like really valuable objects. And the Bomberg edition, which went through several printings, was just so popular that people abandoned Sonsino's project, and ultimately it came to an end. Nevertheless, their initial efforts in putting Jewish printing on the map, for creating the market, even though they were ultimately outdistanced by a Christian printer, it turned out to be really for the best overall. Now, I would like to transition to the second part of this lecture, and to do so, I want to speak a little bit about the philosophical import of this transition from manuscript to print, and let's think about what it means for us going from print to digital. One of the things that happens with the Gutenberg revolution is that the cost of information drops precipitously, but ironically, that means the value of wisdom rises proportionately. In other words, we have a lot more access to information, which means we're a lot more desperate for people who know how to use it. To give you an example from my own life, and let me just go on to the 21st century. When I got my PhD back in the 1990s, this was, as you all know, of course, before the internet was anything. I actually, my very first scholarly publication was in a newsletter describing there's this great new invention out there called email. You guys are going to love it. And I was talking about it for like a couple of pages in the industry newsletter. Email is great. So it was just the beginnings of things. And if you wanted to get a PhD in my field, which was Eastern European Jewish history, so if you wanted to read a document, you had to go to the library. And physically in a library, this is much funnier when I tell 18-year-olds, they had these long drawers filled with index cards. And you had to like actually go through all of them physically, each one. And if you pulled the drawer out too far, it would fall on the ground, make a big mess. And then once you found the card, you had to write down the number, then you had to go walk. Actually get up and walk through the building and look until you found that book on a shelf, right? Now, if that book didn't exist in your library, then you had to go to the library and ask for interlibrary loan, and she would get it mailed to you. And if you couldn't do that, if it was in a foreign country, you had to go to that country. You had to actually go over there. If it was in a different language, you had to learn that language. It was like a crazy amount of effort. So in my era, if you had young people who were stupid enough to just do all that, you just give them a PhD already. It doesn't matter what they wrote as a result. Look how much work he put in. He went all the way to Kiev twice. He went to Jerusalem. He sat in the archives. Give him the PhD already. That's how I got mine, because he got points for just putting in the legwork. But excuse me, PhD students today, you want to find a document? Where's my phone? It's in Swahili. Oh man, push translate. Bam, there it is. Like the information is so available, you get 0 points for finding the information. Now the kunst is, now the art is, what do you do with all this information? How do you shape it into something useful that people can actually benefit from? That's what I mean by the cost of information drops precipitously, but the value of wisdom is much higher. Let's see what those implications are. Now, we will always love books. There's no question about it. But books are definitely on the way to becoming museum pieces. There are some unusual kind of adaptations that Jews will have to make for the Shabbat, because you can't use electronic devices on Shabbat, at least not until someone figures out that they're for it. Yeah. But for the time being, we're going to need some books. I need some books. I don't know exactly which ones they're going to be. Like, for example, this book, you could never produce what this book means in a digital format, because it is the actual material itself that gives it its power. This is the so-called Survivor's Talmud. There's actually a copy of it in both of the Talmuds stored by the University Library. Immediate after the math of World War II, several Jews in the GD camp were unhappy because their world was destroyed, and they're sitting around here for months, even years, what's going to be their fate. And a sensitive, I think it was the U.S. Army Corps, asked them, what can we do to make things better for them? And they said, well, we should use some Talmud. And so they went and they used the actual printing presses in Berlin that Hitler had produced Nazi propaganda on, and they printed a Talmud on exactly those presses. This is the result of so-called Survivor's Talmud, which was printed in 1947. And you can see it has the decorative art, the barbed wires of the camps, the darkness of the deportations, and then these evocative images showing Israel and palm trees, and maybe a book that that's Israel. And on the top it says from slavery to redemption, from darkness to great light. So that kind of document, I'm sorry, it's not going to work on an iPad. You actually have to physically see it to really get what that document is about. So granted, books will have their place, but the internet is making these things obsolete for the most part. Let's look at 3 specific ways in which the Jewish world is changing, in my humble opinion, as a result of this Gutenberg change in our time. So first of all, what is a Talmud Chacham? What is a sage? I mentioned earlier, I mentioned my experience getting a PhD and all the stuff you have to do. So the Talmud has a fascinating debate between some rabbis on what is the greater characteristic. If you can only choose to have one of these people on a desert island with you, why would you want a rabbi? No. If you only have one of these, that was funny to me. But if you only could have one of these people on a desert island with you, either someone called a Sinai or someone called an Oker Harim. Which would you choose? Sinai, of course, from Mount Sinai, it means a person who has all the texts. Someone who has memorized the Mishnah, the Tosefta. He has all these texts there. He's like a parrot reading them off. He doesn't know exactly how to fit them together, but he has a prodigious memory with tremendous amount of text. Or do you want the Oker Horesh, the uprooter of mountains, someone who does not have such a tremendous grasp of all these texts, but he can take them and he can turn them on their heads and he can combine them in such a way that you get a creative new result and so on. Which do you prefer? The Talmud says, without a question, you need to have Sinai. You need to have the person with all the text. That's who you want to be with, because you can always work with the text. But if you don't have the text, you don't have anything. So again, thinking about what it means to be a Talmud Chacham, I remember, well, actually, I can say it very simply. Once again, on my phone has far larger library than the greatest libraries of Europe ever had. My phone, with its access to the internet and the high grade, has so much information in it that it would dwarf even the greatest libraries of Vilna, of Munich, of any of those great centers of Jewish learning. So does it mean that I am a sage because I have that document in my pocket, that I have that device in my pocket? Not at all. All of a sudden, the kind of scholarship that we demand from our leaders is of a far higher order. So we can expect that with the internet and the tremendous dissemination of information, that we can expect a lot more from our leaders than we ever have in the past, our intellectual leaders. So that's one big change that we anticipate. Second, how do we learn? How do we access information? How do we work with information? And I have some very confused and somewhat frightening thoughts on this. So one of the people that is, in my humble opinion, one of the most brilliant thinkers on the meaning of the internet is a non-Jewish professor named Clay Shirky at New York University. And he describes an incident that he shared with his 4-year-old niece that is quite telling. He was watching a Disney movie with his niece, and there was some princess movie on the DVD, and all of a sudden the 4-year-old jumps up, excited, and runs to the back of the TV and starts rooting around in all the cables back there. And he says to her, "What are you doing? We're watching the movie." She says, "Yeah, I'm looking for the mouse." And what she meant by that was that it was such a good movie, she wanted to click on it. She wanted to click on the characters that she liked and see them do different things. That's the way kids think of interacting with movies of entertainment. Another example, I work with professors at the college on trying to make their materials more internet friendly for our students. And you never ever have to write, "To visit this website, click here," and then put a little link on it, right? All you have to do is click the website name, and it automatically glows blue. And right away, you know, yeah, that's a link. You click on that, it'll take you over there. It's just a natural way of thinking that we don't necessarily have, but the younger people who have not known Egyptian slavery like the rest of us, that's a huge change. So we're going to be learning in totally different ways. I mean, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren will be learning in very different ways than we did. Think, if you like, all the hours and hours we wasted memorizing mathematical formula. Now, unless you're an engineer and you build things on desert islands with no electricity, you know, the vast majority of that is it's just a lost art that's no longer useful at all. Because when you pull out your cell phone and you have an incredibly powerful calculator right there. You know, astronauts who went to the moon without calculators, who never been to the Cape Kennedy, they've got on their spacesuits there, the museum, they have like scratch pads. So they like take out their pencils and start visually writing down. Now, if I do the trajectory, am I going to hit that crater or what? You know, that's a much more complicated level. But nowadays, the little tiny calculators that you get for 15 cents in the dollar store are much more powerful than the computers they have. So we are going to be learning, and our great grandchildren will be learning in ways that we can't even conceive of. The things that we think are important now about learning will not be relevant at all. And they're going to be learning to learn in ways that are dramatically different. Third difference, where do we connect? So one of the great teachings of Rabbi Yisrael Salanter was that you do not measure a person by what he says, you measure a person by how he remains silent. How does a person spend his silence? Does he spend his silence, you know, brooding on past injustices? Does he spend it, you know, in petty resentments and things like that? That's the way that Rabbi Yisrael Salanter meant that thought. But think about it in terms of what the internet means for us today. Go on any mode of public transportation, and even, unfortunately, private transportation, and what are people doing? And we're all in our own little social media worlds. Everyone, you've seen, I'm sure, you know, ads about people going out to dinner, and they're sitting with 5, 6 of their closest friends, and everyone's on their own device with their 2,500 Facebook friends that they have no relationship whatsoever with. So we are like, it's something about the human condition that we are trying to fill up every last little minute of silence with some kind of productive internet-connected activity. One of the things that I've been reading about recently is that industry is hoping to start taking advantage of this, where you can get like very low-paying part-time jobs that you can sign on whenever you're like in the subway. You just open up your device and you just, you know, click on certain buttons as you're going. And you may work for 15, 20, 30 minutes and you sign out, and then you have an account and you'll develop money for that. So all of a sudden, that time that you might spend on the subway reading a book, even an ebook, or talking to a stranger, or reading the newspaper, no more. All those moments of silence can be taken up with all this other internet-related activity. Our communication has obviously changed dramatically through social media. I don't have to say anything about that to you. And in fact, people my generation or older are among the fastest growing groups using social media because they found how powerful a tool it is. But there are ways in which the internet is changing us that are far more profound than the way in which the printing revolution changed the Jews at that time. One last really major caution in this area. One thing that I haven't even touched on, of course, is what about all those huge asifas, those gatherings of Jews in large public centers in the Northeast, decrying the dangers of the internet, which are real. Obviously, we have a whole slew of new addictions that are the result of it, and the caustic effect it has on relationships and so on. We don't have to go into that. In my humble opinion, I don't think that we have the remotest chance of holding this back. I think that one of the reasons why the asifas are not necessarily in line with the way history is moving is because they conflate the internet with the television set. Television is also a sometimes noxious device that has all kinds of material on it that is not conducive to traditional values and so on. But the thing is, the television is a purely passive device. You pump the stuff into your house or you don't, and that's it. But the internet is not like the television at all. The internet is like the telephone. The internet is a two-way method of communication that became as essential to human society as the telephone did. And I see it happening in my own life where, working with high schools that are very, very religious, very, very firm, and, 10 years ago they would not dream of having an email address whatsoever. And then not only now do they have websites, but they're forced to have these things because the government requires them to have it in order that their students have access to federal funding, to scholarships, and so on. In other words, we can't hold this back. We are definitely going to be in the current, and the only question is, are we going to stay upright or not? And that's why we need those brilliant leaders that I mentioned earlier. So, in conclusion, is that good or bad for the Jews? It's definitely bad for this guy here. He's done some kind of if you look at Jewish history in its grand scope, you see that we have adapted to technological change at so many points in our history. And we have learned to use those technological developments to our advantage. How much more so when those technological advances are intellectual in nature, dealing with the world of ideas. In my humble opinion, I see only tremendous potential with the internet. A chance to take this dispersed minority scattered around the globe to allow us to connect with each other in radical ways that were never possible before, to explore our own tradition in a much deeper and more profound way than ever before. And ultimately, as long as we are guided by the wisdom of the Torah, I believe that ultimately we will find tremendous benefit in these new information technologies. Thank you very much for your endurance and your patience, and I look forward to speaking with you next week.
Even if this video or this song's not going to take off, but even if it did, I don't understand what the goal is here, but now we're going to get the music and the concerts. What the fuck did I just watch right there?
Now, as to the opening joke for tonight, this one comes from the audience. I have to thank some of our audience members for producing jokes. I've had some difficult times trying to make them work in context. This one was probably a lot funnier before airplane hijackings were common. And unfortunately, maybe actually I'll say it a little differently. No, I already started. So I guess I have to say it with the airplane hijacking. I don't like making jokes about airplane hijacking. So there are the rabbi, the chazan, and the president of the shul are traveling by horseback in 19th century America. Let's make it like that, okay? The rabbi, the chazan, and the president of the shul are traveling on horseback somewhere out in Montana, and they are surrounded by brigands. And the brigands insist that they are going to kill all of them. But as is the custom among these lawless, what do you call them? What's those varmints? These varmints say to them, okay, so we're going to give you one last request before we shoot you dead. And so the rabbi says, well, all my life, I think Fred already figured this one out. All my life, I spend all week preparing for my sermons, my drashos, and then on Shabbos, it's the highlight of my week. I get to speak in front of the entire congregation, and I deliver my lofty thoughts on the Torah and its meaning for our lives today. And I'd like to give one more sermon before you kill me. And they said, okay. And they say, the chassan says, I spend all my week working on new nigunim and songs and melodies so that I can, serenade the entire congregation on the Sabbath with my recital of the prayers. And so before you kill me, I'd like to say Musaf one more time. I'd like to recite the prayers one more time. So they say, okay. They go to the president. The president says, I'd just like you to shoot me first. Okay, all right. Okay, well, you married him, so okay. All right. So I'll see if that's gonna make the internet or not. I have another one as a backup joke. We'll go straight into it. Anyways, tonight's topic is Aaron of Lincoln. Fascinating figure. The primary sources that we have for his life are British tax records, and they are remarkably detailed because, of course, taxes deal with something that's very important to all of us, money, and so there's much more attention paid to his life activity, specifically in the realm of money. Aaron of Lincoln was quite possibly the wealthiest man in 12th century England, and that is including the kings of Scotland and the larger isles. It's a rather amazing thing that an individual Jew, a businessman, could accumulate so much wealth, but it indicates a larger pattern of Jewish activity in the economic sphere that will, shed light on how Jews managed to survive under such difficult circumstances in the diaspora over 2 millennia. So I'm going to use tonight's talk not only as an opportunity to speak about Aaron of Lincoln, the man, of which we have relatively little information beyond what is in the tax records, but we will also use it to discuss more broadly the Jewish economic realities of most of the Middle Ages. Much of this material, for those of you watching the internet, if you've seen what I call my essential lecture on the Jews in the medieval economy, much of the material is similar there, so you can just skip ahead to the parts about Aaron of Lincoln in particular. But basically, his dates are 1123 to 1186. That's circa 1123. And the primary source we have for his life, once again, are the tax rolls. So let us preface our remarks on Aaron of Lincoln specifically by dealing with the very unfortunate reality that much of Jewish history is colored by the perception of Jews as being avaricious, usurious, exploitative, and many other negative adjectives are ascribed to Jews as a result of this perceived association with money. There is a certain degree of historical basis for this specific charge against the Jews. For example, Jews are not charged with being, the most awesome basketball players of the 17th century and like that, because, Jews tend to be height challenged. My wife, by the way, likes to say that Jews are known for their humor, Jewish men in particular, and the reason for this is it's an evolutionary adaptation to compensate for, lack of stature and things like that. I have no idea why my wife says things like that, but anyways, that's the thing. There are valid historical reasons for this, however. Obviously, there's no racial predilection for accumulating money, but there are historical factors that persuaded Jews that activity in the commercial realm was to their profit. And without a doubt, Jews as a minority dominated much of medieval commercial life for church law, among other reasons. So what we're going to do today is we're going to explore the reasons why, the structural and economic and political reasons and religious reasons why Jews tended to excel in the economic realm, something which obviously pertains to the present day. You look at any kind of indicators of, comparisons of per capita income, or just take industrialized nations and see how many of those countries have Jews as their ministers of finance. You see that this is something that definitely is a noted trend among Jews. So we're going to look at the reasons for that. The negative side, however, is incredibly dark, and Jews have suffered tremendously for that. The quintessential image of the avaricious, exploitative Jew is, of course, Shylock, the character that figures in William Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice. Even though Shakespeare himself probably never met a Jew in real life, he created certainly the Western world's most memorable picture of a Jewish moneylender who, incensed with the fact that his daughter was going to marry a non-Jewish merchant, he provided a business loan to this. I think his name was Antonio, if I remember correctly, Antonio. And the only catch was that if Antonio failed to repay the debt, then he would have to pay the penalty of a pound of flesh. And that's become proverbial in the English language to speak of a pound of flesh as like an extremely exorbitant price to pay for something. This is actually, believe it or not, one of Shakespeare's comedies. And in the end, Antonio survives the ordeal and Shylock is punished, and Portia, his daughter, ends up marrying Antonio, because that's the way these comedies work out. But the negative image certainly persists in the common day. Shakespeare did not invent Shylock, though. Shakespeare borrowed a trope that had existed for about 600 years before he put it to pen. And in fact, to be fair to the bard, Shakespeare's portrayal of Shylock actually has some very deeply humanizing passages as well. I think it's a very mixed record, even though sometimes Shylock is portrayed as a highly unlikable character. He certainly has elements of deep humanity that Shakespeare's genius really shines through. Famous passages where he says in a soliloquy, prick me, do I not bleed? Meaning I'm a human like all of you, and so on. At any rate, let's get to the bottom of the historical reasons for this attribution to the Jews, and we'll look at Aaron of Lincoln in particular. First, let's place this geographically and chronologically within the nature of Jewish migration. Jews, of course, started out here. I wonder if I back up one slide a little bit. Jews started, of course, down here in ancient Israel, and there was quite a bit of migration before the destruction of the Second Temple out to Iran and Iraq, the region where the Talmud was written, and there's quite a bit of activity happening over here. Jews are also making their way across the coast of North Africa through the first millennium. They cross over into Spain well before the Muslims invade in 711. There are Jews in Visigothic Spain already in the 5th century, but there's a big movement of Jews into Europe proper sometime around the turn of the millennium. There is a theory among many historians that there was a great climactic change right around the turn of the first millennium, and suddenly much of the lands in Europe became far more arable. This is a process that took a couple of centuries, but lands that were very, very sparsely settled in the year, let's say 800, by the time you get to the year 1100, all of a sudden they're producing quite a bit of produce, and as a result, there's a lot more settlement. With more productivity from the land comes more economic opportunities, and Jews followed those opportunities. So by the time you get to the year 1000, you've got settlements of Jews in England, you've got settlements of Jews in France, particularly in Lower France, and you have especially Jews settled in the northern German territories of the Rhine River. The Rhineland is known in Hebrew parlance as Ashkenaz. The term Ashkenaz actually occurs in the Bible, and the Jews, when they came to new places, they simply applied names that, for foreign places from biblical passages. They said, let's call this place Ashkenaz, which it really means northern Germany, and hence Ashkenazi Jews take their name from that region, the three towns in particular, Speyer, Worms, and Mainz. Later, with the 16th century, there'll be a lot more economic opportunity in Eastern Europe, so Ashkenazi Jews made their way over to the east, and that's why many Jews who come from Poland or Russia call themselves Ashkenazi, meaning German, because they are the inheritors of that Ashkenazi tradition. We're going to focus, of course, on England, which was one of the first places we have settled, and there are a lot of Jewish history documents that emerge from England in which they're writing sometimes even Old English in Hebrew characters, so you have a tremendous amount of material about Jews at the time. Now, looking at the economy, the most important thing to start with is the fact that the Jews are overwhelmingly an urban people. There are very, very few examples in Jewish history where Jews were agrarian. For example, here is one of those sheet music publications from 1913, and it's called Der Jüdische Farmer, the Jewish Farmer, and it's meant as a joke. Who ever heard of a Jewish farmer? That's the most ridiculous thing you can imagine. It's not totally ridiculous, Jews, of course, were farmers in the ancient period in Israel and even in Babylon. And you do have tiny pockets of places where Jews are farming, even into the modern period. Northern Galicia, for example, the Sighet region, Maramoresh, places like that, where you do have a little bit larger population of Jewish farmers. But even when Jews were living off the land, they were primarily engaged in ancillary agrarian activities like they're dairymen, right? Of course, Tevye, the famous character Shalom Aleichem, is Tevye der Milchiker, Tevye the dairyman. He has cows and he milks them. He doesn't actually put his back into a hole and work a field. Very rare for Jews. What Jews do is they live in urban environments. A lot of reasons why Jews prefer urban environments. While I take a sip of coffee, maybe I'll ask the audience, why would Jews want to live in an urban environment? Lots of reasons, but give me a few. Protection, right. You know, if you're living in a farm and you are far away, your next neighbor is like 20 versts away, that's no good when the pogroms come through, right? You want to be able to live in an area, hopefully with a wall or a drawbridge or something, so you can retreat and you can, you know, defend yourselves. Excellent. Another reason? Okay, so you're giving away my lecture though. Let's get to the livelihood afterwards. So let's say before the Parnassa. Obviously Parnassa comes first, but let me give it some other reasons besides that. Yes, please. That is an amazingly popular, but unfortunately untrue statement. I'll tell you where that thing is. To repeat for the Latvian audience, Jews weren't allowed to own land. There were times and places where Jews were restricted from owning land, but in general they preferred not to. It was a difficult income. You know, farming is a hard physical labor, and it's precarious. You don't know how it's going to be from one year to the next. It is not portable at all. What's going to happen if the Jews get kicked off the land, as they got expelled from time to time? There goes all your wealth. So it was not considered an ideal choice for Jews. The reason why that's such a popular belief is because in the late 19th century, Jewish historians from Gretz onward really were heavily influenced by the national movements that emphasized the idea that to be a true nation, you had to be connected to your land. Physically, you had to farm the land. There was this philosophy known as folkism. And so the Jews, who were primarily urban and cosmopolitan, they couldn't lay claim to that kind of honest nationality that the peasants could. So that's why Jews who became Zionists really emphasized farming. And that's also why Jews in Russia, for example, said we're going to normalize ourselves by becoming farmers and things like that. So that particular sort of historiographic bias has colored much of the analysis, but it's not actually based on reality. Please. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. You want to study the Torah, you have to have a shul, you have to have a chevra. You know, Jews don't... The idea of the single kind of monkish existence, the ivory tower, one scholar just thinking on his own, it's not a Jewish ideal. You have to be with other people and argue your ideas out. Good. Okay. Anything else?
I seem to remember hearing there without difference medieval history, go ahead and invite you
yes.
to their land to help with the economy. The people of the land were peasants.
Yes.
They weren't able to...
You're going to give away my entire lecture. You know, everything you're saying is totally true, but pause. Okay. No one so far has said, okay. Yeah, right. You're a minority, right? You can't just go in there. You have to have a shidduch. You have to have... Speaking of shidduch, another really important thing, Jews have to live within walking distance of the synagogue, and specifically shidduch, the mikvah. You have to have the mikvah. If you don't have a mikvah within, like a ritual bath, which is essential to the laws of Jewish sexuality, with the monthly immersion in a particularly designed body of either rainwater or flowing water like a river or an ocean, if you don't have those things, especially in the winter, just think about it, then that puts a cramp in your style. So you really want to have a mikvah within some distance. Last one, farmer's daughter. Not going to say any farmer's daughter jokes. I already bombed with the first one. But one last thing, and nobody said Chinese food. You have to live close to a Chinese restaurant. But anyways, Jews are highly urbanized people. They're gregarious. There are social, economic, religious, and so on reasons why they live in cities. Ironically, that also puts them in very close proximity with another population that likes to live in cities, which is the Christian clergy, right? Because you can't put your cathedral in the middle of the farmland. You have to put it in a city where the villagers will come in on Sundays and on holy days and so on. So ironically, the people who really populate the larger villages and cities are Jews and clergy and maybe some guilds and things like that. So they're coming into close contact with each other was not always such a healthy thing. But this is really perhaps the most important thing about Jewish demographics. You'll have to start with the urban aspect. You can take this, for example, if we look at the participation of Jews in socialist movements, communism, which is very prominent in the early 20th century, and a lot of anti-Semitic authors wanted to sort of ascribe that to Jewish, misanthropy and things like that. But the reality is it's much more related to urbanism. Communism was a highly urban environment. Similarly, this, doesn't look as good for Jews, but college education. People want to say, oh, look how smart the Jews are. Look at the rate of their college education. Well, compare them to any similar urban population. Urban kids go to college. Rural kids go at a far lesser rate. So urbanization really makes a huge difference for what happens to the Jews. There are other factors, obviously, but if you want to pick one factor that stands above all, it's definitely urbanization. Okay, now, this is really important. This is perhaps the most important takeaway message. So, Joseph, hang in with me for another 5 minutes, and then you can relax, okay? This is the foundation of the Jewish economy was very heavily dependent on the feudal nature of society. Feudalism, if you go back to your high school memories, is basically this very hierarchical structure of European society where people are assigned roles that are economic and vocational, and you can't really get out of those roles. Kings, nobles, knights, vassals, peasants, and so on, all these groups. So if you look at this chart here, you've got at the bottom of this triangle serfs and peasants. The distinction between these two terms is basically the degree of indentured servitude. Serfs are more like slaves. Peasants are more like free but poor people, but they're heavily agrarian, working the land. They're the largest demographic chunk, and they are at the bottom of the triangle. Then you have knights and vassals. We won't go into the details of what exactly knighthood means and things like that, but they're very much associated with defending the territories, and they get certain privileges. They can also be mercenaries and so on. On top of them, you have nobles and high church officials. You also have low church officials, which seem more like serfs and peasants. And then on top of the king. Now, where exactly in this structure do the Jews fit? They're not serfs and peasants because they don't work the land. For sure, they're not knights and vassals. You know that joke where the first Jewish lord is appointed by the queen, and all the other lords go up to the queen and they bow before the queen, and then the queen, takes a sword and she taps them and she says, "Rise, you are, a lord." And finally, a Jewish guy comes up and says, "Listen, I'm sorry. According to Jewish law, I'm not allowed to kneel before you." And she turns to her side and says to the ministers, "Why is this knight different from all the other knights?" Right? I can't believe I got that far in that joke without someone figuring it out. But at any rate, Jews are not nice, okay? Although can I pause? I'm going to tell you another joke. It's not actually a joke. It's a true story. True story. When I got my PhD at the University of Toronto, which is based on an English model, the University of Oxford, it's all pomp and circumstance, a big 19th century round building with hundreds of people sitting in a convocation hall, and to get your and it's all the services in Latin and everything. So what you have to do is, they explained this to us during the rehearsal. you hold I'm wearing my robe, and I have my hood on my left arm, and we all have to walk up, and one at a time we climb the steps, and there's this little kneeling thing, like in a church, and you have to kneel before the chancellor, and then the chancellor will take the hood and place it over your head, and you get your PhD. So I put up my hand, and I said, I'm sorry, Jewish law, a Jew is not allowed to kneel before anyone except God. I can't do that. And the MC guy said, oh, don't worry, we get guys like you every year. All you have to do is don't go up to the top step. Just stop a couple steps before, and then you'll be lower than Chancellor. You don't have to kneel. It'll be fine. So I said, okay, I did that. I got up 2-3 steps. I didn't go all the way up. She puts the hood over my head, and she whispers in my ear, Mazel Tov. Okay. The Jews are certainly not the nobility and the church officials, and they're not the king. So where are they? Aha! They are servi camerari. That is the Latin term. The very common German term is Knechtskammer, which sounds great. Knechtskammer. Sounds like you're about to spit. I have some Knechtskammer in the back of my throat. But it means literally servants of the royal chamber. And this is the special deal that the Jews had in the medieval period. This is what you were talking about earlier. That was so important because the Jews were actively involved in commerce. They were actually accumulating cash money, which was primarily precious metals. Unlike the peasants, whose capital was primarily grain or pelts or wood or game, they didn't have cash. The Jews, though, by small money lending and other economic activities, they were actually accumulating gold and silver. So this meant that they were a highly desirable tax base for the king. And the kings of Europe therefore said, the deal is that the Jews are exempt from the normal structure of the feudal society. They do not have to report up the chain of command through vassals and knights and nobles and stuff like that. They report directly to the king. They are servants, hence, of the royal chamber, meaning even though the king is in his palace and the Jews are 500 miles away in some, Yehupitzville kind of place, nevertheless, they are subjects of the king directly, not of the local nobleman. They're exempted from it. And why would they do that? Because they can be taxed directly by the king. Whatever money they earn, the king can tax it and get gold, mamish, literally gold, out of the Jews that he can't get so easily out of the, siphoning out of the entire process. So this had a really interesting salutary effect on Jewish civilization because it meant that the Jews were protected by the most powerful figures in the land. They could not easily be pushed around by local nobles because they knew that the king himself would be defending the Jews. This was not universally the case, and there were two major exceptions to the rule. One is that the king quite often clashed with the church, particularly in the high Middle Ages, like let's say from the year 1000 to 1300, as the church grew more powerful. The king and the pope often disagreed on state policy. And so sometimes the Jews were caught between that struggle of church and state. And secondly, as we shall see most poignantly with Aaron of Lincoln, what happens if the king borrows from his Jews, which happens very frequently, where the king sees the Jews, he can tax the Jews only so much or they will leave. But he needs more capital for a war or for some other expansion. So he literally borrows money from the Jews. And if he feels that debt burden to the Jews is too heavy, then he'll simply expel them. And using his political power, he will cancel his debt. So those were two very big, sort of caveats to the value of the servi-camerai relationship. But in general, it meant that the Jews had a level of political security because they were economically useful to the state. It sounds like basically the last 900 years of Jewish history revolve around that one statement. Why were the Jews so economically valuable? Why were they bringing in more cash than other populations? Ironically, it's related to the law of gratian, which is a church law